Obono gini kama chozunu imana chukwa kosi womo onyele miu nyelu yumi. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, oh. He give me you. Obono kife la chasha so, obono kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
We mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's we mo. No, Masai got to mo. Yeah, dear, oh, quit that, I mean, my amiga, boy, baby mo.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. I gonna move down, I gonna talk about.
Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. I'm not getting Mama said, I want to go. I got no Lumba, or where would he get? I got
Germany, Kimbo, Akobi, where are you? Where to make it? It's only all to worship. If fà lóní kan fà ẹ́ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó wọ́wọ́wọ́ bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgbọ́n ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, may God never depart from you. So Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, may God never depart from you. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? You know, you notice I said good day as opposed to be what seems to now be the custom initiated by Nnamdi Kanu. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on wherever you are. That has no meaning. You know, the English language has already sorted out that particular situation by just availing you of good day. So good day now covers the entirety of the cyclical clock, the 24 hours. So good day is good day to you, morning, evening, or whatever time the time zone is. So there's no need for good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depend. That's just nonsense. They call that tautology. That's just an unnecessary use of language. So good day to you, and that should suffice. So good day to you. Hope you found a wonderfully glorious day. Hope your day went exactly the way that you anticipated it. So that's always the wish when you wake up in the morning, that the day goes entirely as you anticipated it. So good day to you. What will make mine a good day is if you clicked on the like button. So that would make mine. If you've had a good day and you want me to have a good day, then click on the like button. So do that. We ask every day, and not a lot of you adhere to. So what would make me have a good day is to click on the like button and also share the links on your social media spaces as well, especially in that Facebook space. You know, we don't get sufficient enough traffic from Facebook, which we thought would be our biggest traffic driver. So that is to tell you then that our Facebook followers are not sharing the links enough. So share, seems to be the custom with people who do this. Share. I don't quite know why they say that, but maybe I'll join them in saying that maybe it does work. Share. So click on like, click on subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And then if you want to come and have conversations around the things we're talking about, click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. You know, if you click on that hyperlink, it should be showing on all the platforms now. If you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, it will pop you into a studio space. So as soon as I've finished fleshing out the the talking points of the conversation. Then I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So that's how it works. That hyperlink that says StreamYard is an open microphone. It invites you to come and speak. So if you feel like you want to share thoughts, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard and come on the screen. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. Do all those. No, I'm all right. BT, I was just I just felt somewhat a bit flat yesterday. I couldn't get into the groove of it, and you know, if you're not enjoying it, then there's no point. So I just couldn't I get into the groove yesterday. But thank you, BT for that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and of course, I always encourage you to click on that $sign at the bottom of the screen. Click on the $sign at the bottom of the screen. That enables you to super chat towards the stream. So we anticipate a minimum of 5 super chats on YouTube, an equal number of 5 people on Facebook with the stars on there. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on the $sign to super chat towards the stream. So do all those nice and cozy things, and you'll be subsumed, as I often say, with a glowing feeling of warmth. Subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. So now, there are 2 ways I could start this. I could start it playing the series of video clips that I have lined up, or I could start it with the readout. So let me make an executive decision, and then I'll start it off with the video clips I do have lined up. So we'll go to, let's kick it off with this one.
What is it that Fubara did not give you that led to this war, that led to an impeachment being served on him on that day, that led to him being fired at and the hot water tank sprayed on him by the police? I want all Nigerians to ask that question, because getting at that question will help us to unravel what this whole madness is all about. What happened? Because even as Waju, with all his political maverick style, doesn't control Lagos 100%. They share it among the key stakeholders you have in the GSC, or what they call that group. But you are the only one. You bought all their nomination form. You bought their pillowcase and their bed. You put the senators, you put the rep, you put the state assembly, you put the local government. You have the commissioner for finance, you have IGRIC, you have works, you have accountant general, you have chairman of board. You have everything. You awarded the project. The soul of the government, you have it. So what could have led to this same man that you are basically holding hostage become somebody you wanted to disgrace, impeach him even when he did not commit one single impeachable offense? At that moment, anybody that is honorable and reasonable enough must be able to say, no, this is not right. And that is why I said, provide answers to this. So, and then, because if these answers are not provided, then one can assume it might be greed. It might be excessive dictatorial tendencies that must have led you to now say you even capture the man's A, so that you ration the A that he's going to breed. So this whole thing was unwarranted. Fubara is not the aggressor. And who means what? My friend, Nyesom Wike, is the aggressor, not Fubara. The offer for vice president. And which will bring us to the issue of, you once made us believe that this struggle was about South. So if they have made you that VP, so it wasn't about South, it was about you. So the South is you. Because now, yes, for whatever reason, Atiku didn't announce him as vice president. He announced Okowa. Is Okowa a lesser human to be a vice presidential candidate? For whatever reason, it was about service and the South. Since you are willing to be a VP, but it wasn't given to, it was given to Okowa, your brother, you support him. You support him 100%. So people can go. Today, we in the Southeast South, we don't have VP, we don't have president. Courtesy of you. Everything was thrown to the ground. So character, measuring character is also important, because now we begin to realize, from the beginning, you brought shade. Because when people say he contributed so much, no. He didn't contribute more than some of us. We all contributed. Everybody contributed. Because the question I will ask you, what did you actually save us from? You saved us from the fire you put. So when a man puts fire in his bedroom and he gets an extinguisher to take it out, we will hail him as a great man. You brought Sheriff single-handedly. Some of us had reservation about it because of his past in AMPP. Who started quarrel with Sheriff when they were shooting canisters in Port Harcourt at the convention? You. It ended in commotion, remember? We all went to court. Part of that court I went. I was the one that secured it. I went to court. I secured the injunction, the court judgment that nullified Sheriff chairmanship and quest to hold on to power. I have stake. I know this journey very well. So you led us into that crisis. Then at the end of the day, party was polarized. Crisis everywhere. We managed to survive that era. Factions in every part of the party. In Edo, he has Danobi them creating crisis. In Cross River, he has Sandy them creating crisis. There's no part of Nigeria that didn't have faction. In Ekiti, he has Fayoshe them. One man against one political party in pursuit and ambition that we later realize it was about him to be president or vice president. So in all these things, you still went to the convention. I fought for him. But truth, if you're a Democrat, he was defeated. To God who made him. We lost. He was defeated. So at the end of the day, he didn't become vice president. But he made us believe that it was about Southern agenda. There was no Southern agenda. Because as long as you are willing to be a vice president, it was all about you. Then you fought Okowa and I took them. You're right. You followed Aswaju. You worked for APC. Even in that outing, he lost Port Harcourt. Have you forgotten? Obi defeated them. We saw the panel-beating of the results. Some of them were uploaded to the IRM. So even this own magic people said he was going to bring to Aswaju, there was no magic he brought to Aswaju. Aswaju victory never came from Port Harcourt. It came from other parts of the country. Obi them still wiped them out in Port Harcourt. And they were struggling to hang on to that little vote they were able to panel beat out. That is the simple truth. But the only problem is that because over the years people have associated with him or maybe benefited from him or whatever, they cannot look him in the eyes and tell him the truth. Some of them elders, enough to be my father. But they can't. I was not raised like that. I was not raised like that. So I can't, because of personal relationship or friends, and I see something that repeatedly keeps going wrong and I support it. So the notion of there's nothing personal in it, and there's no sacrifice that is out of this world greater than that of the likes of Ele Sekweme, Solomon Law, Okwande, name them, all the great men and women who founded Adamu Chiroma and so on and so forth, who founded this party. No. Some weakest contribution is not bigger than that. So the values those people left, those crop of people that came, has burnt it down. PDP operates without a value and orientation now. Our generation will not tolerate that. Anybody will not tell, I will tell him as a friend that this is wrong. And this fight has gone now to rivers where they are turning into a playground.
All right. So there it is right there. So it's the tonic question of what do you do with a character like Yemsen Wike? I am a Wike fan, by the way. I like the way he politics, but there's a lot, and somebody will have to come on to tell me what the name of this guy is, because I'm not quite sure what his name is, but the guy with the red cap, there's a lot to be said about what he just had to say. Is it the case that Wike is overplayed his hand in Rivers State? There is a strong argument to suggest that Wike is overplaying his hand in Rivers State. You know, and Wike is a very selfish politician as well, as this guy is describing. His whole fight with Atiku was not really a southern fight, because a lot of not Reno Mokrio, Dino Melaye, he told us that in the build-up to declaring candidates, and after Atiku had won the ticket for the PDP presidential thing, and they were sort of jostling for who would be his vice, Dino Melaye told us that he received no less than 50 calls from Yemsen Wike canvassing to be Atiku's vice. You know, and a lot of people tell that narrative as well. And also, in that ebb and flow, before Okowa was declared, Wike was fighting tooth and nail for that vice presidential slot. So if he was, and we know for certain that he was fighting to be Atiku's vice president, but Atiku have made the decision that Wike essentially an uncontrollable sort of a person, so he wants somebody a bit more placid as his running mate, and it was Okowa. But he fought hard for that. So if he was fighting hard to be Atiku Abubakar's running mate, then he cannot then claim that he was fighting for power to transit to the south. So when Atiku did not give him that running mate slot, that was the final nail in the coffin that made him a mortal enemy of Atiku Abubakar. So it was nothing about the fight for power to transit to the south. So that is it. And now and also now this guy also querying Wike's contribution to Tinubu's victory, whether he delivered Port Harcourt, which will be the capital city or not. He certainly delivered River State. Some people will say it was rigged. Some people will argue that he has a stranglehold on that space. Whatever it was, he delivered River State. So he has that to his credit. But this is continuous fight with Fubara. It's something he should just let lie. You know, he should wait till round about 2026, maybe the last quarters of 2026, by mid-year 2026. That is when he really should be fighting Fubara. You know, because if he's fighting Fubara now, then he has to fight Fubara for the whole of the 4 years that guy runs. And very, very quickly, people will start to somewhat turn against him, as we saw with the example of this man in the clip. So what do you do with a problem like Yemson Wike? That is the question. You come tell me what the answer is. So that is the question. You come tell me what the answer is. The next clip I'm going to play you relates to this particular headline. Why we will approve a purchase of presidential jet. This is a Godswill Akpabio hearkening to his master's whistle. So that's Godwin Akpabio hearkening to his master's whistle. So rather than do the readout, hear the man in his own words.
Run the Senate by answering people in the social media. Because the social media is garbage in, garbage out. I was in Zanzibar attending to inter-parliamentary union meetings when that information went out that the Senate President has said he will approve a brand new plan for the President, irrespective of whether there is suffering or no suffering. There was never a time such a statement came from me, because I've never had any correspondence to approve a plan or not to approve a plan. And I did not want to answer, but they went further to generate it, and then they went wrong as if I was saying that I did not care about the Nigerian people, I did not do this. We care about the President, we care about the Nigerian people. We will approve things that will benefit the Nigerian people. We will approve things that will improve the living standard of the people. At the same time, we will also take cognizance of the duties of Mr. President. If his vehicle is bad, we will repair the vehicle. If his plane is bad, we will approve money for the repair of the plane. So that is not an issue. There is nothing before us. I don't think you should bother about it. Somebody called me and said that he was quoting from BBC, that what I said in Senator Monguru's house, that the statement was false and should be disregarded. That I was now saying that I will not approve. That is what you may call anticipatory blackmail. The purveyors of the story know very well that maybe there is problem with the presidential fleet, and that where they will go to will be the parliament. And so they are now trying to do anticipatory blackmail to tell us if they bring it, do not look into it. So I think that we should ignore them and focus on what we are doing here. I've read the president's correspondences to us. There was nothing touching on plan or no plan. But I can tell you that when you hear stories such as the death of the vice president of Malawi as a result of defective plan, and then you hear stories such as the death of the president of Iran as a result of defective craft. In fact, this time it was a helicopter and all that. We shouldn't ever dream and allow such to be a portion. It won't be. the Senate is very responsible. The National Assembly is very responsible. We will look into issues that will benefit the governance of the country, irrespective of anticipatory blackmail. Get the words, anticipatory blackmail. They know very well that something like that may come in future, and if it's a necessity, the Senate will look into it. But there is nothing like that before us now. So they can go ahead, anticipate and blackmail the Senate President. It will not affect me. Minority Leader, you may wish to second, not what he said, but just second the motion that we adjourn for about 1 hour to come back to approve the votes and proceedings of this August chamber. Proceed.
All right. So that's Godswill Akpabio there telling us that all Tinubu has to do is to request for an aeroplane and they will approve it. So I'm not even going to say it's a very controversial one. It should not be a controversial one. If the presidential fleet is no longer fit for safety, then they should get a new set. We're not a poor country. We're not a poor country. In the grand scheme of things, Nigeria is top 30, certainly top 35 economies in the world. So we're not poverty-stricken, no. And if they've already agreed to sell from the existing fleet already, then there's sufficient enough argument for them to just buy a couple of planes. What is in a couple of, let them just buy the damn thing. They're not buying it for Tinubu to take home. They're buying it for the Nigerian state. So buy the plane. And this is essentially what Akpabio is telling you, that if the memo comes in, if the bill comes in, if the request comes in, he will approve it. So and that is not to the chagrin or lack of acknowledgement of the sufferings of the people. So that's Godswill Akpabio telling you categorically, essentially, that he's going to buy Tinubu new boots. So buy Tinubu new boots. But there's a couple more clips that I'm going to play you before we get into the readout. So do you know that the Nigerian state is actually running 3 budgets concurrently? Let me put myself on the screen so you're clear. Because when this came across, it startled me. Hopefully it's startling you. Pardon me. Look at that. I spilled water on my new shirt. Right. Did you know that the Nigerian state is running 3 and going on to be 4 budgets concurrently? Did you know that? I'll tell you, the budget from the Buhari administration is still running. And then when Tinubu came in, they had somewhat of an emergency budget that's still running. I think that was about 100 and something billion naira, if memory serves. And then they have their substantive budget in right about January thereabout. That's still running. So now they are requesting a supplementary budget. So 4 budgets now almost going to run concurrently. So we talk about corruption. This is how corruption embeds. So that Buhari budget now that is still running, there is no auditing of it anymore because it has been superseded by the emergency budget of Tinubu. To build him up to, because the Nigerian financial calendar runs January to December. So when he took over, he did an emergency budget to bring him up to a substantive budget. That's still running. We have a substantive budget, which is meant to run from January to December. That is still running. So now the Senate is discussing a supplementary budget. They don't sound best pleased. Watch this.
We will not just criticize, but profile an alternative, sir. And therefore, I will suggest that the House leader steps down this bill, and then we go back to the drawing board. Look at it. All the projects that are contained in 2023 budget and 2023 supplementary budget, we take them over to the 2024 supplementary budget so that we can have just 2 budgets running in the country. That way, we would have achieved everything that we intend to achieve.
So that is how corruption runs in the country. When a country is running 4 budgets concurrently, then it's absolutely important. And all of those budgets, so the same items in all of them, of course, So the budget for Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Buhari budget carryover, it's still running. They do a supplementary emergency budget for, I'm not saying, I'm just using that as an abstract example. So the budget for Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, a Buhari budget, that's still running. Then Tinubu comes in, he wants his own budget to take him up to the financial cycle. So the budget for Lagos-Ibadan Expressway again, that is still running. Tinubu then does his substantive budget January to December. Lagos-Ibadan still running. He comes in with a supplementary budget. Lagos-Ibadan still running. So remove that Lagos-Ibadan and insert any item in there, and that is how corruption works. You know, they are running 3, 4, and almost certain to be 5 budgets before the end of the year concurrently, all itemized with the same single item. So the parliament's not best pleased, and they are not best pleased right across the board. What this?
You have 2 substantive budgets, 2023, being extended to 31st of December and running them concurrently. You have other supplementary budgets being carried also at the same time, Mr. Speaker. I want to say without any fear of contradiction that they may be legal, but that moral feeling, that moral responsibility, Mr. Speaker, that moral questions will always be raised. Reason why I rise to say so, Mr. Speaker, is for us as a house and an institution, while we have no cause whatsoever to stop it, I will be for it, and I will urge people to be for it. But at least at this critical moment, we must unite ourselves and we must stand collectively and send a signal to the government of the Federation that not everything could fly. When you have a budget being extended continuously, it means the government is lagging behind in the pursuance of the implementation of that bill.
So there it is right there. So you caught me off guard a little bit there. I was vaping a little bit. So that was yes. So it cannot be right. You know, it cannot be right, and that is a custom. There should not be more than 2 budgets running, as he said. There should only really be 1 budget running. And if they have a supplementary budget, it should embed into the running budget, not as a secondary budget to what already obtains. And those supplementary budgets have to be justified in terms of what the concurrent budget is. You know, so all of this Dabaru accounting is where all those looting things come in. So Dabaru accounting and looting. So Dabaru accounting and looting. Let's go on to other topics. The room does need populating, by the way. If you want the conversation, like I said, it is a participatory sport. A participatory sport. Let me send the link to our other platforms as well. See if anybody wants to come in from there. All right. So a participatory sport, as I said. So let's go to other matters. Some private jets used for money laundering, drug trafficking. So the minister, it can only really be Festus Keyamo. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, says some private aircraft operating in Nigeria are being used for money laundering, drug trafficking, and other illegal activities. Well, we're aware of this already in that Zamfara sort of space where they parachute gold out of the space and take it to Dubai. That's the narrative. Keyamo made the revelation at the Ministry of Aviation in Abuja on Thursday when he inaugurated a ministerial task force committee to checkmate illegal chartered operations in the country. Though the minister did not mention the names of the airlines, he asserted that these illegal activities have made the sector lose billions of dollars and raised serious security concerns. The minister further stated that some of those involved in the illegal activities are those who acquire licenses for non-commercial flight operations, but gone against the stipulated agreement of the licenses. Addressing the committee members, Keyamo mandated that they take inventory of all non-commercial flight operators, investigate all professional licenses, and checkmate their authenticity, as well as recommend disciplinary measures against airlines found culpable. So there it is right there. That doesn't come as a concern. It comes as a concern, of course. It doesn't come as a surprise, but it certainly comes as a concern. So that doesn't come as a surprise, but comes as a concern. So now to the headline piece. I've actually got a clip of Senator Shehu Sani speaking to this piece as well. We might happen upon it soon enough. Claim Tinubu is working against North unfounded. This is Shettima. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, on Wednesday said there was no truth in the claim from some quarters that President Bola Tinubu is working against the interest of the North to cripple the region. According to, and by the way, yes, so this is a thing now. So people dismissing it as a non-thing. It is a thing. The North are circle wagoning around themselves to recalibrate for Tinubu 2027. We saw it in Kano when they replaced Ado Bayero, and we saw it with the pressure that the Sultan of Sokoto is under now. We also saw it in the visit of El Rufai to the northern powerhouses, and we also saw it in the visit of Atiku Abubakar's visit to the northern powerhouses. So there is something going on. There's no equivocation. Apologies, Thomas. There is no equivocation that there is something going on. There's an orchestration going on. Vice President Kashim Shettima on Wednesday said there was no truth in the claim from some quarters that President Bola Tinubu is working against the interest of the North to cripple the region. So I'm not quite sure what veracity or weight Kashim Shettima's words will carry for two reasons. Kashim Shettima is the vice president one, so he's part of the administration. So what else would he say? But more potently, Kashim Shettima is a Kanuri man who are in mortal power struggle with the Fulanis in the North. You know, the tripartite, you know, you have the Nukes and whatnot, but the tripartite of power tussle in the North are the Fulanis who have the upper hand and have done for a long time. The Kanuris who are fiercely resistant to them, and the Hausa somewhat who are not putting up somewhat of a fight. But there's a trilogy, and maybe even more than that, of power tussles within the North. So they will also digest Kashim Shettima's words from the prism of him being a Kanuri man. So you have to understand a lot of the backdrops. It's a very complex place, the North. We put this homogeneous term on it and think they all think the same. They don't all think the same, of course. It's a very sophisticated, very nuanced sort of a space, very deep in politics and very deep in thinking. Vice President Kashim Shettima on Wednesday said there was no truth in the claim from some quarters that President Bola Tinubu is working against the interest of the North to cripple the region. According to Shettima, the narrative is being pushed by some disgruntled elements and it should be disregarded. The vice president spoke in Kano when he received a federal government delegation which visited to condole with him on the death of his mother-in-law. The delegation was led by the chief of staff to the president, Femi Gbadabiamila. Some prominent northerners have raised an eyebrow following the decision of the federal government to relocate some departments of the central bank and the headquarters of the Federal Aviation Authority of Nigeria from Abuja to Lagos in January. They alleged that the moves were a ploy to shortchange the North, a claim that the federal government denied. So I wonder if Lagos is not part of Nigeria, where is aviation other than in Nigeria? The commercial nerve center of the country is Lagos. So where should the central bank's presence should be most prominent? Where should the central bank's presence be most prominent? Right. Some prominent northerners have raised an eyebrow following the decision of the federal government to relocate some departments of the Central Bank of Nigeria and the headquarters of the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria from Abuja to Lagos in January. They allege that the moves were a ploy to shortchange the North, a claim that the federal government has denied. Shettima, speaking on Wednesday, maintained that Tinubu was not against the North. He argued that the fact that Tinubu appointed Northerners as the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, and the Chairman of the Police Service Commission put a lie to the claim that Tinubu was biased against the North. At an appropriate time, we will lay out our facts that the president is not against the North, as is being championed by some disgruntled elements who always want to cause disaffection between the government and the citizens. He stressed that Tinubu had a good intention for the entire nation and urged the people to back the president to deliver on his campaign promises to the nation. This is not a game of apportioning blame. And by the way, you remember that clip we played of Daniel Bwala yesterday? He spoke within those parameters as well. So there's certainly movements in the North, but in what direction is it going to land? This is not a game of apportioning blames, but a game of making Nigeria work. And if Nigeria works, Africa works. We have moved beyond politics. We are now in the act of governance. We must be seen doing what will help all our people. So there it is. He said it was time for Nigerians to work together irrespective of political differences. He said the PDP, the NMPP, the APC, we are all one family, and Nigeria is greater than all of us. Political party affiliation should not be a yardstick to show disaffection and create means of destruction for the well-being of the people. I remember many of those who are in the NNPP are founding members of the APC, and so also the PDP. This clearly tells you that we are one big family who only believe in one party or the other, so we must work together to make Nigeria. So it goes on to round it off with that. But certainly there are movements in the North that should bode for concern for Tinubu. Movements. I had a clip of what's his name? I had a clip of Senator Shehu Sani in that space. I was going to play you that clip. Let me just dig it out from the history. Un momento, por favor. Let me just dig it out from the history. Hold on. Yes, so here it is.
Thanks for staying with us on This Morning on TVC News.
Every statement that I posted of mine, I tweeted.
Power drunk, nepotistic, obsessed, with other expressions like enriching themselves, pillaging the economy of the country, and pauperizing the country. For clarity, are you in essence saying that northern leaders who had occupied the most important political positions failed their people as well as the country to deliver good men?
All right. I meant every word of every statement that I posted of mine, Twitter or X handle and Facebook. And what I said can be backed by this evidence that I'm going to state now. First of all, it's not false, that it's not wrong to say that the North has been worse off under President Muhammadu Buhari than at any other time in the history of Nigeria. The political forces that are today coming together to see how they can return to power, especially from one part of Nigeria, are simply more interested in power than actually using power for the interests of our own people. In the last 8 years, President Muhammadu Buhari, we have seen how the North was systematically destroyed by the ineptitude and incompetence of both the person who was at the seat of power at that time and the courtiers around him. First of all, The most important issue we face in the northern part of Nigeria is insecurity, and that became worse. In the northwestern part of Nigeria, in most parts today, in the rural path of the northwestern part of Nigeria, many of our people can't access their farms. Many have resorted to pay levies and taxes to bandits in order for them to go to their farms. Many schools in rural areas have closed down during the period of Muhammadu Buhari administration. We know that Chibok happened under Jonathan, but look at the statistics under Buhari. A Federal School of Agri-Mechanization, Kaduna, was attacked. Over 200 students were kidnapped, and they remained in the captivity for over 2 months. A Greenfield University in Kaduna was attacked. Students were kidnapped, and many were killed, and parents have to sell everything they have to rescue their children from the hands of terrorists. Government Science College, Kagara in Niger State, Government Secondary School, Kankara in Katsina State, where the former president came from, Sangaya School in Tegina in Niger State, Bethel Baptist House School in Kaduna. All these things happen. We have seen attack on Federal Government Girls College, Yauri, where students, female students, were kept in captivity for over 2 years. And we have seen trillions being budgeted and funded for security. And he kept service chiefs who failed. He kept on extending their tenure, and the North was worse off. At a certain time in Zabarmari, somewhere in Borno State, about 50 farmers were slaughtered. In Kaduna, the same thing. Slaughtering of people, raping women, extortion for ransom became a way of life in northern part of Nigeria. Under Buhari, you can't move from Kaduna to Abuja. Kidnappings and killings happen every day. In the last 1 year, it happened 1 or 2 times. You remember the train incident that was attacked. The parents have to sell almost everything they have to get. So that was the life that we came from. That was someone from the north who was in power. So they got power, they wasted the opportunity. All that came after they left office was one story of embezzlement, corruption, and industrial scale looting of the treasury of the country that happened under that administration. So I don't see how, for any reason, that those elites from our part of the country will say that we have failed. Let's give a chance for another person. If you remember, the thought of President Muhammad Buhari, thought of President Olusegun Obasanjo, of bringing someone from Niger Delta to preside over the affairs of the country has seriously addressed the problem of that region. Even if it has not addressed the problem of that region, at least they knew that their own was in power, and this is what he has done, and the country moved forward. So it is not constitutional, it is not within our law, it's not within democratic realities that people should not aspire for power. But when you are talking of the unity, the stability, and the continuous existence of Nigeria, I think it's important for those who have ambition from northern part of Nigeria to step it down. The North has a moral right. It is more strongly footed in, with a legitimate pedestal to ask for a return of power in 2031 or 2032. That is the right thing to do. But at this time, all these forces were the same people that mobilized the same people and before 2014, and now they thought that they can bring back that kind of charm and then see how they can push him forward. But what they don't know was the fact that the people, the North, even though there are a lot of gullible ones that may go along with that, question will be asked, when you were in power, what did you do? We had our own on the throne, and he did nothing, and we were worse off. So what else do you want us to do? Do they want us to go back to that point where President Muhammad Buhari will endorse a northern candidate, and then the South will say this is where they go? Where will Nigeria be? So I think that's right. He too, as someone who has been through civil war, as someone who presided over the affairs of this country, I should be very careful with this kind of people. If not,
the South, never challenged the Buhari's government for 8 years, which some might interpret as a sign of weakness or acquiescence. How do you think the South approach to politics has contributed to the current state of affairs, and what lessons do you think can be learned from their experience, especially
all right. I think we've gotten out of that what we intend to get out of it. So the voters are circling, the North are circling around the, a lot of it will actually depend on how Buhari sways. If Buhari sways in the direction that let's fight them, it's going to be ugly in 2027. It's going to be ugly in 2027. Let's go on to this now. Next headline: Ethiopia, UAE, Turkey strip Nigerians of visa on arrival, e-visa. So it's always this sort of news coming out of this sort of space. I wonder what justifies this time around. Ethiopia, Turkey, and the United Arab Emirates, UAE, have stripped Nigerian passport holders of previous privileges they enjoyed, including visa on arrival, e-visa, and outright passport issues. Turkey no longer allows Nigerian passport holders to obtain its e-visa, which used to be a seamless process enjoyed by citizens in the past. In 2022, the United Arab Emirates banned nationals of Nigeria and a few African countries from entry into its capital city, Dubai. Despite several interventions of the Nigerian government, the visa ban is yet to be lifted. Though Festus Keyamo, aviation minister, said the UAE will lift its ban on Nigerians in October, nobody knows whether this will come to fruition. Similarly, Ethiopia stopped issuing visa on arrival to Nigerians 2 years ago and has refused to revise it till date. So why would Ethiopia, of all countries, be... I mean, I thought Ethiopia was lesser than us in the pyramid of things. Airlines have, since 2022, issued circulars to passengers advising that they obtain their visa at the Ethiopian embassy in Abuja before traveling. Bolanle Olukoni, daughter of the ambassador of Ambassador XYZ, former Nigerian commissioner to Australia between 2011-2015, recently lamented that her parents were denied visa because of the fear they would not return. So why would somebody not return from Ethiopia to Nigeria is the question. Olukoni, who shared her frustration with having a Nigerian passport via her ex handle on Monday, said her father, who is a retired ambassador and lived in Austria for 3 years, was denied a visa alongside his mom for fear of absconding. She wrote, "I just want you guys to know that the Nigerian passport has really been bastardized. My father, a retired ambassador who lived and served in Austria for 3 years, he applied for a Schengen visa alongside my mom, and the Austrian embassy denied their visa. She also lamented that 30 years of her father's service to the country as a foreign service officer was disrespected." So, so there it is right there. I think we get the gist of that. You are not wanted anywhere. That's just it. You are not wanted anywhere. Sorry, I'll speed through the readouts now. I know now we're being pushed for time. PwC says Tinubu's economic reforms have yielded positive outcomes in 2024 H1 outlook. So let's just take just a few paragraphs from this. PricewaterhouseCoopers says that the reforms instituted by President Tinubu have yielded positive outcomes in terms of government revenue, improvement in credit ratings, export and capital importation. And by the way, those are irrefutable spaces. But the go-to argument is that how have they impacted on the citizenry? But the metric of measure is irrefutable. PricewaterhouseCoopers says that the reforms instituted by President Tinubu have yielded positive outcome in terms of government revenue. We know that government revenue has gone up for the subsidies that were removed, and improvements in oil sales. Improvement in credit rating, we know that because we hear Moody and Fitch telling us they are upgrading us every quarter. export and capital importation. So we hear a lot of money coming into the country. This was disclosed in the firm's economic outlook for June 2024, where it projected the economy to grow by 2.9% in 2024. The report stated that the major twin reforms of the president in energy and foreign exchange sector have pushed government revenue in terms of FAC disbursement up by 91% from 976 billion to 1.8 trillion, 976 billion in May to 1.87 trillion in April. Furthermore, the report alluded to improved credit rating from major credit rating agencies around the world. It also made reference to the 200% increase in all exports from 5.15 trillion in Q1 2023 to 15.5 trillion Q1 2024, and the increase in FDI and FPIs between April to June 2023 and the corresponding period in 2024, the report states. The reforms have yielded positive outcomes. FAC disbursement increased by 91.3% from 976 to 1.87 trillion. The increase was driven by distributable VAT, statutory allocation, and exchange rate difference revenue. Fitch Ratings revised its outlook on Nigeria's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating from stable to positive. All exports grew by 200%, etc., etc. So, like I said, get the money right, you get everything right. So it looks as though they are getting the money right. I'll only give you this one as a headline. When we now operate as a movement, PDP has failed us. This is Fubara, maybe 2-3 paragraphs. Fubara elected, where's the top of it? Yes, let's take it from here. Fubara, elected governor under PDP a year ago, shared his sentiment during a meeting with the Senate Committee on Privatization, chaired by Senator Ojikalu at the Government House in Port Harcourt on Wednesday, June the 26th. Senator Abamoro, a former Minister of Interior and prominent PDP leader, was also present at the meeting. Fubara humorously informed Moro that he would no longer follow party protocols, emphasizing that the PDP had failed River State. The government resolutely stated that he and his supporters are now focusing on defending democracy, look at that, a cause they believe in more than functioning within the party's framework. He also addressed the ongoing political crisis in River State. Fubara's comment followed an incident on Tuesday, June the 25th in Port Harcourt, where a man attempted to detonate an explosive at the presidential hotel. The police apprehended the suspect, who allegedly targeted the hotel, hosting high-profile guests, including members of the Senate Committee, to advocate for a state of emergency in the state. The idea was that as you heard the state of emergency, it will so on and on it goes. So that's Fubara doing as it does. What was the last one that I wanted to bring you? Oh, yeah, let me bring you this. This is an international one, but it speaks to Nigerian goings on. Supreme Court rules that state officials can engage in a little corruption. That's not coming from Nigeria, that's from the United States. So it's this distinction then in between bribe and gratuity, because there are two different spaces. On a 6-3 party line vote, the Supreme Court ruled on Wednesday that state officials may accept gratuity from people who wish to reward them for their official actions, despite a federal anti-corruption statute that appears to ban such rewards. Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote the opinion in Something versus the United States for the so it's essentially the distinction between bribe and gratuity. Bribe is an inducement, gratuity is a thank you. So bribe is an inducement, gratuity is a thank you. So I think that's sufficient enough. Plenty of room in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on, so that the conversation can take place. So we play the Kegite music, and then we'll rock and roll. But where is it first? Where is it? You wonder why I always struggle to find this Kegite music. I place it next to the... I think this thing actually reshuffles itself by itself, but hopefully it's not been deleted. It doesn't usually take me this long to find it, but here they are, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Obi master kekere elemure o. Chifu Failati kekere elemure o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudode ojare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Let me send the link again. We need more participants in the studio. Let me send the link again. We need more although we already have an elegant assemble present. Elegant assemble led by the majestic General Thomas. So that's the general right there. So that's General Thomas. We have to actually start bringing Thomas in the proper manner. So that's General Thomas. So that's General Thomas. Baba joins us with guarantees an elegant session. Father of the bride, Ajanle Kokoderi, is right there, and Ekene to give us our views from on the ground opinion from the Nigerian space. So yes, good to have you, gentlemen. Anyone else that wants to jump on. So let's kick it off with you, Thomas. Good to see you.
Yeah, one man. Good day, wherever you are. When you started with the Inabikano, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, I was just laughing as a one man again. Good day, our listeners, our viewers. This is General Thomas from Australia, Melbourne. This is 8:15 a.m. in the morning, Friday morning. Yeah, we welcome you all. Yeah. Well, man, let's kick it off. What you make a comment earlier on, we often say that. One man, why we often say when Nigeria works, African work. It gets me angry all the time.
Thomas, let me say this: the biggest hope of emancipation, not just for and when we're talking about Africa, we're really talking about Black Africa, but not just for Africa, but the entire Black race is for Nigeria to work. You know, that's the rescue plan for all Black people, I suspect.
Mama, the other countries are just going to wait for us. This is not going well for us, but we often say this: if Nigeria works, Africa works. So if Nigeria continues to fail, Africa continues to fail. It doesn't make it. It angers me all the time. I said, why do we always say this all the time? If Nigeria works, Africa works. So the other countries are not going to wait for us. Muhammad. They will work before us.
No, they are not likely to. One, in places like Sierra Leone, for instance, places like Liberia, their biggest law cases, they are adjudicated by Nigerian Supreme Court justices. A lot of their senior functionaries are Nigerian, and in terms of the there was a clip of I used to have it, but I don't have it anymore. An American ex-senior military security expert. He was talking about Africa, and he's saying that only Nigeria really fits the model to secure that African space. They were saying, why don't you sell them jets? And they were saying a lot of them wouldn't know what to do with it apart from a country like Nigeria. So Nigeria has all of the accoutrements. It's just that we can't get the mix right. We have the resources, we have the education, we have the population, we have the intellect, we have the gravity, but no one else has that in that mix. Every other African country is just African country now.
You are right, one man. I can say that with no doubt. I'm not being proud as in Nigeria, and I'm proud as in Nigeria. If you want to take that as proudness, we African countries, Australia is like a dumping ground for people that the war happened in their place, Liberia, Sierra Leone. They brings African here. So this is a multicultural country, most from Africa. We interact with other countries. One man, they respect Nigeria. There's no doubt about that.
Not only do they respect Nigeria, they look for there was a time I used to work in the civil service. The blacks, especially the Africans, the Caribbeans, even they live in fear of you. But the black, they will want you to take on the establishment. They look for the Nigerian to take the lead.
One man, you are not wrong. But if we are not working, what angers me this morning, one man, is that if Nigeria is not working, so what are we going to do to the African race?
Your something is quaking.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
No, it's playing like a guitar or something. Say
really?
Something. Yeah, can you hear me clearly?
Yes. I can hear you clearly.
Okay, it's better now. Carry on.
Oh yes. So if Nigeria doesn't work, so Africa is going to be stuck. It angers me. I don't know where we are going to get it right so that Africa can get it right. But I still get angry all the time when we make that statement. I don't disagree with you, but if we are not working, that means Nigeria has to work. Let me speak a little bit about Fubara, then you can go to the rest of the panel. Oh, Wama, you always marginalize me now. You don't let me speak. So I force myself on you today.
All right, go on to Fubara.
Yeah, one man, if Fubara is doing what he's doing now, he was once Wike's acolyte. They know how they do their mago, how they get to the power, how they take people out, how they bring people in. If Fubara now is playing like a smart man, he doesn't want to stick to the rules of the game. I find it very. I'm not siding Wike. Wike has his own flaw, but Fubara too. Somebody brought you. Woman, you know all these people. They put their things in paper. This is what I will get, even though we know it's not right. We know that.
Thomas, yes, you can say that. Fubara is biting the hand that fed him. You can say that, but Wike is playing his hand badly. And a lot of people seem to be turning against him now. I don't think he should be pushing as hard as he is against that guy now. He should just keep a distance from him until we get nearer to the elections. Then he can deal with him then. But I don't know, man. People are turning against Wike somewhat.
Yes, woman. Me too. What we're talking about, I'm not with Wike. I mean, like his politics. I mean, like what he has done in River State previously about the infrastructure and how he plays politics with APC, playing let article down. I mean, like what he did as a politician. But now it's getting out of hand. They can't continue. Woman, that state will be zero in 4 years. there is nothing, infrastructure, the man will not be able to govern. It's going to be fight upon fight upon fight till the 4 years runs out. I think Wike wants him to fail because it's going to fail, one man, because there will nothing will happen in that state in terms of alleviating poverty.
It seems to be spending more time fighting Wike than actually governing that state. And more to it, it seems to be spending a lot of resources fighting.
That's the point, one man.
Yes,
you understand?
Wike
has become Ologongum. You understand? It's not doing anything, but everything, even cockroach on the wall, Wike. Rat in the bathroom, Wike. That's all I've been hearing the last 2 months. And Wike has not even given those boisterous interview. Or he's not been talking. Rather, he's been commissioning projects and projects.
But why Wike just kept quiet? Maybe he's doing like green snake under the green grass.
Fine, but can they prove it? Are we seeing the hands? Is it the voice of Jacob or the hands of Esau?
The hand of Esau. But
are we seeing it?
Woman, why are they pinning everything to Wike? They have never apprehended people, and they said they have been sent by Wike. You understand what I mean, woman? Even though we know it may come from Wike, is the one doing all this Ojoro, but nobody can pin anything to Wike right now. If I'm wrong, people, please correct me. So Fubara will just fail for 4 years. I think that's what Wike wants him to do, fail for 4 years so that he can kick him out. Well, thank you so much for let me speak first. Yeah, let's go to the other. I will interject, thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the XNF general. So that's the general. So the general kicks it off. Now I'm going to do it in this order, if you gentlemen permit. I'm going to kick it off with Kulata. Then from Kulata, I'll go to Akim, only because Akim tends to fall asleep if you don't get to him in good time. And then we go to Baba, then Solly. But I'm really kicking it off with Kulata because I think he may share similar concerns. Maybe not similar concerns, but perhaps similar opinions on the headline on the screen. So, Kulata, the voters are circling in the north, but we cannot say that Tinubu is not aware. What do you think is going on? Because Daniel Bwala spoke to it, Shehu Sani spoke to it, everybody is speaking to it. You know, there's a recalibration going on in the north, but to what end, Kulata?
Yeah, one man. It's been a minute. Yeah, something is going on in the north. I don't know. The northern oligarch, they're too power hungry. Like, come on, man. This guy hasn't even just spent a year. They're already they're already strategizing and scheming on how to take him out. So there's a quality. I mean, I suspect, because I'm not part of them, I can only observe from afar. But I suspect there's a coalition building. I don't think it's a solid unit yet, but you can see the chess pieces moving, trying to align. And of course, the obvious buffoon that's trying to assume the leadership is Atiku. But when you take away Atiku, because eventually it may not be Atiku, you can definitely see some movement here and there, and all sorts of murmurs and rumors are taking place. Now, where it gets more intriguing is what's up with this messing around with their traditional figures. Because it's either of two things. It's either those traditional figures are sympathetic to Tinubu and they want to take them out, or the Machiavellian side is it Tinubu taking them out to install his own puppets? I can't figure that out, because those are kind of like
it will depend on whose puppet you think what's it called, the Kano guy is Lamido Sanusi, because really Kwakwanso made him emir and Kwakwanso returned him back to the throne. So we know that it's under Kwakwanso's influence.
It's under Kwakwanso's influence, okay. Yeah, but what about the Sultan?
Yeah, the Sultan is a Tinubu man. Is a Tinubu man. I think so.
You think so? Because it's very, very weird. The only part we don't know is their religious side.
because I know they have 190-something-year-old man. That's kind of like, if you say someone is the king of the north, it's not Sultano. There's one old man like this. I forget his name. Old
Is this
man.
some Arab-looking man like that?
Some Arab-looking man. I know when I mentioned the man's name, Jafar was very upset with me at one point in time. So that's when you know that that's kind of like the power block. But man, I have to go.
It's more of a religious figure than anything.
It's a religious figure than anything else. It's the spiritual figure. I think is the mover and shaker. Whatever he says is like word. So that's the only part. I mean, I forgot the name, so I have to go back to Google to see if I can research. But something is brewing up north, and I know Tinubu is no stooge. Yeah, I know. I mean, he didn't get here by accident, so he too can read the tea leaves. So 2027 is going to be very intriguing, even though it looks like Atiku is the obvious pusher. Trying to push.
Yeah, but Atiku would not be the obvious beneficiary for all of
I don't think that's exactly what I was going to say, that it may not become the beneficiary at the end of the day. And then you have all these CPC guys. See, let me put it this way, right? I'm sorry to say this, but anytime the northern politicians take over the country, I mean, it's more obvious with the northern politicians. It happens everywhere. But whenever they take over the country, they treat it like it's a piggy bank for them to take money from. And I'm not saying it's kind of I mean, it's in the literal sense. When you watch how CBN is treated under them, a good example under Buhari. I mean, it's not going to be fair because under Jonathan too was the same thing. So the fact that some of the source of income has been stifled. For example, CBN is a no-go zone right now. I mean, they've removed that arbitrage all of them were using to make money. The nature of subsidy has changed. The way they used to do the subsidy is no longer the same. It's different now. So that's too. It's like, I mean, you have to be in a caucus of NMPC, in my own suspicion, before you can benefit anything, or you're one of the people with the contracts for crude swaps or something. But there's a lot of bad belly and bickering going on.
Do you know what I think their biggest fear is? I think their biggest fear is that if they allow Tinubu 8 years, it will make so many far-reaching changes that they will almost certainly not be able to.
It will be hard to reverse. It will be hard to reverse.
To own that country essentially anymore. You know.
Yes.
Because in the second term, Tinubu is just going to. He's going to just. If he doesn't even restructure that country, I will be surprised.
I mean, if his changes are institutionalized to the point where it's going to like take a mountain to change them, irreversible, then it's going to be hard, because when we look at some of this stuff, I mean, the forex policy, you can change that easily because Shebi was under Buhari that we had this two-tier exchange. We've not had that in a long time, maybe since Abacha. We've not had that since Abacha's time. Then I mean, Buhari came, instructed the Emefiele to implement that nonsense, and then we got in trouble. And so that one, I mean, I don't know how they're going to be able to institutionalize, but if our economy starts growing under this model, then it's going to be difficult to change it. And there's going to be all manner of incentive to change it, because you don't have to work to make money. You just go and make money. And there's some interview that I'm watching out for that's going to come out on Shehu Okibaloye's platform about, I mean, one of the ICPC guys that was fired under Buhari. It was confessing, I mean, it was kind of like revealing some corruption cases that seems to be blockbuster, even though the numbers it was quoting, they seem ludicrous. But I'm looking forward for that interview.
I thought that snippet. Those those numbers he was quoting, the question is credibility somewhat.
Yeah, those numbers were wild. Like, I mean, I'm saying so $62 billion. I mean, come on.
How much is the country? And the size the economy. It's a bit like that day, Zani. Sorry, just to that they will say the woman stole what 90 something. How much is the size of the economy that one person can, so be realistic sometimes,
Yeah, it was wild.
Have you ever considered that they might be stealing more than they're actually declaring?
No, we know, but not to
not to the extent of $60-something billion now. Where is that $60-something billion? Which economy? We don't die.
He also told us 40 billion before he toned it down to I think 20 or so. Before
but Sanusi goofed now. He goofed.
Yeah, he accepted that he goofed when they showed him some logical figures.
So I mean, there's a lot of hyperbole there, but it's going to be interesting because it also talks about some Patrick Aziza guy that died in 2014 that they found some money in his Texas bank account, one thing or the other. But let's wait for that interview. It's true, but it was calling something billion.
Kulata.
Sir?
When Senator Kazari was telling us, or is it rep, is it senator or rep? When he was telling us how much former central bank governor, what's his name?
Maybe. Two Nigeria's town one.
When he was telling us, all of us were saying he was insane. But what have we seen today? So when some people are quoting some figures, particularly when they are in the government or closer to people running the country, we shouldn't doubt them. We shouldn't doubt their figures. Look at how much we have had that Emefiele stole. Is it not? Are we not surprised that someone can stole so much? So
well, but maybe one man, if you have a chance, you can play that snippet. I think it's less than a minute. But those numbers is quoting, they're wild. You guys listen to it. I just feel there's no credibility. But if you can play it, it's like a minute or something.
All right, let's play it now.
The federal government today announced the suspension of Mr. Okoy Obonobla has been declared wanted by the independent drug practices and other related.
Would you say that in terms of fighting corruption, Buhari government was a failure?
I would say so, yes. I got a letter from an American law firm saying that they have assets or access to a bank account in Texas that has over $69 billion US, proceeds from stolen crude oil. They mentioned the name, Patrick Aziza.
And the government did not take action.
Nothing.
Mr. Malami told your wife
that
he's a very powerful man.
Doesn't Obla know that I'm a very powerful figure in this government? That this is our government. There was this case of somebody will recover 80 S-Class Mercedes-Benz car, brand new, 80 brand new S-Class, armored plated, in a house in Jabi. Retired Major General Adamu Yusuf wrote a petition to my office saying that he was a whistleblower to a case that led to the recovery of $20 billion US and 850 million gold bars. I can't go to the villa and arrest Bakari because every finger was pointing at him.
The former chief of staff.
Exactly. That is just a tip of the iceberg.
There are so much more.
Shehu is banking out all this must-watch something.
The Aziza story is false. That figure he mentioned is not true because the lawyer
that figure cannot be true.
The lawyer in Texas, the American lawyer that alerted the federal government to it when Aziza died. He died in a helicopter crash
No. That's Azazi. You're confusing Azazi. That's Azazi is the helicopter guy. Patrick Aziza
That's Aziza. That's General Aziza.
Patrick Aziza is an Yoruba guy. Azazi is an Ijo guy. I know the
Which one is
Azazi. I know his
Sorry,
Aziza.
Baba, the one you are talking about, I think it was the NSA under Goodluck Jonathan.
That's the one you're talking about. That's a different person.
But what did he mention, Aziza, or what did he say?
This is Patrick Aziza. He's from
the one Obla mentioned.
State. Yeah, he's Aziza.
That's a general now, isn't it?
No, both of them are military guy. I too confused both of them. Azazi died in 2012 in the helicopter crash. Aziza,
No. Aziza is the one that died in the helicopter.
No. It's Azazi.
It doesn't really matter.
No, it's Azazi. It's Azazi. Yeah, I know his kids. It's Azazi that died in 2012 helicopter guy. This one is Aziza. Azazi comes from Bayelsa. This one comes from Delta. They're different people. But this Aziza guy was one of the Abacha coupists.
The monies that these people control, man. Hold on, Lano. Oh my God!
Look, one man.
The average Nigerian ex-politician from the north is richer than Mansa Musa. The figures. Okay, you are saying that 69 billion is too far-fetched, but 20-30 billion is not.
What about the 850 million in gold bars? 850 million that they said this guy that died.
Yes, Abakari. It was the main looter before he died. Before Abubakar Malami then became when they get to Abubakar Malami, you would think that Emefiele was a choir boy. Those guys, man, God.
So do you see, if we're talking about this kind of money, 80 S-class that have been fortified? I mean, another S-class itself is like $150,000 or something. I don't even know.
That's 450, 500 right there.
Then the fortified one is you add another 150 on top. So that's like $300,000, $400,000. And you say 80 of them.
Sorry. It's like were you know around when Malami tried to run for governorship election? Did you not see what he produced there? And he even said if he had to give aeroplane, that he would give aeroplane. When he was asked where did he get money to buy those vehicles, he said if I had to give aeroplanes to them, I would give aeroplane. Look, I believe that man, one man, because he did not say the money was stolen in 1 year. He said the money was in that account. It could have been accrued.
Did we lose?
Yes, I think we lost him. No.
But that man sounds to me like he knows so much. He knows so much.
It was ICPC or Ghana or something.
So
that they fired.
Look at how can one man? He was the one on top of that. Negotiation of that Siemens contract. He was the only person taking the file from here to Germany to negotiate for this Siemens electricity. What do you think is behind? How can one person represent a country? The Minister of Minister of Mines and Power. What do they call that one? He wasn't involved, but Abakari, the Chief of Staff. That alone, that action alone, that there's corruption involved in that practice. I can't doubt what that man is saying. It sounds to me like he knows so much and he's so knowledgeable of how heavy those people have looted our resources.
Yeah, but some of those figures sounds embellished. I think
those figures sound wild. Those figures sound wild.
It will even trigger the American government now. If 69 billion is sitting in some account, they don't know where it came from.
Why did you think? Why did your former British Prime Minister said Nigerians are fantastically corrupt? Nigerian leadership are fantastically corrupt. Why did
David Cameron? Yes,
Cameron. Why did you say? Why did Iron Lady what's the name of that woman?
Margaret Thatcher.
Margaret Thatcher said 2 persons in Nigeria, maybe 3, can pay off Nigerian debt during her own time. Why did you think she said so? I mean, look, let's forget it, man. Don't think all these things are lies. It's not. Those people are slaughtered. They've slaughtered generation after us. They slaughtered them. I don't know.
But I think the reason I even brought this up is to show.
At least your generation benefited more from it.
And we chop small, Sha. We chop small.
Because
we chop clean
my
out.
generation, we have to jump as quickly as possible.
So the reason I brought it up is to show why these folks are so hungry for power and they will want to throw Tinubu out. Because look, if you are not in Tinubu's inner caucus now, look at all this juicy, let's just assume 10% of those figures are right. Even at 10%, let's call that $60 billion, 6 billion or something. Let's say 10% is right. That's still huge. 80 cars.
Another incentive, Kulata, is the gas windfall that is about to come.
Oh yeah.
That may well dwarf even petrol. And Tinubu seems to be in charge of that space now. So it looks as though it may well produce Southwesterners that might rival them in wealth.
Oh yeah, there are oil blocks now for auction now. I think that the demand there is a bit tepid, by the way, and the gas deals. And honestly speaking, this gas stuff, one man. I was speaking to one of my friends, one of my best friends from the South. He was telling me about his guy with some Ibadan guy that they've already locked in a gas deal. Their own is to be packaging it into CNG. You have to tell them exactly what they need to do. And I mean, make my friend no go talk. Say anyway, people have been doing all this. I mean, they've been distributing this stuff for a while now, and that a lot of action is in that gas area. So now to go back to my point, you can see the motivation on why people are fighting tooth and nail that they will die to be part of the Nigerian power block. And when you've been sidelined, like if you were one of those CPC guys that Tinubu has sidelined, and of course you're a PDP that, I mean, if not for Peter Obi, you would have been president. Why won't you kind of like coalesce to try and like try and get Tinubu out? So whatever it takes, whether it's to foment insecurity, to make the government, you see why they do all this insecurity? Look at the money. Like, that's just to kind of like take our own attentions away, and they have chance to loot. So look at the money they are playing around with. And if the only sacrifice is to have people in rural areas to suffer, who gives a shit? Let them suffer. As long as you can make your billions of dollars. Then you see their kids driving all manner of sports cars in Abuja. I mean, you start wondering. There's one DJ on Instagram that does party one.
There was sorry, Kulata. There was a narrative that I came across. I think it was on a platform or something. There was this big time. Yes, it was on a platform. There was this big time player that's done well for himself in the UK, maybe drug dealing, whatever it is. So he went to Paris to ball, to do big boy and whatnot. Other private something in the club. Starts to pop bottles, etc., etc. And then as he was pulling up in the club, this expensive Ferrari type something just skidded to a halt, and out popped an 18-year-old boy, and they were explaining to him that boy is the son of a Nigerian politician. So the life that those people are, forget, man.
I mean, it won't be better for Nigeria with the way these people are doing. And I mean, there's some Igbo DJ, very sharp guy in Abuja that does parties, and you now see families of Northerners. That's when you know that Sharia are for poor people and poor rural people. Modern life is for the rich Northerners. If you see the opulence, I mean, it's mind-numbing. And that's, you are talking about recent politicians. Oh. What about families like the Babangida family? How much do you think those people control in wealth? If Abacha, in spite of tracking $5 billion to him, we're still getting Abacha payouts till date. How much does Babangida have in his control? How much for Abdul Salam? You know that Abdul Salam time, they knew they were going, so they just gave them license. Loot the crap that you can loot.
Apparently, during that Abdul Salam time, they were sending trucks to the CBN. Empty trucks.
They
come out filled with dollars. You know, during Abacha time, his wife was trying to leave the country, and they stopped her at the airport. 57 cases filled with dollars.
I remember. I remember. Actually, I was very much alive that time. Now, I remember. So
you know how much Abdul Salam's deputy, what's his name now? The naval rear admiral.
Is it Aigbe?
Aigbe. You know how much he lost in Gansi? Buried. The children can't collect it. You won't believe it.
We have a lot of money stocked in Luxembourg and Switzerland, because you remember this was during Babangida's time. One guy died that had one of Babangida's account. I forget. This was in the early 90s or
late in Sokoto. I forgot it was the colonel.
He died, and they were trying to make him sign, and people felt maybe the German doctors. It was in Germany that the German doctors maybe made sure that it was they made sure it wasn't in position to. I forget the story, but this was in the 80s. I was still young then, but I remember that story very well. So Nigerian government is loot first. So when you see people in the north that feel left out coalescing to get back in the game, then you know what they're missing. They're missing the loot. Look at Tinubu's current budget minister now. How much that guy make under Abacha? He made a killing under Abacha, and he's still, despite making millions of dollars, who knows, it may be billions of dollars, because it was one of the biggest Abacha stooge. It's now a central part of Tinubu's government, and it's still.
Did you see that thing that I sent you?
That's what I watch now, and it's still part of the. It's still part of the narco cause. One man, how much do you think that guy will have? Like, this country is a crime scene. So when you see all of them jostling.
So sorry, Kolata. You know, just to what you were saying about that Luxembourg. You know, a lot of those monies, they never really get to own it outside of the lifespan of the patriarch. You know, they have lost in those tax money laundering haven countries that if an account is dormant for X amount of years and they've tried to track the owner and they can't, I think it's about 7 years, that money reverts to the state. You know, so they still money, they can't keep hold of it.
No wonder they're rich, because okay, assuming they could even keep hold of it. You know how many times that money will have moved around from one investment to another investment, all to benefit Luxembourg economy. Like, just the fact that I put it in this bank, that bank will have used that money for all manner of deals, transactions, to the benefit of their own country. So so when you see all these people fomenting trouble, jostling, strategizing, doing this to remove Tinubu, man, they're doing it for a reason. And it's the more reason that you will know that in this country, the likes of Omoyele Sowore will never become president of Nigeria. If the likes of Peter Obi will become president of Nigeria, or Jonathan, they will always be put there to be stooges. Because you can't go there and say, I want to change this stuff. If you can't match them power for power, wit for wit, then you will not be able to do anything. Anybody that's going to change this country must be super corrupt and be intent on doing the right things. So let's see how 2027 goes. It's going to be a tough battle, but man, you already made the mistake. Tinubu is already controlling the levels of power.
It will take some doing to remove him. It will take some. In fact, they will probably have to give him some of that Abiola tea to remove him. You know.
Yeah, but I think he will be careful enough not to mess up now.
Yes.
Careless.
You know, it's an Ojula, you know, the
Ojula
man. Now.
The guy is he's a stubborn guy. I mean, he's to get to that position is not for the faint of heart. It's not, I mean, at all. So let me try and move on to another topic.
Before you move on,
go on. Go ahead, sorry. Okay.
I was going to say a man that bullied a sitting president who you think is another person. What are you talking about?
No, that's strong man though.
He bullied Buhari to get that APC ticket. You know, he bullied him to the point where by Buhari had no choice. You know, so like the man.
Now, Yoruba they call Sheruba one. Oh, Sheruba one.
The guy is people don't want to look. You might not like this man, but you must give him his onion. You have to give him his onion where you know that look, the guy is an institution. Is an institution. A lot of those, you go to the National Assembly, even when Buhari was president, many of those guys in the National Assembly were his boys. They were his boys. He said, you know.
Go on.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, do you know that convention?
Yeah, you know when he was on that campaign. You know when he was on that campaign trail. Yeah, you know when he was on that campaign trail and he was saying, they said he should not say anything. They said he should not say anything. That was what he said. They said he should not say anything. He said, but if they like, let them hide the money, let them hide the oil. We will still win this election. And when we win this election, we are going to fix it. I think these people should have known that trouble was coming from there.
There are two powerful politicians in Nigeria, as far as I am concerned. And the people that can move against whatever the status quo is and effect the difference, they are Buhari and Tinubu. I think those two people, they're so powerful, you know, so powerful in so many ways.
Do you know when I look at that scene at Eagle Square, the convention night, I still get goosebumps when Tinubu entered the arena that night. I get goosebumps. Or you could touch the tension in the air that night when he entered with the wife and his entourage, and how people started capitulating and dropping one by one. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it.
All right, let me play this clip, Kulata, and then we move on from there. This still within that space of the conspiracy going on in the north. So there it is right there. The plot thickens.
Kwakwanso and El-Rufai, that's a new one. So, first of all, I don't trust this Kwakwanso guy because this is still 2024, right? By the time it gets to 2026, let me see who is following, because maybe by that time you'll be following Tinubu. But as of today, unless you're in denial, you can see movement. You can see them trying to coalesce. I don't think they found the formula.
Kulata, please, sorry, Mama, give me one. Sorry for taking us back to yes, you answer that. Do you think now we should be pushing for capital punishment for corruption in the country? Thank you.
No, we can't
continue like this, Kulata. We can't continue like this.
Come and help us put them on firing squad. Don't want to be general. Capital punishment, man. I don't know. I'm a bit conflicted because there's no going back if you kill someone, right? And before you do that, you have to make sure, without any reasonable doubt, that that person is guilty. But at the same time, is it worth to end the life? Because okay, you kill that person, is that going to provide enough detriment?
Drag them in the streets, finish them.
No, I don't think it provides enough detriment. I'm going to give an example. People that take drugs to Malaysia, Philippines, and all that stuff, they know if they get caught, they're going to die. Singapore. But as that stopped Nigerians, I'm even calling our own people, has that stopped Nigerians from still taking drugs to that area? No. So I don't think capital punishment is going to be enough.
Kulata, can I say something? That your narrative is completely wrong, because drug is an addiction. I mean, these people didn't. It's not an addiction. It's just a way to a way of embezzling. It's kind of different. I mean, in my own opinion, they can stop.
No, it's not the drug that's an addiction. It's the making money.
It's an analogy of
It's an analogy of, because you're not getting it.
Making money is an addiction. It is an addiction.
That's the parallel you're putting.
The drive to make money. I'm not talking about the people taking drugs. I'm talking about the couriers and the people selling the drugs.
Sorry for
That's why I'm calling Nigerians. Nigerians don't really take drugs, but we sell it, we courier it. And because they kill people that get caught in those Southeastern countries, Southeastern Asian countries in particular. But has that stopped Nigerians from shipping drugs there? No, it hasn't stopped them.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
I got it. I'm sorry, I misunderstood what your parallel.
Yeah. So corruption, if they kill you, fine. But if you are not killed, you make money. And Nigerians are so desperate to make money easily that all they'll do is just to make sure they do it. And if they can make money, don't we have a judicial system that can be bought? So if I'm going to have to pay myself out of debt, what do you think I'm going to do? Of course, I'm going to pay myself out of debt. So it's not as simple, Thomas, it's not as simple as saying, can it be capital punishment and then it goes away? I don't think so.
All right, Pulata, let me take you to one more talking point, and then after that we'll do a speed round so that people can get to speak.
One man, I have my own talking point going that I came to talk about.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so there's this lady I follow on Twitter, super smart, very, very super smart girl. She's kind of like an economist journalist.
Is it Nafatiti or so she got?
Nafatiti or Ribuko? No.
Okay, carry on.
She's one super smart, maybe Oxford graduate or something. So she did a breakdown. You know,
there's a girl called Nefertiti or something.
Maybe La Catfish. La Catfish account, that guy. He's a guy behind that account. It's not the girl, it's a guy.
All right, let Kulata carry on.
So the girl did a breakdown. You know, when a Kene comes there and start crying, companies are leaving Nigeria, Tinubu, Kiniko. So I think the girl got frustrated. And then she did a write-up to list each company, what happened, how they went out. So if you mind, if I just go through them, I'm going to be.
Please do.
I'll be very fast. I'll be very, very fast. So she started with Unilever, right? In 2021, Unilever had started disposing product lines that were not profitable, and they continued to cut unprofitable lines. And in 2023, their revenue in Nigeria surged around a third, and the profit after tax almost doubled. So when they're still around. I think they make by Bolaji Balogun. So those ones are not going anywhere. Then she went to GSK. GSK in 2019 announced plans to restructure and divest from manufacturing. They divested from manufacturing in 2019, and then they announced a company called Fitson as their local partner, and they've not directly manufactured in Nigeria, especially and they shut down their Agbara plant in 2021. So they moved to a third-party model, and this was not just in Nigeria; this was in other countries too, including Kenya and even Canada. So then she now goes to another company called Equinor. Equinor sold, they sold because of, they had declining Nigerian assets. And between 2019 and 2020, their Agbami production fell from 36,000 something per day. I don't know, BOEP per day to 29,000. So they've been losing. I mean, they've been running. The performance has been declining since. So it's not because Tinubu now got there, they now decided to move. They've been planning to move. They've been downsizing till 2023. Then she went on to Sanofi Aventis, and those ones, they're handling their, what's it called, their distribution, they're handling the exclusive distribution rights to CFAO. You know that CFAO Motors, the French company. CFAO will be handling their stuff. Then Procter and Gamble, they shut down their Agbara plant since 2018, primarily because there's a company, Hayat Kimya, I think is a Turkish company, that entered Nigeria in 2015 and outperformed. They grew by 844%. So at the expense of Procter and Gamble. So they established their own plant in 2017. So Procter and Gamble simply could not compete with that Hayat Kimya because they were selling their diapers. No, this one is diapers, PIG. Yeah, diapers and towels.
Okay.
They were selling them cheap. And that Hayat Kimya is expanding in Nigeria. They're still in Nigeria. Then, of course, she now went to the food delivery service, Bolt and Jumia Food. I mean, those ones like across, I mean, all over the world. I mean, if you don't have a profitable business line, you close it. So I mean, the narrative of, oh no, Tinubu has killed this, the Guinea has killed that. People don't take the context, and I'm happy she took the time to kind of like provide context into the individual areas, the length that they've been struggling, and the global strategy, their global performance. Because a lot of globally exposed companies, like if they create a global strategy and part of it impacts Nigeria, then we just can't localize it and say, no, it's because of Tinubu, when it's happening in X, Y, and Z country. So let's be careful how we just throw out doomsday, no, because we depreciated our naira.
You know, Kulata, I don't think anybody would especially care about the substantive. No. You know, it's politics of 2027, isn't it? And people trying to invite regret of electing Tinubu as the president and inviting then you correct that in 2027. So it's just going to be, you say, my wife burnt egg, go look at Tinubu. Something, you know. So it's just, you know, man, Nigeria's politics has pivoted, you know, but I don't know if it's for the good or the bad, but
yeah, but look, if people are going to be lazy, we on this platform can't afford to be lazy, because I mean, if we consider ourselves as astute gentlemen and what do you call gentlewomen, astute people, then we just can't fall into the emotional narrative and just continue, oh, woe is me, is this, is that. There's no single government in Nigeria, maybe with the exception of maybe Yar'Adua or Obasanjo transition, that has not significantly devalued the naira. Almost since I was a kid, from the 70s to the 80s, once they enter, they have this monetary policy. You see dollar, I mean, you just see dollar double. It's been happening ever since. I remember back in early 90s that we were planning to travel and there was a devaluation, and then, of course, you know, if you go again and you were crying. So it's not today that these things happen. We've been having this kind of shock since. And companies that are profitable will always find a way to pass the cost through. And if the buyers can no longer afford it, then they will downsize. But all these ones that are downsizing, you can see, is due to global strategies, the change in strategy. Maybe they're no longer manufacturing again because manufacturing doesn't pay them. They'll rather outsource this to an Asian company, or or local competition. A quick and nimble or local company comes in and puts in performance. Of course, they have to run away. So we can't just keep saying that. But of course, we will have a lot of low cost manufacturing. Maybe it's low cost products that we deserve in Nigeria. Like, I mean, until we can increase our buying power. But let's avoid the temptation of quickly throwing, oh no, this is this, oh no, that is that, without really trying to look for the
But
facts.
Kulata, you're making an excuse for this government, okay? Because the
I'm not making an
devaluation
excuse.
rate.
I'm thanking a
Hold
girl
on, hold
that
on,
put
hold
in the
on.
work.
The devaluation rate has never been happening. It's unprecedented, you know.
No,
The
it's not
devaluation we have
unprecedented.
at this present
You've
government
been out of the
in 1
country for
year.
a long time, Prestige.
Say
I
what?
still stayed in Nigeria. You've been out of Nigeria for the
Forget about
longest.
that matter of Nigeria. I mean,
No,
Nigeria.
no,
So
no, no,
don't
no.
come
You've
with
been out
that
of Nigeria for
point.
like 3 decades. So how will you know what happened in the 90s?
I know what happened. I know the rate
You
when
don't
he
know
came
what
when he
happened.
came to power. What are you talking about?
Okay, so how much did Abacha devalue the naira when he entered? When he created the two-tier,
It started with
the
Abacha,
two-tier
but the
was.
rate. Look
It
at the
didn't start
rate.
with Achaja. It started before
No, no,
Abacha.
no. Let's talk about the rate. Let's talk about the rate. The rate.
It's not the rate. Okay, see. Okay, if naira was 75 kobo to a dollar, then it turns to 2 naira to a dollar. Isn't that still double? And if you take 800 and it's now 1,500, it's not even double. It's almost double. So what difference
It
does
is
it make?
double. It's double right now. So
Yeah. So what difference does that make? So a 75 kobo that turned to 1 naira 50 or 2 naira is double to the
but
impact as of
how
that
many
time is
decades
the impact.
ago was that? You know, when Abacha did
It's
that.
not just like it happened throughout. I just gave you an example that I remembered as a
So
young man
you are
in the
quoting the
90s.
rate that has been
It's
devaluating.
been,
You know,
how did we get to where we are if it's not been losing value, losing value, losing
it
value?
has
Like,
been, but this
there's
administration
nothing
policy,
unique.
this
There's nothing
administration policy
unique about this one.
accelerated the devaluation. Come on
No,
now.
there's no. That's why I said is go back and check each
No,
administration that's been coming in.
Kulata, I think what Prestige is saying is the sharpness of the fall. Because just overnight, virtually the country lost about what 300% of.
But one man,
Yeah.
it has happened before. It's not the first time. It's not just once.
Give me
It's
an
happened
example.
multiple
Maybe
times.
I'm not aware. Give me an example where where you can equal the rate, of the devaluation.
And by the way, before you give that example, just so that this is not out of sync, our party is telling you that her name is Demi Shemande. She graduated from Stanford. So that lady that you admire on Twitter, that's her name.
No, this one, I think this one's a UK
one
trained
man is not
person.
going to get a we are having a rational conversation, So it's
No, carry on. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
So, I mean, what I'm saying is in the 80s, okay, in the 70s, we were, I need to go pull the data, but in the 70s, we were at 75 kobo to $1 or something like that. By the time we got to the early 80s, it had devalued way more than that. By the time we got to the Babangida 80s, it was like 15 naira to $1. Until I can pull these numbers, we were like 15 naira. At Abacha, the official become 22 naira and the unofficial become 18 naira. So look at the jump from 75 kobo. At some point in time, someone comes in, devalues. That's how we've gotten here. So the one that this one devalued is double. But this is not the first time we're going to get double. This is not the first shocker. People that are older than me on this platform can remember.
Coletta, I think you are getting it even wrong. The value during those.
Akim, can you guys hear him? Akim,
the currency is not liberal.
Akim, start
and it's not even defended at all. So
we lost you, Akim. You lost. I mean, you lost signal.
So what I'm saying, yes. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that I said the value of the currency at that time is even worse than it is today, because you have to understand that we were still defending the naira at the time, even though we were devaluing it. So compared to now, whereby we are not defending the naira any longer, and it's just trying to find its true value. So when you are defending it, putting the resources of the nation into defending the naira, and then you still devalue it at the same time, which was what one of the stupid thing Buhari was doing. He was defending it with money, and then the thing is still losing value.
Akim,
so
where did you get that view that we are not defending the naira?
It's managed. We're defending
You
a
can use
little
any
bit.
word you call manage or whatever, you know.
It's managed float per
It's all the
prestige.
same thing. They are oh my God.
It's not.
Go ahead.
Compared to borrowing 1.5 billion a month to defend $400 and $400 that wasn't available. If you needed it, you couldn't get it. And $800 that was in the $800 that was in the black market, you could only get certain volume because dollar was not available. So what's the point? You're borrowing money. You have this fake rate. Nobody could even access the fake rate. If you needed massive dollars, you couldn't get it. So what are we talking about?
That's
Now
just a
we have
fancy word, manage. It's all the
what is
same.
it's not anyway. There's no point to argue. But I mean, bottom line is let us provide context to what we're saying. Let's stop just being emotional 24/7. When it gets to 2026, yes, you can be flaying that emotions, that righteous indignation, turn it into gear 5, gear 6, whatever gear your car goes to. But for now, I think we can do with more facts and rather than just be oh no, Tinubu has Keneko, oh no, yes. First of all, that's not the case. Second of all, companies will always like access their profitability before they make decisions, and they don't make the decision on a whim. You can see the research that girl put in. They've been making, they've been they've been analyzing this, a lot of them, since 2018, 2017, 2019. So it's not just, oh no, Tinubu came in and then everybody's running away. That's a lazy man's explanation. So one man, I was going to say something else, but maybe when it comes to my brain later.
All right. Thank you. So that's Kolata right there kicking it off. So thank you, Kolata. So, gentlemen, I'm going to do a speed round so that every voice is not kept waiting for too long. I'm going to kick it off with Akim, only because he falls asleep sometimes. So Akim, the floor is yours. I'm going to be restricting it somewhat to about 5, no longer than 7 minutes, just to get to people quicker. So we have headlines, but like Kolata did, you can speak to whatever it is that you're interested in. Some private jets are used for money laundering, drug trafficking. So this is Festus Kiyamo telling us this, but what is he doing about it? We don't know. Claim Tinubu is working against the North unfounded. That's Kashim Shettima trying to push back against the wagon that is circling around his administration and his bosses. Ethiopia, UAE, Turkey strip Nigerians of visa on arrival e-visa. So I didn't want us anywhere. I wonder why, even though we're big spenders. PwC, so that's PricewaterhouseCoopers, says Tinubu's economic reforms have yielded positive outcomes in 2024 H1 outlook. So they do this outlook that they audit every country, and that's their report on the Nigerian space. But the argument is that how has that affected or not the price of Gari? We now operate as a movement. PDP has failed us. That's Fubara still trying to establish his legitimacy. So go at it as you will. 5 minutes monologue from you, Akin.
Thank you very much, Roman. It's just unfortunate that today that I have chance to join you, my network is just fluctuating. I don't know why. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You are clean and you are clear and crisp. So carry on, clear and crisp. Carry on.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to start with this this northern. No, I don't even want to use the word northern. So first of all, I'll just
give me 5 seconds. Akim, please give one man. Don't forget the Senate president endorsing the plane if they ask for it as well. Thank you.
All right, back to you, Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas. I just want to quickly ask, if anybody knows Tajuddin Abbas, is he a Fulani person or not?
The name doesn't sound Fulani, though. The name doesn't sound Fulani.
So one man, what I'm trying to drive at is that the problem Tinubu is having is with the Fulanis. I think this is the first time since 1999 where you have the top five position of government not being occupied by any Fulani person. So I think these guys I don't think they are happy with the composition of government, the president, the vice president, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and then you have the Chief Justice of the Federation. None of them is a Fulani person.
So hold on. So the speaker is Tajuddin Abbas, right?
Yes.
I think it's Fulani now. It's from Kaduna. Is it not from Kaduna?
Yeah, it's from Kaduna, so I don't know if it's a Fulani person. So even if at that, I think that would be the lowest position they've had among the top 5 positions since 1999. And
No,
I
that's
don't
not
think
true.
they are happy.
That's not true.
It is.
That's not true. Anyway, you could be right at least. Third is the 4th position by the
It's the
hierarchy.
fourth position. It's the fourth position. They've either been president or vice president. If not, they've been in some cases Senate president. So what I'm saying is this: these guys are not happy with the composition of the government. They think they are being marginalized one way or the other, and I think the El-Rufai not getting a ministerial position made it even worse for them as well, because he started this agenda on his own side, even though he has not come out clearly to say this is the problem. But I personally feel like they see Tinubu as being against not the North, but they see him being against the Fulanis. And I think this is one of the reasons why you see them gathering themselves, all of them becoming friends all of a sudden. Atiku, El-Rufai, Atiku Kwakwaso, Atiku Buhari, and at the end of the day, I know that Atiku is a northerner, but you have to understand that when election, Tinubu did not win a lot of the states in the north. Yes, you can say their influence allows him to gather a lot of vote from there. But Tinubu is not, I don't think he's a stupid person. He would have looked at the election result and he would have looked at areas where he feel like he can make progress, just such as the North Central. And that is why you see that he rewarded especially Benue State with the SGF position. So I think a lot of this is going to come down to what happened in 2027. But can they really do anything about it? I doubt it, because what we saw in Lagos with the Labour Party, I don't think that will happen in 2027. And I think a lot of the things that we'll see in the southern part of Nigeria in 2023, we won't see that in 2027, because the presidency will use a lot of influences in the south. In areas where they lost a lot of votes, they will try to shore up those areas and gain more vote to counter whatever is going to come up from the upper north. Because what we are still talking about now is the core north. The North Central, don't forget, you still have Kogi and Kwara there, and then you still have Benue there. So they will strategize, but whatever strategy they're going to come up with, it has to involve somebody from the south. And I don't know how that is going to work. I don't know if it's going to be beneficial to them. But what they are doing now, it is now they are now making it clear to those people in the south that power.
Sorry, Akim, I didn't want to cut you off because I wanted you to flow, but I'm somewhat jumping on board with you that it's actually a Fulani something rather than a northern something. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, that is my own reading of it, one man. I believe it's more of a Fulani issues, because it's almost like just look at the composition of government. They are not happy with it. Not number 1, not in number 2, and not in number 3. Number 4, no, I don't think they've accept they accept that position at all. That is why you saw them during the Senate presidential election. They fought so hard to make sure they got that Senate presidential seat. They did everything. Imagine, they were even willing to give it to a first-time senator. They were willing to give it to a first-time senator. So it's not something that I feel like they've accepted, and it's going to be a brutal fight going into the next election. And I just hope that those people that Tinubu relied on from the north, they don't sell him out, because if they sell him out, it could be a big problem for him, with Obi coming on top, coming in that election as well, because like anytime Obi goes on the ticket, the Southeast is already gone. So what Tinubu is going to do in the South now is going to be a key to his re-election. I'm sure he knows what to do. He's the president, and he's fought a lot of battle. He bullied Buhari last time. But nobody's going to say otherwise. He bullied, like, sometimes you just have to look. You might not agree with him, but you just have to admire this man, his craftsmanship when it comes to the political field. He knows his onion. He has invested a lot over time to get to where he is today. He didn't just start all of this yesterday. And even within those caucus of these people that are plotting against him, I'm sure he has moles inside. So he's gonna, one man. Look, we just need to get out our popcorn and get ready for 2027. It's going to be brutal. Myself and
you know that 2027, it's not even going to be anything Peter Obi. It's going to be the Fulanis versus the Kanuris versus Tinubu, and then they're going to duke it out. You know.
Yeah, of course, that is how it's going to be. But it's you know, these guys, man, they have, like you guys have been saying. I think when people look at, they don't understand how corrupt this some of these Fulani elites are. These guys, when they are stealing, right, they do it openly, like they don't care. They do it so brazen, like that. You say, okay, yes, I want to steal. They don't act like we Southerner. We are trying to be clever. No, forget cleverness. They just go there. Where's the van? Bring the truck. Open the vote. Put the money inside. Let's go. That is how they do their own stealing. So they don't have time for. They are super rich. Do you know how much this guy, the former governor of Zamfara that was running for the Senate presidency with Babio? Do you know how much that guy was spending in that presidential election? The guy spent a lot of money paying senators, serious money. Ali Dume came out to say it, that he is aware that people are being, there's a lot of money going around, So look, at the end of the day, it is something that I feel like we have to resist them. It's not about Tinubu now. It's about the people coming out to say, look, this idea that you guys feel superhuman than the rest of us, we are going to reject it. If it's not your turn, or if you are not in power, you have to understand that it is a democratic process, and you cannot just do anything by anything to get power. It doesn't work like that. So one man, if they try democratic process and it doesn't work, I will not be surprised if they start trying the men in uniform. These people are like that. They are that desperate, because at the end of the day, they have nothing to lose. If those men in uniform are in power, they are still going to benefit equally anyway. It's only we in the South that suffer when those men in uniform are in office. The Northerners don't lose anything. They still get the same share that they will get whether there's democracy or not. They still get everything the same way. It's not hard for them to just align with those men in uniform to form to work in government. We saw it before, and there's nothing saying that it cannot happen again. So this is what I'm going to say to Papa Ajalikoko. So we, the people who are going to support Showore, so we will sit back and we'll be watching everything unfold. Abi Papa Ajalikoko.
Yeah, that's right. Or they are just passing. They are just
up now. He says it's a matter of time. He say, well, when Silverhead reach bone, we will all turn around against them. So it's a matter of time. So
what I don't understand is we should, like, when you see somebody like a Showore, like I've always said that this is one of the reasons why I did not support to be in that election. And I say that if we are going to channel a new course, we must be honest with ourselves that we are channeling a new course. Don't repackage anything. Forget repackaging, okay? Forget rebranding anything. No. Let's channel a new course. Whether Showore has been a senator before or he has not been a local government chairman before, put all of those things in the bin. It doesn't matter. We want to challenge a new course. This guy stood before Abdul Salam Abubakar in that old swearing or whatever they did, and he told them to their face, if I become president, I'll send all of you to prison. He told them to their face. And if you cannot believe in somebody like that, and you feel like the only way we can do it is to repackage people. Me, I don't have time for none of those repackaging and those rebranding of president of people to come and govern your country. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Akim. So thank you, Akim. So Akim, stay with us. I'm going to move around quickly and then come back to you shortly. Up next, Baba. From Baba, we go to Baba Akure, who has not been with us for a long time, and then we go then to Ekene. So Baba, you're up next.
One man, you just skipped me over two people.
I can't. Okay, we'll come
okay,
to you
let
shortly.
him go. Let him go.
All right. All right. Okay. So, Solly, you're
fall
up
asleep
next.
soon. Okay, Solly, go ahead.
Stop smoking.
Carry on, Solly.
All right, carry on, Solly. Baba was giving you.
I was after Baba, and that's what I was waiting for.
No. Go ahead. You go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's do it in that order. You come after Baba, and then we go to Baba. I'm keen to get to Baba Akure because we've not heard from him for quite a few months. So Baba, you then Baba Akure. All right, let's do it like that.
All right. Thanks, Solly. Thanks, woman. Salutations to everyone on the panel comment section. Glad you're around today. And esteemed viewers, you're welcome back again to the platform where there is always contention about opinions, ideas, and things like that. But don't forget to click the like button. Very important. Yeah, I think I will go to this northern thing, even though I'm not losing sleep over it. I'm intrigued that the matter is on the front burner, and some people are like putting substance to it. I don't know. Actually, if we watch carefully what is going on in Nigeria today, particularly, the North, I don't think they are very serious people, because all the indices that's negative, that's affecting Nigerians' financial statistics, social statistics, and things like that, it comes from the North, particularly in the area of education. If we claim, or if the world body claim that we have 20 million out of school children today, it's a no-brainer to think or to believe that 15 million of those will come from the North. They've had their opportunities. Jonathan even went further to have what we call a kind of roving or mobile schools for Fulanis and things like that. That has not been done before. Imagine you guys are moving and there is a trailer following you, or a cabin with library, teacher, and everything. What did they make of it? 8 years of Buhari, 3 times presidential contender. We all thought we are into a serious governance for 8 years. It's their own person. What did he do? Rather, he allowed the rent seekers to roam free on our financial institution. And that's what they know how to do. Because whether we like it or not, the North is still feudal in their thinking, in their social activities, and in their area of governance is still feudal. The rich will always get rich excessively. So, Gambari Fulani, according to Yorubas, I don't have sympathy for them. They should be thinking of their people. Look at the present president we have. I mean, I don't just follow him blindly. I look at his language, body movement, everything. The stock he came from. This guy has balls, and he's doing some things brazenly, openly, without people being able to decipher exactly the deep meaning of it because they are too busy denigrating him and being disagreeable. Important CBN departments have returned to Lagos. They kick, they howler from the north. It didn't budge. The presidential and vice presidential houses are being renovated or being built with helicopter pad in Lagos and everything. Nobody is saying anything other than complaining about the money. But there is much more behind those moves. And it's they understood. They understood exactly what is going on. And that's what they are contending with. Deep fear. It is deep fear. And they know Tinubu will, at the end of the day, will hand over power to a northeasterner. That is already in the bank. And the real houses of that territory, the cannery, will be very happy with it. So these people are just in, like when somebody is at the throes of death, they are struggling, they are writing in pain of what they are losing. Because at the end of the day, it's how you sleep, how you make your bed, you lie on it. So let me quickly go to Fubara in Rivers State. I want to talk about that, especially because of what they threw around today. And like Kulata said, we shouldn't be allowing lies from whichever quarters it come, or misinformation, miseducation to thrive. They claim that guy with dynamite was sent by Wike to blow up Hotel Presidential. Please. How much is dynamite? How many bundle package? Maximum, you can tie 20 together. Maximum, yes, you can pack 20 together. If maybe if you have good rubber and things like that. And Presidential Hotel is 2 wings, 8th floor, 2 receptions. It's at the junction when you're coming from GRA. It's a corner piece, actually, coming from GRA and at the intersection of Aba Road. It continues, if you're facing from Aba Road, it continues on the corner piece on the right, while Aba Road continue on the left. So, and when you are approaching that hotel, when you are coming from the GRA area, it's car park. When you are entering through Aba Road, car park. That goes about maybe 50 meters with a lot of cars there. So at what time will that guy belt up the IED or whatever, or pump, go to the reception and know the floors where Abamoro, Oji, and everybody they are staying, and climb there and go? What are they talking about? Because Nigerians have become so light-brained because of their disagreeability. So they just come and spew anything and people will buy it. And I pity the River State people, because he's saying now that they are a movement. Maybe, I think he mentioned even the name of the movement. I can't remember now. I can't recall exactly what Fubara called that movement. You understand? Yeah, he is an Ejo. The Ejos have the numbers because they are in Ondo, they are in Delta, they are in Edo Little, they are in they own Bayelsa. So they have the numbers quite all right, but he should not deceive himself. Because I look at him, his kind of language, not political, very rash kind of language he's been using, and posturing and things like that. The elders that are pushing him, when push comes to shove, they will strip him naked. It has happened before. It happened to Wike. It happened to Wike's predecessor, didn't he? So why is he special? They are collecting the money now, money that is meant for productive use in real estate. They are all collecting. He has put their acolytes in the new interim local government. He's put their children, their everybody there. They are all enjoying their reveling. At the end of the day, he will have to show his stewardship. What will he have to show for it? Nothing. Whether he bites the finger that fed him or anything, but he should not forget that the system or the process that brought him to power is not pure or was not pure. He is a beneficiary. So he should not now kind of wash himself up or his people trying to present him as Mr. Clean or a novice. He is in politics. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. So thank you, Baba, all within the time limit. So thank you, Baba. Stay with us, Baba. Once we've gone around everybody, we'll open up the floor for a more rounded conversation. So we go in that order. We go Soli, Baba, Kure, and then we go to Prestige, and then gas them up. I'll play your clip to bring you in. So you're next, Soli.
Where can I begin?
Well, there's a whole list of movements in the north to recalibrate against Tinubu in 2027. I think it's pretty clear now. And we see the protagonists gathering. They're not even in the dark shadows of the night. They are doing it on Insta. You know, they're actually clipping themselves having these meetings and posting it on social media. So they are signaling to the central space that we're after you in 2027. So that Tinubu, a lot of people they are saying good governance is probably the thing that will save him. Private jets used to for money laundering, etc. So that's the Minister of Aviation telling us that Ethiopia, UAE, Turkey strip Nigerians of visa on arrival, e-visas. So I mean, the disgrace is just getting to a lower depths. When countries like Ethiopia, that we were sending bags of rice to not quite a decade or two ago, they are now looking down their nose at us. And this one here, nobody has spoken on this. This is more of an international one, but it really applies to the Nigerian space. This is coming from America. The Supreme Court rules that state officials can engage in a little corruption there's an underpinning to it. There are two words that you need to look at: bribe and gratuity. So bribe will be an inducement to do something, and a gratuity will be a thank you for doing something. So what they are suggesting essentially is that public officials can take gratuity but not bribe. But if you understand that, then just pick from the list or free flow.
No, 5 minutes. I would like to go at everything one by one. You see.
Well, you have 5 minutes or so. Yeah.
Okay. You see those northerners. That's where you will find them. When it comes to oppressing their people love being oppressed by their leaders, and their leaders love oppressing them. Is a win-win situation for them. They love suffering. They love poverty. They love being a marginal. And if you try to fight for them to go to school,
no. Sorry, I can't allow you to say that. No. There's so no. That comment is a bit extreme, but it's not saying things like that. Yeah.
I'm not making.
You can't call a whole tribe of people with
Sorry for saying that. Not all of them, but a staggering majority of them love that thing. You know, they are so in love with it that if you try to change it for them, they will want to beat you in the middle of the road and burn you with kerosene and tire. You know, I'm not making this up. I'm just telling you the facts. And if it offends them, they can go and burn themselves with kerosene and tire. But that's where you will find them. Now, they think because everybody in the north loves it and enjoys it and celebrates it and, you know, they glorify it, that we in the south also want to suffer, you know, and become amajeris. These are the kind of people that you are supposed to drag. Yes, you see, we have too much respect for our oppressors in that country. You are supposed to drag somebody like TR0Y in the streets without any shoe. Flog him publicly, live stream it on all the news channels, and buy him then and there. We smile too much with our oppressors.
No. So sorry, you have to tone it down with the extreme language and the bigotry as well. Just pull it back a bit. Carry on.
It's not bigotry if I'm saying the truth. Anyway, so that's just the way I see it. I'm tired of smiling and laughing with these people. They need to be flogged and they need to be disgraced publicly. They have too much respect given to them. You know, all this immunity nonsense is just a slap on the face on Nigerians. Nigerians too, they behave like children. You will see them 40 years old, 50 years old, still being foolish like children. They need a dictator. And a dictator that is not about tribal incentive, because that's always the purpose at the end of the day. Throughout Nigeria's history, it always leads back to, it's for my tribe. Well, just a very, a very low IQ, tribalistic, I don't even know what to call it. They need to be governed by a dictator. America's style of government is not working for that country. You can see why they are doing death sentences in some countries for drugs. It's because they know their people and they know what works for them. Because if they do anything less than that, they know the kind of things that their people are capable of. So when you say you need to bring death sentence for these officials, you say, because they are taking murderers to jail, does it stop people from murdering? Yes, it won't stop people from being corrupt, but it will lower it. If they were not killing people, if they were not buying people for smuggling drugs into their country, it would be extreme. It is not zero, but it curtails majority of it. They need to be flogging. The same thing that they did to Gaddafi is what they need to do to most of these Nigerian politicians. Then we'll have sanity in that country. Not that we'll be jackpying and jackpying. Why do we need to jackpot? It doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like I said, we are all suffering. 99% of us are suffering because of 1% of people. In fact, I think it's even less than 1% of people. It doesn't make any sense. Well, you see them, you smile with them, you dobale, and majority. Let me not say this because I'll seem biased. We all do it, but some people do it more than the others, and they fight for their thieves more than the others, and that's a big problem. Let me just quickly move on to the next topic. Now, this Fubara guy, he's not a smart guy, but he's always trying to play smart. I see him like that kind of person that has not been humbled before, or he's defending his ego at this point. And once you start defending your ego, you just start preparing your downfall, even though you don't see it till it's too late. He wants to join APC. It's so glaring because he thinks that's a strategy, because they want him to be Rivers governor again, because that actually makes sense, But if APC already has somebody that they want to contest, they already have somebody that they trust, they already have somebody that they know will not betray them. You've shown them that you are a traitor. You've shown them that you are not somebody that they can agree with. You've shown them they are not somebody that they can work with. What makes you think that APC will accept you and make you the governorship candidate? They will just use you. This guy is and this is the problem with people that don't get there by themselves. We can see the likes of Peter Obi. We can see the likes of Fubara. They always end up setting themselves up. They always think that they are smarter than the people that put them there. So why didn't you put yourself there? If you are smarter than the person that put you there, why didn't you put yourself there? Just a very foolish person that they gave meat on a golden platter, that now thinks that he can do it himself, playing himself again. So, as usual, making foolish moves because he has little power. You know how Nigerians are. Once they get little taste of power, even if it's for them to be gatesman, they will become power drunk. I'm not saying all, because they will say I'm bigoted, but a very staggering majority of Nigerians do that. Now, what is next again?
2 more minutes, sorry, but there's the bribery versus gratuity, and Ethiopia, UAE, Turkey stripping us of our visa on arrival.
Okay, so the bribery.
But you only have about 2 more minutes here. Carry on.
The bribery is not something new. They've been doing what is called lobbying, which is basically bribery, just in a legal term. So now, USA has been getting, they've been losing their shame One thing I know about Westerners is they like to do bad things, but they have shame. So they're always trying to cover it up as much as possible. And if they can't cover it up, they will just bomb the whole country. But recently, USA is losing their shame. They don't even care anymore. They will say that they are the ones that did it. And if they want to do something, they will now do it. So little by little, it's becoming a country where they are not ashamed to show their corrupt side. They are not ashamed to show their bad side. You know, little by little, they are losing their shame. And is this going to be a problem for all of us? I don't know. And I don't really care. Now, they've just been doing themselves, but once in a while, some other people serve as collateral, you know, and then everybody in the world forgets about it. Now, in terms of all this UAE, Ethiopia, Turkey, it's because we Nigerians, we used to smile too much with all these people. When you see them on the road, you are smiling with them. When you see them in their office, you are smiling. I don't smile with these people because I know they are racist. Even when you look at all these Ethiopians, all these Sudanese, all these Ghanaians, I don't joke with them. I don't know why Nigerians joke with them. They hate you. They hate you because you are better than them. They hate you. And they can't do anything about it. That's why they are laughing and smiling with you. They hate you. They want to be you, but they can't be. So they hate you. They are not smiling with you because they are your friends. They have envy. These Turkish people, they are doing it out of racism. They have no reason to do any of these things. And that's why I like it when Europeans are racist to Turkish. Okay, that one I shouldn't have said it. But when Europeans and British people are racist to Turkish people, I don't feel bad for them at all. Because when they have the opportunity, they do worse. When these other Africans, you see these other Africans, when they're in front of white people, they start acting like mouse. But once they are in front of a Nigerian, they want to show their strength. They want to start forming gra-gra. You know, they have no shame. And I don't respect them. I've never respected them, and I don't smile with them. Because the only people they like to oppress is Nigerians. But when white man is oppressing them, they will take it. It remains more for them to be buying cane for white men, to be flogging them. They love when white people oppress them. They love it so much. If white people can come back to their country and recolonize them, they will give them gold to do that. All these other Africans, as you are seeing them, and they hate the fact that Nigerians stand up to white people. They hate it so much. If they can fight for the Mr. White Man against the Nigerian, they will use all their strength and power. They will sacrifice their family to beat the Nigerian to help the white man oppress them. That's how foolish they are. And that's why I don't usually respect them. So they can be doing all this rubbish, and we too will be suffering it because we are too nice to our oppressors. Instead of dragging them on the streets and be flogging them with cane like Gaddafi, we used to come here to come and say, we cannot be killing our leaders. We cannot be buying our leaders because of this, because it don't stop this one, because it don't. Then we'll continue to suffer outside Nigeria now. It's plain and simple. Shebi they say Nigerians take a lot of suffering. You take that suffering with pride, and the suffering will keep on getting worse and worse. Shebi you want to show how much suffering you can take. Keep on showing. Keep on showing. It remains small for them to be beating us in the airport with cane till we have common sense. But I've used up my 5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Solly. So thank you, Solly. We'll look round back to you just as quickly as we've been around everyone else. Baba Korea, it's been a moment. Good to see you.
One man. Sorry, 1 second, please, if it's okay. I sent you a message on this thing. I just want you to just, even if it's for your own personal high, man.
Yes, I saw it.
It's a madman.
I'm just taking it out now. I'll bring it on the screen in a moment. Baba Korea, look at that. I look at that. Look at who's there, Baba Korea.
It has been a long time. It's just that I was busy here. Even it was your message I saw today, and I said, okay, let me just try to come in and maybe spend like 5 minutes or 10 minutes before I ship out again. Anyway, thank you very much for having me tonight.
Bàbá pé báwo ni o? Madam àtàwọn ọmọ ń kọ́ ṣàlàfíà lọ́wọ́.
Àlàáfíà láwà, sir. Thank you very much.
Ṣé ń gbúrò lé sí dáadáa?
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, sir. Actually, I was in Nigeria for 6 weeks from March to last month.
Mo jẹ́rìí ẹ̀ wo gbàgbé ilé.
Look at that. You know, it's building a mini estate in Nigeria. You know, it's building a mini estate.
Even next year is
Thomas. I thought Thomas was there to greet you just then.
I'm missing you. We miss you, my brother. But we miss you so much. How's my baby, everyone over there?
Everybody is doing fine.
Yeah, we thank God. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so let's start
hold on, Baba Bawoni.
Oh, fine, sir. Where she gone, yo? Ekuberi.
Do you know who it is?
No, sir.
Come on now, you are not, we are one of the originality of this platform. Don't go there. This is man of prestige anyway. I just want to greet you, okay?
A Lagosian, where they lie to us, say it be Igbo, but it's a Lagosian.
I'm a Nigerian, okay? Thank you, Baba Ture.
That's good. It is good to be going to home anyway, regardless of what is going on there. At least just go there and see what is going on for yourself, and then come back again. So, but even me, next year is already planned again. So,
do you feel safe when you go home?
To me, anyway, it is God is my savior. I do not afraid anything. I drove myself all the way from Lagos to Ondo State to my village. Anywhere I want to go, even all the way from Ondo State to Shogbo, I drove by myself.
And you've never felt unsafe once,
never.
Because all we hear is all this insecurity. But you know, everybody goes home. They feel even Collins, he was telling us the safest he felt it was in Ajah.
Even sometimes when I want to go to my house in village, sometimes 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Sometimes I was in state capital. I will leave state capital 10 o'clock, still going back to my village. I think most of these things has insider. That is what I think anyway. To me, I don't know about others because I work freely anywhere, and also it depends on how you your movement, because some people when they came from abroad, they want to show off and things like that. I was in Oshogbo and I saw a guy in a plate number of Texas, and I said
that sounds like a come and kidnap me signal.
Exactly. Thank you very much. So it's already shows. Okay, they come and kidnap me. When you have US plate number, they already know that okay, this person is not living in Nigeria. Then they will target you. And you have a different kind of gold. You have thousands of dollars in your pocket, and you are flashing it and things like that. In fact, sometimes when I go to the airport, they ask me, "Do you have dollar?" I don't spend dollar. We don't spend dollar in Nigeria. We spend naira. Even the naira I have with me right now, it is more than what you have in your bank account. Because when I want to leave Nigeria, I always come with naira. When I'm going back, I go home with that money. Spend that when I get home. At least that's what I will use at first. Then when I'm coming back again, I will bring some again. So I think if you live a very quiet life and you don't want to show off that, oh, you are from abroad and things like that, I think you are more better than when you are flashing whatever you have and nonsense like that.
So where do you feel most at home? Is this in your village or in Akure? When you go back to Nigeria, where are you hoping to live, the village or Akure?
Actually, I have projects in both places anyway. So
I know now. That's why I said you are building a mini estate. Yeah.
So the issue is that when I move home, I may likely stay in Akure because my village is like about 10 minutes. Anyway, they are dualizing the road right now, and it's going to be like 4 lanes. So it's going to be a very good highway.
So you're a beneficiary of the Tinubu that you hate so much. Look at this guy,
I'm not going to go to that. I'm not going to go to that first. I have to finish what you are talking about now. So it is just like 10 minutes drive away from Akure, so I can stay anywhere I want. So that is just that. But I think I will prefer to stay a little bit in Akure. Then maybe when I think, okay, I think it is final to go home now, to go to final home. I can now just stay in my village, and then but if I want to go home earlier than clock 60, 65, and I want to really move home, I think I will stay in Akure for the meantime before I move finally to my village.
All right. Do you want to speak about Nigerian politics a little bit? You don't have to speak to the headlines, just because I know you like to just say it as you say it.
Well, I do not really like to be following Nigerian politics. Even right now, when I see any Nigerian anything related to politics on my phone, I just throw it up. Why? You did mention that I will likely be one of those beneficiaries of Tinubu administration. The contract was signed before Tinubu came. That's just the reality of it. So let's take. Though I know it took some initiative to make sure that they enforce it, but it has been approved before it came. That is that part. Now for the northern part of Nigeria, I think the maybe you can just go back to that headline, please. I think they should have said that okay, Tinubu is working against Nigeria. I mean, working against Nigeria, not for northern part of Nigeria alone. Why am I saying this? There is no much food in the circulation, even no money to buy the food. Exchange rate is going out of roof. When I came to Canada in 2014, 1 naira was like 60. I mean, 1 Canadian dollar was like 60 naira. Now it is over 1,100 right now. So there is no way Tinubu can justify that, because I don't see that. I don't see anything working really working in Nigeria when you're talking about economy. Because if you said to us that you are devaluing currency because you want investors to come, so how many of us investors right now even devalue your currency? So maybe they are confused. They don't know what they are doing. So for Shetima to say this, I want to believe that they are playing.
Sorry, Babakure. For your information, $24 billion has entered the economy through foreign portfolio investors and foreign directors and FDIs. I just wanted to point that out.
Did you see that money? So where did the money go?
As CBN now, if you watch Cardoso's latest, let me land now. Okay, if you watch Cardoso's latest press conference or whatever, you could tell that we're getting inflows well now.
That's okay. I clap for them. Let me tell you something, right? When you are working for somebody, you will always find means to justify whatever that person is. Even if you know that things are not working, you want to defend where you are eating, where you are getting your daily bread. That is what Cardoso is doing. We don't see that.
Are you saying he's lying?
Well, I will not really say it's lying, and I will not say it is telling the truth.
Baba Akure is talking about the price of rice. How was this 24 billion that you are talking? How has it affected the price of rice?
Price of rice is not Cardoso now. It's concerned Cardoso with rice. I mean, well, wait. Sorry. Cardoso is supposed to make sure like the economy is growing and all that stuff, but it's not like he's the only one responsible. So yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that he's the only person responsible, but I'm just telling you, even when somebody is having criminal, and you know very well that this person is doing something wrong, since you are eating from that, you are getting your daily bread from that. you will support. In fact, even if you see them doing wrong thing like this, you say it is good thing. That is what all these people are just doing. So I will still go back to that northern part of Nigeria. It is they are playing ethnic card. Maybe Tinubu did not. Maybe there could be some agreements, mouth-to-mouth agreements they had before during election. Maybe he has not been fulfilling some of these things, and they say, okay, this person is working against us. And take for instance, all this bill of that they want to create. They want to amend the constitution whereby the president will only spend 6 years. If that goes through anyway, and then each state will now like monitoring their own resources and things like that. That could be one of those things that they think is not really thing that's supposed to do. Remember, during campaign, they throw this question of regional government to Shetima, and the Shetima. Did you hear what Shetima said? He said, "Regional government on my foot." That was exactly what he said on live radio, on live TV that very time. So I want to believe that with what is going on, particularly this amendment to Constitution, if it really go through, that everybody will now manage their own resources and things like that, it might not really fly well to them. I mean, in good time with them, because they benefited more than anybody you can talk about, any region you can talk about in Nigeria. The crude oil we're talking about is all the way from southern part of Nigeria, but they benefited most. I never really traveled to the northern part of Nigeria except Abuja, but I made to understand their road is even more. In fact, it is like when you drive on their road, perfectly okay. I've never been to the place, but I have heard from so many people testify the same thing, that they have a very, very good road. So it could be that some of the agreement they had before the election, maybe they see him working against that. Maybe that is why he's saying that. But to me, if he said Tinubu is working against the whole Nigeria, I would have maybe like agree with them that, oh well, it is telling us the truth. But since it's mentioning another part of Nigeria, it's just tribal card. That is my take on that.
All right. Let me take you to one more topic, only because we've not heard from you for a while. Do you want to speak on yes, this will be a good one. The Ethiopians, the Dubai and Turkey stripping us of our visa on arrival e-visas. You know, it's upsetting enough that Dubai and Turkey will do it, but for Ethiopia to be restricting us, that's just an insult.
Ethiopia, United Arab Emirates, Turkey, they are even big countries. What of all these small countries like Niger, Burkina Faso, and things like that? All these small countries that they are even taking us for granted. You know, the reason is that because they see us finish. They see us finish because they realize that Nigeria is not really good. Let's just be realistic. It is you that you came from abroad that you can enjoy Nigeria, or if you have money, or you are robbing Nigerian people. That's when you can enjoy Nigeria. You cannot say that you are a civil servant and you said you enjoy Nigeria. Enjoy what? When I was there, I bought gas for 900 naira per liter. 900. So how many people can afford that when you use over 100,000 to fill your tank? So these are the things that these people see. They see, in fact, now they see a lot of Nigerians want to get out of the country. So that is why they are doing all these things. And they are not the only person doing all these things. A lot of countries in the world, started by UK. Oh, they don't want any international student. That is one part. Australia started its own. Then Canada took it over. Then from there they will go to France. Then from France to Netherlands, everybody is trying to, they are trying to hold their country together. But Nigeria, they just can't start the country. They don't really care about what is going on there. They don't want to put the country together and their citizens together to work for the government. Yes, I'm here.
Baba, sorry, Thomas, sorry. Yeah, do you imagine? I wanted to go to VG with my family member. They deny us. We can't come to VG. Nigeria pastor can't enter Fiji.
And Fiji is very close to Australia.
Very close to me, my brother. Very close.
And Fiji Island, Nigeria is a free visa to Fiji Island before. I don't know if they have changed that.
No, we can't even go. Last year,
Thomas, don't you have Australian quality?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm permanent resident.
Okay.
So
yeah,
before, based on my understanding, Nigerian passport can travel to Fiji Island without visa. Now, with what I'm hearing from you now, it is a surprise to me. In fact, last year I was talking to somebody. I said the best thing for now. If it's just like I already see the future. I said to one man, not this one man, or another one pastor what we were discussing, and I said to him, I said, when the time comes, you see, the reason why there is no issue going on in Nigeria right now is that because all this youth, all these jobless youth, they still have somewhere to go. I said there will be a time when there will be no place for them to go. And that is what we are seeing right now. What I've seen in Canada between the last year to this year alone already show that a lot of Nigeria will not come here this year. Not like before. Because our currency is so useless. Last year, we have people who only had 9 million naira in their account, which is at that time was $30,000 to $40,000, 9 million, and they can easily go to any school in Canada. But right now, you must have millions of hundreds of millions before you can even meet the standard. Where you want to pay $20,635 for your living expenses for 1 year, and the minimum, the cheapest school you can see is $12,000. Where you have $12,000 to $20,635, where are you going to get about 40 million that you will change to make $31,000? They will question you, where do you get this money from, self? But in that last year, 9 million, you can go to any school in Canada. Not this year. How they mess up this country. So these are the things that all these countries sees, and they put. I think we have to secure our border. We have to run this Nigerian back to their country to go and fix it. And I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I will still maintain it. You see, all these some people they use somebody's iPhone, somebody's money, and this and that, and somebody take 1 kilo of white powder or whatever nonsense there are some Nigerians could be doing. That is not, I can bet it with you, that is not the main reason why they hate Nigeria in abroad. They hate Nigeria because of our politicians, because they stole all the money. They know that these people are very corrupt. Then they now say, oh, well, if the leader is so corrupt, what about all these young ones? So can we really trust them? But until when our leader can take a bold step and they discipline themselves, then Nigeria will be disciplined. Because it's just like
Baba, can I correct the narrative? Because you just said something. You said because of kind of like devaluation of our currency, that's why they are not giving us visa or one thing or the other. So Argentina that has hyperinflation, probably 200 and something percent inflation. Argentina passport based on 3 different index. One of the index called Guide Passport is the 17th strongest in the world. Another one called Latitude Consultancy Index is the 11th strongest in the world. They don't need visa in other than 71 countries. Then you have another one called Visa Guide Passport Index, which they were 47th in the world. So why doesn't their own hyperinflation, which is way higher than our own, correlates to their own passport being strong? So it has nothing to do with inflation. I just wanted to correct that.
All right, I get your point. But the issue is that if you look at the skin color of
2 more minutes, Baba.
Like mine.
2 more minutes. Carry on.
Okay. Do they have the same color like mine?
It doesn't. But you said it was because of inflation. You said it was because of devaluation. Now they devalue their currency. They have hyperinflation. How come nobody's stopping them from traveling? I'm just trying to say that it's not just the simplistic. We devalue their currency. That's why people are not giving us visa.
No, I'm not really saying that devaluation. I'm saying that a lot of Nigerians will not be able to go anywhere this year because of the
so before that, you talked about Fiji. You said before Fiji did not require visa, but now they're requiring visa, and you tied it to devaluation.
No, I never tied that with Fiji. I said,
okay.
Maybe that's my mistake. No, that Fiji Island, when you want to go to Fiji Island, is free visa to Nigeria. And I talk about how Australia started do something with their immigration. Then it started from UK, Australia, Canada, go to France, and that everybody is trying to tie up their country. And I said that a lot of Nigerians will not travel to Canada this year. Why? I said because where are you going to get about 40 million naira? How many people can get 40 million naira in Nigeria? That is in their account. I said, but last year with $9,000, your $9,000 can give you like $20,000-$30,000, which you can go to any at least reasonable school in Canada, which you can use to enter. And I also said that I was talking to a pastor, last year, that because Nigeria still have a place to run to, that is why nothing is going on in Nigeria. That there will be a time when they will not be able to go to anywhere. And that is what we are seeing now. All this country now, they cannot give us visa on arrival. So they will now scrutinize you because you have to go and apply through their embassy either in Lagos or in Abuja. So that is what I said.
All right. So thank you, Babakure. So thank you, Babakure. So that's Babakure, of course. To some of the OGs on this platform, is not a voice that is falling to them. He started this platform with us. So thank you, Babakure. Do you want to round it off, or are you happy to leave it there?
Well, I'm okay with that. It's just that we just want Nigeria to be better, so that all these small countries, they will not just see us as, who are these people? And like I said, because too much corruption, that is what, it's not issue of all this small guy that is taking marijuana or taking white powder or different. It is bigger than all that. If the head is bad, then the bottom, if the head is bad, then the bottom is bad. So if Nigerian leaders, if they can get themselves together and discipline themselves, then everybody will be disciplined. Because when you lead by an example, then you'll be able to deal with somebody who deviates from a norm. But if you as a leader, you don't even care about that norm, you think it's you are above it, so then everything will disarray. Everybody will behave anyhow. So that is my take. Thank you very much, man.
All right, that's Babakure. Don't leave it for another 6 months. You know how popular your voice is here. So that's Babakure, of course, the mighty man himself. So thank you, Babakure. Let's go on from Babakure to Ekene, who hopefully is still with us. Ekene, how far? Your 5 minutes starts now. Ekene, we go to Ekene, then gas them up, then Prestige. Gas them up. I've got your clip, so I'll play that for you when I come to you after Babakure. Ekene, you're up next.
Oh, man.
Oga Kwata Jagaban. I've got a song for you, by the way. This will be your song. Now, anytime I come to you, this will be your song to bring you into the conversation. So this is a Kenneth song. All right, Jagaban, Ava.
This cannot be my
okay. What go on?
No, Wala, this one na Kulata song. Kulata.
No, be you be Jagaban. No, be you be now. You be Jagaban now.
I know be Jagaban no. And I hear Kulata dey now. Kulata just a talk. Kulata just a talk premise here, and everybody just cool down. I just cool down. They listen to. I don't want to interject. I don't want to cause wahala. I don't want to put some form of discord or disunity in the platform. But I've had one of the most miserable economic analysis tonight from Kulata, and just to defend a government that is not moving Nigeria forward. You talked about the companies that were closing or folding up in Nigeria, that it's not as a result of Tinubu, but as a result of maybe years of failure starting from 2021 and all that. But all these things started in APC government. And you trying to give an excuse. We know that the last administration did wonderfully bad in terms of economy. And anyone campaigning them, their campaign promises was based on economy. And that is why Kashin Shettima said that he will take the position of security and the Tinubu will handle the economy. And as of today, the policies of this government, maybe those companies we are waiting to see the policies of this government before they know or decide if they can continue. But bringing in Tinubu and the policies are not favorable, the economy background are not favorable, then they decide to leave entirely. They would have solved those problems.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question for you. Do we have APC or Tinubu in Kenya and India? Because GSK left Kenya and India before they left Nigeria, shortly before they left Nigeria. But continue.
No, you cannot continue to compare our great country with Kenya and all those stuff. You compare us with China.
India
No, let me finish. I don't care about those
biggest economy in the world.
Those countries we are talking about, they have many things we don't have.
Ekene, please, my brother, good evening. Give me 10 seconds. Kolata, are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Please, Google is your friend. Can you please Google Australia, the local company that was closed down that left Melbourne and Australia as a whole? Google is your friend and give us I don't want to say it here so that they won't say you are from Australia. Can you Google that and give us later? Yeah. Can I continue? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Thomas. And I cannot continue if I want to make progress. If I want to succeed in life.
Sorry, I even have a clip to that space. Let me just insert it and then you pick it up off the back of it.
Stores that are closing in 2024, Part 2. 7-Eleven is planning to close 150 locations due to economic pressures. Those are closing 51 of their locations due to underperformance. Radio Shack is closing over 1,000 locations, leaving only about 400 left. Sam's Club is closing 63 locations by the end of the year. Target is closing 9 locations across the U.S. due to theft. Gap is closing 350 of its 400 locations locations by the end of the year. Macy's plans to close 50 stores by the end of the year and 150 more by 2026. Forever 21 plans to close 111 locations. Toys R Us is closing 200 locations in 2024. Sears are closing 20 more locations, leaving only 11 left. JCPenney's is closing 154 locations by the end of 2024. GNC is closing 900 of their 2,200 locations. Claire's is closing 130 locations in 2024. PacSun is closing 100 locations, leaving only 225 left. So sad seeing all our childhood stores disappear.
This Tinubu wicked, though, not only is it destroying Nigeria, it's destroying America too.
One man, let me come and give me a minute.
Because of
hold on. That's a false comparison because those companies are regrouping, to strategize for, position themselves, in this present economy with AI and everything.
The guy said
hold on.
He said they're shutting down because
it's not that they're not profiting
pressure.
or whatever, but in the Nigerian case, the company is pulling out, just leaving totally. It's not like part of them is leaving, they're leaving somewhere. It's totally different. It's not a right comparison.
Prestige, the guy said they're shutting down because of economic pressures.
Yeah, they are realigning, they are regrouping their stuff. It's not what I'm saying. They
are scaling down because
I'm in America. I can inform you better than you can.
Now. You are not an economist.
It doesn't matter whether I'm an economist or
not. Prestige, what part of
with American economy?
Prestige, what part of GSK?
I don't even want to hear from you, Kulata. Okay,
Prestige.
People here. I mean,
what part of GSK switching to a third-party distribution doesn't show that they're re-strategizing? Like, I mean, you just kind of like anyway. Can I continue?
We know where you're coming from, Kulata. So go ahead.
Okay, let me continue. These are inferiority complex to most, especially dedicated Nigerians that are analyzing economy for us. People that are pessimistic, not optimistic about our nation. These are very pessimistic individuals.
Yeah. Please give me 1 minute. You see, when these people, these Tinubu defenders, are showing this kind of video that that can be so ridiculous to justify, the failure of Tinubu's policy, and it can be so
irritating.
It's very, very irritating. The question you should ask them is that, yes, they have showed us this video. American economy compared to Nigerian economy, which one is losing job? Is American economy losing job? They should answer that question. So then they should answer the question: if Nigerian economy create job, they should answer it. If they have fact to tell us that yes, these companies in America closing down, does it result to American economy losing job? Do we have a job loss in America? And they should tell us in their own country, in Nigeria, are they? I mean, do we have a gain in job market?
Continue. Give me 30 seconds. To be fair, you're giving him 1 minute, not so. The thing is, it is you people that always quote America, China, everywhere. It is you. And they are using your own narrative to counter you. Now you are not ready to face that. So Nigeria is different. Why don't you face reality?
See, let me
When you are building in Nigeria,
before we talk, you people mention America. You mention America. Now they are using American narrative. Let me tell you, Aja, listen, let me tell you, those jobs mentioned in that TikTok, right? Where did they workers evaporate to? Not the streets? Or there are already made jobs waiting for them?
Does Ekene just cool down? Cool down. You have the floor. Cool down, Ekene. Let us tackle these people that just want to show some video to keep lying and misinforming Nigerian people.
One man, please bring up the link I sent you, please.
So is the video lying? That's the first thing first.
Do we have data to show that America is losing job?
And I'm asking you, the workers, when a company closed down, a branch closed down, where do the workers go to?
No. Do you have data to show that America is losing job or creating job? Which one of the two? Then compare it to Nigeria. Is Nigeria creating job, Nigeria economy creating job or losing job? Tell us. Ekene, you have the floor.
Nigeria is creating jobs.
Okay. All right. You have data to support that? That Nigeria is creating jobs?
I don't have data to support that. Ordinary common sense will tell you if they are building coastal road, people are working in coastal road. If a refinery is in Lekki, people by employees, not ghosts.
It is not math data. Bring a data from the
but it's not math data.
Hold on. No, it is ghosts that is working in construction. It is ghosts that are working in the refinery.
Give us data from Labor Department or Bureau of
before we talk America. Now they're using the American.
Baba, hold on. Adan Koko, what Baba said is right. If they are pumping 11 billion into a massive road construction, that in itself is job creation right there. The Dangote example is thousands and thousands of jobs being created, not to talk of our incoming investments. They're jobs being created, but maybe jobs are being lost more rapidly than being created. Maybe more jobs are being lost than being created, but certainly jobs are being created. And the dynamics of the job space is also changing. So that would hemorrhage jobs.
Tell us the plus and minus, and then tell us what final result you get. It's your economic really creating job like we have in Nigeria, in America every day, every month that releases, data that the economy has produced, have created like 200,000 jobs, 400,000 jobs. Give us data from your country to tell us that. You guys should just stop this propaganda.
Babaja, the most
propaganda.
The most annoying part of this. Just check our inflation rate with all these countries you are comparing us with. Those America, those South Africa. Our inflation rate as of 2023. Just take it today. All these countries, our inflation rate is going down. Our own is still climbing up every day by day. Even Ghana inflation rate as of 2024.
Our inflation has started decelerating. It has started decelerating.
Let me finish. Our Ghana inflation rate as of 2023 is about 40-something%. Today is about 20-something or so. But every day you come here,
it took Ghana 4 years to get to 42%. So it's just
whatever it is,
right now.
Ours every day you come out here.
It will take another 2 years.
Today you are happy that you are no more the giant of Africa. You are number 4th in Africa, and you have every right and every audacity to come here to defend it. Because
that number four is incomplete until they rebase our economy before you can actually say where we are.
Can add your own data and bring it up. The only thing I know is
our economy. When we rebase our GDP, you will know our number.
Whenever it's my turn, you will not even allow me to speak.
I was listening to push back to Kulata and Baba. What they are saying about whatever is happening in the American economy, all those companies being laid off or something like that. They are being retrained. They are being re-engineering for the same company. And there's a lot of company waiting for them to come in, retrain them, and they get into the workforce. Look at American unemployment in the last 4 years, even on that right now. It's about 3 point something. It has never wavered. It has never gone up to 4. So all this comparison doesn't even make sense.
I even thought everybody is working, not 3%. I thought it's 0%.
If you want a job in America, you can get any job you want.
Even in our local market here, things continue to change. But when things change, as a good strategist and as a good businessman, you change with it. You don't wait for anybody to tell you to change. You understand? LG today is being replaced by Hisense in the market. A lot of products. You understand? So anybody, most of the people buying LG today don't go for mostly LG again. They go for Hisense. And because of the features and everything, the development in Hisense, LG is now trying to compete with Hisense.
The same in America, Hisense is all over Walmart. Everybody buys Hisense now. It's not only Nigeria. We buy Hisense. We also buy the other Chinese brand. That's what they sell now.
There are other products, both Camfruit, both Mazim, all these things are coming up. They are trying to dethrone LG. But LG is still there being what they are, but people no longer look at them as they used. Even last year, the way they used to look at LG is not the way they used to look at it this year.
And Hisense is cheaper, isn't it?
And Hisense has a good price. So even if I go to the market today, most of stores today stock more Hisense than LG. If you have Hisense of 1,000 pieces, LG will be about 300 pieces or 200 pieces in your stock. You understand? So that's how to build economy. That's how to build a nation in a wider range. So you don't come and defend your incompetence. When you see most of the things we sell today, most of the accessories we sell today are no longer there in the market. Sometimes they fade away. If you didn't meet up, it becomes obsolete in your hand. Then you just pack it and give Aboki people. It happens every day in our market. Most of the time, you see people breaking their warehouse, pack out obsolete goods and just sell it option, give away price. It happens all the time. But if you're a good strategist, you should be able to know when these things are going out and be able to replace them. You understand? So, but Nigeria have never changed from any product apart from oil. All our major exports, starting from the time Nigeria has created, is oil. As of today, we have a lot of things to diversify in order to build our economy. We have a lot of them. We are blessed in abundance, even more than all these countries you have mentioned, even Kenya. You can't compare yourself with Kenya. You can't compare yourself with Ghana. You can't compare yourself even with South Africa. You have abundance of oil. You have abundance of land. You have abundance of every solid mineral that can build a nation. Even make us more than Chinese. I don't think any country in the world has what Nigerian has. For me as a Nigerian. And that's why I believe in this country. That's why I love Nigeria so much. But it's just that we have people that lack capacity, lack intelligence to be able to utilize all these resources. But I see educated ones that are supposed to be giving them ideas, coming to defend them in their own failures. That's the most annoying part of it. Because what we are supposed to be doing is to come out every day, tell them, see what we have, see what we're going to use to develop our economy. Let's come together.
Please, sorry. What's showing in the headline that one man read? Just read the headline. We don't need the story, just the headline. Look at the headline, Ekene.
Let me finish. I have some words in my mouth.
Don't let fact get in the way of propaganda.
Let me finish. Kulata, when you are talking, I didn't interject you. I heard everything you are spewing there. I was marveled at the level of things you are just spewing in at the beginning of this.
Just look at the headline. Is my request. I will buy you beer when we get to Nigeria. I'm coming to Nigeria next month, Ekene. I'll buy you beer. Just read the headline.
Don't buy me beer. Don't buy me beer. I'll buy you beer.
Okay. I don't take this. I'll buy you scotch.
Hold on, Ekene. With your permission, I'll ask you. You don't have to answer now. I'll ask you offline. Maybe if you're happy for me to give Kulata your number so you can take him out when he comes to Lagos. But carry on slaughtering Tinubu carry on with the slaughtering of Tinubu.
So no, Kulata. Anytime
you know go poison me or carry me go one corner for Alaba, make them brush me. I just dey pray.
Kenena, you're wasting your time, speaking up, challenging Kulata. Your time is going up. I am one man.
No,
You need to
nobody
please
can take. I must
get
finish
to
my
that
talk
more
today
before you
because
get to
it
me,
has
because
been
I need
long.
to go watch the
It has been
debate
long
at
because
9 o'clock.
most of the time, if I hear most of the things, I just marvel. But the issue is that we have people that lack intelligence. Most of it, if I sit back and look at our country, how great we are supposed to be as a nation. Look at other countries, comparing us with other countries. I just marvel. Even the countries are comparing us, they don't have quarter of what we have. The land are there. Even Niger State, just measure Niger State. Do you know that Kogi State is almost all the southeast? Then talk of Niger State, that is bigger than a country like Israel and all those small countries. Then when you come here, you come and compare yourself with all these countries. That even a state in your own country can cover most of these countries. Even Sambisa Forest in Rome can give you a lot of revenue. But you use it to have bandits, criminals that are terrorizing farmers, making food inflation to go high in our country. And the leaders are not ready to do anything. They're just playing politics, looking for who will take over in 2027. And when you come here, you start to give reasons why Tinubu should win. This and all that. And whether Tinubu, sometimes I hear things like, even if inflation is 100%, Tinubu will still win 2027. I'll just shake my head. Is this the reason why these guys go to school? I cannot go to school to defend these things, to say things like that. The school I will go is to make sure that I have the knowledge to be able to impact.
2 more minutes.
No, you cannot. You cannot give me 2 more minutes. I have a lot of interjection, so you cannot give me 2 more minutes. So we have people that's supposed to be building ideas. Come here, tell Tinubu, go this way. It will be better for your government. Go and check the land and support the state. Let them even if it means this all these things you guys are buying, these vehicles. Use the money, support the state. Let them be exporting foods. Let them even make us food sufficiency. Give them enough security that they want. These 2 states can build us. Give them whatever they need. As far as it's for the interest of the people, let them have it. Nobody will fight you for that. Because we can have such land and the civil servant cannot buy tomato in the market when we have enough land. And most of the time you say, go and plant tomato at your backyard. I begin to laugh. Backyard tomato. Do you know that it's not every land in Nigeria that every land has what they produce? And northern part of the country their land are blessed to produce a lot of food items for us. So you cannot question God for that. There are things we can produce in the southwest. Let's focus on it. You tell me to go and start to train a turkey or chicken in my house. Go and ask a civil servant today that is earning 30,000 naira. Can he train a turkey? Can he buy a feed for 5 chicken to train them? He cannot, because they are costly in the market. Even their drugs are very costly. You understand? There are all these supplements I used to buy. The one I used to use before, the last time I bought it was about 8,000 naira. Today I bought it for 17,000. I bought it for 17,000. I was even I better give me 15,000. Now the woman was just laughing at me. Now I paid 17,000 to have it. Do you understand? So and we are losing in a critical areas. We are losing in health. We are losing in education. This today for the past 3 or 4 days. This is the first time I'm having light this night in my apartment. Electricity. I mean NEPA light. This is for the past 4 days. And these are campaign promises that we need to hold these guys accountable. I don't think any of you in that country that you are residing can stay without electricity for 2 days and that country will not bust up. What are you defending, guys? Is it because we are Nigerians? Is it because now we feel die? Nigerians, more than they suffer now. So now they're abroad. You guys are abroad, enjoying a country built by another man, giving you 24 hours electricity.
Nigeria, you can endure. Just endure. Tinubu will give you light very soon, and we will stay in darkness for almost 1 week without any light. You understand? So it's not a blame for me. God will always provide what I need in this country, but generally there are things that government must do for the country to progress. Even these guys, this country you're trying to promote, and this small, there are things they already have that we don't have. Most of them have electricity. They have good human development index, both in education and in health. Most of them have it, but check our human development index. We are very low in it. Check it. These are the things you compare. Our mortality rate and all those stuff. Life expectancy in Nigeria is about 55 years. Check other countries. BP, they kill Nigerians like nothing they happen. And there is no remedy for that. This is because of high inflation. What happens in Nigeria is all these young boys, if they manage to pick any money from abroad, maybe from Yahoo, then that family begin to smile. That's why people are just feeling relaxed and all that stuff.
All right.
You understand? So one man is quite pathetic, and I'm not going to join you guys to be defending all this rubbish. For me, I want Tinubu to do well. Honestly, I want him to do well. If he start to do things right, we are going to pray. Whether you say it's not true or not, it's true to me. You can say it's not true, but it's true to me. I cannot be, even if I supported him, I cannot be a syphocant and coming here to defend rubbish. You understand? So, Kulata, so you guys should gather up this knowledge. Let's build our nation. Very intelligent people, very educated.
You are importing, right? Is that building a nation? Why aren't you building something in Nigeria? If everybody converts from importing and starts building stuff in Nigeria, wouldn't Nigeria build? If everybody sits back and just import, there's a place for importation, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to bash importation, but I'm saying building Nigeria. What I'm trying to say is building Nigeria is up to us. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. So what are you going to do for your country?
I'm doing a lot for my country. What I'm doing for my country, even
like what? Is Hisense part of Nigeria?
No, forget about Nigeria or LG. Forget about my business. What I'm
but you are not contributing to the country, so why are you complaining?
You are just pushing us a blame for me. You understand? You are just pushing a nonsense blame to me, but personally, what I'm doing,
I want 1 minute when you finish.
Politics and all that.
Yes, I'm waiting for Kenneth to land so that we can go on to.
Yeah, just give me 1 minute, please. I beg the panelists.
Yeah, carry on, Baba.
Okay, good. One, I mean, for the life of me, I don't know why somebody wouldn't like education. It's education and educated people that makes a country. And I keep on saying here, adversity introduces a man to himself. I remember Samsung was very expensive. Good. Ekene is in the market. Samsung was very expensive. LG came. What did LG do? They introduced, because of power fluctuation and everything, they reduced the transformer inside every electronic product that they bring into Nigeria to take at least that candle light thing we used to have when we don't have full current. People now shifted to LG. Now that there is another downturn, Hisense is taking over, and LG then was cheaper. Now Hisense has come in. So it's a cycle. People innovate as the challenges confront them. So we want to sit and think Nigeria will be an utopia. I don't pander to anybody. But the reality is what you have to handle. A man has been in power for 14 months, and you want that 14 months to be the problem solver of decades of rot in our system. Give me a break.
Well,
is that how
Baba,
countries work? Is that how they develop?
All right, you have only 1 minute. Hold on, Ekene. You have only 1 minute to respond to that. We've got still Patrick, man of prestige. We gas them up patiently. Patuski as well. So we really have to move it around. But let Patuski, let Patuski add to it, and then a literal 1 minute to sum it up. Patuski, yeah.
Baba, one man. I was listening to you and Ajay.
We can't hear you, Patrick. All right, connection problems there. So bring it home in a minute, Ekene, and then we're going to gas them up.
Yeah, Baba, I don't hate education, but when I see people, a country that are educated, I know that Nigeria, I don't know how, sometimes I question our own education. If I see like country like China, the way they use their intelligence to develop their nation and all that, just check their inflation rate and all those things. These are the people I compare Nigeria with. I don't compare Nigeria with Kenyans and all those stuff you are bringing up around. I compare industrious nation like China with Nigerian. You understand? So, and when you see them very smart, they don't speak too much grammar. They don't come on television guiding themselves, trying to build up lies to defend the populace. That's not what they do.
China or Kenya? Are you talking about Kenya?
There is one news. There is one news I listened in Chinese station last year. Is it last year? They say their target is to bring down poverty rate. As in, when you come to China, that about the end of this year, you will just see minimum, as in just few percent of poor people in China, and they have already achieved above that. So this year, when I listen to them, they have achieved more than that. It's merely you see poverty rates on a very high side in China. But this news I'm telling you about, I listened to that news last year. But this year they have achieved more than that. That's how country works.
All right.
And they don't come to their news station and begin to give all this nonsense grammar every day. You see the same news line every day, trying to student loan every day. Things that
hold on, Ekene. How do you know they don't do nonsense grammar? Do you speak
No,
Chinese?
I follow their news line. I follow their news line. I don't speak Chinese, but I know where they. If you follow their news, they don't speak Chinese in their news line. They use English. They are English interpreters and all those stuff. You understand? So when you deal, you see like you see a woman in China that deal in that millionaires.
Hold on, Ekene. We have to go on to other voices, so you have just about 30 seconds to round it up. Yeah.
So when you see all these women in China that do business, go and check them. They're millionaires. Go to their warehouses, see where they pack their goods, see the kind of cars they drive. Just young girls of 25 years. Go to their country, go and see them. You see their men, young guys of 25 years, 30 years. They're doing very well. Work in factories, build up their economies themselves. Their economy is very well. Their company, their system give them good loans to do business. And if they want to buy a car, they buy brand new. But here you see 25 years or 35 years old man still defending bad policies because the man is from their tribe. I have things to say, but let me just keep it here, one man. Thank you.
You know China jackpot too.
One man, Joe, give me 5 seconds, Joe. 5 seconds.
All right.
In the China that Ekene is talking lofty about, the likes of Ekene, they are in China producing. Yeah. What is the productive activity that you are doing? You live in Nigeria. What are you doing? I mean, on the side, you should have a farm, or you should have imported equipment to be processing, if it's Abakaliki rice or something, or the rice they sell in North Anambra, and the rice paddies. Like, you just can't come out and sit in your soapbox and criticize. But meanwhile, you live in Nigeria. It's up to you to start producing in Nigeria. I'll leave it there.
I'm producing. When you come to Nigeria, I will show you.
All right. Let's go on to gas them up. Who I suspect may not be with us. Unusual for him to be so quiet. Gas them up. You're up next. I didn't think it was. Maybe it's falling asleep. Let's go to Man of Prestige then. Prestige, you're up next.
Yeah. Greeting everybody. Like and share. I'll be very brief. I won't have that much time. Maybe about 7 minutes to just to summarize because I have to watch the debate. It's very important to me. So
I forgot. Thank you.
So having said that, I'm just going to make a summary.
Thank you for that, Prestige. You just the little audience we have, you're going to clear them.
I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. I mean,
no, carry on.
If you want me to keep the traffic, I can still log in, just to keep the traffic.
I'm saying, you mentioning the American debate, they probably want to go and watch that, but carry on. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, I know the topic we're talking about, so I'm just going to start with this conspiracy against Tinubu. So what we are having is, a masking brewing in the northern, part of Nigeria, the conspiracy against Tinubu. So I guess it's coming out in the open right now, that these people are against Tinubu for the second time. There's no doubt about it because of, they have been, it has been hidden before, but they are very bold right now coming out that this is the intention. So it's not hidden at all what they are trying to do, because if you look at what's been happening, in the last recent days or something like that, you have some people speaking against the administration, because there are even people in the inner circle, are doing the same thing. I think there's a guy, what's his name? He's a dean and a professor dean. I've forgotten his name. I think Alhaji Kwamanda, whatever they call him. Sorry for pronouncing Khalif Dika, something like that. He has been criticizing Tinubu administration or something like that. So this is way orchestrated. Kwankwaso Atiku, it seems they are forming an alliance, to truncate Tinubu for the second time. And this is what they want. I think there's something underneath going on there. They feel like they are losing, not just losing power. They feel like they are losing what was supposed to have been their birthright. I don't know when a country, a part of a country feel like, they have a birthright. As far as, I'm not a supporter of Tinubu, but he's my president. So he should be allowed to finish his 8 years or whatever by God permit or whatever. So, if we win again, let it win squarely. Not by, any kind of conspiracy, try to truncate his position, because they have been ruling this. I don't want to go section or trouble here, okay, but they've been ruling this country for so many years. I mean, can't other region rule? I mean, what are they afraid of? I mean, it doesn't even make sense. I mean, because you can't trust them. Even Kwankwaso, people who has been thinking that he was going to align with APC, although most of them are from PTP originally. Now he's aligning with Atiku. So, I mean, there's something. I mean, it's not a joke. It's not something we were talking about it like it's a hidden, thing before. Now it's out in the open. So things need to happen. And in my answer, I mean, Tinubu is a very capable. If there's one thing you can talk about Tinubu, he's the master politician. The policy may not, the policy may not be working. I don't know about the illusion that he built Lagos. So, but that's another subject for another day. But he's a master politician. If I were him, he need to surround himself with people who align with him, like Ganduje them and some of the inner circle. Even at all, it has to do if he can be the whole Satanas, maybe some few of them in the north, because this is not a joke. I've been paying attention to what's happening in that part of the north, what the kind of game they are playing right now. So I'm not happy about them thinking that it has to be just them. I think it was Baba that made some narrative that I concur with, because they used to have the whole position, and Tinubu tried to reposition some of them, at least balance the power to Lagos or South or whatever, which is supposed to have make sense. Everything can be for the North. They can be ruling all the time. I mean, it's about time some of that, okay, maybe align himself with Kanuri, but I don't see that happening, because the Fulanis are so powerful in the North, both monetarily and personality. So if he has to say, okay, play those two angles right now, against the Fulani and the Kanuri, It's not going to be a match. So let's just call it what it is. These Fulanis are very powerful. But if somebody can stand against them who is capable, a master politician, like like I think Tinubu is Tinubu. So my advice, if you're listening, Tinubu, you need to align yourself with people who agree with you. Well, I mean, what's his name? Buhari did that. So you gotta play the same game. So they are not playing. So, but that's just my advice. I just want to summarize my opinion on that because I don't want to dwell on this so much. So let me go to the next point. I'm trying to, I don't know how this is on a different narrative, but it's something that a little bit in terms of Nigerian stuff. So I'm looking at what's going on in Kenya. So I'm saying, can this play a narrative in the Nigerian space? If you look at what really happened is this world power, the IMF.
We covered it yesterday. I was even speaking to Kaizo earlier on. We covered it in yesterday's session, and I was speaking to Kaizo.
Did Kaizo come on today? Because I was trying to see if...
No, it didn't come on, but I phoned him just to check on him to see how he's surviving the... the whole thing started with a tax bill that the government wanted to push through.
I've been following it.
Which has now been withdrawn, and which the president said he would not sign, and in the process of withdrawing it, but it has now transmuted into Ruto must go. So that's where they are now. So I was saying to Kaizo then that what usually happens in this instance is that they roll the troops out, kill a few of them, unfortunately, and then they'll go back home, because that's Tiananmen Square and SARS. They are never going to force him out of government, so he's going to have to go brutal with them. But
one man, I think it's bigger than that right now, because right now Ruto is blaming the police because it seems like he has the backing of the military. He thinks that the police are very incompetent. He wants to fire the head of the police of something like that. Because he said they're not playing they're not playing a good game. That's the that's the last name. Remember, I spoke to Kaiser, because Kaiser came on 2 days ago. It wasn't. Yesterday. Was it yesterday or before? Anyway, I think 2 days ago. Yeah. So while we was talking, the internet just because he told me that he was close to Nairobi, not necessarily Nairobi, but just very close to Nairobi. So I said, "How is your internet working?" I immediately asked him that the internet went. The internet went. I think the government stopped the internet. So I don't know what it is today, So that's what's happening in Kenya, But the reason why I'm bringing that up, is because of the way this man came to power. I think he promised to show up the corruption, help the poor, and corruption. But when he came to power, I think Kaiser gave us a little bit of that narrative. They used to have the backing of the Chinese. Chinese pretty much built our country. Chinese doesn't. Kenya doesn't have any resources. It's all pretty much a service country. It's been backrolled by the Chinese. But right now they say the debt ratio there they have is very high. But when I look at the debt ratio of the largest country in the world, I didn't see Kenya there. Of course, Nigeria is not even any close. We are talking about debt, but it's what you can use with the money you borrow. Instead of the IMF directing you what to do and what not to do. Do you know who is number one? You probably know about that. GDP to debt ratio. Japan is number one. Even this Singapore, we are all praising. It's like about number 3, like number 4, number 5. So they have a very high. Out of I think the 13 highest debt ratio to GDP. Like I said, Japan is number 1, Singapore 5 or 6, Italy is there. Of course, you have Sudan. All those 4 countries right there. So it's about what you do with the money, that you borrow. Is it going to yield, back revenue to you? But instead of you're going to use, half of the money servicing debt. So that's where this man pivot to the Western, to the Western nation right now. So that's the problem he's having. But anyway, I just want to speak about that. I don't want to do. I wanted to go more in detail, but it's time for me to go. So one man, you can leave me here, or you can remove me, but I'll stay.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's excellent. So Gas Them Up is still not there. So let's go to Gas. Are you there? All right. Let's go to Patoski. This is what Gas Them Up actually wanted to come and speak to, because he and like Gas Them Up did. If you if you have anything you'd like to speak to on the sessions, just send it to me. And my email address is available. Everybody knows my Instagram handle. So just, you know, all the topics we discuss, they are literally sent in by people. So this was what Gas Demos sent in because he wanted to especially speak on this, but I think he may have fallen asleep. But let me play it anyway.
We who are classified as Yoruba today, we're never together. We were never together. We were fighting. We fought. There are many criminal elements in our midst. Like the man called Seriki who purportedly founded Ayetoro. I don't know if that history is correct. A former slave who became a slave dealer, you know, on over 400 children, about 144 wives, who was selling his brothers and sisters, selling children, selling women. We had the Madam Tinubu of this world. They were criminals. She was selling slaves. Tinubu is not a name. I'm sorry. I don't want to abuse your president. So no, please don't let us get Madam Tinubu. She was a slave dealer. Most of these so-called ancient families, men and women of means, they were enemies of their own people. You are talking about abolishing slave trade. It's like the one Mary Slessor, who came to Calabar to save twins. She would have become a non-entity if she had come to Southwest because we're worshiping twins. Go to Igbora. You see twins. You went to the east, you went to Calabar where they were killing twins, and you became a heroine. She would have wasted her time. That was time, these seafarers, Mongo Park came. The job people taught the Yemen how to navigate. They said they discovered River Niger. That was the kind of history they were now teaching all of us. Mind you, all the things we find as indices of economic progression were indeed features of exploitation. The railways, from Lagos, the Atlantic Ocean, to Kano, to Enugu, where they will get coal, to Kano, where they
all right, it goes on for a few more seconds, but that was what Gas Them Up wanted to discuss. But Gas Them Up not available, but certainly Joel of Nashville is. So actually, I think Patoski was here before Joel. Sorry. Yeah.
I just wanted to say something very briefly. When Ekene was talking, even before Ekene, you, Baba, and Ajanik were discussing an issue on job loss, and you started bringing out a video or something that, okay, US also, companies are leaving US. You see, we have become like a man that has a son in the nursery school, secondary school, and the son came home with 20% in mathematics. And the father said, why did you come? We said, Daddy, do you know Shola? He said, that boy that used to come first. He said, yes. He also got 20. These things we will not take from our children, but we are making it as a case now to defend our government. We lost job or companies are leaving Nigeria. Do you know America that used to come first? They are also losing job too. It's very ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing. Your child cannot come home with a poor report card. And you say, oh, everybody in my class they are also failing. So, Daddy, and you will say, okay, don't worry. I think it's because of that. We don't analyze our children that way. So why are we doing that here?
Excellent analogy, Patrico. Excellent.
Satoshi, God bless you. I was waiting for your response. I know you will give a very good one. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. Do you know when we say people lose job, I think Baba Jaleko, the way we should be saying it is this. When we say one person lose job, just say one man has lost his means of sustaining his family. Let's put it that way. You see, when they say 10 jobs are lost, it looks like numbers. Those numbers are human beings. And each of those human beings have a wife, 2-3 children, and maybe a man that is living in Lagos. That somebody in the village has sent 2 children to him, go and meet your uncle and stay with him. He's the one training them. Like some of us, someone like me. I was sent to my brother to train me. I couldn't imagine what would have happened to me. You probably wouldn't have had me on this platform anyway if my brother had lost his job and had resorted to farming, or you understand what I'm saying. I could still be doing well, but not be able to contribute meaningfully on this platform. So when you say 20 jobs are lost, you are simply saying 20 people have lost a means of survival, of sustaining their family, of providing treatment for their children in the hospital, or they have lost the capacity to pay their children's school fees. They have lost the capacity to buy food to eat. You understand? When we say people lose job anyway, company go out, we just talk. These people have a do, like Yoruba man would say, you understand? We are very comfortable. That's just the truth. But we should not be insensitive. You understand? We are intelligent. We do analysis in textbooks, on papers, but we should not be insensitive. You understand what I'm saying? People die because they don't have drugs. I've seen someone who was very close that I didn't even know was sick, died. And when they called me that she died, I said, was she sick? I said, how have you been managing? He was supposed to go and, he was a diabetic case. He was supposed to go and see endocrinologist. They didn't even know he could see that. If they had told me earlier, I would have probably advised them and then maybe support. But the point is that this is somebody that doesn't want to start disturbing his uncle or his brother in the US or something. You know, we have people like that they just want to keep pushing until the person lost the wife. You understand what I'm saying? Someone that very close to me. So people die because they can't afford drugs. People are dying. Somebody say, people have not been picking things on the dustbin. But death is the highest form of shame. It's not shame. Death due to things that are unnecessary. Unnecessary death is the highest form of shame. It's the lowest form of shame, rather. So it should be, we should be very sensitive to these things. And you know, to rub salt on the injury, we see the lifestyle of these people. That's the painful thing. We see the lifestyle of these people. They say, oh, the man has money. Now, what has the man done? He's an accountant. Is he the same thing as Professor Anao? Professor Anao is the professor of accounting, University of Benin, one of the foremost accountants in Nigeria. The professor of accounting refused to write that and say, I'm just trying to let you. Is he as more accountant than some professor in Ife, in all those places? No. We all know how these people make their money. Oh, Shetima was a banker. Which banker? Which banker? You understand what I'm saying? So those are the kind of things, the kind of people that we have. So I'm not saying they should not govern, they should not do whatever. But we have entrusted ourselves to our mandate to you. And you made so much mouth. Shetima said, I'll be in charge of security. Which security is Shetima in charge now? He said, the president will be in charge of economy, I'll be in charge of security. Which security? We don't even know what the guy is doing. So it is people, it looks like the man also, maybe, I didn't want to say overpromised. They just came to deceive people. That's just the truth. They knew they were not going to do those things they were saying. They knew. This one, they say, the economy has spoiled. No, it's a lie. They knew. They had people in Buhari's government now. Tinubu had people in Buhari's government, even though a number of them were against him. But he still had his people in cabinet. And that he retained. People like Keyamu. He retained them. If it was not his person, he won't retain him. Keyamu has no political value from Niger, from Delta. No. Nobody voted for Tinubu in Delta because of Keyamu. But because he was his person there. You understand? Even this Fashola was his person there. So they knew how terrible things were. So they were just deceiving people. They just wanted to win the election. When we get there, let's just win, let's just win. And look at what they are doing. It is sad. Please, I enjoy our analysis. I love it. But let us be aware. Let us not be overtly insensitive to the plight of the people. Let us also not be overtly critical of the government when they have done right, because we feel that they don't belong to our camp. Let camps be buried. And let's look at our brothers back home, our sisters back home. If my brother is okay, I don't have to worry too much. At times, I want to call my brother, not because of money. I just want to know how he's doing. You understand? Now, we don't, our dad is gone, our mom is gone. We just, our brothers that are left. We have to start looking out for ourselves. It's not because they want to ask for money or they will ask for, but they won't even ask because I'm the last born. They don't really ask for money, but I'm just worried for them. Now, I have friends here now on this platform that are here, but people like Kenny and the rest that are there, there's no way I can contact him after the show. But when he comes online, I'm happy. Oh, Kenny is still there. You know, those kind of things. God forbid if anything happens to his enemy, we'll all feel very bad now. And that's Nigeria there. That's Nigeria there. So we should change our perspectives. We should hold Tinubu to account. We have voted for him. We should hold him to account. He should want me to also campaign for him in 2027. He should act in such a way that I'll campaign for him in 2027. To me, I'm sorry to say, but please don't come for me. To me, Tinubu is making me to see that Obi is more serious than him. Sincerely, personally, he's making me to see that, to think and to see. Let me ask you a question, all of us here. These things that are happening in this government now, assuming Tinubu is in the opposition, this is boys in the opposition, and there may be an article had won this election, or it's a Jonathan that won this election. Would they be saying, just have been lost in America? They would have finished the man. His group would have finished the man. And now, when people are nobody wants to finish Tinubu, we are only picking issues. There's some parts, don't you see? How can we be excusing mediocrity? I want to leave it there, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. I was good. Yeah, Joel of Nashville is up next. So Joel, you're up next. I don't know if you want to speak to Nigerian politics or you want to speak to American politics. Going on in your country, but
I would want to say certain things. I will mix it up. You know, it's been a minute that I've been here, so it's a lot. The information keeps coming out every day. So you have to be you just have to keep up, or the world will leave you. You know, so I just felt like in the past 2-3 weeks, the world left me. Even though I keep in touch. One man, morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. First and foremost, I want to start my day with congratulating my in-law, Davido, on his wedding.
Wedding of the year.
It was it was wedding of the decade, and I'll tell you why. I tell you why, because that wedding has a lot of things to teach us as a nation, as a person, as individuals. That wedding has a lot to teach us. As an individual, I want to say that I want to also give thanks to the Adelekes. It's something that I found out, and I think I've seen that with some people on this show. When you invest more time in when you invest more time in building up people, on your own day, there are a lot of people, those people will be there for you. The delegates have shown, over the years to be man builders, human builders, in order to stand woke. And they've given a lot back to the society. And being that his uncle is also a governor, and Davido is the singer, I look at everyone around his level. Don't forget, we followed these guys when they were nothing. And what I have found out is that of all these guys that we call like superstars in Nigeria, there is no one that has the idea or the wherewithal to build others. Under the video, you could see what are their names? It's a lot of stars, that has come up under the video, and but you can't say that for Whiskey, you can't say that for Bonner, and a whole lot of them. You can also make a case for Olamide, and also Don Jazzy, people who built people. Davido is that kind of person. So as a country, I think Davido united the country more than Tinubu will ever unite this country. Just with an activity of one day. It was a fusion of culture. It was a fusion of happiness. It was a fusion of what we can do, if we come together. The flamboyance, the cultural display, and everything. So I want to say congratulations to Davido and Choma and more and to their delegates for being who they are. You see, it's a whole lot that unite us than divide us. So I'm going to leave it at that. So congratulations to them.
But Joel, no, it's not today that Gbadebo are marrying Amaka now. Every pretty Igbo girl is the birthright of a Yoruba man. The birthright of a Yoruba
I know you're going to say something crazy. But you see, Gbadebo, whoever it is, right? We didn't really know them until this election. I mean, we've known Davido, for a very long time. In fact, it was people always think that Davido's father made Davido popular. No, Davido made his father popular, right? Yeah, in the business world, you might say, "Oh, Adeleke," but Davido made them popular. Davido made them to look at the family and be like, "Okay, what's up with this family?" The kind of love they have for each other. You will hardly break the family.
That's why I want to comment on that family. That family is an example to emulate you, because I can't see even the uncle. Uncle looks like the father.
The father
of the video.
The uncle was
even the
like the dad.
The father does it that. The uncle was the one doing everything, trying to show this is my son, this and that. I mean, I love that family. I love that family so much, and not because of their money, not because of the world, but because of the unity that I see within them. The father was just like, my brother is capable to do everything, no problem. Let him carry on. And the love is too much. So I just the family and the woman they are marrying, all of them accepted her. And it's like the video, if you don't marry this girl, we'll deal with you. As in, just from the family and nothing more. And I love that.
Back to you, Joel.
Okay, so I would like to give them their prop, for an event well done, a showcase of what many families in Nigeria would only dream of. So I will leave it at that. I heard that the white wedding is coming up. I can only imagine how that one will be. But whatever thing they're going to do in future, I wish them all the best.
They've been through a lot, though, as a couple. They've been through a lot. Did they not even lose a child? Did they lose a child, if I remember this out?
Yeah. They lose the Ifeanyi. They lose the Ifeanyi. They lose the Ifeanyi. They've been through a lot, one man. And I think, you see, sometimes people always pray that bad things do not come to their way. It's true. We don't want bad things to come, but a normal human being will be like, if those things are going to come, if those bad things are going to come, they should come. But it should not be something that will kill them. So whatever did not kill them made them stronger. And I believe if they have their interest at heart, not trying to live according to the dictates of the social media, and also trying to thank that lady, because it would have been the normal Nigerian lady we know today. All this Gen Z would have left him long ago because of the pressure they see on the internet. But that lady was calm and collected.
Left him and the billions he has in the bank. Is she going to leave the billions he has in the bank?
We've seen people that have done that. You know, some people will not take it, and it's not that they don't want. It's not that they cannot manage it, but because of the pressure that comes from the internet, some people fall to that pressure a lot. And I want to thank him, thank her, you know, for ignoring those online in-laws, because 98% of those women, 98% of those women telling her to leave that marriage, we grab on that opportunity to marry Davido. So I think she knew what she wanted. No one is perfect. The one woman mantra was sold to us by the West. And if you can tell me that polygamy is wrong,
do you think
gay marriage is right, then it's a problem.
Joel, do you think she's pretty enough to be married to a superstar, a global superstar? Do you think she's pretty enough? She's never struck me as a pretty girl.
Oh, one man. Oh, forget about it. It's only you that is saying that. Choma is beautiful. Come on now. Do you have cataract or glaucoma? It is clear. It is clear to the blind, you know, and her beauty, you know, is well audible to the deaf. She's an epitome of beauty, an epitome of class, an epitome of what the woman should be.
But who is Joel talking about?
No, yeah, you saw her yesterday. Very classy.
No, it's Chioma is talking about. I'm asking if she's pretty enough to be married to Davido. Not that Davido is good looking, no, but he's a global superstar.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Chioma can stand. Somebody is talking.
No, it's Kulata trying to multitask. He's watching Biden fall apart and paying attention to you as well.
Okay. Yeah. So
no, one man. They do like a tool. I don't watch them. What did they happen?
No, they're having a debate, presidential debate. So what
they look like a tool, like they see, you know, they see road, the eye they do somehow. Trump look more
the man don't finish now. Dead man walking. It's I don't know.
Stop it! Don't buy into their narrative conspiracy.
Prestige, I'm not gonna lie. Biden looks like a cadaver that is talking.
Prestige, but honestly speaking, though, the man, I know they hear what they talk, but with the way they look,
don't worry about what they talk.
They do like all this. They do like this humanity. Whether they use sample clothes.
Listen to the facts.
All right, back to you, Joel. If you're still there.
I'm here, woman. I thought they were talking. So, one man, that is that on the video. And just to your question, Chioma can stand any beauty out there. Her marriage to Davido is well deserved. Her beauty can stand to anyone. Don't forget, black don't crack, and I don't see her cracking anytime soon. Not with other money. So one man, it was a good one.
Yeah, but Joel, how do you? She's marrying Davido with all the baggages, month after month. You see Davido naked begging for punja in some random video or the other. Like, I mean, she's just gonna stomach all that for the rest of her life.
You see what you cannot question a man about what he did when he was single. As far as I'm concerned.
No. This is not single. No, this is something that is doing now. I see videos almost every other month. showing
That's what I'm saying.
Davido
But they were
begging
married there.
for
They were married there.
sex,
They were
or
married. They were married.
I mean, come on, they've been together.
Did Sophia Momodu or something like that? Did she not even come out 2 days ago saying he was still begging her for sex?
One man. This is my thing, right? This is my thing. People will still come out. People always have stories, right?
All right. That's Joel dipping again. So
whether we like it or not, whether we try to pancake it or not, it comes with the terrain. If you marry a celebrity, that's what it is. It's just like you married a bus driver or a truck driver. Those people drop their seats everywhere they go.
So why are you making it like it's some sort of fairy tale wedding or something? When with all the shenanigans, is it just because the rich couple celebrity got married? I mean, what else is there?
No,
there's no fidelity. There's no fidelity in the wedding guaranteed by my Osun State brother. He's going to cheat, and they're going to record it, and it's going to get embarrassing. And you're now calling it like some sort of kumbaya. My lord's wedding.
No. Kulata, what I'm just saying is this. Celebrity's wedding is celebrity wedding. It is not always rosy. That's the point. You get it? Tell me who. Name one. Is it Jay-Z? Tell me which one. It is their life. Is it even what's the name of this blind one?
Denzel Washington, LeBron James. Denzel Washington, LeBron James. You want me to continue?
No. No. LeBron James. Let me tell you. I can even mention Curry to that mix, right? My brother, these people. It is until it happens that you not see it, right? You have to.
That means you have to take care of business now. The video is one child, another child, another child, another child. Or you see him, the embarrassing one was the one where he was literally begging for sex on video.
Just like Israel would have never been in
Is Biden about to over? Can you imagine if he kills over in this? We are watching him more with anxiety than anything else. That don't fall over, don't say anything stupid. This is where you are now in America. Oh my Shehu, what a pity.
So one man, moving forward, please. Moving forward. I was listening to Kulata earlier on today when he was asking Ekene about what he produces and all that. You see, one man. I thought that politics was over. That now it's time for governance.
Joel?
Yeah, are you not hearing me?
You dip heavily occasionally, but carry on. We're hearing you now.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, we are. Carry on.
Yeah. So I don't think we are doing so much disservice to nation building by not telling the truth. You see, we have this attitude of always comparing ourselves to the West. Come on now, we and the West are not the same. America can afford to lose 100 companies today, and the country will still stand gidigba. Even if they don't get it 100%, they will be able to get it like 70 or 80%. But in Nigeria, if a company closes up in Nigeria, we don't have the wherewithal. If you leave us for the next 50 years, if we don't know how to produce diaper. So one man, it is so unfortunate that many a time we come on this show, we always want to compare Nigeria with the West. It's unfortunate. Comparing Nigeria and China. Onto which level? Kulata, you're asking that kind of question?
It's unfortunate. Are you talking about power? What is it in Nigeria that would encourage you to invest? What is it? Is it that you bought a land like the one I bought 3 years ago? Till today, they are talking about a survey. It's not like I bought it on roads from any individual. I bought it from P1.
Yeah.
What is going on now? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, God. Hello.
All right. You must be popping champagne right now, Prince Daddy. What's going on? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, one man. Can you hear me?
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Go ahead, one man.
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, one man. Go ahead. One man, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry, I just had to go off the screen and come back. I thought no one was hearing me. I had to go and reboot. I was just saying that I don't know if Prince Daddy is here with us. Are you back, Joe?
Yeah, I'm back. I'm back, one man. So am I better? Is it better now?
A lot better. Carry on.
Sorry, guys. So one man. The issue is that we are doing so much disservice to nationhood by not telling the truth. The business environment in both countries, you cannot compare. A person doing business in Nigeria today, I said, we are so insensitive to that country. It's like most of us have lost touch. To think that you can compare China to the environment that we have in Nigeria, it's unfortunate. Where are you? Where is the comparison? Is it in power? Is it in policy? Is it in infrastructure? Is it in education? Where are you going to compare yourself with China? So is it in planning? People that plan 20 years ahead. Common Vision 2020 and 2010. We didn't even meet up to 20% of it. Is that one a country? Many a time, most of you come out here to make noise about, Nigeria being this, people don't want to invest and all that. Let me tell you, I have a personal story. My mom used to be an importer too. My dad used to be a producer. When Abacha came in, my mom's goods was in Italy. And Abacha made that pronouncement on ban on foreign shoes. Just knee-jerk reaction. By the time the market came, everything was gone. The prices was you could not even get it in. That was a big blow. So we have this policy of a somersault going on in our nation all the time. So coming back to this government, we must have to hold this government accountable. I see them now forming a Southern Governors Forum. What is Southern Governors Forum without common sense? Southern Governors Forum, your problem is numbers. If you were reasonable enough, you will be clamoring that the Southeast should get an extra state, so that you start fighting at the National Assembly with numbers. Common sense is not common.
You think that you are doing a certain you're doing a certain region. No, you're doing yourself. Pay attention to the things that matters. The Tinubu government has been a disappointment. We have gone to Baba. I have Baba saying 14 months. We have gone from 1 year now. It is 14 months. That is how it's going to be 2 years. Why? Why can't we, as a nation, say this is what we want, just like the Kenyans? Now, jazz they do us. They do us jazz. I have been waiting for Tinubu to change those bunch of no goods in his government. He still have them in his government. What is he waiting for? You have a productive, you have a non-productive or bunch of mostly non-productive ministers. You still have them there. You cannot say this is what this ministry is doing. This is what that ministry is doing. If even the weekend we are even praising, if we get fast infrastructure in ABJ, what else is Wike doing in terms of human development? You see, so they only engage in this in activities that they will make money from, not the ones that will build Nigerians. So for most of you supporting this government, you have to stop so that we start asking real questions. Real questions. What is going on? If these guys are not working good, take them out. Kick them out. Between the Buhari government and Tinubu's government, I cannot really say who is who in their government. How have we fallen so low? I remember those days of PDP. When you look at the ministers, you will hear names. And when they go in there, they pull the weight. They do the job. We've had beautiful ministers in the past. Even in the time of the Zani, you could hear, you could see, like you could see power. You could see something going on. In this one, it is flat. We have to question those that we have given the responsibility to take care of us. It is not a bad thing. And when you see them going wrong, please be bold enough to tell them what they are doing is wrong. Thank you, one man.
Jewel of Nashville. So none other, the majestic Jewel of Nashville. So the majestic Jewel of Nashville, I had a little whimper from Gas Them Up there. Maybe he's woken up. Gas Them Up. We called you severally, but we couldn't get your attention then.
Yeah, no, listen, I was with a beautiful woman, and the call of a woman is more important than shouting with you guys on YouTube. So I'm here.
With a beautiful. How much is she charging? This whatever.
I told you I'm a polygamist, so please don't insult my wives. Thank you.
Your wives. You know that polygamy is reimagined amongst the younger generations now. You know Mike, that co-host, he has 2 wives, or maybe more, at least he's confessed to 2, actual real wives. And then there's a guy that I follow, I used to follow him, but I don't really like him. It's a Kenyan guy called Ayamawa. He wants 10 wives, and his family, and it's only in his 40s, so yes, I think polygamy is back, isn't it? Kulata, could you handle it? We are taking this opportunity, but no.
Yeah, in America. You will wake up without a house.
Look at that. They will chop bits of your body. But yeah, guys, the floor is yours. I played your clip. I don't know if you want to speak to that, or you want to speak to what's on the screen. I'll need the volume, because I think you are probably all watching it on a side screen anyway. But the performance of You're not watching who's going to be your future leader.
I'll be honest. Presidential policy is neither here nor there. The most important policy is actually central bank policy. Interest rates have more of a lasting impact than executive order generally. So I'm more interested in what the central banks and what the Treasury is going to do than the clown show called politics. But yeah, that original that video I sent you. Can you remind me what was the video about again? I think I sent you two videos.
I can play it. I think you only sent me the one. I did play it. I'll play a little snippet because I think the audience have read this. I played it to try to tease you out of whatever it is, but I don't think we had your attention then. But this is what you said.
We who are classified as Yoruba today, we're never together. We were never together. We were fighting. We fought. There are many criminal elements in our midst. Like the man called Seriki who purportedly founded.
So that's the one you sent in. I think we've all seen it. So do you want to pick it up from there?
Yeah, no, I wanted to hear your thoughts because I know your position is that the only real Yoruba are the ones who are from Oyo. And, if you're not from Oyo, you don't count as a Yoruba person.
That's just that man's perspective. Was that Debo or something like that? I can't remember his name. That's just his perspective. It's not a historian. It's just somebody with a perspective on our history. The progeny of the Yoruba race is from in Oyo. We don't actually even call it Yoruba because that is a corruption of the word that we termed the race. We call it Yoruba, but then when you go further out of Oyo, they start to put inflections on it, and then they syllabic it 3 ways, Yoruba, but we call it Yoruba that ends in a crescendo. So the progenation of that ethnicity of people is, of course, Oyo Alaafin.
So if that's the case, so then I hear that, but my position with your argument is that if that was the case, you would see such a descript distinction or description of, and I said 2 words at the same time, but you would see it specifically within those diaspora who were taken from your land and they never call themselves that. If you look at the Oyo indigents that ended up in Cuba and Brazil, they did not call themselves Yoruba. They called themselves Bukumi. They called themselves Ketu. They said other names. But they didn't specifically call themselves Yoruba. Now, they spoke the language that we call Yoruba today, but that was why I was saying what he said was interesting, that there was never a unified Yoruba collective, just the same way there was never a unified Igbo collective. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
No, my thought is to disagree. There was never really a unified anybody, isn't it? It's a convergence of, the whole of this thing is just really about the geographical mass that people occupy. So the people that occupy an immediate geographical mass, they share commonality, and that commonality often instances leads to convergence to the point that they become a one people. And somebody progenites that oneness, and that is how a race and ethnicity of people is formed.
Well, you see, that's where I disagree with you. When I used to do all these things and write papers back in the day, I did an extensive deep dive into this, and it's clear that, for example, if you read Benedict Anderson's work, Imagine Communities, you'll see that the idea of unified ethnic national consciousness in Nigeria does not arise until the publication of print newspapers, and that's with the so-called founding fathers. So we don't have a unified so-called Yoruba identity until Awolowo, until Zeke, until the other was Balewa in the north, and they all have.
Are you saying Awolowo founded the Yoruba language?
Okay, I'm going to repeat that again. I'm saying that if you read Benedict Anderson, because you made it specifically about Yoruba people, it's all Nigerians. The so-called Nigeria that we have today, we call Wazobia, which is a breakdown of the three words, the so-called three largest ethnic groups. Those three ethnic groups never had a unified anything. They didn't have unified ethnic conscious identity until the print media and the founding fathers of Nigeria that give us this so-called Wazobia distinct dialect or dialect of consciousness all had newspapers. So I'm going along the lines of the analysis that Benedict Anderson in his work Imagined Communities, where he talks about how print media is the largest perpetrator of what we're calling ethnic national consciousness. So the Nigerian state, Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa only become a solid core conflated identity after the print of national newspapers. And the founding fathers all had a newspaper that they did, and they are the ones that created the pan Yoruba identity within Nigeria, the pan Igbo identity in Nigeria. It's the print media that creates that, because prior to that, as the gentleman was saying, Yorubas were beating the hell out of themselves, enslaving themselves. Igbos were doing the same thing, even amongst the Hausa. So there's never been a unified Yoruba anything, or unified Igbo anything, or unified Hausa anything.
What unifies? What unifies?
Say that part again.
I said what unifies. Shall I tell you what I think unifies? It's a language and culture. That's what unifies.
No, I'm not disputing you that language and culture. I'm saying you would have to have engaged in the analysis by people like Benedict Anderson and the scholars and the historians that have come along from that type of analysis, which is what I agree with. They could be wrong, but the general consensus is that they're correct, and that's why we have to do a better job of studying these things.
It's not a general consensus, so it's a misreading of it's a skewed view. It's a skewed view. It's a view from a very narrow prism. The fact that they may be warring amongst each other, enslaving each other, trying to subjugate and dominate, that does not mean even within family.
What's this? I want you to tell me specifically. Are you saying my opinion? Because it's not my opinion. I'm saying Benedict Anderson's opinion. He's widely agreed upon as one of the premier historians in terms of understanding the idea of ethnic national consciousness. And he says it's an arbitration, it's not real. And most scholars and historians, especially in that UK and Europe, that we cherish their scholarship more, they agree that that's where it comes from. So it's not gas them up saying
no, but they are looking at you as an anthropological subject. I can't even get what's out. So they are looking at you, not you specifically, but your stock as a study in anthropology. I'm telling you that.
No, I'm saying, okay, Benedict Anderson studied Europe history, right? And his thesis in Imagined Communities, the premise of his thesis, which is widely agreed upon, is that ethnic national consciousness comes about from the rise of print media. It's not real. There was never an agreed upon national state. Even the so-called nation state is a fiction. The lines, that's why in philosophy they'll tell you, like if you read Baudrillard, he talks about the map is not the territory, and vice versa, because these lines, at the Berlin Conference, they just drew up lines and said, yeah, this is in Nigeria. It's arbitrary. They're not real. So the idea of ethnic national conscience, even within the Europeans, the idea, you can read another book, and that's why I said there's deep history on this, from what's the book about? From something to French, from peasants to Frenchmen. You can Google that book, where he talks about how you transition these wild people who are called peasants and people that live on the countryside, and then you use the idea of creating a national identity that comes from the Parisian influence. And you can see how they convert people from who are local peasants to becoming now proud Frenchmen. So this is a process that happened in Europe to become the ethnic states that we see. We have France, UK, and everyone's proud and their drum and their military marches, the Prussian state. That is what I'm saying, is that if you take the analysis of themselves, not gas them up saying a European studied an African. So if you read the books From Peasants to Frenchmen, Imagined Communities, which again is agreed upon by most of the scholars that this is how ethnic national consciousness arises. And you now say, okay, if this is how it comes about in Europe, let's look at Africa, particularly Nigeria. In that place called Nigeria, Yorubas were never one united. First off, there's no king of Yoruba. You have Oni of Ife, you have Alafin of Oyo. There's no king of Yoruba. It doesn't exist. There's no king of Igbo. As a matter of fact, I don't know how to speak Igbo that well, but the Igbos themselves will tell you in their language that something is something that we don't have kings. So there's no king of Igbo. So my point is this, once again, that if you look at the Nigerian case, the Nigerian ethnicities that we champion today, the so-called 3 ethnicities that we talk about today, are solidified in their consciousness by the founding fathers who all had newspapers. And it's not a coincidence that the term Yoruba Ronu is not something that an ancient Oyo person would have said. It's not something that an ancient Egba person would have said. It's something that comes about during the political infighting between Western, Eastern, and Northern regions in Nigeria, print media. So I'm saying that Benedict Anderson's entire thesis is proven correct when you look at the Nigeria project.
All right. I now somewhat disagree because it's somewhat trying to fit in something in the. Oh, I haven't finished your debate. Sorry, gas them up. I'm keeping a BDI on your debate at the side screen. My take is this. Look, ethnic nationhood, whatever it is, the defining factor is culture and language. So if you share commonality in that, no matter if you call yourself a nation, an empire, whatever it is, those are the binding factors of nationhood: commonality in culture and commonality in language. And those commonalities, they predate the print media, certainly in the Yoruba space, so almost certainly in all of the African cultures. So however you choose to term them, these were ethnic states. These were nation states, even not ethnic states, that existed in some form.
But one man, it's impossible. We didn't have nation states in Nigeria. That's one. 2, if you're saying language and culture, sure, I agree. But they're not as widespread as you're trying to make them. And the proof is simple. The Yoruba that is spoken in Benin Republic, especially back then, because now we have a Lagos standardized Yoruba. What is Miliki? You understand? That's not Yoruba, right? But especially back then, Yoruba that is spoken in different regions, heck, even in Togo, they speak Yoruba, is almost sometimes unintelligible to another Yoruba person. So there might be basic concepts that are stated. There's a culture complex that's shared, but to say that there's a unified language, no, it was almost mutually unintelligible. Same thing amongst the Igbo.
That's not true. That's not true. It's just a different accent. It's mutually intelligible till date. If I speak my dialect, which is Jijisha, an Ekiti person, I can pick up what they're saying. They can pick up what I'm saying. Even as complex as Ijebu sounds, I understand it. So saying they're mutually, I mean, I've been hearing some of what you've been saying. You're just trying to fit some theoretical guy into you're trying to box it in. Before we were called Yoruba, we had other names. We were known as Olukumi. And at some point in time, some areas were known as Nago. It was the Oyos that were known as Yorubas, but we all adopted that identity in the 19th century. It's not even during them, Awolowo. It was in the 19th century that we began to adopt that. And the fact that we had city-states warring for 100 years, yeah, that's a fact of our history. But it did not mean It did not mean that there was no known identity. All of us knew each other as as having a common progenitor and a common source, which was Ile-Ife, from Togo all the way to Olukumi in Delta State. So saying, the fact that that ID itself wasn't Yoruba doesn't mean that there was no sense of nationhood, even though we had city states and then we had the hegemony of the Oyo Empire. So, this is an area that I don't understand. So I just have divided attention. But I was hearing you saying some things, and I said I should interject.
So listen, I get that, but we don't have to approach it from a perspective of dismissing it, because the things that you stated, we can look at them individually.
Yeah, but you're trying to you're subjugating some facts in order to fit some narrative.
No,
like there was no you're kind of saying it like we're all of us were just some disparate small tribes, small groups that had just slight similarity in language and slight similarity in culture. And I'm saying that's not true.
It's difficult to have a conversation with you if you're not going to take a step back and let's iron this out piece by piece. I hear your position. You heard my position. Now let's flesh this out. And we don't have to agree, but you can allow me to flesh out what you're saying. So now, to respond to the things you said, and then you can, if you have a pen and paper next to you, I'd like you to hear my points and then you can respond and pick them apart. First, when you say, I'm glad you mentioned Egypt.
Are you ready? Get that pen and paper.
Me, that alone now.
You see, this is.
Let him make it talk. I did listen to him.
All right. So here's the thing, right? When one man you make fun of it and say, "Oh, I'm giving him homework." No, we have to be very scholarly in our approach. We can't just use the typical
And move on to your points now. Don't rabble around. Just go straight.
So, like I was saying, we can't just approach things from the typical Nigerian way. And on one hand, say it's too much English, blah blah blah. No, we have to focus one at a time. Now, the gentleman stated, and he actually made my point clearly. Said Ijebu. Now, if I took a person from the Benin Republic, if I took another person from Togo, if I took another person from let's say the Aworis, and I was using some certain dialects of Ijebu, once again, they would catch certain words, but it's a fact there would be certain words, certain complexes, certain structures that would be very unintelligible to those people, even though they're all quote unquote Yoruba. There's a shared cultural customs, and not every Yoruba does the same thing. Each region will have different customs that they do. So he actually proved my point with the language. Now, he mentioned, which I said earlier, that you had the identity. If there was a Yoruba identity, remember the largest diaspora of slaves that was stolen in that slave genocide was when the Oyo Empire broke down. Those people ended up in Brazil. They ended up in Cuba. They never called themselves Yoruba in Brazil. They never called themselves Yoruba in Cuba. They actually called themselves Lukumi.
So what's the point? What's the point? We know that the Yoruba identity, the group identity that was fully adapted in the late 19th century. And is that news? That's not news.
One man, you see, I cannot do this. When he goes and listen, he has to learn self-control, bro. You gotta learn.
Yeah, but you're saying something that's kind of like known by everybody, like, oh, wow, shocking.
So listen, sir. If you could just have some self-control, I'll have some self-control. When you responded, I let you go. So
talk. I like fast talking. I don't like all this mess, man.
Well, listen, that's you. So let me go at my pace and let me finish, please. Don't cut it off. Thank you. So again, they never called themselves that. The point is simple: is that even the one man is giving me his own etymology, but it's historically the scholars actually agree that the only reason why you hear the word Yoruba is because of the interaction between the Oyos and the Hausas, who were Islamized. And in their language, they called them Yariba, which meant pagan worshiper. And so now, when Kulata actually, again, makes my case for me, when he says, we agreed in the 19th century to be called Yoruba, that is flat out impossible. There was never.
It's not. Look. I have to interject. Sorry. No.
This guy keeps. Let me finish my statement. He has to have self-control because this is BS.
I don't have self-control, but because you're, I don't know. Like, first of all, you say some Hausa. First of all, it's not Hausa the reference to Yoruba word. Yoruba word came from the Mali Empire. From the 15th century, it was even documented in Arabic.
We're going to keep going back and forth if you don't stop this. Let me finish my point.
Because you're saying stuff in superficial stuff and it's not really, I'm not judging.
Listen, if you can't have self-control, then that's the problem. I'm going to mess up the show. So let me finish. I'm almost wrapping up my points because that's how you have a debate amongst scholars and amongst professionals.
I'm not a scholar. Just continue.
So then I need you to learn some self-control.
You're saying redundant stuff.
So I need you to learn some self-control. Once again, to wrap up my point before I was rudely interrupted, the agreed upon consensus is that the word Yoruba comes from the Hausa word Yariba, which means pagan.
That's not true, and I'm telling you that's not a fact.
So let me finish. That's
where did you get that from as a scholar? Where did you get that from?
So let me finish and I'll tell you.
You called yourself a scholar. You tell me, quote the source that said Hausa came up with Yoruba.
Once again, if you cannot finish.
No, I'm asking you a straightforward question. Can you give me a straightforward answer?
I'm not answering you until I finish my points because you're cutting me off and this is nonsense. My point is simple, is that it's agreed upon that the word Yoruba comes from the Hausa word Yariba, which means pagan worship.
It's not agreed upon.
So listen, when I get to my point, I would have wrapped up 5 minutes ago if you just had some goddamn self-control. Now,
can you give me a goddamn answer? You said Hausa gave them Yoruba, and I'm saying, where's your source?
I will give you the source when it's your turn and I will respond to you. But let me finish my points and you can start asking your questions. Now, when this gentleman says that Yorubas came together in a referendum and agreed to say that the
I did not say a referendum. Stop putting words. I said it was agreed upon, meaning a collective. By the late 19th century, the reference it was becoming more common to be known as Yoruba.
When this, one man.
I'm just correcting what you're saying.
Man, when I do what this guy is doing, you guys start complaining. You guys start jumping up. You push me out of the screen. This is the partiality that I'm talking about, right? This is the Nigerian partiality, but it's okay. My point is this: is that when he claims that it was agreed upon, he cannot show me, and that's why I use the word referendum. He cannot show me a so-called agreed upon meeting in which each regional Yoruba person today sent their representatives amongst their elders to say, we agree that this is the name we want to be called and we want to be called Yoruba. That never happened. So the fact that that never happened is proof that there has never been a pan-unified Yoruba identity. That comes about after, as he is saying, the 19th century, but it comes about from print media in Nigeria. The first and early educated Yoruba scholars and the Yoruba professionals who used their newspapers to start calling themselves Yoruba, and it was dominated by the Oyos. And that's where that term came from. So it's never been a unified Yoruba. So I will stop speaking now, and you can identify the points that you have an issue with.
First things first. The Yoruba, what's it called, did not come from Hausa. The earliest reference of that word came from the Mali Empire. What's it called? What's the name of that? It was documented in Arabic. That's the earliest part, and that was the 15th century, if memory serves me right. And over the years, we've been known by many collectives. It's just changes. At some point in time, it was the Nago. Some people still maintain that name. If you go to Benin Republic right now, you will hear it's not going to be Yoruba. That is the identification is Nago. Earlier times, we were known as Olukumi, and even the branch that moved to Delta State up, I mean, Aniocha North till today, they still maintain that Olukumi. And then in what's it called? In other times, it was Aku. The people that were enslaved, a lot of them still bear Aku. If you go to Sierra Leone now, a tribe, which is of course Yoruba people, and Gambia, they're known as Aku. So the Yoruba nest, because Oyos were known by the Yorubas because of a lot of training with the Malian Empire. Because the Oyos were known as Yorubas, the British, the people they met with the most influence among that Yoruba, among the group of people that have the same source, commonalities in language, even though they're different dialects, multiple city-states, they started adopting that Yoruba reference. And of course, the people like Ajayi Crowther that worked among the British memorialized it in his early writings, because it was due to his own writings that we now have a lot of things we have now, because especially when it comes to religion and the modern language that is called Yoruba, because he codified the modern language. Otherwise, we all, even still date, still have our dialect. But in spite of the dialect, we were all a collective, but we warred amongst each other. That was like the 100-year wars, 100 years Yoruba wars. But we still knew we all came from Ile-Ife. We shared the same source. We shared the same progenitor. And I mean, everything was in common. Just we've had multiple identities throughout the years. And the one that stuck and the one that was codified the most is the Yoruba one. And that wasn't some sort of also, that's because that's a false narrative. It was from trading. It was from trading them with the Malian Empire.
You asked for a source, but instead you came to pontificate. You didn't.
I asked you for your source. You did not give me a source. Did you ask me for a source? And I'm not giving you a source. I'm explaining what I'm explaining, and you're still not giving me a source.
No, well, because you didn't ask. You were supposed
I asked you. I said, "Where's your source?" That you said is Hausa. That is Hausa people that gave us Yoruba. I said, "Where's your source?"
Sir, when in a debate, just as you see,
I'm not. This is not a formal debate. I asked you for your source, and you've still not provided me a source.
Well, here's the problem. I will give you the source now, but I'm just giving you some debate etiquette.
I don't look. I'm not a debater by profession. I have other jobs I do. Just tell me what your source is. Don't come and lecture me about debate or no debate.
So nobody is lecturing you.
And then give me your source then.
So thank you. Now you've asked for it. So the source is very easy. You can read Dr. Murray Last, right? You can Google his name. You can read his works. Clearly, he shows that the Yoruba connection is there. You can go and read that.
Read what?
I've never seen him play already, but
I just told you. His name is
no, actually, I didn't hear you well.
His name is Murray Last. MURRAY LAST. Dr. Murray Last. You can read his work. He's a foremost scholar on northern Nigeria.
So Murray Last, a white guy, like Mongo Park discovering River Niger, right? Thank you.
So if you're going to ridicule it, you'll realize that I'm trying to tell you once again that the word Yoruba comes from the Yoruba.
No, I'm going to tell me some. I mean, the way Mongo Park discovered River Niger, I'm going to accept that Dr. Murray Last is the authority of the name of Yoruba that is being documented in Arabic from the 15th century.
No,
Thank you. No, I'm thanking you. Thanks.
Sure, great, whatever, sir. There is no Arabic word called Yoruba.
Thanks. It's not an Arabic word. It's a script. Well, you can transcribe Ajami.
You see,
right?
Once again, you see, you're trying to have
so you're saying so you're saying they can't write something equivalent to Yoruba in Arabic. Is that what you're saying?
I'm trying to tell you that Nobody has.
Anyway, but I mean, thanks for the moral last, but I mean, it's as useless as tissue paper to me.
And you're an example of why Nigeria is so successful, because this is the type
Yeah. Morilas called Mongo Park.
Morilas, Mongo Park. You guys see, this is what you see. Your Nigerian mentality is showing. You're allergic to education. You're allergic to civil debate. You're allergic to anything. Your only thing of reference is to come on here and do this, or
it's not come on here and do this. Like, what are you telling me? I said, I appreciate the Dr. Morilas, right? And it's as useful as a piece of tissue paper. If you're telling me that he says Hausas birthed that Yoruba Yoruba terminology to reference who we are. Oh, sorry, to reference your people.
Again, it is a fact, and that is why you can see
it's not a fact. Like every is a theory. Like every scholarly, like any academic activity, he has his own theory, and he has maybe some research to back it up. I have my other sources, and I have my sources to back up. That's how you, and then you argue. It's like saying the identity of the man Christ. Some people have their own theory, other people have their own theory.
I would take the works of
so Morilas. When you say the Morilas, I regard him as a Mongo Park that was discovered River Niger.
Morilas is more of a scholar and an academic source to Nigerian history than you, who has no qualifications. You're just a typical Yoruba guy that eats.
I'm not a typical. You're not going to define my ethnic nationality.
Collateral Google certificate and return. You have no qualifications. Return all of those certificates.
Let me go and burn my certificate. I never go to school in over 20 years.
You're just a typical Amala eater shouting.
Let me teach you something. In my area of Yoruba, we don't eat Amala. We eat Inyo. We eat pounded yam. Where I come from, Eastern Yoruba people don't really eat Amala. So let me lecture you. We don't. Not every. If you go to Ijesha and Ekiti people, we don't really eat Amala. That's for Oyo people.
I don't care about any of it.
So if you don't care, why are you talking about something you don't care about? And then we want to put propaganda and say Hausa people named Yoruba. Like what sort of nonsense is that?
Nigerians have nothing but it's a proof. Talking loud and saying nothing. These are the empty vessels. You guys have nothing to offer on these spaces. You're not well researched.
So what's your point in coming here to tell us the obvious that like I said, we just adopted the Yoruba ethnicity? I mean, you actually said it was maybe founding fathers. So I guess that was like the 20th century.
If you had listened to,
so what is that supposed to do? What's the meaning of that?
At this stage of the conversation, if you had listened to what me and one man was saying before you jumped in and chimed in, obviously, like I said, you're a typical Nigerian school.
I mean, you can go on with the ad hominems. I'm not bothered by that. All I'm trying to say is you're not really saying anything that is not known.
You're right. Listen, you say it's not saying anything you didn't know. That's good. You asked for a source. I gave you the source. You now said the source is tissue paper. Mind you, the source studied at one of the premier Yoruba universities. That's where he actually.
Which one of them? Which is the premier Yoruba university?
Well, listen, go and check it out yourself.
I'm asking you now. Can you just answer me? Just say I don't know. You can check or something.
I think you're talking about Ibadan. Yes.
Is it Ibadan or Ife? Which one of them?
Listen, I have refused to assist Nigerians in their brainless.
Forget about all that one. Which school did the man go to?
Nigerians will never get anything from me.
Leave Nigerians alone. You're not going to change Nigerians. Which school did this guy go to?
You people can Google. Google is your friend.
Oh my God, man.
Open up a new tab on your computer and type in Murray Last and read his Wikipedia, and you will get all the information that you need. That's all you have to do. Until then, let's not have a conversation, because it's not going to go anywhere. Like I said, you're the average Nigerian. This is how you guys are. When you hear people giving you facts, you guys get offended. You start screaming. You beat your chest. you're no better than soccer hooligans, and this is all we have to show, and this is across the board for
okay. The guy went to UI. Okay.
So, like I said,
so can you now?
No, you said it best. He's a tissue
He
paper.
went to UI. Okay, so okay.
He's a tissue paper. He's a tissue paper. This is someone who went to UI.
So in excuse me. So in academics, you only have, especially with historical facts, you only have one theory, right? One theory by one guy, and that's the be all and the end all. And if that theory, if you don't agree to that theory, and you have other theories, then you're a this, you're a Nigerian, you're a Kinikon, you're a Kinikon. Like seriously.
No, it's not about that. It has nothing to do with disagreement.
Oh, what have you been saying for the past 5 minutes? That's why you are a Nigerian. That's why it's Silicon. That's why you people didn't go to school.
See, that's again, it's sad, but like I said, you Nigerians.
You see, you're continuing on the same thing that I'm saying. Oh, it's sad. Oh, it's this. Oh, it's that.
People do. You don't have. It's shameful. You guys just have nothing to talk about.
You continue doing what I'm just saying. Yeah, you're doing.
Because you are the cause of it. Once again, you
don't. You only have a single source. We should worship that source, right?
No, sir. No, that's not. You see, that's not what I said. The problem is very simple. I asked you to have a gentlemanly, scholarly, and civil debate. You refused.
I don't have the patience. I don't have the patience tonight, and I'm multitasking.
Listen. So how about you go and focus on what you were focusing on? You are an agbero. That's your mentality. So don't engage with me.
Yeah,
don't engage.
No. Hold on. Let's not engage.
Let him. One man, I'm enjoying it. Let him do it. Let him do it. Let him do it. One man, let him do it.
This is the Nigerian mentality. You guys behave like agberos. When I asked for a scholarly back and forth as professionals, you refused. You came in here very antagonistic, shouting me down every chance, and I was trying to be civil with you. You refused. So don't now come and try behind the scenes. Keep that same energy. You didn't respect what I was trying to engage with you in a proper way. So don't try and be buddy now. We don't have to do that. Monme, can we go to the next topic? Because I'm kind of, not trying to engage with this guy. He's multitasking, as he admitted. His whole point is to just be a typical Nigerian Agbero. This is how they behave. And this
oh my God. Guys, them up. Scholar, one man. Continue, Sha.
Sorry. I was speaking. I didn't even know I was muted. I said, did you send this in?
Yes, I posted it.
It sounds like your headline. A disempowered currency inflames the fall of the Nigerian naira and the bruising effect. So, what is this telling us? Yeah.
Well, you see, listen. Yesterday, once again, I was attacked by another. This time in Igbo, the Igbo variant of the Agbero, in Nigeria. By Emeka, as I'm being attacked by the Yoruba variant in Kulata. So, when I was explaining
what about the Niger Delta variant? Is there a variant where you come from, or you're all civilized?
Of course. Listen, I said all of Nigerians. I didn't say, look, listen, this is the mentality. We don't believe in engaging in real civil discourse. We only support people who oppress us and abuse us. Davido's wedding is a perfect example. We love to be abused. When I mentioned this yesterday, the Igbo Agbero, Emeka, was saying, no, this is human. This is how humanity is. We oppress people, and there's rich, there's poor, there's have-nots. It's the human condition. So Nigeria's suffering is Nigeria's suffering. It's okay. It just happens that they are poor. If they're poor, and you just get tired of dealing with this type of Agbero mentality. And when you call them out, they get angry, they get offended, and it is what it is. This is what you deal with. So the reason why I posted that.
Sorry, excuse me. So when the person doing hard hominems is the person that's not angry, right?
Yeah.
And the one just simply having a good time. Ribbing you is the one that is. Anyway, continue. I'm just messing with you. Continue.
obviously Nigerians will have a good time when we're discussing serious things. You'll see hungry people, starving children, messed up country, but you'll still have a good time. It's typical, Owambe, let's party while the world is in flames around us mentality. This is what you guys do.
So you don't like Yoruba people and their Owambe, right?
You see, I didn't specify to you. Of course, you would do that. I just said there was an Igbo variant of the Agbero mentality yesterday. So, of course, he's going to personalize it because it's hurting his soul. But one man,
you don't like Owambe. What did Owambe do to you? You don't like wearing, Sorry.
Yeah, listen, you're right. The country is good. Let's keep partying while things are burning around us. It's great. One man, if you don't mind posting that the article again, because I was viciously.
You do know that Kulata is just yanking at your chains, don't you? I mean,
I'm not worried about this. I'm not paying attention to Kulata. The thing about Kulata is that it's an insult to me because he comes on this platform with other people and he's serious. He's just admitted he's multitasking. If he had any respect while it's my turn, he wouldn't even contribute. He would watch his debate and allow me to speak what I'm speaking. And then when he's finished and he can give it his full attention, then he can respond. But for him to throw his, clownish endeavors now while I'm trying to pass a serious message to the audience for those who want to get the message, it just shows me again, this is the type of derailment mentality that they have. But it's okay. This is Nigerians for you. So the reason why I sent this article in the back chat is because yesterday Emeka came on here and told me he's, I don't know who he is. Who am I? This is how he gets his bread and butter. And I said, your village, people don't even have bread and butter in our villages, but whatever, sure. The Nigerians themselves are writing that their currency is falling. There's bruising effects, to use their own words. I asked this gentleman, he said that the dollar did not increase. That's just that the naira lost value. I don't know how that makes sense, but even if that was the case, when we now pressured him and I said, well, what about the Forex market, which is showing you that the dollar is one of the top performing currencies in spite of the budget deficits that the US dollar and the US economy has and other things, compared to other basket of currencies. He couldn't answer that. So my point is this, is that I'm very skeptical when Nigerians come on these platforms and try to paint a picture of Nigeria just because they happen to be living in, Banana Island, some gated community, or hiding away in one estate in Abuja. And so they now pontificate as if that's the actual existence of how people live on the ground. And that's not the case. You are the one man who showed us an article of people cutting yam slices to sell. I came on here the other day and I said half bag of beans is 80,000 naira. I was shouted down by Remy, who was in Sweden, by the way. He wasn't even in Nigeria. So it's a lie. It cannot be 80,000. And then when the next day I called all my sources. I called my supplier in mile 12. Alaji told me clear as day, said, no, it's 80,000 for a half bag of beans. I said, wow. Well, the country is good. It's working, and I ordered, a full bag of beans to be sent to my respective family members. But my point is this, is that, it's shameful when you see the Nigerians are telling you their condition, and then you got these clowns who come on YouTube and argue against it. So just because I'm privileged to be in the West doesn't mean I'm going to now come on these platforms and lie to the people. Why can't we say the truth? Nigeria's not working. Whether it's Obi, whether it's Buhari, whether it's Tinubu, the country is not working for the average Nigerian.
All right, guys, let's have a serious conversation. Apologies, I was clowning around. So are you telling me the concept of a city-state is new to you, that the Yorubas, especially the Yorubas, me being one, we had city-states, and each city-state was almost like a small nation by itself. And to some extent, to a large extent, they warred over each other, especially when it came to or your empire, especially, and to a little extent, Edo, Benin Empire, charging taxes, making some of them vassal states, and even converting some non-indigenous lands to almost like Yoruba. Like, the fact that we all bear Yoruba now is something. A lot of it could be attributed, like I said, to the influence of the British and or your empire. And the reference to that Yoruba is age old, but it just depends, like I said, from a collective standpoint, it's almost more accurate to call ourselves Aku, because even that Aku reference, the Shekiris will own that, because if you know, the Shekiris came from Ijebu, Ilaje, and some Igala, and then their royalty is what's it called, Edo. So that Aku till today, worldwide, especially Yoruba and diaspora, they will adopt it. But a group evolves. The result of that 100-year war where we had, with the latest being the Ekitiparakbo and Ijesha versus Ibadan. The result of it is some learnings, meaning we now have to operate beyond the city state to a nation state. That's why the adoption of that Yoruba was easy, because we were tired of fighting. If not for the British, we could have killed each other. But it's not new. So when you're saying that you're trying to relate it, is some of us, I mean, it's just kind of like tedious. Like, okay, what are you bringing to the conversation that is new? Maybe for me, maybe other people may not know. So I may apologize from that perspective. But really, you're not really saying anything new, and you're now drawing parallels to Nigeria now. So can you like walk us through how that is something, and how that resulted in what we are now?
So, Coletta, I think I already in earlier. Maybe you didn't pay attention. You just have to play it in the back and replay.
Yeah, your voice is a bit low.
Yeah, maybe you'll have to replay it in the back chat, in the back channel when the stream is on tomorrow. You'll just have to replay it. I think I already addressed what I was trying to say, not just about Yoruba people. It was about all.
One man, did you get what he was saying?
Hello, can you hear me?
A lot of it, you know, I'm not at your frequency. When my superiors are speaking, I keep quiet, so I'm just listening.
So what I'm saying is that I wanted to talk about the next topic. I think I addressed it with one man. If you play it in the back chat, everybody can email me, gasthemup@gmail.com. And if you want to have a scholarly back and forth online, you know, we can email each other and I can send you sources, and, you know, we can have it real like professionals and engage with each other. So once again, the invite for anybody, especially those who are sending their comments in the chat room, you can email me, gasthemup@gmail.com, and we'll go back and forth. Now,
are you secretly canvassing for women? That sounds like are you canvassing for women? What's going on here?
No, but there are more men in the chat. I don't know which women. I don't know who are the women. The only woman I know in the chat is Adama, and I think somebody already paid her bride price. I don't touch married women, so I wasn't talking to.
Unless Tokwe O has had the gender realignment, I suspect she may well be female too. But
I didn't know. I don't know Tokwe, so yeah, okay, I didn't know. So if Tokwe is a woman, I don't know, no disrespect.
All right, take us back to where you were. You were sort of this is a carryover from yesterday, isn't it? You're back and forth with Emeka. And by the way, sorry. First thing is your audio is quite quaky, somewhat. We really enjoy listening to you, but to be able to will be nice. So there's but you see, Emeka is a very senior financier. He was a top banker in Nigeria. Now a top financier in Canada, first class graduate. So he has some inkling of that space. So it's not an Agbero like Kulata. It's a proper educated man, you know.
Yeah, I'm not impressed by anything Emeka was saying. If he was a top banker in Nigeria, he should have stayed there. Running away, jackmiring to Canada, which seems to be the norm for the Nigerian professional class, is not something that's impressive. And then when I asked him to specifically tell me how, okay, so the dollar value of the debt was decreased from 108 billion to 92 billion, and he's saying it was because of a change in, and that was in March. So that was a 15% reduction in the debt level that Nigeria had. But it wasn't as a result of Nigeria making extra payments. It was a result of the fluctuation in the exchange rate, which means that in that period in March, perhaps the Nigerian naira was somewhat stronger, and that is, if that's what he's saying. But the article never said that Nigeria paid down the debt at a higher level, because even their budget that Nigeria has floated to the world to see keeps the debt repayment at 6.1 trillion naira, right? So the whole point is, I just sent this article where Nigerians themselves are expressing how they feel, not gas them up. Nigerians are writing what is happening to the naira. They're coming up with the evidence there, and it's shameful that a so-called banker like Emeka. But again, the elite Nigerians, they live in a bubble. They live in a vacuum. I was saying that yesterday about the NSARS movement and how it was only the people who are affected by the so-called NSARS that they didn't say end, bad roads. They didn't say end, lack of seaport access. They didn't say end corruption. It's end SARS. And the only reason why they said that is because the SARS was brutalizing. They couldn't differentiate between the Yahoo boys and the the ones who tried to be elite in Lekki and all these other places. That's why they were, so angry, because Shehu Kuti tells us the PAs and the hanger-ons of these people in power were being harassed by SARS. That's the only reason why they jumped on that movement. They weren't serious to try to actually help the Nigerians. No, they didn't give a damn. So I just sent that article for us to see, but I wish he was here. I'm sure he would have dismissed it as well. The next one you showed was the GSK leaving, I think, Kenya and other places, if I'm not mistaken. India. Can you show that? Yes. So let's see. He says, after similar moves in Kenya and India, GSK telegraphs a commercial halt in Nigeria.
Yes. Sorry. I think this is actually a carryover from yesterday's conversation, isn't it? When, all these narratives of a lot of companies are leaving the country, etc., and people were saying it's a global phenomenon. So GSK was one of the high-pitched screechings that were coming out of Nigeria. That, look, GSK... But it actually took them a slower route to exit Nigeria. After similar moves in Kenya and India, GSK telegraphs commercial halt in Nigeria. So it's not yeah.
You see, this is what you see. I know when we were growing up, our parents would tell us, copy the good, don't copy the bad, right? It's painful when I hear Nigerians say, and not be only us, the this thing happened to. It's global. Nigerians are quick to do this. They say, no, not global thing. We're not global. It's a human condition. As Emeka was telling me yesterday, it's human. It's normal to abuse people and put them in poverty. That's a normal thing. It's global. That's what we do. It's just crazy. So the point is, we all know, for example, the airlines were owed how many billions in dollars before the Cardoso finally settled them as of recently. To remove your money out of Nigeria is very difficult. If you're a major investor, you have to be plugged into the central bank. To get a window to get dollars is tough when you get your naira. So I'm pretty certain, because I was actually invested heavily in GSK because they were listed on the Nigerian stock exchange. I do a lot of value investing in the Nigerian stock exchange. As a matter of fact, my best performing assets and investments are the Nigerian stock exchange. And so when GSK, wanted to exit Nigeria, I knew that this is a problem.
Sorry, Gastemov, just to the uninitiated, what is value investing? Just to give us a snapshot of what that means.
All a person has to do is just Google Warren Buffett and Benjamin Graham, and read anything you find. Warren Buffett, Benjamin Graham. Anything you read, any video you watch, that if you do that for at least 3 weeks of studying, you'll be a great value investor.
That doesn't answer the question. It just sets homework to for the people.
Yeah, because
don't worry, Kulata will tell us when it's ready. I think he would know, but carry on.
Nigerians don't like to do homework. We like to do expo. So no more expo mentality. No more. We know they carry lots.
Sorry, value investing is when you pick stocks that is trading below its book value. So like you're getting it, you feel you're getting. I mean, you're getting it at a discount essentially. But the thing is, you need to know, have a good idea of what the book value is to know that okay, this is selling for a discount. So continue.
Okay, so the point is that one man, we can't just say, oh well, it's not only in Nigeria. See, it happened in India. It happened when the business environment is harsh. Foreign investors will seek to leave, and the Nigerian business environment is very difficult. What it seems to me is that I think the current mentality is, even from the top down, is they want foreign investors to come in and keep their funds in Nigeria. And if a person isn't willing to keep their funds in Nigeria, they're saying, well, tough luck, you can leave. I get that. But then my question to the establishment is, if you don't have a manufacturing base that's going to replace this, as GSK leaves Nigeria and now you have to import their products to, or you're going to probably get, products from India that, NAFDAC has to test, and all these other, we have to make sure that they're safe. If you don't have a local manufacturing or plants that will replace what GSK is producing in Nigeria or what they were doing in Nigeria, then it's difficult. So I'm not saying that GSK should have been in Nigeria in the first place. I wish people like one man in Kulata would have had a factory in Nigeria where they're doing what GSK did, but we don't have it for reasons that, whatever. My point is this, is that the business condition to do business in Nigeria is very harsh. If you're investing your dollars, your euros, your pounds in Nigeria, how do you get your money back? Because inflation and the weakening of the naira kills your investment. It kills your investment. And if foreign companies who have access to the central banks, who have access to the banks in Nigeria, if they can't even pull out their naira and get it in their currency of choice, which would be pounds or dollars or euro or whatever, then how is that, for us, the average Nigerian, when we want to invest in our country? So this is a problem that it's like they don't want to address. They refuse to address this.
Sorry, gas them up. I missed what you and Emeka were saying yesterday. I wasn't on yesterday. But the problem that you're describing is one of the chief reasons why we had to float the naira. So we could, because we had dollar liquidity issues, because the naira was priced at a point where it wasn't realistic. There was no dollar. And by freeing it up and by clearing our backlog, now you can repatriate your funds as a company. But are you going to take a hit if you face through the devaluation? Yes. But you can also, pass through your costs. The only problem we have right now, which I think may be getting fixed, is lack of stability. Otherwise, the chief thing you were complaining about, the devaluation, the floating of the naira, which essentially devalued it, is the solution of that problem.
I'm not against the quote unquote devaluing of the naira. What I'm saying is that Nigeria, okay, Nigeria, first off, should have never implemented structural adjustment programs in the 1980s, because that's what's killed our middle class, and it really put a knife in the heart of our growing, at the time, industrial base. We all know there were many great Yoruba and Igbo industrialists in Nigeria, Eleganza, for example, being one of them. There were industrialists on Yoruba, Igbo industrialists who are going about trying to create locally made products. We all know in the East and in Nigeria, growing up, we had our local books that were the notebooks that were manufactured locally. We had pens and barrels that were manufactured locally. Heck, even when as children, we had our own local Capri Sun that was competing against the foreign Capri Sun. We had our local chips, our local cheese puffs that was competing against. So these things are there, but when you have a business environment, when you have an industrial environment that doesn't make industry easy for the locals to do business, and you now have to have foreigners who came in because they had access to the government and they can afford to take some more of the risk. They dominated. So that's why GSK was in Nigeria all this time. But now it's even more difficult for GSK. So what I'm saying is that if it's difficult for GSK, it's going to be 10 times as difficult for the local Nigerian. I'm not talking about the political, glitterati of the ones who are at all these fancy weddings deceiving themselves that they're doing something for Nigeria. I'm talking about the average guy who is trying to save their money to engage in commercial enterprise in Nigeria. And if that is not addressed, if the ease of doing business is not addressed in Nigeria, we're going to have the same problems because no foreigner is going to come in and save us. We have to save ourselves. And it's just comical. So when you see these companies leaving en masse, not just Nigeria, they're leaving Kenya, is that perhaps maybe this is their way of saying we're going to remove all these foreign companies and then replace them with local manufacturing? I hope so. I hope that's the case. But if you're not replacing them with local manufacturers, if you're not making it easy for local manufacturers and you're having good safety standards across the board, so that way, these products that the local manufacturers will create are safe for human consumption. If you're not doing that, man, we're in trouble. So all I'm saying is this, because I want to move on to the next one, is that I don't think we should be using the fact that GSK left Kenya and India to say, no, not be only us, Nigeria problem now. It's a global phenomenon. No. We Nigeria should fix our country.
Sorry, gas them up. Sorry. Have you looked at the GSK stock from life? I mean, look at the longest time period and because I owned this GSK stock. Is one of the worst stocks I've bought in my life. Look at their performance from year 2000 to date. They were at $52 in year 2000. I mean, at some point in time, $58 at some point in 1999. GSK is one of the worst pharmaceutical stocks based on performance. If they weren't paying dividend, it will be junk. And when you look at the GSK compared to other, Johnson and Johnson, Glasgow, and all that stuff, like it's not a good performing company. And a company that's not performing like that will be making sure they change their business models everywhere to ensure their profitability. And that means they don't really have that much leeway to operate in countries like Nigeria, Kenya. They even left Canada. They shut down the factory in Canada. So it's not like we're trying to compare ourselves to the worst. You need to actually look at GSK as an ongoing entity itself. I just don't like everybody bad-mouthing Nigeria just like that. Like, have you looked at GSK themselves?
Well, I told you personally, I was heavily invested in GSK.
Can you give me a minute?
Sure, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not going to stay. I just want to update one man and some other people. Okay.
Man of Peace, sorry, you guys have lost.
It's a rap. Look, I'm a progressive. Okay, life goes on. It's a rap. Democrats are panicking. Biden was incoherent. As far as I'm a Biden supporter, he's done. They are thinking about replacing him right now. It might be too late. The guy was incoherent.
Did he say anything?
Hold on. Trump lies so much. Trump lies so much that his life become, his life become, plausible. It's not even, I'm telling you, Democrats are panicking. A friend of mine just called me. He said he has had from some top Democrat. They're going to try to see if he can be replaced. But it's a wrap, okay? Trump is going to be our next president. I'm sorry to tell people. In as far as I'm a Democrat, but that's just the update, political point. He's done.
Hang around. I'm trying to get Prince Daddy to come and gloat and
Yeah, I mean, I just say I don't mind, but
Where's Dewale?
I need to
Dewale
call
should
it how
come
it
too.
is.
yeah, I get the Prince Daddy to come and
It is what it is.
One man, can I ask you a quick question?
Go
And
on.
it's going to launch into the next topic of Tinubu. Now, once again, why didn't we see any of the Nigerian politicians have a debate the same way we're seeing Biden and Trump have a debate? What's going on? Why didn't Tinubu? Why didn't Buhari? Why don't the Nigerian politicians have open debates? Are they too good to talk to the Nigerian people?
You know, there's a reason why we saw that with Buhari. Buhari was meant to have a debate with Atiku Abubakar. I think Shore was there as well, and all of those sort of everybody was lined up, and they gave us the reassurance that Buhari was going to turn up. I think during that period, they said this was the election prior to 2023, was it 2019? So during that period, they told us that Atiku Abubakar could not go to the United States. So he went to the United States just to cancel that out. He actually went with Bukola Saraki. And then when they said they were going to have that debate, they hurriedly came back.
Yeah. Oh, no, slow down. Atiku did not just go to the United States. He's still on a wanted list. He was given a pass. Did you research how he was able to come into the United States?
Well, yes. Yes, they said he went under a diplomatic sort of something, but that's not even where out.
I know, but I'm saying,
you were asking about the.
Yeah, I know, but say the truth. Yeah, go ahead.
What do you mean the truth? I have no reason to embellish for Atiku Abubakar. I don't care for the man.
You brushed past it. You said, "Oh no, Atiku could go into the United States," but he could not. He was given a special access where the security agencies were not going to touch him for the duration that he was in the country, and then he flew out.
Oh, all right, but that's not even where I was. So he hurriedly came back from that trip to the United States because, of course, he knew how important a debate with Buhari would be. He was on the steps of the rostrum to mount to go and have that debate when they told him that Buhari was not going to turn up. You see, what happens is a lot of those politicians in Nigeria, if they feel that they have the advantage and if they feel that the election is theirs to lose, they are never going to have a debate because it doesn't advantage them in any way and it disadvantages them in a lot of ways. The same thing, I'm not sure, Tinubu could not have had a debate, not because it did not have the cranial functioning, but often it talks in gibberish, or maybe he talks in futuristic language. So he might not, he can have an interview which will be coherent somewhat, but he might not be able to have a debate. And I'm not even sure that if they had a debate, it would have advantaged somebody like Kwakwanso, who is a very good debater. It will advantage somebody like Atiku, who is a decent orator. It will highlight people like Showore, but people like Tinubu or Peter Obi, who don't have the power.
One man, you are wrong there. I think
Right.
Buhari and Tinubu, is incoherent. That's going to be their problem. Like Biden Boko tonight. If that had happened in the Nigerian space, to debate, the APC would have been asking for a replacement, and that's exactly what's happening with Democrat right now. Yeah, Trump is going to be our next president elect. Mark my word. Today was today. I just said it. 27th of June. Definitely, because there's panic in the Democratic
Prestige,
circle. Okay,
I blame you, Democrats. Why did you let Biden go for second term? Why?
Don't blame me, because nobody has surfaced to challenge him in the Democratic arena. They just said, let's leave the status quo there. That it's better to challenge Trump with what we have. But Trump was on his game today, even with all the lies and everything, the false equivalent he was
Forget
giving.
about lies. Every politician lies.
Yeah. But he
Biden
was
is
a
not
master of
even
it, okay?
coherent
I will
enough to
call it how
lie.
it is. He was very masterful in the way the way he used to. I mean, they are both on the same age bracket. I mean, just 4 years old. Within 5 years, I suppose. But this guy is very fragile. The health is on a different. I mean, he was just wambling, okay. So, but anyway, that would have happened, against Shagari. None of them is the better. Okay, you may not like the way Obi talk. Obi would have been better than Obi would have fared better in a debate than
So once again, you see, it's interesting because I wish people were here to say this. We'll champion whether it's ABC, whether it's OB or whoever. It's just silly to me. I think Nigerian politicians should stop being fearful and learn to be academics, to learn to be able to have a conversation with the public, to learn to be able to stand on their opinion, and stop being cowards. If they're going to copy Oyibo all the way. Oyibos have debates before we vote for the people in office. But I know it will never happen. As for the headline, Tinubu is working against the North. Listen, I said this yesterday. Tinubu is a master Aries. I'm going to say that again. He's an Aries 1. I know some people don't believe in astrology and all that other stuff, but if you study Tinubu, he's an Aries 1. He possesses an uncanny understanding of the world. He possesses a wisdom and intelligence. I don't agree with anything he's doing, but I definitely acknowledge the guy's brilliance, his wisdom, and his not just that, he possesses what the others also don't possess. He has testicular fortitude. Tinubu is not a coward. He's not a coward by any means. So he has brains and he has bronze. He's able to galvanize people from a wide, he's able to get support amongst people that I'm like, man, how is this guy pulling this off? So I think Tinubu is going to win again. I think what he's going to do is he's going to push for more people to come from other regions. So that way he, of course, solidifies his APC base. But the more the North is split and fractured, you have this one coming out. So Obi's running mate is representing his little group in the North. Atiku has his group in the North. They're being split to the point that Tinubu has actually made the North irrelevant. This is when I said this yesterday, we talk about IBB being Maradona. Hell no. Tinubu is the Messi of our time. Tinubu, without firing a single shot, without saying anything about anybody, Tinubu, in my opinion, has put the Northern hegemony on the political ropes in the boxing, if you want to use boxing terminology, because they've been doing so much infighting. He's brought that to the forefront, and they're punching themselves out. So in the future, I think we'll see that maybe we didn't like Tinubu's presidency for the Nigeria that it became, but I think what we will be able to say thank you to BAT is that his presidency removed the power from the hands of the North and made them politically irrelevant, because he created the seeds of division in the North to the point that they're fractured. And this is just a masterclass stroke, of how you maneuver in politics, period, but particularly in Nigeria. So, yeah, I don't agree with anything that Tinubu has been doing so far, but in terms of his ability...
I thought you detested. I thought you detested the guy.
I never said I detested him. I detested Nigerian elites because they don't have empathy. They're wicked people. They see people suffering. They like when people lie down and say, "Honorable Chief, yes sir, hey, hey, toilet, baba." They like that bullshit. They like people rolling on the floor for them. They don't have the understanding that just because you are one strong Nigerian man, if your people around you are weak, you're not strong. So the Nigerian elite, they have a low imagination. They don't sit down and imagine a vibrant Nigeria, a Nigeria that, wherever you're from, whoever you are, you can succeed in this world. You can succeed in Nigeria. You can eat. You can be well fed. You can contribute your ideas. You can dream. The Nigerian elites don't do that. They just live in this goddamn diabetic food, this diabetic holocaust of jollof rice. Richard Milley, I get Richard Milley, I get Louis Vuitton.
Hold on.
But that's them up. Why do you hate Nigerians so much?
I don't know. It's self-loathing, isn't it? self-loathing. What has jollof rice got to do with diabetics? It has no sugar content.
That's not true. But you're talking sugar. You have to check the glycemic index. But look, I don't want to get into a food.
But wait, gas them up. There's no scientific consensus that says it's actually sugar that is actually overload of starch or overload of sugar that causes diabetes. It's not the scientific consensus. There are many theories. I think the latest theory is now it's more like an excess energy source. And stop doing all this exaggeration. Let me land, because the current consensus is now excess energy in both fat and carbs. And let me just land this point. I'll let you talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
In both fat and carbs, and the what's it called? And and of course, due to insulin resistance that comes mostly from the muscle and the liver not being able to process all that energy overload. So you can see that even the control of diabetes, two approaches work. If you hold on, let me just land some point now. Like people sometimes are able to fix that metabolic imbalance by cutting off. Jeez.
I know. I will let you. I want you to
continue. I'll mute. Continue.
I promise I'll let you right now. But please remember, I said diabetic food. One man is the one who said sugar. So please,
because you can't call a food diabetic food.
I know, but I want you directed to one man, because I didn't even get to expound. So what you're saying, I agree with you, but you have to direct it to one man, not gas, because I didn't get to say my point. One man is the one who mentioned rice and sugar, right? So please direct it to one man. I didn't say that, but go ahead. I'm listening to you. I agree with what you're saying, but I need you to direct it to one man, not to gas. I didn't say what you did.
I thought I heard you say diabetic food. You were complaining about Nigeria eating diabetic food and all.
Yeah, I said diabetic food, but that's it. He's the one who said sugar and rice.
I think it's more like I'm not going to say Nigerian eating diabetic food. I'll say maybe Nigerians not being not being active enough, moving enough nowadays. That's not kind of like a get out of free card for diabetes or metabolic syndrome or anything like that. But that food, if it's burnt properly, if you are moving, it's not guaranteed, you may not develop metabolic syndrome. So that's why I'm not just going to carte blanche. If you're susceptible to that gene, like you may have insulin resistance, then you watch out for food. But some people may eat rice. You see some people in Asia, they feed on rice from now to forever. They don't develop anything.
Okay.
And so you also see some diabetics. It's so funny. You see some diabetics eat rice alone, no fat, and they fix their insulin resistance. At least when you test, it doesn't mean they've cured of any diabetes. Some may take the opposite stance and just feed on fat. So there's some part of some people's system that can handle the combination of fat and carbs. It overwhelms their metabolic system, and then they may develop insulin resistance and ultimately type 2 diabetes.
Well, man, I don't want you to interrupt me when I respond, because you've let him pontificate. I should be given the same, because I was talking about
Tinubu. No pontification, is just an explanation as I understand it.
I respect what you're saying. I didn't say you. I told you I agreed with you. I didn't say I disagree with you, but because one man does the Niger partiality thing. Now, my point is this: is that so I said my point of Tinubu, and he said I detested him. I don't detest him. I just detest the Nigerian elite mentality. They have a sick way of thinking. Now, to the point of diabetic food, it is a fact that, for example, cassava was brought to us during the slave genocide, and many other foods were brought to us during the slave genocide, where they were giving that food to us to fatten up our slaves, to give them more of a caloric increase. And that reason of giving them a caloric increase was done purposely so they can expand and expound energy upon the plantations that were being built in the so-called New World. You guys can read De La Casas. You guys can read the Salamanca debates of how when the Spaniards took over the New World and they built plantations, the next thing, because they tried to use Native American labor and they were killing them, and Las Casas, who was a priest, said that that was wrong. So the next thing they said was, let's use African labor. So in mass, you start to see them go towards Africa as a labor source. And in order to get this labor source to be well prepared to work on these plantations, you have to give them starchy or starchier food products. Now, to quickly respond to you, I get what you're saying. In my own opinion, insulin resistance is because of one thing. Now, in our cells, right, we have active transport, because you know that things cannot enter the cell wall without properly being identified. So what happens and what's causing insulin resistance is that there's intracellular myolipids, which is just a fancy way of saying fats. So
I understand what you're saying. I understand everything what you're saying.
No, I know you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience, but I know you know your stuff. So what I'm saying is, so I wouldn't, be arrogant to try to lecture you. You know your stuff. But what I'm saying to the audience is this: there's intracellular myolipids, which is just a fancy way of saying fats. So what happens whether you eat carbs? So for example, everybody who studies food science, you'll know that 4 grams is equivalent almost to 1 teaspoon. So when you see something like a soda bottle and it says 28 grams of sugar, you just divide that by 4. That'll tell you how many teaspoons of sugar you're having. And then if you also look at the carb level, you also divide that by, because at the end result of the carbohydrate, when you break it down, it'll still turn into sugar. Now, the problem is this: the human body has been designed to do what? To accumulate fat, because when we were hunter-gatherers, according to the theory, when we were hunter-gatherers, food sources sometimes would run thin. And so you might not get food source, so your body would rely on those fat deposits. Now, because as we're in this so-called modern living, as Kulata wisely is telling us, there's less movement. In the old days, if you ate the equivalent of a cheeseburger, you might run the equivalent of one soccer or one football field to get your cheeseburger to hunt, right? To get that animal, you would run the equivalent to track him, and all these things. That would burn out most of those calories. We don't have that environment anymore. So what happens is that when we eat food, the next thing our body does is it converts it to fat. When you have an excess of fat, whether you are skinny or whether you are obese, one minute, let me finish now. You don't please. Okay. I'm almost done. I promise you.
Okay, carry on. Then we go back to politics after that. There's no medical person here. If Babati was here now, we can talk. But there's nobody with medical.
So
but one man is let him talk. He's going in the right direction.
When you have an excess of fat in your cells and in what is happening is that fat is that the myolipids are wrapping around your cells. So when your body releases the insulin, your cells have to, it's like the iPhone, there's a FaceTime, right? The facial recognition to open up your iPhone. When the insulin goes up to your cells, normally the cell wall, it will recognize that active transport. It will recognize the insulin and it will allow the insulin to come in and go out. When you have the fat that's covering the cells, the insulin, when it looks just like the iPhone, when it tries to enter, it cannot enter because the fat is covering it. So it's not necessarily sugar. It's not necessarily carbs. It's fat that the body turns.
I think is energy at this point in time.
Yeah, sure. But so that's my own research of it. So I'm just saying the Nigerian diet, the Nigerian elite diet of eating excessive meats, goat meat and goat head and this, like you said, and then they pile this up. Bele is big. They drink with how many Goudas and how many Origin. They'll drink this, they drink Remy and this, and no one is exercising. And then say, I don't want to die. Man, they enjoy. Man must enjoy. Man must walk. That mentality. Of course, that's why I'm insulting Nigerians to say diabetic food. Not that I'm saying that I'm better than Nigerians. I'm saying, God damn it, let's eat some more apples. Let's eat some more kale. Let's eat some more vegetables and stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. But go ahead.
Oh, wait. Are you a vegan?
No, it's not a vegan. I've seen what it looks like. It's hardly skin and bones. The guy has
Yeah, but vegans eat tofu, right? They eat
yes,
tofu and seitan and all this.
it knows his way around the burger. From what I
One man,
saw of him.
this is proof that you work for MI6 because I've never shown my face, so I don't know how you would know how I look like that.
Yeah, but answer my question though.
I saw you on Rudolph's when you tried to come on and they kicked you off. Yeah, so
he wanted to pull a culata on Rudolph.
Yes, there was a bit of baby fat too in there.
I covered my face. I had my glasses and I had my face with my full hoodie. So there's no way they could have seen my face.
Yeah, but we could still see the puffy cheeks as a result of a heavy McDonald's diet.
Sunglasses, not with the sunglasses. But either way, the point is, no, I don't. Vegan doesn't make sense. Very simply because vegans say they don't eat any animal products, and this is how you defeat them. You say, okay, if you don't eat animal products, make sure you don't breastfeed your child because we are animals and breast milk is an animal product. They start getting quiet. So no, I eat mostly plant-based. I do eat animal products maybe once every few months, but that's just my personal choice. As Kulata is saying, if you're very active, you're getting enough rest, enough sleep. People underestimate sleep as a form of creating the best, body condition, homeostasis within the body. Sleep is very necessary. If you're drinking enough water, if you're checking your blood work once every 2 months, if you're getting a mild, all the things that you can do to make sure your blood, your mineral balance, all these things, everything is working in proper order. Yes, and this is what I'm saying. The elites of Nigeria will go. There was that actress who used to be very fat and she lost weight, the Yoruba girl, the dark-skinned one. She was very fat and then she lost all this weight. Tenny used to be very fat and she said she went to Miami and started eating more healthier and blah, blah, blah. But they won't come back and at least create a platform and tell this to our Nigerian people. When I go home and I tell people, look, watch what you're eating. Please don't eat this. Don't eat this. So you won't punish me. I won't enjoy. I said, look, I get it. Enjoy, but take this stuff slowly because these Oyibos are the ones showing us now that years of eating like this has, like you said, metabolic effects on the body. So it's not me being arrogant. I just try to tell my people, look, in the West, you'll see a 70-year-old, 80-year-old, healthy, still moving, still active. Our own, sometimes, especially in the villages, you'll see that. But a lot of times, our Nigerian elders now, they're not looking, look, I don't want to talk about anyone personally, but look at our elite. Our elite don't look like they're fit. They don't look like they can run half a mile. They don't look like they can do push-ups. They don't look like they do anything. They just sit down and put carbs and starch in their body with excessive meat, and they think they're enjoying. This is sick, So we need to.
But you keep talking meat though. Like it's if your body can process it, there's nothing wrong. I mean, of course, eating hyper palatable food like over extremely processed food where everything is ground, everything is kind of like ice cream, like pizza, like you're pigging out on that. A lot of people, some people will get away with it. A lot of people can't get away with it. The problem is when you're sedentary and once you start developing visceral fat between, the visceral fat in your midsection, not the one under the skin, the one deep, the hard one, that when you touch your belly is hard. That's when you know that things are going to go haywire, like that part. And the insulin resistance thing, it's not, I watched some video on YouTube, like one of the foremost expert on it, some UK guy. It's still something being studied because they don't know where it starts first. Is it your muscle? Because does it start with your muscle cell? Does it start with your liver? Or is it just an overall general thing? And they've gone through many directions. But the clue is,
Kulata, as you said, the difference is, and this is what I'm saying, we as quote unquote West Africans, right? We have our own makeup and we have our own body systems. Now, are we a monolith? No, but I fear that, like you said, the Asians predominantly eat rice and they don't have glycemic issues.
When you say the Asian, the Indians have a lot of glycemic issues, though.
Okay, well, the Indians. When I meant, okay, I should have said the Chinese. I didn't want to, so I did. Okay, sure, but Chinese eat a lot of rice. India is, but the problem with India, again, you can look at their change in diets over the years as they embrace more of a Western diet. So all I'm saying is that we as Africans, we have to look at our genetics, we have to look at our blood type and understand that I could not eat the same way that a Scandinavian will eat. We don't have the same genetic makeup. So we have to understand that the local foods around us, not cassava, like our local grains, which are low in glycemic, such as acha or fonio, such as millet, the local foods around us, which we abandon, and we all embrace importing wheat from Russia and Ukraine in a bid to live Western and eat Western, this actually has adverse effects on us. So, and ironically, Bill Gates is now trying to study acha so he can make it, into his GMO. So my point is this, is that we have to go back to our local foods, eat our local traditional foods, and use mass farming techniques to feed us on a local level with our foods that are better suited for our body's internal environment. When we're eating Western
Can I say
foods,
Can I say something here? Good evening, everyone.
Yes, good evening. Is that Adama?
Yes, that's Adama speaking. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Adama, you're a nurse,
I'm
right?
on
So please
call.
jump
I'm
in.
not.
Teach us. Please teach us.
Yes, yes. Good evening, one man. Good evening to Niger. Good evening, Kulater, Baba Jelly Coco, and Gas them up. Good evening, and I can't see the other name. I just came here to throw a caution, please. Before we say anything medical or anything that has to do about diets, please, before you speak, you have to put out to the public that you're not giving out any medical advice, anything pertaining to weight loss. You just have to say that disclaimer because this is a live show so that we don't get flagged. This channel doesn't get flagged.
I apologize.
Yes, so
It was not
please,
medical
we need
advice.
to.
It was not
Yes,
medical
we
advice.
need to be very careful. I'm on call. I'm probably going to leave out. I have a patient that is not doing well, so I'm probably leaving out to the hospital right now. So I got home not too long ago. I just came in just to throw in that caution. So before you say anything that has to do with diet, weight, anything, please, guys, let's throw in that caution and tell the audience that we're not giving out any advice. That
But
before you
Adama, with
start
that
any
said,
weight
can you give us your
diet.
opinion? With that said, can you give us your opinion as a nurse on the topic of eating
She's a
foods that are...
doctor. She's not a nurse.
I'm sorry, as a doctor, my apologies. I thought it was nurse. I deeply apologize. But as a medical doctor, can you give us your opinion and your research based on what I'm saying, that we should be eating our local foods, which have a better reaction with our body's internal environment? I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say. And I'm going to generalize it. This is what I tell any of my patients. My specialty is anesthesiologist. I deal with pain management. And when you come for surgery, my job is to put you asleep. So I'm not a dietitian. I don't have anything to do with weight loss. I wish Baba T is here. He's a cardiologist. He feels comfortable talking more. So what people don't understand in medicine is we all have our specialties, and when you want to describe what your specialties is, you feel comfortable with. So the general thing I'm going to say is portion control. We encourage exercising 30 minutes a day. So I know we as African, a lot of our food is carbohydrates. So we just need to watch the portion, exercise a lot, just like Kalata said. So Kalata has a lot of great ideas. So do you. So like you said, our natural foods, I do encourage that. And that's why I'm not in support of this GMO stuff that they are coming up with. Me and Kalata were chatting about it at Dr. Damage's show last week. I'm not in support of those things. So if you can eat whole, 100% natural, like I shop at Whole Food Markets, if you have that around you, if you can afford it, shop, I believe in natural foods. Eat a lot of fruits, diets, exercise, watch what you eat, control your weights. So that's what I would say. I'm just going to be general. I'm not going to be specific.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, you still, the conversation can still carry on in whatever manner it is. But let me bail out, hand over to Tunaja, who's here now, acknowledging the super chat that's on the way. That's Alexander Gomez right there. Ayo, of course, he always super chats and it does again. That's Ayo a couple of times. That's Lato Rich right there, spreading some of that wealth. That's Tope O right there, saying hello with the super chat. That's Audi, known as Paddy, not on the screen this time, chatting via Super Chat. It's asking Kulata if it's Orike Lewa, that is the person that he was referencing. So that's him severally. And that is One Nigeria right there. So thank you to all those. Keep them coming still. I'll hand over. Acknowledge your death tonight, just so I can bill. All right. So, is there a voice to go with that on muting?
Tunaja is running on kerosene.
He's running on kerosene. He's depressed by Biden's performance.
Tunaja trying to take out his Biden frustrations on his his woman. He's frustrated, so he just said, "Let me take it out on my woman."
All right. Oh, well, that's it. I don't know. Thank you.
No, not domestic violence. Not domestic violence.
We know what you mean. That's exactly why. Yes, of course, we are not dumb. But I thank everyone.
Tunaja, you there?
Yeah, my audio was playing funny. Yeah,
nah, I don't like
Biden.
Your woman.
Biden is rubbish, man. That guy is just awful. As an awful person, I'm glad he's doing badly. I hope they kick him out before this thing. The Democrats replace him one way or the other. I don't know. I don't even think anything will save them. I must say I was impressed with Trump. Trump, for his age, is very, very sharp. I must give it to him for his age. There are very people that are that sharp. I have to give it to him. My goodness.
So, Tunaja, I asked one man, and one man danced around it. Well, he did say that it would make Tinubu look bad. Why is it that we don't see Nigerian politicians have this? Because Nigerians claim they want to be abroad people.
Sorry, gas them up. Let me correct you. The problem is not the Nigerian politicians that debate are the ones that will not win. Since Obasanjo's time, is like Nigeria has been rewarding those that don't go for debates. The ones that go for the debate are the Shovorez, the SDP guy, and I think even Peter Obi did the debate, and they will never win because that's the society we have values big manism, and it's not big man enough to go to a stage and start debating. Nigerians will not reward you for that.
We don't have enough of an election to know that, because let's face it, this last election, it was the opposition that lost it themselves. It's not like APC won it. The opposition lost it. So we can't necessarily say that the one that don't debate. Depends on the momentum the opposition puts.
Tunaja, from 1999, every single president of Nigeria did not attend a single debate. Every person that won.
Okay, any winner. So the one.
Everyone from Obasanjo to Yar'Adua to Jonathan, all of them avoided debate.
So
no, I think maybe Yar'Adua. I think maybe Yar'Adua is the exception.
What could be the reason why they didn't? Why is the reason they don't organize debates like this? Do you know why? And why don't they attend it?
They organize. They just don't attend it. We don't. We don't. Our electorate.
What is the reason behind it?
Because our electorate will not punish you for skipping it.
No, Kolata. I don't think that was not the reason. The organizers are the problem. When you have organizers
Simba, they organize it, but people just don't show up. What do you? I mean, what's the organizer?
No, what I'm saying that the organizers are the problem. They are not. It's not because those people, the candidates are not ready to participate. Okay, Atiku participated in 2019. If you remember, that was when he was saying that he will sell all our.
That's the town hall. That was a town hall.
What's the difference between the town hall meeting and having a?
No, I mean they want this kind of. What's the name of this debate?
Kulata, there was a Nigerian summit group. What do I call that? Is it a session, answer and question session, 1 hourly for Atiku, Obi, and Tinubu?
Oh yeah, that Nesby. That is Nesby. Is Nesby. The one we watched that Tinubu attended, that he was saying that was expatiating on how he's going to sell gas.
Yeah, exactly. Obi had 3 hours. I think they did it the same day, but it's the same hall, but different audience.
Yeah, but they are talking about what's the name of this style of debate where you stand in front, you get
Exactly.
I forgot the name of what it's called.
Question and answer or
The
something.
question is this: what is the relevance of the debate?
Wait. Oh my God, Kulata,
No.
you said
But can
something.
I say something? Can I say something? I'm sorry tonight. I don't mean to jump.
But the fact that
Colata,
somebody spoke well in the debate, does that mean that the person will do well?
No,
can
but
I say something, Mr.
let her
Simber?
finish.
I'm beginning to look at you a certain way. Colata was answering the question perfectly okay, and you come in and you throw in this. I don't know why you want to pen this narrative that everything Nigeria does or the way they do things are okay. It's not okay. I have
Well,
not
I'm not
witnessed
saying,
or
hey,
seen an open
Adama, let me tell you, you cannot look at the media in Nigeria and compare it with that. You know, the problem we used to have is that you people over there, you look at the standard there and you want to extrapolate it to Nigeria. That is the problem.
But you see, here's my problem with you guys. You guys over there in Nigeria will try your best to copy us over here, and then when we say, oh yeah, copy and let's copy all the way, then you start drawing Yash away from it. No, Kulata, you said something. You said, oh, the Nigerian electorate will not punish them. Let's be real. Nigerian electorate don't have the
I
power
would
to
like for
punish
Colata to
anybody.
finish what he's saying because he was answering the question perfectly the way I asked him. So I would appreciate him if he can answer the question, Colata, please, because I want to learn.
I know, but I want to just quickly call him out to say he said that the Nigerian electorate will not punish them. And Kulata, keep it real. Nigerian electorate don't have the power to punish the Nigerian elite politicians. There's nothing the Nigerian electorate can do to them.
Continue deceiving yourself. If people don't want to listen to the reality and you are just carried away by whatever you see in the US, and you can continue. We are telling you the reality, but you refuse to understand.
Can you wait, Baba Simba? Before you came in, Colata was answering the question. So all I'm saying is, could you wait, let Colata finish what he was saying so that I can understand what he's saying as I asked the question and he was answering it, and you came in and you just picked it up from what he was saying. That's all I'm saying.
So, sorry,
Okay.
let me quickly finish.
Let us conclude.
Okay, the main thing is we don't have a sophisticated electorate. The way we vote, the issues we vote on, is only a few Nigerians that are sophisticated, pay attention to debating style. Because, like Simba said, you can't really invest much thing in a debate because you're just looking at people. I mean, two men or more than two men talk, exchange, spar, and look at who answers questions first. Is an exercise of wit and maybe fast thinking. It's not an exercise on how you're going to govern. But besides the point, an average Nigerian voter goes to either vote based on primordial sentiment, I mean, tribe or religion or something like that, or votes based on instruction, meaning, especially in the north, you're instructed to vote this way, or just, I mean, the ones that are sophisticated enough to look at, okay, what's this person's ideology, what's this person's style, it's just very few educated voters in big cities. So they're not, the size of that electorate is so tiny compared to the larger ones that vote to get money or vote to instructions or just vote on, oh, is a Yoruba man or is a Muslim person. So that's why you will never see any presidential candidate go on debate, because a debate is actually negative for them because it exposes them to risk. So if I'm a person that is in pole position to win, why will I go and risk a debate when I can flop? I'll not do it. I'll just skip it. And you guys that need the attention can go and debate. And that's what's been happening since 1999. Maybe Yaradua, I can't even remember if Yaradua debated, but all the people that have been president, they skipped it. Maybe just with the exception of Yaradua, if memory serves me right.
Okay, see, I think you have a point that the vast majority of people that often cast their vote in election don't necessarily tune in or make their decision based on the debate. That said, there is this small percentage that it might actually affect this in their decision making, and often these people are in urban areas or in the suburbs, and we don't have. I'm not sure Nigeria has a sizable population in those areas that are mostly based on policies, and they make decisions based on policies other than, tribal, religious, and all kinds of other affiliations. So you can see why the ones that think that they win the heartland vote will not care about those debates. Why would they care? After all, they do lose something. Make no mistake, they do lose something by not showing up. But it's not significant enough to them to make a difference. It's only significant to the people that are behind, that will scrape in a few thousand votes and maybe a few 100,000 votes.
Niger, if the UK, if in the UK or the US, right, the politicians decided to skip a debate, what would the electorate's reaction be on the streets?
It may not be. It's not as consequential as people think, and I think it goes back to that point. They will not like it. It will cost the candidate, but it's not.
No, but what I'm saying is, okay, all right. Let me ask you a better question, because I asked this question yesterday. I said, if the UK or the people in the US or wherever developed country, if they were subjected to 1/98 of what Nigerians are subjected to, what would their reaction be on the streets?
Are you saying the policies or the debate?
No, because remember, to have a debate in America is part of the policy. Whether it's de facto or de jure, it's understood that
there's a difference between having a TV session versus the economy.
No, I know that. What I'm saying too, Nigel, hold on, wait, listen, because I don't want you to make the distinction. Don't create the distinction. I'm saying that. No, hold on, too, Nigel. Within the framework in the United States, it is understood, whether it's de facto, I don't think it's a de jure principle, I think it's de facto, but it's understood that you must have a debate. That's understood, right? And if you don't have this debate, then you are basically throwing away the election. So what I'm saying is that if we now take that and look at it from the Nigerian lens, why is that not put into the framework? So if it's not something that is, at least if we know, okay, as Kulata is saying, we're not sophisticated enough, then the Nigerian Senate, if they can quickly give us a BS new national anthem, they can also write into the Constitution that, look, listen, going forward, any presidential candidate must have a debate amongst the parties. However they organize it, but there must be a debate, since we know that the electorate is not as sophisticated. But this is why I keep antagonizing the elites of Nigeria, and I insult them with their diabetic foods, and Nigerians get angry, and they're defending these elites instead of them to say,
let's not drift into the other areas. I think you have a point that if Nigerians can have them and make it a kind of mandatory for people to debate, because they don't debate any other way. It's not like a parliamentary system where you have debates almost every week or something like that. In Nigeria, the president don't debate the people, or the house of the house members. They don't take questions from people. They barely even do press conference. Then when it comes to going to office, you don't even bother to come into debate. So I think there has to be a point of contact with the people that is almost mandated. And in the context of Nigeria, I don't think it does exist. So I think it's a valid point for people to argue that maybe there has to be a way of having the person that is supposed to be your president for 4 years to meet the people and face the people.
Yeah, but
can I add something? Can I add something to Nigeria before I bail out? Can I acknowledge Baba T? How you doing, Dr. T? Since you're here, I'd like to get your input on what we are talking about before I leave, because you're one person I like his input. So we're wondering why Nigerian presidents don't do an open debate like this back home. So what would be your input about that? Baba T, are you there? How you doing?
Oh, hey, good to hear from you again. Good evening, everyone. Good, guys, and everyone. I remember, I'm not sure if it's 99 or 03, where I think it was NT that organized the debate, and the then president Obasanjo showed up. Everybody stood up. They played the national anthem. The man read the speech and left, and that was a debate. He just came in, read his speech, and left the scene, and everybody else continued. I think it was 03 or I'm not sure. I think it was 03. So I think we've evolved to the point where the debates are needed. I know people are I listened to, I think it was K and Gastemon talked about that we don't have a voting block, but they are still a voting block. some people will still their decision will still be influenced by debate. Now, is that number consequential enough to sway the elections at the national level? Perhaps not. But you need to start somewhere. You start somewhere, then hopefully we can. I mean, it takes time, but you need to start somewhere. Do we have to mandate it necessarily? I don't think it should be. I don't think so.
Yeah, but see, what about our manifesto? I mean, isn't that enough to showcase the ideas of the other candidates? I mean, after all, I don't think in America they don't have a manifesto. I mean, they have a ideological partisan positions, but in terms of collated, presentation to the public, we don't have it. But in Nigeria, we have a manifesto. Isn't that plenty enough?
No. Actually, we have a manifesto in America, but they don't call it manifesto. They just tell you go to my website. They have a plan. So you remember every candidate was
the website. The website changes. No, the website changes as the wind blows.
Saying it's not as traditional as Nigerian manifesto.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Nigerian one is like an official
that we're talking about in America is a democratic tradition. It's actually organized by some TV stations. It's not mandated anywhere. It's just a carryover from Greek.
Let me just ask a question.
It's a carryover from Greek democracy.
Hold on now. Don't you think it's important? There has to be a way for the electorate to question their leader.
But a town hall. You can do that in a town hall.
Yeah, but the town hall is more of a contrived environment.
What you guys are asking for?
You know what? I want to support Simba. What do you actually get from a debate?
I can exactly. Let hold on tonight,
guys. Asking the question. Come on.
We heard you talk. Hold on. Just hold on.
What is common? What do you mean by common?
Prince Daddy, hold on, please. Let me just ask the question. Because there is no way to speak to the leader in a non-contrived environment. In other words, a political party based. There needs to be a way that you can engage your leaders in a neutral environment, that the citizens can be able to speak to their leader. Because if there is no way, what you tend to have is that you could have a leader that don't even talk to the people at all. There is no rule in Nigeria that makes that.
But we're not lacking that in Nigeria. That's the mistake you're making.
We are lacking it too.
We're not.
The president barely talks to the people.
Wait, hold on, Tunaja. Let me just quickly bring this to everyone's attention. When we try and as Tunaja, everyone's
hold on. The question is, don't you think we need a way? Let me finish the question. Don't you think we need a way to get our leaders to engage with the people?
Yes, and I agree with you.
If I can chime in, can I chime in now?
Hold on, Prince Daddy. Let me just point this out for everyone to be clear. Remember, as we stated, it's de facto, these presidential debates. They're not de jure. It's not written in any legal framework in the United States that the presidential candidates must debate. But here's what I think you guys are missing. If you now reduce it to say, I can have a town hall, or you can check my website. Remember, are we saying that the party is dictating what the president should do? And that should not be the case, because when the president gets in office, he should not be adhering to his party. He should be adhering to the needs of the people. So before that, and that's the essence of the political debate. You get there to show the people the type of leadership style you have, to show them your communication style, and to show them how close or far will you have a divergence from your political party and your beliefs. Are you a centrist? What are you going to bring to the table? So if we don't create this as part of our tradition in Nigeria, what we're going to have is where the elites feel, I don't need to go. So let's not excuse them. Let's create it. Let's put it in our mentality to say anybody who wants to run for president, man or woman, should be out there at the forefront with the other party.
Right. Prince Daddy.
Okay, let me
Prince Daddy, please answer when you're going to answer this. But here's the thing. We need to define, the goal. What's the goal? Because people they're quick to doing copycat. The goal is to communicate. Wait, Tunaja, wait. The goal is to communicate your plan to the people. Now, whether you communicate it through that Northern, you remember that Northern platform that Peter Obi went, Tinubu went, and Atiku went, that all of them spoke to the people, they shared their plan, which is some kind of debate, or that NSB stuff where the business people called the three of them, and they, so what are we trying to get? Because looks like we're eager to copy Star Wars, me versus you, and we're kind of like hammering it out. I don't think we get much out of it. So go ahead.
Let me give him an example of what.
Okay, hold on tonight, Jack. Can somebody
finish what you're saying? Stock.
Anyways, yeah, I share your position, Uncle Lata. I don't, this debate thing they're talking about is just one of the many things we adopt in Africa or in Nigeria that doesn't serve us. I mean, it has, as far as I'm concerned, it has no value. I'm not sure why we need a debate like this style of the American politics. What is the value? I mean, no one has told me yet. Because we want to see them, we want to know that communication style. Somebody said that earlier. I'm not sure why that is relevant. And we already do it one way or another, anyways. Just like you said, the town all meetings. It's plenty. It's plenty for the Nigerian people to know what the leaders or the politicians think on different matters. I don't think we need the same style as the America does. And by the way, if you guys were paying attention, this debate between the Republicans and Democrats this year barely happened. I think it's going to be the only debate. In fact, they almost scrapped it this year. So it's not something that's that we need in Nigeria. I don't think so. I think we have plenty. And in fact, if you ask me again, the manifesto that people publish and make public is more of a solid position on the candidates to the public.
But Prince, no, you're wrong on that one. Let me put a little bit on the manifesto thing. I think there's also a language barrier now, not on the national level now. But I've always said, if you're running for local government, common council, senator, or state government, they should have debate in the language of that area. You can't expect some Yakabiru to be going through manifesto on your website. She votes every 4 years, but she's not gonna go read some web page somewhere to decipher what you have on about your project.
Okay, but I can agree. Actually, can agree with you. Actually, if they're gonna be doing debates in the local language, then that makes sense to me.
That helps in some
way. I'll accept that.
No. At the state level, it helps. Now, Nigeria is a multicultural. Of course, national level is different a little bit because you need something more. So I'm saying like at that level, you need something to help bridge that gap that Kay was talking about earlier in terms of certification. Find a way, maybe broken language at that level that people can actually understand what you're talking about. Okay, that helps in a way at the state level, at the local level. The federal level.
Who doesn't understand Naira and Kobo? Well, that's communication.
But in terms of people being the way you put it about people being certificated about your programs when you at that level.
Babati, retail politics is what you're trying to say. Retail politics, and the extreme form of retail politics is buying voters, and that's what happens.
No, I'm saying that. Okay, I'll give you that at the national level. Okay. But I'm saying at the state or local level, I think it would be more effective if we change the format a little bit. The language is different. We can't follow the American system all the way. We have to also find a way to look at our own reality in a way. But I'm saying that using your local language will be a step in the right direction. Just might not
but even at that, Babati, I don't even think that's to have a debate on the local television for the voters to see their candidates. I'm not even sure if that's even effective. Local politics is more touch and feel kind of a politics. People should know, the name. Let's talk the names of their representatives, and they should know what they're all about, and they should know, okay. And also is not a one-time or two-time, debate. More like, hey, send people out there on the streets, grassroots politics.
Prince, the Nigerian. Okay, sadly enough, we don't have political parties that build
this ideology in 4 or 5 years. They only show up within 8 to 7 months to the elections. So there's no momentum really being about your policy or ideology. You just show up and 1 year to the, oh, look at me now, I'm back again after 3 years, and vote for me. So I think that
the policy that we need is like the policy we need. See, let's not get too sophisticated, so to speak, like the Western politics and what they do over there. Let's keep it simple. Let's know what they're trying to do. If they're trying to build a new, I don't know, bus station or pipes for water, clean water. Let's know those things. We don't need anything complicated. And let's know the candidate that's going to do it and how they plan to do it. I mean, it's simple stuff. We don't need complicated stuff because none of those people are going to be engaging in international politics anyways. So let's keep everything local as much as possible. What we need is outreach program to sensitize the people about what is going on in their community. So they truly know what candidates are.
No, okay. I think it's 2 things here. How effective it is, or okay, is it needed? And if it's needed, how effective is a debate? I think that's pretty much what it is.
I think we have now degenerated.
Can we leave this discussion? Is that really? I think we should be talking about our problem.
Can I finish saying what I need to say, please? I think among all the submissions I've had, the most compelling one is that of gas them up. I think the idea that you don't understand the importance of the ability to understand what your leaders are doing and how they are going to communicate with you, and to hear from the leader himself what he's going to do for the people.
Oh, okay, Tunaja, this debate that just happened. Wait, hold on, wait. What did you get out of Biden versus Trump?
I can
No, just tell me. No, you just watch the debate right now. What did you get out of Biden versus Trump in how they're going to effectively manage the country?
I've not finished what I'm saying. So to say that it doesn't matter, is a mistake, because one, if you are getting into any form of relationship with people, you don't just go, okay, let's just take the papers and let's get on with it. That's not necessarily how it works. Sometimes nations can be saved by just the way their president says something, not anything the president did, just what they said, and the way the president communicates. It saves nations. The idea that this thing don't matter is a mistake, because we've seen nations that are on the ropes.
I think nobody said it doesn't matter. We're talking about, that's why I said let's not copy. Because the ultimate goal is communicating.
I'm saying that our leaders, we need to have a way of them, the people being able to engage with them and say, you know what, let them press them based on their own needs.
Now, does it have to be mano a mano forum?
It can be. It could be.
Does it have to? I'm not saying it can. I said, does it have to?
Let me finish the answer now. It could be through Zoom. It could be through face-to-face. It could be through.
No, not the media. In terms of the style of the debate. I mean, we said, okay, people need to communicate to the people. Now, if me and Tunaija, we want to communicate to people, do I have to get in a debating ring with you? If my intention is to communicate my plans to the people, I can go and talk to the people in different forums.
The reason why, you see, this is a form of transparency to an extent, even, because the reason why you have to get into the same environment with the opposition is that so that the people can see like for like. When you're going to a shop, you don't want to say, okay, let me find the price of tire or the price of coffee. They don't say they put the other brand of coffee on the other aisle.
What you're talking about is
that long. I don't know why you are just interrupting me constantly. So they don't say, okay, you're going to the aisle of a coffee. Let's get one brand here, Nescafe, and then the Kenko is put 20 aisles away. That is not how it works. You want to be right in front to be able to compare price, look at the way their logos are and everything. That is how human beings. This is
because you are used to superficial
can I
stuff.
ask a question? Can I, Prince Dada, I know you guys can hear me because I'm almost at the hospital. I'm getting ready to walk in. I want to ask us a question, maybe switch this up a little bit. And I want us to be honest. Kulato, you watched today's vote. I did. Today's debate. I did too while driving home a little bit. And Prince Dada, I know where your standards. So all of us that watched it
from backstage. Don't worry, what bad is being evil from backstage? Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, So all of us that watched it, can we honestly say, for me, I know who I was leaning towards, but after watching the debate tonight, now I'm confused. I don't want to vote anymore. So, Kolata, what would you say? Then we go around. Then I can hear and let's see what's your opinion
So
after watching
for
tonight's
me,
debate. Yes.
because for me, when I look at the practicality of governing, I know they're going to have teams that are going to do the actual governance. So their performance, this performative exercise in front of the TV, is totally useless to me. Even though in this case, I'm abstaining from voting because I can't stand both of them. So me, nothing changes. When even in America, when you look at the debate, how many minds does it change? Based on the studies I've read so far, it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction. It's just a tradition. It doesn't really change people's minds.
Okay.
Baba Jellicoko, can you hold on to Niger, please? You're the host. You talk last. Baba Jellicoko, can you tell us your opinion on this debate tonight, please, sir?
not try to moderate me, or you can't moderate me, you know.
Tunaja, calm down now.
I was about to be a panelist. I don't know why I ended up as a moderator. Point is, I will speak my mind, even when Dr.
No, tonight I told you you're going to be the one to speak last as the host. So I'm not taking over your show.
Okay, wait,
Go
no,
ahead,
hold on. Can I be the
Uncle
moderator?
John Lekoko, I'm listening to you, please.
Wait, hold on. I'll be the moderator if that's okay.
No.
So
I want to hear Uncle John Lekoko. I've been here. Please, guys them up. Please, can you give me that honor, please?
See, guys, leave it. If one man asked me to do it, I can't just hand it over to it. That would be irresponsible of me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. I think both of them, I think to their base, Democratic base, we believe that Biden did very good, and Republican base, we see Trump perform very good as well. So, but for the independent, I think they'll be disappointed because both of them did not really debate. They didn't do that contracts on.
Sorry, there is somebody that's supposed to mute. Somebody is watching maybe one CNN or one American station.
I think it's from me. Yeah, I turn it off. Yeah. So, but to the independent, I think they'd be disappointed because they didn't show so much contrast between their policy and how they have performed, like on the side of Trump and Biden as he's doing at the moment. But Trump was able to pointed out in the areas of immigration where Biden failed, in the areas of foreign policy where Biden failed, and make America look very bad in the world, particularly in the crisis, or let me say the war going on in Ukraine. Trump was able to tell us that if there had been him as the president, that war wouldn't have happened in the first place. And he was able to show to people factually that when he was president, Kim Jong-un did not even fire a shot to the air, like missiles to the air, like say he was testing some missiles and so. So he was able to show to us that, look, the crisis that we have seen in the war, in the areas of how do I describe it? In Ukraine and all of this did not happen during his own time, and it wouldn't happen if he is the president today. So it showed he was able to come out very strong on immigration, that Biden failed to protect the southern borders the way illegal immigrants pour into Americas, some of them that are criminals that killed some American young ladies and committed crimes and stuff like that. And the American is spending so much money to house them, to keep them in hotel, to feed them and other stuff. So on immigration level, Trump showed clearly that he did better than than Biden. On international stage, it showed that he did better than Biden. On China, he showed that, look, he put tariff on, what do you call it, on China, which raked in a lot of money. So he was able to show, and he was how did I say, he was trying to have a trade agreement that will have been better for American bilateral relation with China. And he was able to show that, look, he's better than Biden in those areas I mentioned. And he was able to, to inform the world that for the world peace, he was able to lead the world to keep peace in this world when he was president. And he told Americans that Biden is a threat to the world, and a threat in this world, that in the manner that the way the crisis is rocking this world now with Ukraine and other areas of the world, Biden could lead the war into third world war. So he was warning Americans that, look, peace is the best thing for us in this world now, but Biden, as the leader of the world, is not able to keep peace. So he pointed some, and on the economy, he pointed to Americans that, look, during his own time, the economy was better. What it mean by economy was better is bread and butter to American people, that inflation was not as high as we have it today. Food were cheaper, gas was cheaper, and Americans were living more, comfortable than we are today. So it showed that, during his time, America was better off than we have it today.
Coco, you are giving a summary of the whole people. If you continue like this, I don't know when you finish today.
Let me land now. It will get to your turn.
So because this is not American debate that we are talking about.
Considerate, though. Let's be considerate of others.
I think Ajale Coco didn't get the question. Ajale Coco, the question that we're asking is, this style of debate, is it useful for our own politics?
It's very useful. It's very useful. It's useful. You see, if we didn't have debate today, a lot of us, or particularly the first-time voter, will not know the difference between Trump, what Trump did during his own time, and what we are facing today. Today, as we have Biden as the president of the United States. So Trump was able to tell everybody that his own time, it was more convenient. America lived more, better during its own time, economically, financially, than the time of Biden. So debate is the key. When you don't have presidential debate in in a democratic governed country, then you don't have democracy, because that is where you'll be able to tell the country the direction you want to take them and the policy that you like to effect to better the life of the people. So it's very, very important.
But before I get out of here, let me just call my friend out. Simba needs to be called out on this platform, because he always does what he does all the time. He will tell you people abroad. You also live abroad now. You live in you are an abroadian too now, technically. So what
Thank
you
you, Dr.
people
T.
abroad,
Thank you so much
you live
for
abroad
speaking
too
my
now.
language. Thank you.
You also live abroad too. So stop doing that. You also live abroad too. So stop saying we're not all
What
abroadian.
is your issue? What I'm saying. What I'm saying, you people don't get me. You know, the electorate in US, what is different from the electorate in Nigeria? Educational, compare one by one. We are totally different. We are indigenous people. US population, they are not indigenous. And so if anywhere you have indigenous people, the kind of what they will attach to election is totally different. You people have free mind. You are just you nationalize it. You don't have attachment to any candidate, and that is what is happening to majority of Americans. They don't have tribes. In Nigeria, it's totally different. Whether you debate or not, it doesn't concern them. That's what you are saying. That's why I say people have lost touch with reality. It's not about people living abroad, but because you people have been living there for so long, you have detached yourself from the reality of ground.
No, that is not true.
Hold on, Ajanico, if you don't mind, can I respond to this? Because I'm actually.
Let me make this point. Hold on. Let me make this point.
What
What Simba is saying, that it doesn't concern Nigerian, that's not true. It concerns them, but the politicians, because they are not good at talking to the people, debating and pointing, delivering on the direction, delivering to the people on the direction they want to take the country. They are not good at that. A lot of them are not, they don't even know their manifesto. Talk less of even coming to expatiate on it, or they ask questions, So it is not that the people. Are you telling us that if we make it compulsory for every presidential candidate to debate, to have a debate session, are you telling that you will not watch it? You will surely. We have a lot of Nigerians that
will the 72-year-old woman in Two Nigeria's village, will she watch it?
No, wait, hold on. I need to respond.
Can we move the question around, please?
Daddy, hold on. It's my turn. I let everybody else go, so I'd like to speak. Because I'm the one who actually mentioned the topic with Chima when Kulata and I were talking, and he mentioned the electorate.
Go ahead.
So here's the thing, right? Just 3 quick points. One, if Nigeria claims to be the giant of so-called Africa, and America is the quote-unquote most developed, freest democracy in the world, you have to set certain examples, right? You have to lead by example. So we all know behind the scenes that presidency, whoever, there are other powers that, the economic powers, the military powers that have a very strong influence, the lobbyists that have a strong influence on American policies, regardless of what the president of the United States says he will or she will do when they get into office. We all know that. But just for the optics of adhering to the idea that you're a free democratic nation. That is very, very important. The optics is very important. And I think because Nigerian elite, and I'm going to keep insulting them, whether you guys get offended or not, Nigerian elite don't care. They don't care about the optics, so that's one point. The second point is this. I was on this platform a while back and I challenged some people. I said, well, part of our problem is that we don't take things on a local level. So, for example, we don't teach, let's say, STEM topics in our local languages, right? It will free up things in terms of how we look at the world. When we, for example, study science in traditional Yoruba language or Igbo or Hausa, and I was vehemently attacked. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We can read the book of the European and blah blah blah. They attacked me. But on this same platform now, when it's time for us to utilize the Western system or the American system of democracy, we're being told, no, don't worry about that, because on the local level, people don't have tribe, people don't have this. So on one hand, when it comes to politics, we have to adhere to the local variants and flavors that we have. But then on the other hand, when it comes to actual education and putting that education in those same local flavorings and variants, no one wants to do that. So I'm not saying anyone on this panel, but I was attacked on this channel for advocating that we should do that. And the last point I will make, and I'll stand by it again, I'm not stating that it has to be a de jure policy, that it's written in the Constitution or in any law in Nigeria that a debate must be had. As Kulata wisely said, let us create our own style. Maybe this mano a mano style might not work, but at the end of the day, we have to create something in which, when a Nigerian politician is standing up to run to lead all Nigerians, your voice and the candidates that you are competing against, you have to let us know, the public know, how do you communicate? How do you lead? What is your vision? And it's not just a town hall, because remember, a town hall is, as they say, you're preaching to the choir. So you're only really talking to your own adherents. You have to talk to the person who opposes you. They have to give you difficult questions. We need to see how you think on your feet. If there is an issue, how well do you respond to this? If we're going to copy Oyibo and say we're going to be modern people, then let's go all the way. Let's not pick and choose. And I end.
Thank you. Who's next?
Tonight, can I say something before I leave? I just want to tell you thank you for allowing me to ask my question. I appreciate you. I'm not trying to be a moderator. I just had to come in.
It's all cool. It's all cool. It's all good.
Don't gas him up. Don't gas him up, Adama.
Look at
Sooner guy is there for the beating.
Thank you. Uncle Jamie Coco, thank you. I finally get to be on the panelist with you. I'm honored. Thank you for answering my question. Mr. Simber, you're still always the same. Praise Dada, one love to you. Gas them up. I love you guys. I have to go into the OR, but I'll be listening from the background. Love you guys.
Yeah. Bye, Adama.
All right,
let me make a quick point. There's a mistake we're making by saying a town hall is preaching to the choir. You see, that town hall that was organized by Northerners, actually, that's the kind of town halls that will work for Nigeria. It was very adversarial. They didn't go to play. If you guys remember that town hall, Tinubu could not skip that town hall. So, since Nigeria is a very tribal society, right? If each group, to the extent that is logistically possible, says, okay, this is my interest. Hausa, Yoruba too will call their own town hall. Igbo too will call their own town hall. Yoruba and Isuku, they can join together. They're close enough to come their own town hall. IBBO, Oron, and all the, and kind of like put them. You can work because it's the same stage. Tinubu went there, did his own how many hours? Obi went there, did his own. Then the business people too did it. That's a kind of town hall that can show contrasting and mastery of your plans. It's not, there's nothing bad in it. They do it effectively. I don't know what Yoruba people are doing or Igbo people are doing that they can host that kind of town hall.
I think it depends on how it is done, whether there is the element. The key element is the ability of the people to question their prospective leaders, and the leaders are able to communicate with them transparently on the issues. And as long as that essential is there, I don't think whatever formula is fine. I think to an extent anyway. I don't know what the formula you would recommend, but I don't have any issue with. But the idea of making it tribal people come in and say their piece, it seems to be. I guess you can have a mixed town hall where some people are advocating some tribal interests.
Let me give my 2 cents to that.
Can you just stop interrupting me? You're fond of doing that. Can
you just talk? Am I interrupting you? You just talk.
I've had this given for 5 minutes.
Well, it's not your turn. Let me talk. Everybody's taking turns. Why do you have to take 2 turns?
Now.
What?
Ajani people spoke here. He didn't interrupt him once. I'm just talking.
But you already spoken, though. But you already spoken. How many times do you want to talk?
I'm here.
As a moderator. Tunaja as a moderator.
Stop it, man. Prince Daddy, you really need to stop it. You are very fond of doing this.
Tunaja, go ahead. But Tunaja, as we want to hear your voice, but at the same time, as a moderator, you kind of have to take a step back. That's why I offered to moderate.
I'm not taking a step back. I'm not. See, hold on. People have different style of moderation, and when one man is talking, none of you talk all that nonsense to him. So don't bring that. No,
because he pushes people off the screen. I tell him that all the time. Don't say that.
Should.
Wrong. No, he shouldn't. If you're going to have a platform, you need to be unbiased.
You people can't just talk over moderators, and you have your own opinion. So you think your moderator doesn't have opinions or doesn't have clarifications to make regarding the topic. You know you have different styles of moderation, and you know that. That's them. If anybody should know that, you should.
I have a channel. I have a channel where people came on my channel.
So don't make it look like you don't understand that. If you go to this in Brandon's channel, is it the same as Safa Huru? Is it the same as this in the Kezo? You should know that by now.
No, see, listen. They all are terrible examples because they're dodo birds when it comes to this. If you're going to be a moderator, you have to be at the back.
What do you mean they're all terrible examples? They are moderators. That's the point.
Okay, guys. Just stop this. Stop what you guys are doing.
They are moderators. That's the point. I don't like when people just because they like one thing, they just expect you to be like that.
You have 1 minute talk and let Prince Daddy have his turn instead of you.
No. I just thought that point needed to be hashed out because while I'm moderating here, you can't just tell me shut up because you don't tell one man that. That's one.
I tell one man that. Don't say you don't.
I tell backstage, and you end up backstage and you say he's more.
And that's
doing against
it's partiality. Yeah,
I'm not saying backstage. So the least you can do is avoid me. I'm not even saying I want to overtalk you. I'm just saying let me have my own say.
Tunaja is enough.
Tunaja, let Prince Daddy go.
You guys stop doing this. Let's just talk.
You're being ridiculous. Really, you're trying to censor people on the panel.
Whatever you want to say, and then
so yeah. The point I'm making is that it doesn't matter the formula as long as you have the people have a way of being able to hold their leaders and question them according to what Gazemov said, so that they can understand how their leaders communicate, how they think on their feet. And you just never know what you get from them. And maybe the media can be bought off, but not every voter can be bought off. Some of them will ask questions that the media will never ask. They might demand details into what the leaders are planning to do for them. This is something that you don't get in Nigeria at all. And the more you have politicians be prospective winners of the election decide that they're not going to take part in the election, the less they even would put in the manifesto because nobody's questioning them on anything. That is lack of transparency. The more your leaders engage with the people, the greater the chances of transparency increasing. And if transparency is increasing, the people are doing better. I think the people are better off when there is higher transparency. Thank you. And whoever wants to go next can go next.
Prince Daddy, can you go ahead?
Prince Daddy, I think you could go, brother.
No, the chief, he doesn't want to talk anymore.
No, Remy, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I watched the debate, but not the entire totality. One thing I want you guys to know is that, like somebody said, America is totally different from Nigeria. And the way we practice policy, although our kind of democracy is a little bit similar, but in terms of this debate, what I can deduce is that you have two old men debating and mudsliding themselves. They put out their point there, but too much of mudsliding. And at the end of the day, if I'm an American voter, who am I going to vote from these two sets of people? Because both of them are tested. And when Baba Jaleko was talking about economy was good, was that during Trump, This is a man that one day one crisis for 4 years in your country where you reside. If I'm living in America, I would be totally confused. This man does not portray the country very well during that 4 years. The economy might be good for you in America, but what about the rest of the world? It's so crisis for the whole 4 years. Doing like
tell
a
me,
baby.
tell me where he had crisis. He unleashed crisis around the world. Tell me.
When you talk about unleashing crisis,
mention the crisis
no. Babajelico, war is not the only crisis where people should
tell us the crisis
There's
now.
so many policies. There's so many policies outside there that does not favor the African continent when he was ruling. He does not care. He used the kind of.
Are you serious?
Let me
Who sold
finish.
it to, hold on. Who sold it to Kano to Nigeria? Who make it possible for Nigerians to buy more arms to fight terrorism from America? Do you know what Trump did?
Okay, are you done?
Eh?
Are you finished? Can I continue?
Okay, continue. And tell me those crises that Trump caused around the world. Tell me the crisis.
I will
answer.
tell you one example that he did in the Israeli-Hamas war that is not good. He recognized Jerusalem, where these people are contending among themselves as the capital of Israel when he was the president. He recognized that. And in the beginning of his presidency, he categorized a lot of the rest of the world into different strata. The rich are on the top. And to him, those countries that he thought they are developing countries, it doesn't have nothing to do with them. It put them at the bottom of the strata. It doesn't have a good plan for them. And throughout his presidency, he didn't do nothing for the developing country.
But Angelica just asked you about
I'm coming to that. Yeah, although he sold that to Kano Jet to us, it does not mean that he sold it to us free of charge. I know that the Democrats, when they were there, they also played their own politics. But is that the only politics? Is that the only thing he did to Nigeria? The Tucano jet, we paid for it fully, and we have not even received all of the Tucano jet. There are 12 in total. How many have we received?
You said crisis. Can I ask you how many wars that Trump started while he was in office?
That is why I and you, we are different. You are looking at crisis in terms of people shooting themselves alone. When we talk about the Western world, there's so many things they put out there to cage you or to make you not to develop. It's not when they start shooting you see the real war. That is not how politics, the international politics is being played. It's not that when you now say Ukraine and Russia are fighting themselves. What about the underlying?
You said something about caging us. Can you give me an idea of what Trump did to cage us?
I don't want to go too much into detail because we are in this is the international platform and everyone.
What are they going to do to you? They're not going to do anything to you for just expressing
Do you have some secrets? You want to reveal, or you don't have anything? What is it that in details you have that you don't want to reveal? What is it?
No. You can't tie my hand to that one. But what I'm trying to say, I'll go back to what I'm trying to say. You can't force me to say whatever I don't want to say. What I'm trying to tell you is that the kind of debate they have is good for America. Can Nigeria copy from them? Fine. But how do we go about our own, considering that we are tribal people? That is true. And how are we going to fashion our own? Do that?
What is tribal got to do with debate?
Can you let us finish? Tribal has
nothing to do.
Yeah, but I mean, you seem to be waffling though. You are not answering the questions. The other one, you don't want to say anything. You don't want to address it to Kano.
Just give me 1 more minute and another person can talk. Because when you are talking, you said nobody should interject you.
I will not stop you. I just wanted to answer
the question. Is it because your candidate did not participate in any debate? Is that why you are saying, oh, debate does not matter? Because your candidate...
I did not say that. So that is why I said you should listen. And have patience. Let me finish. When you are talking here, people listen. Nobody interject you. Give people a chance to also say whatever is in their mind. I am trying to tell you that the debate that is going on in America is good. Can we copy from them? Fine. Is it the same model? Probably not. How are we going to fashion ourselves so that people will know that this is a real debate among these participants and there's no bias and there's transparency? We must fashion our own. Because if we copy the way they were talking today, sliding themselves, people that are over 75 years old, sliding, talking about their plan, what they have done before, calling themselves F-word so many times. Sometimes this is not good for when we talk about Nigeria. We can have our debate, but how are we going to do it? Can we fashion it totally different from what we have here? Maybe not all of this far world. I quite remember that in Osun State, they did a Yoruba debate for their governorship aspirant, in which all of them participated. And they all speak Yoruba throughout. But at the end of the day, the people mind have already made, and they voted for Adeleke, whether you like it or not. It didn't perform very well, to my own opinion. It didn't perform very well when they were having that Yoruba debate. But at the end of the day, it came on top. So debate is good. And at the same time, some of you talk about town hall. They are also good. I watch all the town hall when the Obi, Atiku, and they go to the Nigeria Economic Summit group. They ask them some fantastic questions. And these people answer to their best of ability. They go and make the local traditional ruler. You have to talk about, if you continue to still think that America is Nigeria, you are doing a big mistake. The way we live, the way we think, the way we decide is totally different.
But I'm not sure anyone is saying that.
Now I throw this question to everybody. How many Nigerians are literate as Americans are literate? How many in percentage? All those words they are churning out there. How many average Yalata or Leoniru or whatever that constitute majority part of Nigerians? How many of them will understand the economics?
Can I say something to you now? Can I say something? Because you mentioned something that is very important now when you are making reference to Osun State debate. You said they had debate in Yoruba language. So if we promote debate at all levels of contests in Nigeria, presidential, governorship, what do you call it, Senate, and all these things, at the local level, they can debate in their language, in their languages. And when it comes to presidential, we debate in English. They can even translate it in different languages if we are a very serious country. It's not a big deal. I don't know why.
And I think it will increase engagement
too.
If
we are not America.
I am not against debate.
Debate is debate. Which format you want? There must be a guideline. Okay. Once the guideline is set on how to conduct the debate, debate is debate. We just must set a guideline around it, how it should be carried out.
On presidential level, then, but they will have to speak a common language, isn't it?
They speak a common language at the presidential level, but at the local level, they speak.
I think you guys are misquoting me. I said I am not against debate in Nigeria, but we must fashion it to the extent that everybody, because in Nigeria today, people still believe in tribal. So when you are having a debate, you must have an honest transparency and a good proper guideline so that they will not think that it's skewed against this person. I remember very well when Oshibajo, sorry, is it Oshibajo or whatever, I don't know. Is it Oshibajo or Obasanjo time or something like that? When they ask him some questions, they say, these are already prepared questions. Obasanjo did not go for debate, and Jonathan did not go for debate, and Buhari too does not go to debate. So when all their deputy vice president go for debate, sometimes some people query they are favoring them because they are the ruling government or something like that. So these are the biases that we should try. It's a lot of work. It's okay. I like debate because I want it. But how are we going to do it so that it will give people, all Nigeria, a sense of these people are transparent enough and they are not biased in their approach? That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you. I think we appreciate that. I think there are other headlines that have come through that, one man advised.
Let me say something. I'm here.
Wait a minute, Remy. Hold on. I just want to quickly point this out. Remy, the other day you attacked me on this platform and you said I was lying. I actually called
Gas them up. You don't have to say people are attacking you all the time, every time you talk.
Okay.
You can have an opinion.
all right, listen. Thank you to Niger, but listen, thank you. You're a part of the gang as well. But Remy, you were on this platform and you attacked me when I said that half bag of beans is 80,000 naira. You vehemently said I was wrong. I'm in America. You are there. Blah blah blah. And mind you, you're in Sweden or whatever country you're in.
I never told you I was in Nigeria.
I called. Yeah, you're right. You didn't say that. You said you had your people in Nigeria that just bought bag of rice. I called my Alaji in Mile 12. Half bag of beans is definitely 80,000 naira in Lagos. So, do you stand by that? That I was wrong?
Let me respond. Let me respond.
I want to hear your thoughts. Yeah, go ahead.
After that day, I also called my people and they let me understand. First and foremost, there are different type of beans you talk about. The one you call 80,000, they told me I forgot the name they call it in Yoruba, and there one that at 60,000, and there is one at 55,000. So when you generalize it, that time when you said it's 80,000, I was surprised because before that, I sent some money home to my kind of relative or something like just to help them. So what they quoted for me is not what you are quoting. But after the whole episode, I called again to verify your claim. And they let me know that maybe the one you are referring to, they gave a name to it, but I don't know exactly. I can't tell you in Yoruba.
Oloyin. Is it Oloyin?
So, and they also told me that
Oloyin is the regular beans that we should ask about. The red one. The regular one.
You are Yoruba man. When you
we have a regular bean, Oloyin, those ones they are just by the wayside.
It's not even
how many Oloyin. People eating Oloyin?
It's not even Oloyin that is regular. Some people say drum. Maybe Simba can know it. The one that is red, brown like this.
The red one, the regular one. That's the regular beans.
This guy.
No, but the regular beans is actually the white one now. Baba
Gentlemen, anybody who is in Lagos right now, if you're in Lagos in the chat room or call your friends in Lagos.
Is Lagos the only state in Nigeria?
And I specified for Lagos. I specifically said, hold on, Remy, let's be gentlemen. Remy, let's be gentlemen, and let's go back and forth in a civil way. When I was here, I specifically said I called my people in Lagos and they told me that a half bag of beans is now 80,000 naira. And you said that's impossible. And you said that you had sent your own people to go shop. And I said, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I called 5 people and I called my supplier in Mile 12 there where I buy my food stuff from. And I was informed that a half bag of beans, if you go to Mile 12 right now, 80,000.
Gas them up is saying the truth. It's 80,000.
Okay. I understand the kind of person you are. I'm sorry, I'm not going after your personality, but I understand the kind of person you are. What I'm trying to tell you is simple thing. Now you said in Lagos, but the people I give money to or ask questions, they are not living in Lagos. And I am also trying to tell you that we have 36 states in Nigeria and the prices are not the same. So if you are generalizing, you only mention Lagos. What are people who are from Kano, Kaduna, we have the plan?
The two of you are right now. He is talking about the exotic. He's talking about maybe because he lives abroad, he sends dollars to them. So they are talking about the most expensive one. Meanwhile, we have varieties. We have the one that are cheaper than that. And the two of you are right. He's talking about the most expensive one.
They have rice, they have bag of brown beans I just bought recently was 110K. I don't know why they are shafting me, but that's what they told you. Brown beans was 110K.
110K. Okay, now here's the thing.
Is it a 50 kg or 25 kg? And
50
I think it's the 50 kg half bag.
And this guy said 25 kg is 85. That is why
I didn't say 25 kg. I didn't say that. I said
half a bag. That's what you said. You said
half bag of beans. So if a half bag, that's 25 kg. Yes, it's 80,000. Half bag of beans right now is 80,000 naira. But here's my thing.
Look at what Niger said now. Niger bought 50 kg at 110,000.
Okay, wait.
That means your own is 160,000.
Yes, but hold on, sir. I'm glad you mentioned different states. Now, the problem is this. Now, when you talk about different states, we all know that food inflation is affecting all across the board in Nigeria. Now, the incomes that people get in different states just the same way income levels and wage that is paid in the United States is different. So the wages that a person can get in, let's say, a California will be much higher than, let's say, an Idaho. So if we're comparing the wages that a person will get in a Lagos compared to another state, they'll be much higher in a Lagos than they will be in those other states. So the prices have to reflect. My overall point is this, Remy. When I come on these platforms to talk about Nigeria, I'm not insulting you personally. I'm insulting the elites. I don't like it when you guys come on here and defend them. The country is messed up across the board. And if it's messed up across the board, we can't have it both ways. We can't say, and the country is messed up. Then we also say, no, don't talk about it being messed up. So you said that Trump said that Nigeria was a shithole country. It is a shithole country. What's so angry about that? Why did you get offended about that? We can't have it both ways. Either things are working or they're not working.
Okay, thank you. On my part, I know that presently Nigeria is in a terrible economic mess, but it doesn't stop the country from developing. It doesn't stop them from building roads. It doesn't stop them from building health facilities. It doesn't stop them from going on extensive agricultural farmland. I'm not a pessimist that because it was in a terrible way today, that is how it's going to stand till the rest of time. I'm not that kind of person. I believe in that. When you have a trouble, you put in the hard work and things will turn around for you. And at this present situation that the country is in a terrible mess, this is the right time for every Nigerian to think about solution. Not be thinking about shito, it can never improve, things will remain like that for the rest of time. I don't believe that. And I believe in one thing.
I hear you.
No, let me finish. When they started this democracy in 1999, Lagos State, Lagos State and some of the states, they are not the same way as they are today. In 1999, they don't have a light rail. Today, they do. Abuja was not like that in 1999. Today, it's wearing a new look. Some of the states are wearing a new look. Whatever you guys say, we agree with you. Nigeria is in a mess, but it doesn't mean that it remains stagnant for all 25 years.
Well, Lagos is still... Lagos, listen, Remy, Lagos is still a shithole as well.
Can we just go back to the topic or the next?
Okay, so I'm going back to the topic because one of the topics that one man posted was about.
Anybody can take it up from me.
Yeah, okay. One of the topics that one man posted was about different companies leaving Nigeria. He posted the article I sent about the abuse of the naira and the fall of the naira and how it's abusing the citizens. I'm glad you mentioned Lagos and Abuja. Remember, the elites focused on developing Lagos, and the elites also focused on developing Abuja. If the elites of Nigeria focused, so this was not something that the people of Lagos did not fix Lagos. This was something that the elites of Lagos, they pushed resources in some areas of Lagos. The elites of Nigeria wanted to fix Abuja because they were scared of coups that were happening left and right when Dodan Barracks and Lagos was the headquarters for Nigeria. So that's why they ran to Abuja. This was done strategically. So if the elites of Nigeria focus on fixing Nigeria, Nigeria will improve. The people don't have the power. Now, if you're saying to fix Nigeria, one thing, if you're studying something, you have to show signs that you're in the right direction. Nigeria is not showing those signs. How can we say this? Okay, every time I come on this platform, I tell people what is Nigeria's deficit, right? And what is Nigeria's budget? Nigeria has been running a budget deficit, I think, the last 4 years, 5 years? I can't remember.
We've always run a budget deficit. It's not the last 4 or 5 years. And America too runs a budget deficit. Like, those kind of things are normal.
Wait, Kulata, slow down. Again, when you now say this, America runs a budget deficit. Now, when I now turn around and say, okay, if America runs a budget deficit and we're being like America, then also let's have America.
That's a lazy conversation.
I can say the same thing with you bringing up America has a budget deficit. That's
lazy.
Well,
you said Nigeria had a budget for 4 years. First correction I gave you was more than 4 years. We ran budget deficit for the longest.
You see, I can also say the same as well, that what you mentioned in America is also lazy.
It's not. The point is, stop. You don't stick to the overall point. The point is, budget deficit is not novel. We've been having it for a long time.
I think you should learn to. It can't be saying you are right every time. If people let other people talk, let them have their own opinion.
Simba, let me finish, please, and let me land. budget, and then you can go ahead. I just want to talk about Nigeria's budget once again, and I'll keep repeating this. Nigeria has a budget deficit. Nigeria's largest expenditure, according to them, is what? Capital expenditure. Right after capital expenditure is debt servicing at 6.1 trillion. After the debt servicing, the next largest expenditure is salaries at 5-point-something trillion naira. Now, if that is the case, when we say Nigeria will have this miraculous improvement, how? They don't have the money. They're not showing any reduction in the debt that they have to take some of that money and push it to solving the problems of the citizens. The capital expenditure, it's not showing any rewards. So when people now say, oh, Nigeria improved, stop being pessimistic. Show me the proof that Nigeria is showing you the signs of an improvement.
Okay,
and
can
then
I ask some questions? Can you repeat the values you gave for the debt servicing and salaries and a few others?
Nigeria, according to the 2023 budget, Nigeria is servicing its debt at 6.1 trillion naira. You guys can Google it, 6.1 trillion naira. That's what they projected. Nigeria's salaries are 5-point-something trillion, and their largest expenditure is capital expenditures, which they say for capital projects at 6.4 trillion naira. And this was Nigeria's budget, which is at a deficit.
That is just about
that's the budget. What's the actual?
That's an excess of 15 trillion, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're reading a budget. A budget is just a planning document. What's the actual?
No, I understand. See, I'm just trying to get an idea. So that's around 16 trillion, but our budget is higher than that. So, okay, is there anything else you want to add to the numbers?
No,
because
I didn't. Remember, I only specified.
I'm going to change my earphones. Let me in, okay?
No problem.
I only specified the three largest expenditures because when people tell you not to be pessimistic, to have hope and all this stuff, sure, you have to show me the signs that I will have hope. If Nigeria is running a budget deficit, that means they don't have the money right now to even finance the things that they want to do. And they owe, if it's $92 billion, according to the allegedly in March, but last numbers we saw were $108 billion. So where is Nigeria going to get this money for this miraculous turnaround? And then the policies on the ground, are they having any favorable policies on the ground to give anybody confidence that, yeah, Nigeria is going to turn around? That's all I'm saying. If the budget deficit
my concern is that, okay, the number you were giving just now about salaries, does that include a military budget, salaries too?
Salaries cannot even be put as a because salary cut across ministries, and so it's not something that I can even isolate.
For all these figures myself, I want to understand where all these things fit together. So does it include the defense budget that it also includes salaries? I don't know what's.
I don't know if it includes Nigeria's defense budget, but I know salaries for all the workers in Nigeria.
You know the way he's putting it to Nigeria, that is not the way they put budget. You understand? Because when you are even talking about, hello, excuse me, let me talk. You've been talking, get them up. You cannot
be links for it. I would like to see it, please, so that I can.
If you say capital expenditure, fine. But if you not cap it and say salary, even the people under if you talk about defense, because the other time you mentioned defense, under defense, people will also receive salary there. On education, people receive salary there. So you cannot just isolate a salary and say this one on salary.
See, Simba, do you know why those numbers are useful? Because you know when Nigerians say Nigerian government are stealing all their money, because there are some areas that cannot be stolen, like salaries. We know people are getting paid their salaries. Servicing the national debt, we know those ones are getting serviced. So those ones, we can crop them up from all the amount people are saying Nigerian government is stealing, so that we can actually start having a proper structured debate on these matters. Because every time you say something, they say Nigerian government is stealing everything.
True, Nigeria.
We don't know which one is actually being spent.
True, Nigeria. According to what I read, the total civil servant under federal, state, and local government total is about 5.7 million Nigerians. And out of that, 1.2 million are in the payroll of the federal government. The rest is being shared by the 36 states and the local government. So we are talking about roughly about 100 million that can work in Nigeria, because I don't know the statistics of people that go to school under 18 years of old, under 18 years.
Can you share it?
Sorry, you said something about
it's in the back chat.
Let me
finish.
I'll get that link.
Let me finish. And then we have
you just said a number. I wanted to get you to repeat that number because I missed it. You said something about 5.something million.
5.3 million.
Of workers.
5.3
civil servants throughout the federation, both federal, state, and local government.
5.3 million. 5.3 million. Okay, good to know.
And out of the 5.3 million, 1.2 is in the payroll of the federal government. The rest is shared between the state and the local government. So what I
thought the federal government was around 700-something thousand federal workers.
Okay, maybe I'll go and check it again. Maybe, but what I know is that the federal government have the largest share. But what I'm trying to say here is that when you not about 66% of Nigeria are mostly entrepreneurs, and this out of this 6%, how many of them have a registered limited liability or registered their enterprise that they pay tax to the state or to the federal government? I'm talking about the tax from their business. That one, we cannot establish a real data or give us a good figure. So in a nutshell, majority of Nigeria are not really paying tax on the business they entail upon. So there's so many layers of problem there. Because there are those that are in the market, women or something like that, that you don't have the data, you don't have nothing to really plan. So it become more difficult.
Remy, Nigeria can easily, if everyone here I'm sure has registered a business in Nigeria, CAC, which they're trying to do to link. But even then, I remember when I registered one of my other companies, I got one tax ID number, then CSC gave me a different number. So FIRS gave me one number, then another, I forgot their name, gave me another tax number. It's not streamlined. Whereas like in the United States.
What you are getting wrong these days, the tax number they give you will be different from your company registration number. That is all.
I didn't. Oh my God, Remy! I think you need to listen to me clearly. I'm going to say it again what I just said because I think you hear what you want to hear. I said when I registered my company, I got two different tax numbers. I didn't say my CAC registration number. I know the difference. Remy, please.
I want to ask you a question.
So wait, can you post the links in the back chat and share it? Because when we talk about
I wanted to share one other link that one man provided. I think that is interesting.
As they help this company you register, I'm sorry, it depends on you might want to talk about
I pay taxes on my company.
When did you register this company? When? Which year?
I registered. I have a few companies registered in Nigeria. As the last one that I registered, this was about last year.
As a public liability company or as an enterprise?
I registered as a public limited, whatever you call it, the one where you have to pay taxes.
Limited by shares, private company limited by shares.
I'm a private company limited by shares.
Which year is this? Is this in the last 5 years or just?
I just told you. Okay, maybe my mic is not clear. I'm shouting right now, literally. I told you I registered as of last year. I have a few companies registered in Nigeria. I'm registered. The last one I did limited by shares. I have a few shareholders in my company. We pay taxes. As a matter of fact, Stanbic.
What I want to establish is simple. You said they gave you two tax numbers. Were you able to rectify it, or how do you go about it? Because that's a big issue.
What happened is this: is that eventually, what we were told is that the number that we have to actually follow is the CAC FIRS number. But there's another body, I forget the name. I don't want to, it's late over here. But there's another body that gave us a separate tax number. So all I'm saying is that listen, Remy, wait. Before you ask me this question, look, because I don't want we don't have to make these things complicated and about me. I'm saying that once again, when you compare it to the United States, when I registered my company with busy.com, I created the company right away. We put in our information. Busy registered it for us. One of my companies is a C Corp. My other partnership is an S Corp with my partner. We created we got our EIN number. Our EIN, we went to Bank of America. We were able to open a business account. My own personal C Corp, I have a business account. I'm saying it's streamlined and it's easy. So it's very difficult for me to avoid paying my taxes. Now, I know you're right to say that, the market woman, they're not paying taxes. Well, make it difficult for them to not pay their taxes, and then you'll be able to collect the tax revenue. But that's why I'm hoping Tunaja can share the thing in the back chat. let's look at Nigeria's budget. To Nigeria, please open the link.
Sorry, gas them up. You're not wrong, and that's what the what's the name of that PWC guy is trying to fix. Oh my God, I forget his name. They're trying to streamline the tax. Our taxes are convoluted. You're not wrong with that.
And Konata, let me share something with you because I think you are going to pick up on it. This is kind of stuff that drives me crazy. These PWC people, they wrote about increase in revenue and all the rest of it, knowing full well that the reason why for this increase is because our currency has depreciated. Then they come and argue publicly that it's an increase in revenue. It's like when you go and sell petrol overseas, when your currency has depreciated. Last year, it was what maybe half of what it's worth this year in terms of the currency. And you say it's an increase in revenue. That is just atrocious use of statistics.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at it in Naira terms, yes. But our prices increased? Yes. So technically, it's true, but technically it is true. And the area where it's so clear is in our
not increased now. You know that in real terms.
Well, I mean, whatever we sell in dollars, we make more Naira from it now that we've devalued it.
So we should depreciate our currency so that we can make more Naira. Is that it? See,
but actually, that is one of the advantages of depreciating your currency to Niger.
So by depreciating it, if there have been prices did not increase, that's a different thing. Prices have increased.
No, prices will increase, but is it commensurate with the depreciation?
Because what I've seen is 3 times. Prices have increased 3 times.
You have to hold Kulata to the. Kulata is smarter than this. He knows what he's doing. When you say depreciate your currency,
sometimes I'm just being naughty, gas them up. So maybe you don't understand me. Sometimes I'm just pulling your legs.
No, but it's not denying it. It's not denying that they are forging the figures. Because you can't say revenue has increased because the government. It's almost as if the government increased on special. What they did was depreciate the Nigerian currency.
I know, but wait, Tuna, let's hold Kulata to what he just said. He said that's the advantage of depreciating your currency.
It's one of the advantages of depreciation, yes.
Yeah, hold on, I agree. But when you depreciate your currency as a policy, you are doing this after you have strengthened your manufacturing base to export.
That's if you have a manufacturing base to begin with.
So then my point is this. Let's ask ourselves, what is the point of depreciating your currency when you didn't have a manufacturing base and you don't have anything to export?
No, it's not just manufacturing. I mean, at least we still sell crude at the very least. So the crude we sell makes us more Naira.
Can you pull up the budget, Niger? Because you see, this
it makes us more Naira, but it also costs us more to buy anything else that we need to.
Yes, sorry, can I come to this conversation? But if you look at it critically, because if you want to be doing comparison now, if you compare the price of goods in Nigeria in terms of dollar, it's actually cheaper.
Of course.
Actually, it's more expensive.
No, don't say that. It's cheaper in Nigeria.
Okay, give an example you are referring to, please.
Hey, just give me one example and compare the price outside Nigeria.
No, actually, it's more expensive, I can assure you.
No, to Nigeria, you can't say that now. Our purchasing power parity, you just check
it's only our purchasing power that is low. But when you compare in terms of dollar,
parity, in dollar terms is cheaper now. I mean, that's why we have GDP.
That's why I asked for an example. You can't give me an example.
People take bread, ordinary bread. How much is a loaf of bread in UK where you are?
Versus Nigeria, you mean?
Yeah,
but that has always been true last year and the same this year. So what is
it's still true?
Yeah, it's still true. That is my point.
Because if I compare, let me tell you, if I compare it with where I am now with Nigeria, it's cheaper in Nigeria.
To Nigeria, first and foremost,
it's always been cheaper in Nigeria. Last year, 2 years ago, and this year.
Even this year, I'm talking as it is now. As it is now.
Hold on. See, the point here is that they are making claims that because of the foreign exchange now, that in the argument that Kulata is making is that
you can debate them easily when you share the screen for the budget.
Hold on now. Hold on. Yeah, we are not running anywhere. We are here. the point Kolata is making is that there's a valid argument to be made that you can depreciate your currency, and then when you get the income, because the cost of that's the increase in or inflation in your country is not catching up with the deflation of the currency or depreciation of the currency, that the government has an advantage in terms of spending power.
No, let's not misconstrue what I'm saying. See,
okay,
there are pros and cons to depreciation, right? And a country just doesn't depreciation just for the fun of it. It's a tough move. Now, the pros are it improves your balance, your trade, because depreciation is supposed to discourage import and encourage more export. So whatever you export, if you manufacture your export stuff, whatever you make becomes cheaper. And then you won't have the luxury to just be importing all this random stuff. So automatically it fixes your balance of trade. I mean, I won't say automatically, ideally it fixes but then it creates inflation. It creates local inflation because
this conversation is
anything.
Not going to
Hold on, gas them up. Calm down now. Whatever you import is going to be so expensive, so it will have a pass-through effect to anything you sell in Nigeria that relies on any sort of imports, because now your imports are all of a sudden more expensive. So there's going to be some pass-through inflation that happens. And if it's a country that has a solid manufacturing base, then you will be able to.
A big advantage.
That'll be a huge advantage. But in a situation where we don't have, the only thing we have, at least right now, our balance of trade has improved. Then if you have a lot of local debt, if you have a lot of naira debt, then all of a sudden your debt becomes cheaper. But then if you have a lot of dollar debts, then all of a sudden your dollar debts become more expensive. So it's not
everything
one.
has become more expensive based on the naira.
It's not a one-sided. It's not a one-sided thing. Is what I'm trying to say.
They forged the number. They shouldn't be using those numbers. They are lying to people.
They're not lying. It's not a lie.
They are just including only one side of the information, not telling the people what they've robbed them of.
What's the point of having this conversation? When I started the conversation by talking about Nigeria's budget, post it so everyone can see. So we can all
you can see the backstage, can't you? You can see that one man had this topic out. That's why I'm looking into it, and it dovetails into the point that you made.
But we already discussed it. I know that, but everyone talked about it already. So I'm saying, post this budget.
To gas them up, you have to understand it's not only about your topic we will be discussing. We just finished discussing something you raised earlier on. The show still needs to carry on.
No, but we didn't show the budget. That's what I'm saying. Show is right there. Click on the PDF.
The PDF.
So click the PDF. Yeah, click the PDF and show everyone. So that way we don't have to go back and forth. Exactly. Read it out loud for yourselves. And if I'm making anything up, you guys can say I made it up. So now we can see, does Nigeria have money for all this reducing of the currency? Does Nigeria have the infrastructure? Do we have the manufacturing to take us to the next level?
Wait. Those you are misconstruing conversations. Devaluation doesn't mean Nigeria has money. You devalue out of the fact that at the point Tinubu government took over, we first of all, we printed a lot of naira and we had no dollars. So for us to be able to get dollars, we needed to attract foreign money to come in. Nobody was willing to come and invest in Nigeria with the kind of like multiple dual exchange rate we had. It was similar to what we had in Abacha when it was 25 naira official and 80 naira in the parallel market. So we were stuck. We had 7 billion. If I wanted to import something, I had to source dollar from God knows where. So it was an untenable situation. And then the reserve we had used it to back up loans that, okay, well, this is my security. So you couldn't even touch it. So nobody, to the extent that we had reserves that was free, according to JP Morgan, not Kulata, they said it was like 2.5 billion that we had that was free. And to maintain that system, they said Buhari was borrowing $1.5 billion every month. So it was a fiscally impossible situation to manage. And what they did was to float it to try and attract dollars to come into the country through foreign portfolio investment.
You can have any explanation for it. Let's look at the numbers that we are looking at.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. How do you match these numbers to what this guy is saying?
Okay,
that's
what we are trying to do
let
now.
me just
So
let me quickly tell
about
Kulata.
11 trillion here, and we are looking about 14 trillion
while
here.
Kulata is looking at the numbers, Kulata, you have to ask yourself this. Now that they've done this, right? They've done this policy for about a year now, and Tinubu's been in office for a year. Where is the foreign direct? Where are the dollars?
We have FPIs coming in. FPIs that come in now, according to what Cardoso said, since they've been doing it, has been up to $24 billion that's coming and gone out.
Mr. Cardoso is lying.
What do you mean Cardoso is lying? I mean, let's talk. Look,
hold on.
I don't like all this kind of conversations. That's the CBN gov though. Like, come on, man. You can't be saying all these things.
Listen, like I said, I don't give a damn about our elites. Cardoso is lying.
This is not about, no, stop, look. We need to have serious conversation.
Hold on. Let's slow down now. Let's slow down. Guys, they must slow down. Slow down.
No, wait,
slow down. That's them. Jesus Christ. Why are you like this these days now?
Partiality now. This is the like where the guy. No, you tell me to slow down. You don't tell him. Let me respond to him.
He's quiet. You are the one that is not quiet.
Because I didn't even get my point out. You don't like when
I want to straighten the point.
This is Nigerian way of life. Let me
see. Kulata, what did you say? Cardoso said that Gazdemov said he was lying. Well, I need to get that. What did you say?
So, what's it called? We've been able to attract what Rufai on that TV calls hot money, foreign portfolio investors. Basically, we're selling Naira debt. You will buy our bonds at a very high interest rate. So it attracts all them Goldman Sachs and co. They can put money in Nigeria, quickly take it out, quickly take it out. It's not the best, honestly speaking. Wow. It's not his
That's
best.
What they call speculation. It's
not. This is not even speculation. It's bond. Cool down. This is normal. This is bond. These are bonds, right? So we've been able to attract that. That is one aspect. The ultimate attraction that we need is the people that are committed to foreign direct investment.
Why don't you let me respond to him?
Oh my God, this guy, man. The foreign direct investment, that's the one we really, really need. And so far, we're struggling in that area. And from what I understand, I know we're listing some oil blocks, but the response has been tepid. So that kind of scared me. But in terms of FPI, we're getting FPIs now.
Let's keep it limited to what you said.
Hold on. Can I respond?
FDI into what sector?
Can I respond? I hope you're seeing this stuff. This is the partiality. No, this is the partiality.
Bonds.
Can we allow Gazemov to respond, please? We just ask him to be quiet. Please, Gazemov, go ahead.
What I'm saying to Kulata is this, and I just posted it again, another link in the back chat. In 2023, foreign direct investment into Nigeria dropped by 26.7%. That's a fact. Now, here's what I'm trying to say. When I say Cardoso is lying, I don't care who he is, who you look up to him, that's you. What he is doing, this policy he's embarking on, when Tinubu, they say they want to devalue the Naira, is going to bring, at the end of the day, they are not doing it. They're not bringing in this massive investments in dollars into Nigeria. They are not. It's there. And that's why I say, if you put the budget side by side, Nigeria.
If you listen, I said FPI, not D. Listen to understand. Don't listen to IG.
Let him finish. You will respond. You have your chance to respond once he's done. Gazemov, finish what you are saying, then he can be able to respond.
I'll quickly respond. All I'm saying is this. I said we should bring up this budget right there. It says in 2023, they're expecting that Nigeria will have 11 trillion naira in terms of revenue, and their expenditure is 24 trillion. Now, if you look at the expenditure, what that expenditure will be broken down into, if you scroll down, you'll see that majority of it is capital expenditure. You'll see, as I said, debt servicing and salaries for the workers in Nigeria. And you can see it there. So I didn't make these things up. Now, if you are going to devalue your currency to get in foreign investment, you have to have a strong manufacturing.
Which one is salary here? Is that recurrent non-debt? Is it this one? Which one is salary? I can't see salaries here. Which one is salary now? I just want to understand.
Hold on.
It could be the recurrent non-debt, isn't it?
The 9.3.
Salaries will be under recurrent expenditures. Like, I mean, if you're, it should be under recurrent expenditures. I can't even see what you guys are posting, but salary will be under recurring.
It's not. It's not there. But if
no,
you,
I'm on my phone now. I have to be. Can I even enlarge this stuff?
What I'm saying is, it's not on the salaries. Is not on that one. The salaries, if I can send you the
salaries, salaries will be recurring non-debt expenditure.
Yeah, but it's not there. It's not on this particular PDF. You said
yeah, but that is where you will put it in your statement now.
Yeah, but it may not be the only thing there. That's the thing.
It's not the only thing, but salary is part of recurring.
See, when I do what he's doing, you guys cut me off on this platform, and I hate this Nigerian.
This guy can. This guy can cry.
It's not derailing your point. He's trying to assist your point.
It is. Let me explain.
Calculator is right. It's going to be under the recurrent expenditure.
But it's not there. Hold on now. I'm trying to tell you guys where I got the 5 trillion from. It's not in this PDF. I can post the link to show you where the 5 trillion naira expenditure for Nigerian workers is. I can send that to you guys.
Is this the official Nigerian budget PDF or someone else's writing it?
That's the PwC that you are hyping. That's
okay, someone else's. I'm not hyping PwC. I don't work for PwC. So this is someone else's depiction of Nigeria's budget. Okay.
No, it's someone else's depiction. So you see, too, Niger, when he read the article that PwC said Tinubunomics is working, he was defending it. Now that the PwC, and that's why I purposely said this PwC.
I asked a question now, a clarifying question.
Just easy. See, I think the reason why this is important is because when I went to the budgetary office website and the Nigerian site in terms of how much they are spending money, the whole information is so convoluted, you can't even make heads or tail of it. So these are organizations that are trying to distill it down to, okay, recurrent non-debt expenditure, that kind of stuff. It's good. I don't know why the government doesn't do that. They make it difficult for you to interpret the information. So I think these ones are also useful for us to use as a guide. If you have the link for the figure you were referring to in terms of salaries, that would be useful too. So that I think we need to know what the government is definitely spending, and Nigerians cannot accuse them of stealing.
Yeah, but to Nigeria, this is a budget, right? It doesn't mean that is what they're going. That is not the actuals. It doesn't mean that is exactly what they're going to spend.
I know, but we do know that it does fall within the.
This is their plan.
The actually spends annually. It does fall within the range of what the government spends annually.
No, it's so far off. That's why we have a deficit. It's a lot of times. It's so
fair
off.
Point. But Kulata, the point I'm trying to get to here, try to understand. Many Nigerians accuse the government of stealing the money. Maybe they are doing it, but we need to be a bit more objective about that term. We don't know the exact amount that is actually stolen, because if we know the pay people salary, so that's not getting stolen. We know the service debt, that's not getting stolen. So we need to know the one that they are actually truly spending. Then we can know that, okay, among the 30% that is remaining now, maybe that's where the theft is coming from. Let's go deep and find out how much is actually getting stolen. You see what I mean? That's why it's important.
Okay, let me give you an example. You know, we have this revenue sharing with the Oyinbo people that we produce crude together, the technical partners. What do they call them? It has a technical term. There's a sharing thing. Actually, literally, there's the pump, right? We don't really know. I don't know if NNPC has figured that out. How much gets accrued to Nigeria versus what those partners take, them Shell and Co. Foreign, oh God, there's a term, my brain is fried. Well, it's too late for me. So that's an area. There are many off-the-book transactions that doesn't involve government. If that's not, if a government person is conniving and stealing crude, that's off the books. So there are many avenues to steal. Now, within the official avenues, for example, that salaries, how many ghost workers exist? Is there a syndicate that are milking salaries from ghost workers? So even within what's budgeted and between the actual that is spent, you could still be stealing. So, but you can get an idea of what is officially stolen out of what they plan, because the budget is supposed to be the best case scenario. Well, a lot of times there'll be many
Explain something
supplementary
to me.
budgets.
You will know this term. What is this idea of supplementary budget and ways and means? Clarify it, what it truly means. So that
Ways and means is essentially a way of funding a deficit that the law allows you to take money that CBN essentially prints money like an prints money. The government will owe CBN and allows them to spend within a threshold. That's the ways and means. Is allows.
it's like quantitative easing, you know.
It's like well, not technically, like, but let's just say for the purpose of simple explanation, yeah, printing money is not exactly like quantitative easing, but so that's the
debt. That's what they call it. It's called monetizing the debt.
So that's the what's it called? But at the end of the day, it's still basically on your books, so because you still need to securitize it. So it's still going to be
that affect us internationally?
It affects us because it's still more debt we're carrying that we'll have to.
Okay. So it's
still
basically
money.
debt we take from the CBN.
But we should get.
You can Google it. It's called monetizing the debt.
It's called monetizing supplementary budget.
Well, okay. Let me explain. Let me try and explain supplementary budget. So when they budget, they kind of like make some assumptions. For example, they assume that exchange rate will be 800 or something. An oil benchmark, they will have to pick some number for, because we bought this out. That's how we budget. We use oil benchmark to budget. So eventually during the year, when you see that, okay, all these assumptions were off, and what the actuals have spent is actually projecting way more than this plan that I planned, then of course you need additional budget. Then you now need the supplementary budget to say, okay.
Let me expand further after he's done, because this is the key point.
I'm done, guys. So you don't say we're starting.
So here's the thing. Now, recently, Dangote refinery is being championed as the refinery of choice. It's going to move everything in Nigeria. That's what all these elites are preying on. Well, Dangote's refinery is finding out the hard way a couple of things. One, Nigeria, as of recent, I can post the link, just pledged.
IOCs was the term I was trying to remember. I think Gazemop just brought this name to me. Thanks. Sorry, continue. IOCs, international oil companies. Yeah.
Yes.
So he said that they're after him, man.
No, I didn't say they're after him. So I'm showing he's realizing the system of Nigeria. So now Nigeria just pledged some of her oil to the Afrim Exim Bank for just a measly $1 billion. And I'm just laughing, but whatever. My point is this. Dangote was accusing the IOCs of not selling him oil, right, for his refinery. But the real question is, well, Mr. Dangote, if you are a friend to the government as he is, why can't the Nigerian government, NNPC, sell you the petroleum? Well, here's what he just realized. Nigeria's oil is pledged many years into the future for loans that we took about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years ago. They haven't really given us a full audit of the oil. So most of the oil that is even leaving the ground in Nigeria that they're claiming is as revenue has been pledged. A percentage every year of the oil that leaves Nigeria is pledged for loans, capital loans that we've taken for capital projects. So Dangote is now realizing that his refinery. That's why they said, oh, he had to buy oil from the United States. Nigeria can't even give him the oil for his refinery because it's been pledged.
If that is true, then how are we getting the revenue from oil every year? Then?
No, that is true too, Nigeria. Not everything is what Gazemov said is correct.
No, I agree that there's some truth there, but I'm just trying, because I know we also do get some.
There's supposed to be some local content allocation out of what we produce, which should be what really should go to Dangote. But it looks like maybe NNPC is one of the worst companies in terms of transparency. So I don't know if out of that local content they have enough to give them, or maybe that local content is also what they're giving the crude swap people, the people that take our crude and swap it for petrol. So there's no transparency in that area, and Dangote is claiming that the IOCs international oil companies, they're stifling him.
They're stifling him. But then here's another problem. Dangote's refinery is not the only refinery in Nigeria, because let's be real. We have Port Harcourt,
modular refinery. We have modular refineries.
So should those refineries not get the petroleum before Dangote as a private citizen? Of course. The Nigerian-owned refinery should get the petroleum first. So now Dangote is realizing that, wait a minute, I built this big refinery and I don't have access to oil, even though my
hold on. I think something is going on here. So Nigeria is okay. Look at just to be clear, it's not that Nigeria is not making money. They pledged it to people that invested in the.
We're paying debt with crude to Nigeria to some extent.
No, not necessarily. I think maybe what happened is that those people invested in the exploration of the oil.
No. Like the Afrexim Bank one. No. We're literally paying debt with our crude.
Okay.
The Afrexim Bank loan.
No. I think that's the wrong idea.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong.
You are trying to post some kind of weird this thing.
No, it's not weird. The Afrexim loan. The deal is we will pay you with crude. The Afrexim loan. That's the deal.
So look at this now. Look at this before you start talking about Afrexim. So Nigeria's trade and this in the third quarter rose by 56%. to 18.something trillion naira. So
what's that? What are you reading? I can't.
Oil income. Oil.
It doesn't matter. We still sell. Not you didn't hear what he said. What the guy said. It's not everything 100% that is pledged. Otherwise, where will we get it? Where will we get
but
money?
The one that we are actually talking about is the one we get. We are not talking about the one that is already pledged. So that one that we are selling, why are we not selling it to Dangote instead?
Because as a private citizen, there's no reason Dangote should be first in line. He is a regular citizen, so the other refineries should get the oil first. And I just posted in the back chat, you can see Nigeria just did a deal to swap $1 billion from the Afrexim Bank. You can read it. It's on Bloomberg. We do these type of deals, and like he said,
we do these stupid deals. Like
there's no transparency with the NNPC. We have no idea how many oil swaps the NNPC has done going back how many years.
Let me answer your question because it's a direct question. First things first. I mean, because we don't know, but let me make the assumption that Dangote wants to buy that crude from Nigeria, assuming this is an assumption. I don't know anything about this operation, but let's just say assuming Dangote wants to buy that crude from us in Naira. That's not favorable to Nigeria. You get what I'm saying? They'll rather go sell it in dollars so we can make dollar income. But Dangote is claiming.
It depends on what Dangote gives us back in this in PMS, isn't it?
Yeah, but Dangote is claiming. I don't think it's just up to us alone. We work with IOCs. They have a production sharing formula. So Dangote is claiming that the international oil companies want to sell it to him at a premium over what they sell it, or over what they sell it outside. That's Dangote's claim. So government is denying it. So this area is one of the most shady areas in the country. So good luck to anybody that can understand.
Personally, I think the Nigerian government should put Nigeria first. This is one
That's
of those
what I was going to say. Why is Dangote's refinery being at the forefront to receive Nigeria's oil? We have refineries in the country that should be receiving the oil before Dangote.
It's of strategic interest.
But if Nigeria doesn't have
biggest
its
refinery
own,
now,
better to give it to the nearest this thing, isn't it? Like Dangote is the closest to us than taking our oil overseas to go and process.
But the question I want to ask, let me ask a question. If Dangote is complaining of this IOC gang up against him, what do we think that is going to happen to all those modular refinery and all those? What's going to happen to them?
Look at that. They said that is number one question. Some sections of Dangote refinery.
Hold on, that's number one. Then number two, that I mean, we are showing. I mean, we are not showing capacity that we can supply Dangote sufficient crude for its production.
So, Baba John Koko, are you saying that?
What do we think is going to happen to those smaller ones when we cannot adequately supply Dangote? Who is going to supply those smaller ones?
So
Where are they going to source their supply from?
They won't get any supply. But let me ask you this question, Baba John Koko.
They're going to die. They're going to die along the way.
They have to buy from America. They have to import. They have to import crude.
Wait, but Baba John Koko, I want to ask you a question again.
Maybe they will be buying from Dangote. Dangote will buy larger amount and sell to them.
And sell it to them. Kuku has a trading company.
Baba John Koko, I need to ask you a simple question because you kind of glossed over it. Are we saying that Dangote's refinery should receive the petrol before Nigeria's own refineries?
No.
Is our refinery working? That's the question. Why this question? When our refineries are not working?
If was working, then that's no brainer.
It's not working. So the question is uncalled for in the first place.
So those refineries that are there, what are we going to do? Are we going to just let them go to waste and salvage them?
Is it today? Is it today?
Can I say something? So to Nigeria, if hold on, this is my last thing I'll say. If you guys are saying that if they were working, so tomorrow, let's say by some miracle, Tinubu fixes Nigeria and the Nigerian refineries are working, then is Dangote going to be first in line to get the oil, or Nigeria's refineries will get the oil first?
Let's wait.
Nigeria gets first. What is
to Nigeria is not even something that we're supposed to be debating. This refinery, we have debated about them on so many occasions on this platform. The best thing is for Nigeria to get rid of them. They are not going to function. If you look at it, how many years ago have we even have a refinery working in Nigeria? They are not working, so they should sell it.
I think the problem of selling it, you still have the problem. It was easy to sell, I think they wouldn't have sold it. You have to sell it to somebody that wants to actually make it work. All of them, all these wicked people, they want to take it from Nigeria and do us exactly what it's doing now. And our own people don't even learn. You can't even, if you give a fellow Nigeria now, run this refinery well, like the way Dangote at least is managing to run the cement company and sugar company, they will find a way. You know what they're going to do? They're going to find a way to do round tripping and just take the crude oil, sell it, and they don't care about the refinery at all. This is the problem with Nigerians.
Sorry, Kolata, I have a question for you. According to the NNPC now, we are producing about 1.7 million barrels of crude per day. And they are
that's plus condensate. That was condensate, but continue, yeah.
So I'm not sure, but they say about 1.6 or something. Now, they said by August this year, in the next few months, we are going to reach almost 2 million barrels of crude per day. If we can able to get to that 2 million, can it solve the problem of this Dangote?
Well, how much
of it has been sold up front? To foreign
exactly
to get a loan.
So that is that I know, I understand. I'm just trying to say, if we can ramp it up to 2 million, can it solve some problem for Dan?
We don't know how much. We don't. It's only when we know how much.
I understand. At least at this present situation, we don't know how much. I'm talking about if we continue to rack up our production up to 2 million, above 2 million. Can it at least immediately?
You cannot. The question. We understand your question.
Is it not all in Dangote's interest to to make sure that our oil fields are secure so that he can be able to get the oil? Some of all these businessmen in Nigeria, I don't even know what's wrong with them. Look at Dangote's.
Is it the one that will not go?
Let me add this now. Let me add this because I think this is the thing that people don't understand. Look at Dangote's refinery, the brand new refinery. Can you let me finish? This is annoying me. This Dangote refinery.
Tonight, talk now. Nobody is talking to you.
Stop, Jared. This Dangote refinery was set on fire yesterday for whatever reason. I don't know how fire starts in a brand new refinery. And you guys don't. You sit there. You keep taking things for granted. I won't be surprised they will sabotage that refinery, sabotage the one we have in Nigeria, and we're back in the same circle again. This is why I keep telling people, keep playing around with your security.
And what is your point now? What is your point now?
I'm just landing. If you keep playing around with your security, everything you build, you will lose it. This is the can't keep anything.
You want to sway also this your security things again.
No, it's annoying now because you look at everything we build, it gets
lost. Tonight, calm down. Fire happens, like accidents happen. Look at that. What I'm trying to figure out wait. What I'm trying to figure out is how come NMPC doesn't have the autonomy to sell crude by itself? Why do the IOCs have to dictate a $6 premium on the crude? Because okay, the deals they
end. The answer now. You know the answer.
Eh?
No,
here's the problem. Because we enter, okay, when you have rig or something, right? Because we don't have the technical expertise or the financial.
What is the meaning of IOC?
International oil companies, our Shell, Ajip, any, our Chevron.
About $500 million.
Because okay, they give you Simba, they give you rig, they give you oil block, right? Oil block. Most Nigeria, they give them an oil block. They don't have money, so they have to go and call all these oil companies. They bring them Slumbaja to come and drill. Those cost billions of dollars. So they have to bring their technology, and because they have to bring their technology and their money, you guys have to do this production sharing. Literally, there's a pump or something. From what I've heard, people that work in that area, there's a valve that they do production sharing. So it means because of our incapacity financially and technically, we don't call shots on our own crude.
That was what when they started in Saudi Arabia, they were doing the same thing. But at a point, they took full ownership of their resources, and that is what they are reaping today. Nigeria, we always like easy way out. You understand? But since 1950 something that they discovered oil in Nigeria, can't we take full ownership of our resources? And that is why when you say, okay, 1.7 million barrel, if you calculate it, how much is it?
How are you going to take ownership of your resources? Tell me how.
So it's saying that because we don't have the technical know-how, and we have been drilling
the technical know-how
and financial.
We have the technical know-how. The only thing you people don't lack is look at fire.
Security.
People just act as if you have a genetic blockage from knowing what you need to do.
Calm down. We do
Your country is this sabotage left and right.
Nigeria wants to go to his comfort zone. That's why.
No, it's annoying. It's annoying. Okay, look at this. Look at this.
He has been trying since. He has not been successful in taking us there.
I'm telling you that. See,
but we talk about that every day.
Look at. Hold on. Look at, can you see the date? Can you see? Dangote is complaining about them threatening today. Can you let me talk? This is serious. Dangote is complaining a day ago. What is wrong with these people? You people are just born slaves or what? What is this?
Come on, man.
Dangote is. Can you see this? Why no rich man will ever support you people, because people don't even support them.
So we have an engineering. I remember when I graduated. I mean, this was decades ago. We used to have an engineering company called Snepco.
You just finished talking, Colata. Sorry. Let me just see what I'm saying.
You're not talking. You're shouting.
Okay, fine. Because you're not letting me talk.
Because you're shouting.
Okay, fine. Let me keep quiet. The point I'm trying to make is that I don't know why people are so uncomfortable, or what are you people for some reason
gentlemen,
don't want to open your eyes to the reality of life. Because
guys, you're making this hard now.
Look at that. Okay, good.
Tunaja, please calm down. Please calm down. You are the moderator here for today.
Thank you for advising me. But you're not stopping now. You've advised me. You don't want to stop.
I am.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm suggesting.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's an Agbero moderator.
This is obstruction. This is stylish obstruction. You pretend as if he's trying to ask me to calm down while he's obstructing. I don't know why you're obstructing. What are you here to do?
Oh, yeah, say the security thing. Say it quickly.
I don't know why you're obstructing. What are you here to do the job of other people? I don't know. Let me finish what I'm saying. So look at this now. Dangote is complaining. This is a rich man in Nigeria. If you're a rich man in Nigeria complaining that something is going on at the top, a kind of conspiracy, let's face it. And Dangote has been signaling a lot to people recently. And look at that. It just almost the same day, really. If you think at it, the same day, his refinery is on fire. And the reason for the fire, unknown. And you guys don't pay attention to what is going on.
No. To Niger, that fire, what do you call it? Dangote came out. It happened in their ebullient plant. It does not affect the refinery. The refinery is still working 100%. So let's calm down.
No, I agree with you.
So it's not affecting them at all. So please,
okay,
they're not complaining.
You're not listening. You're not listening. It could just be a warning. It could just be a warning sign, and you don't seem to read.
Okay, is he there the warning? Is he there the warning? Okay.
Okay, Sky News, this thing. So my point is that what is there to hit? He should be able to defend. He should be able to sell petrol like any other nation.
He's going to build nuclear. He's going to build nuclear bomb to defend against the next fire.
He should be able to found a refinery and be what. See, so you guys just want to come and talk for the sake of it. When somebody in Nigeria is trying to do the right thing, and he needs people to be aware like himself. And you just pretend as if you're not aware.
Just stop yelling. Dangote refinery is a private investment. He will secure his investment. Stop sweating over his investment.
I think what you are just trying to say, we understand. What you are trying to say is
I cannot even be yelling. I cannot be yelling now because my mic is being adjusted for automatic volume, so I cannot be yelling.
Okay, so what's your point?
Hold on now. The point I'm making is that if you have your good leaders coming out trying to do something that will benefit your nation, and they are telling you something, and you just pretend as if you don't know, they don't blame it when you don't have them again. You don't get them, and your nation doesn't do well. Don't blame them because we are all part of it.
Okay, let me quickly respond.
Okay.
When Dangote came out and talked about this, immediately the federal government called a stakeholder meeting, and they debunked the story. And what we are looking forward to now is this. Does it affect his production of PMS that he said is going to bring out by July? If he didn't bring out by July, then he will have to tell us another story what is going on. There is at least my memory is starting right.
No, Remy. What Dangote is saying is that for them, what they are doing is that their people are importing dirty, cheap fuel. So what that means is that because he is having to buy crude, sometimes source them from outside Nigeria, it means that the competition is dragging him down because in his own, the standard is producing is of higher standard, but the one these guys are bringing it out from outside the country is a very low standard. So they are able to pay cheap for it. They're able to get it at a very cheaper rate. But whereas for him, climate-wise and in other aspects, it is not good for the country. But at the end of the day,
but the regulatory commission debunked that. They said that is
what you know in Nigeria, what the same way they brought those dirty people last time. Which regulatory commission?
Look, the way I see it here is pricing competition. He has his own story, he has his own side. The other side also has his own side. But what we must do, and you guys are right, is the way Tinubu government should find a way to supply him the crude he needed in Nigeria. If we
How can Tinubu's government do that when the oil has a percentage that is pledged to foreign entities?
I understand you. There always be. I believe that there always be a kind of maybe negotiation or whatever.
We have a local content, so we have local content for.
I know you must honor your contract to the international wherever that you have, but at the same time, the government should find a way.
Kolata, do you remember that was the time? Was it during Obasanjo or towards the late military regime that they were talking about this local content and they are talking about percentage? That time, I don't know if you remember.
We still have
what happened to it? What happened to it? But nobody is actually pay emphasis on it again.
I think that's the one. I mean, this is not my area, but I think that's the one that they're they're allowing for crude swap. And I don't think they stopped the crude swap. By now, they should have stopped that crude swap. So whatever is supposed to be for local is they're using it to go and swap for petrol. Someone needs to correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, in what way is federal government actually supporting? Because if you have a local refinery that is producing, then what's the essence of giving license for people to also import fuel?
I think the problem lies that, Dangote initially said that he's going to start putting PMS as early as 3 months ago, and he didn't meet that.
Maybe we should wait a little. By the time he started supplying his own fuel, and he said they can meet up with the capacity of the, local consumption.
You can't blame the federal government too, because if they stop and there's scarcity of
no,
petrol,
they can't stop when he has not started producing now.
Until he started pumping, not that we are no more importing diesel anymore. So diesel is from his own hand. So when he started doing the PMS, then of course we have to stop importing PMS. So,
but diesel is easy now. Diesel is easy. Can you guys hear me? Diesel is fully deregulated. No. See, listen. Diesel is fully deregulated. If you want to buy diesel now, it's 1,000 and something. It's the same price you're going to find it in Benin Republic or anywhere. It's fully deregulated. The petrol price is not fully deregulated. So it needs to be able to, honestly speaking, I've been thinking about it. It needs to be able to almost get a crude swap deal from NNPC for him to be able to sell even at a cheaper price that is being provided. Then of course he'll make money on the other condensate.
If they are still paying subsidy, whether by implicit or explicit, whatever, is it not possible to get
not market price?
So if they are getting it from him, they can. Is it not even better to actually monitor his own rather than all these importers that are importing and then exporting again all our food?
Yeah, Simba, what I see here is
there's
kind of okay, go ahead. I'll come after.
They can make arrangement with Dangote now. Whatever is
at this point in time,
to our market, they should be giving him the whatever on top. You understand what I'm saying, Kulata? If he's ready to sell at, let's say his price is 1.4, yes. If he's, let me say, he's producing at a profit rate, let's say, okay, this is the price, the landing cost of my home fuel, let's say it's 1,300. And the federal government is selling maybe because of subsidy at 600. Then they pay him the whatever is on top of it.
What I was thinking.
They will not shout when it comes to that side that they are also trying to make a Dangote deal.
Because to me, I don't think any reasonable Nigeria will be expecting that Dangote will be selling at 600 or 700. It's not possible.
Okay, so, hold on. Does anyone know when how long Nigeria's oil is to be sold? That's obliged to be sold to whatever partners.
Nobody knows. NNPC has never told this to us. They haven't given us any clear concessions as to how much of the oil has been pledged for debt loans and for swaps. We have no idea unless someone can tell me when was the last time we had a successful audit of NNPC, right? But I think what you guys hold on, if you don't mind, what we're missing is the big picture here. Dangote is a private citizen. He opened up a refinery, right? No problem. Now, he opened up this refinery in hopes that he'd be able to get some of this oil from Nigeria and produce it locally for his people, which is great. Good job. I know Bua is opening up his own refinery as well. This is excellent. No problem. The point that Dangote is letting us know indirectly is that, wait a minute, he just spent 20 billion naira for this refinery, and he's now realizing that you have a large refinery, but you don't have oil to refine. So that he's now having, and the IOCs that he can get the oil from locally are selling it at a $6 premium. That is even cheaper for him to get the oil from the United States. So Dangote is trying to tell us indirectly, like, wait a minute, I am probably one of the most powerful, richest men in Africa, arguably one of the richest men in Nigeria, one of the most powerful men. And even I have no power in terms of navigating, getting oil or petrol to my refinery so I can provide to my country.
Now, who is making that possible? Who is making that kind of stuff possible? Is it not our people and the useless government that are making it possible? When we were talking about this earlier on, did you hear what all of them were saying? They don't even understand that we need to defend ourselves here. What Dangote is saying is very, very relevant.
Okay, to Niger, saying now gone, you go change the IOC contract.
No, not gone. But You have to be able to recognize that when you are under, because those people that are doing those things, you think that you just use sweet talk to convince your leaders. You don't just
No,
use sweet talk to convince them.
wait, everything is not bow bow bow. NMPC, the company, I misspoke. We had an engineering company, or maybe we still have it, called Netco. Nigeria should have developed its own ability to drill, and also to source funding, so we don't need a lot of all these IOCs anymore. Like China does it, Brazil does it, Saudi Arabia does it, and like Simba said, they started with a lot of IOCs.
Even Russia does it.
Russia does it. Why are we still dependent on these people for every single thing? Because if NNPC was in control of maybe some oil wells or something, then they can tell. I mean, why will you even listen to it? Why will we even have IOC in the conversation?
So
Are you seriously still asking why?
Hold on,
I've
Tunaja,
been
wait.
telling you the answer forever. You are not listening.
Wait, hold on, Tunaja, look at this. Kolata, pay attention to this now. We all know, for example, we haven't, like you said, we haven't even analyzed the contracts that these IOCs have signed with NNPC. How sure are we, and I could be wrong, how sure are we that some of the contracts that the IOC have signed have said that since we helped you people drill this oil, we actually have a right on this oil for maybe the next however many years? We'll be surprised that if you look at the contract, that might be in the contract. And we signed this.
It will be, but they also provide the funding too. They provide the funding. I mean, NNPC will have counterpart funds.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If the IOCs are producing most of the money for the drilling to source the oil and get these things, right? If they're the ones providing the majority of the exploration money, they will probably put in the contract that unless Nigeria fully nationalizes everything, and that would take a leader with very big balls to say, I'm going to do that and fight, because they'll come for you. But if you look at this contract, I'm pretty sure that we gave so many concessions to these IOCs, because no one's asked himself, how dare any IOC tell Dangote we'll sell it at $6 above premium? Can that happen in the United States? Can that happen in the UK? No, it would never happen. They would never go for it.
How about now? NNPC is supposed to be quote and unquote a corporation, like I said, quote and unquote. Why don't they now build their own capacity to raise funds and to have a solid engineering team that we can
when was the last time there was anything serious from NNPC? Like I said, a basic audit of NNPC. When was the last time you had a basic, real audit of NNPC where no one disputed? Look, we all know. Let's not kid ourselves. NNPC is one of the most corrupt places that we've ever seen in the history of Nigeria. So I think, I'll be honest with you, I think Dangote, if like Tuna just said, this fire might be a warning. Who knows? I pray it's not. But what I'm saying is this, is that it's not a coincidence that none of our Nigeria-owned refineries are working. And I think Dangote and Bua are going to find out the hard way that that is strategically done. And if you try and push for your refineries to work, you're running into trouble.
Sorry, I don't believe that. I think in the long run, they will find a solution to this. I totally believe they will find a solution. And the fire incident that happened there does not mean there is a warning. Even if it's producing oil, I think he has been producing a lot of stuff from that refinery. There was no fire incident. So we cannot just say something happened, then they want to sabotage or they want to burn down the refinery. I don't think so. Anything can happen in a refinery, just like we all live in our household too. So
how many times do we have a fire in our refineries in Nigeria?
Please don't let us go. There's so many problems with Nigeria.
Ola wanted to say something.
Okay, Ola, go ahead, please.
So now, I will just first of all use this opportunity to mock those people that say Dangote, monopoly, all those stuff. You see one thing I say, because of the external malperson, that's why we get the internal one. You see, what I'm seeing this Dangote thing is this. I know that Dangote has fought this type of battle before, but it's smaller in nature. But the question I want to ask those people that are knowledgeable in this thing: what happens if government decide to give? What happens if government decide to give Dangote more power to be able to do oil exploration? Is it possible for him to do that?
Does he have the capital to do it? Remember, he took so many loans to just do this refinery. Does he have the capital for oil exploration?
I'm just asking a question.
Leave that one for him. Now let them give him the. You will see whether he will be able to source capital or not. That one is not an issue.
That's backward. That's backward integration for his refinery. If he has the money to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because he got that one for a cement business. He got that one for a cement business because everything Dangote has been doing, at the end of the day, he fall back on backward integration. So to me, I think the battle will be more of backward integration in that field. So is this so difficult? Because
but does he have the capital right now, Ola?
Forget about capital. See, let me tell you.
How you say forget about capital?
Farabale. The thing is this, it's not about, you don't look at capital that way because this is a business person and he has done business on different fronts and he has done a lot. So what I'm saying in essence is when you look at a person like him, that he has made a lot of things happen. We have those people that build the capacity in Nigeria that you never believe they build capacity. So when you give him license, it doesn't mean Dangote as Dangote will be the one to finance. He can form strategic alliance with whosoever that he can trust and be able to supply him. So that's what I'm saying. So why can't government? Because I know it can't happen this year, but it can happen 3, 4, 5 years down the line. Because the question is this: is it possible? I don't know. Is it possible to give, at least I think Dangote has oil block too, right? Is it possible to give this guy enough access to the raw materials for him to be able to do it himself? That's the question I'm asking now.
Okay, I'll look at it this way. Before Obasanjo left, Dangote and Otedola, they wanted to buy the Port Harcourt refinery. I think maybe they signed agreement to some point. But when
they bought it.
Yeah,
they bought it.
But when Yar'Adua came, he changed it. So that was what propelled him to even say, okay, I'm going to build my own refinery. Firstly, he went to the Niger Delta. Because of the politics there, they didn't give him a chance. Then he went to Ondo. Ondo also do their own stupid thing. And at the end of the day, Lagos gave him the opportunity to build the refinery. I think what is panning out here to me is a pricing issue. And I think the federal government, because nobody will see their eyes with that kind of refinery, already start producing a lot of stuff. Even started exporting diesel or whatever to North American countries and some other countries. So so many things are coming out from that refinery. I think I hope that soon they will solve that problem and we continue to get the crude they needed.
But Remy, what you said earlier that other importers are importing low standard petrol, and
I didn't
so
say that. It's guys them up that say it. It's not me.
Oh,
it's guys them that said they are importing dirty fuel from wherever they are. And
what do you mean dirty fuel? Are you talking about crude or petrol? I mean, what's the guys them up saying?
No, the guys them up did not say that. Don't lie. Kulata said that. I didn't say that. Thank you.
Why would I stop that? I don't remember.
I think I heard it from Remy. That was what I was.
Not me. I did not say.
I know what I said. If I said it, I will tell you I said it. Hold on. Gas them up did not say that. If I said it, I have no fear. I will say I insult all the elites. I don't fear any of them. I did not say that. I did not say that at all. It was Kulata that said it. You and Kulata were going back and forth, and Kulata said
No, I didn't hear Kulata saying such a thing. Because if he is the one,
I didn't say anything like that.
Kulata, let me tell you what you said. You said, because I'll play it back. You guys can play it on the back again. What you said was very simple. You said that Dangote was complaining that the standard of fuel that he is bringing in is much better than the dirty fuel that the other people are bringing in. Those were what you said. So I
did not say that. That wasn't me.
It was Remy that said that now. Okay.
No, it was not even Remy. It was the progressive. It was me that said that.
Okay.
And I said that the regulator debunked it, that there was no kind of dirty fuel or something like that. So,
but you said gas them up. I never said
Sorry. Don't take it. Oh my God, man, chill out, man.
Oh, gas them up.
Guys don't want
But I
always
think
want
our
to prove
biggest
that is
problem.
right now. And you can't be on the public and want to be right every time. Leave people to believe whatever they want to believe.
I think the biggest problem is we're still ever going to be reliant for technical expertise and financial expertise to be able to utilize our
What I want
resources.
to say is this: the countries that have the largest refinery in the world, they don't even have oil. They don't have
They
crude
don't have
oil.
oil now. Singapore doesn't
So,
have crude.
is it possible if Dangote can survive even without our oil? Do you understand what I'm saying? If he can compete and sell to whoever, wherever I want to sell to me, he's a businessman. He's not attached to Nigeria. Because Ajarekoko made mention of the modular refinery. We have so many of them. Boaz refinery is coming up, and so if we can even have refinery that will require oil that is more than our own production, won't they function? They can get oil from any part of the world.
But this is what I suspect, though. I have no basis for this. So, look, if you say, okay, import oil, crude is international commodity, right? And he's going to buy it at whatever contract price or whatever, like future. I mean, he's going to negotiate whatever contract, buy the crude. But then, how do you now sell the crude to Nigeria at the 600 naira when we know what the prevailing rate is globally?
The only way out is to sell the crude to him in naira.
Sorry, the petrol is what I mean. Sorry, petrol. How does he sell the petrol at 600?
Sell the crude to him in naira. There's no way.
So that's why he's fighting to be able to get the Nigerian crude.
600 naira per liter.
At the end of the day, whether he buys in naira or whatever, you see what intervention or subsidy, whatever the government, that has to go, because we need that for that industry to develop. Without that, because see, all this,
Ola, if they start selling petrol at 1,000 something in this current Nigeria, people no go die.
See, no, you know why they are feeling the pain is just because we have the political elite that are not sensitive, that are so archaic, and they still do things like they are still in the Stone Age. See, from the first day when they were when Naira was floated and the subsidy was removed, the first thing I said is you have to increase the worker salary along, at least for them to go, because there will be inflation. Now, those people benefiting from not defending Naira that we used to defend before, they will fight the battle until they lose the battle. You understand? Okay, I think Naira is beginning to find its real level, but not yet. Until all those guys that were doing business with our forex, until they are able to lose the market entirely, I will stabilize everything.
So
then this oil subsidy we are talking about, just let me land.
Add it to it so that
let me land this point so that you can raise another point. Okay. So those people that will fight that oil subsidy, they will not give up easily. You understand? It's not battle this guy, the whole Nigeria will fight in 2 years. It's battle for at least 5 years upward. It is only that when they fight that battle, and as it is now, I'm happy that Dangote, he has no alternative. He has to make sure that the refinery function because of the level of debt in that project. And I'm sure that Bua too has incurred enough debt that we have to make that refinery functional, because these are not government refineries now. Out of 25 people that got minimum of about at least 25 people that got this license, at least 2 of them, or maybe 2 or 3 of them, they are doing something now. So the level of that debt alone and the impact on the country, and I think that alone we push that way, because
but Ola, I think Ola, when you said, because I don't want to push, I want to push back at what you said. You earlier you said forget about capital. Now I posted in the back chat.
Forget about capital. I'm saying is that I am not saying they are not going to get capital, but there are many ways. See, that's them up. Wait, that's them up. Wait. See, as for me now, for example, I don't have $1 million, but it doesn't mean I cannot get a contract of $1 billion in power projects. You understand?
I get
it
that.
It doesn't mean I will have to be the one to put that funding down. I give an example. We have someone. We have someone that.
Sorry. These IOCs that we have in Nigeria, they've been in Nigeria for a long time. So why would they be hiking their price to Dangote to make it more expensive for Dangote to buy their oil?
That's what I want to get at, because you see, everybody said forget capital, and I'm glad you raised this question. Now,
that is an enemy within the household.
Thank you. Now, hold on, gentlemen and ladies who are listening in the back. Now, look at this. I posted in the back, to run an oil rig for the type that Dangote is going to need, right? He's going to need a large, because you guys said the backward integration, so he can just keep everything in one spot. He's going to need about $1 billion, and he's probably going to need about 2 of them for offshore to make sure he has enough oil that he's sourcing to his refineries. Now, that's just to build it and get it up and running. Yeah, he can go and get some credit, Exim Bank, sure. But now to run those oil rigs, he's looking at anywhere from $300,000 to $600,000 US a day. He's already stretched thin in terms of his lines of credit for this $20 billion refinery. So what I'm saying is, to get him to now get the backward integration, where's he going to get the capital from?
Gas them up. See, don't let us talk of line of credit when it comes to business. I say we are talking of line of credit for consumers. It doesn't work that way. I was going to give an example. If you get a power project today and the power project is visible, even with your $100,000, I'm telling you, you can move some private equity to get business in Nigeria, because all you need to give those people are the logistics they need and the environment, and just to make sure that they understand the policy in such a way that nobody is going to interfere in them making their money back. And you'll be surprised that gas them up without $1 million in his account, we bring a private equity worth $100 billion to that.
Exactly, I agree.
So when I
disagree.
say it's not about capital, when I say it's not about capital, that's exactly what I'm saying, because sometimes
no, but I don't think you added this into the equation. I agree with you. I didn't say that you can't do it. Dangote can surely do it. He has the name. But now, as Kulata asked us, when Dangote spends another, let's say, 6 or 7 billion for the integration, at what price is he going to sell the fuel back to us Nigerians?
Was this said to Nigerians?
We are just talking about this, at what price is going to sell. See, we are missing important things there. The important things we are missing is this. We are still having this socialist mentality, when we are, in fact, we are supposed to be talking as a capitalist country. Now, the socialist mentality is what is holding the country down. The socialist mentality is why we have unemployment that is as high as we have it today.
Blame Ajanle Koko. Blame Ajanle Koko if he's still listening.
You are telling us you want them to sell for 1,500 per liter. That is the problem.
See, let me tell you one thing. See, you can sell gasoline for 1 naira per liter, and people will still not be able to afford it. You have to make difference. The fact that something is cheap, it appears to be cheap, doesn't mean that people will be able to afford it. That is where we got it wrong. There was a time they were selling car for 6,000 in that country. It doesn't mean that people will buy. So it depends. That 6,000 out. If you didn't have it that time, you didn't have it. But you can sell something for 1,500, and if you have it, you have it. So it doesn't go.
Invest 40 billion for his oil wells.
I don't know why we are busy beating about the bush, because hold on, Kifun. See, Kenyon, I don't know what Fufun. See, this is a serious issue, because what I'm reading here is very disturbing. That I don't know what the IOCs are saying, because we have not heard from their own point of view. We keep hearing Nigerians saying they are not getting petrol. Even our modular refineries are not getting crude oil. Dangote is not getting crude oil supplied. They try to get sometimes they increase the price so much that now Dangote has reduced its own output. that they want to destroy our local market. How is it that companies that Nigerian government is trading, working with,
what did you read? What did you read? Tell us, what did you read? Because you are just talking.
So
What were ahead?
He just posted it. Look, before you read it, I'll end because I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave you, gentlemen. I think the solution is multifaceted, but I would suggest perhaps each state should have their own refinery if possible. Public-private partnership, so that way each state can determine the output on a local level. I think we go too big in Nigeria. I think maybe each state should have a public-private partnership where they have their own local or modular refinery that can take care of the demand for each state. I think that is the solution, and I bid you all a good night.
That is far from
So let me read this now. Let me just read it so that you can hear it. It says, it seems that the IOC's objective is to ensure that our petroleum refinery fails. It is either they are deliberately asking for
who is saying this? Hey,
this
we want to know the
official. This is an official from, let me get it again. Recall this in, hold on, Edwin had said that the IOC. So who is Edwin? Dangote Industry. Okay, yeah, this one is from Dangote Industry. This is just one of them.
Forget about this that is happening. As I speak to you, something
what are you telling me forget? Why are you telling me forget? This is a very serious issue. This is our economy we are talking about here. Stop paraboling me. Let me finish what I'm reading, Jare.
I'm just coming. I want to contribute before I go to sleep.
I'm not ready for your nonsense right now. This is serious. What are you trying to contribute that is more serious than this one? Can you tell me?
Active listening matters. So if you want to,
then maybe you should let me finish before you can because you are the one interrupting me.
You want to dominate the discussion. If you can't,
you've been talking. I've been quiet. I want to read a passage now. You won't let me read.
You that I just came and meeted that I just.
You want to be talking.
5 minutes ago.
Do you want to hear your voice talk, or is there anything that you're going to say that is more important?
You are saying this since we are talking here, it's not new. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay. To Niger, yes. You are still on. You can still read. Let us hear him. Then maybe after him. Then
I'm tired of.
It's not about you now. It's not about you.
Actually, it's about me.
Everything is not about you.
What did you not hear about that? This is about Dangote, and this is about our country. This is about our ability to be able to have industry that can help our economy grow. Are you want to talk about minutia?
Vexation is what to go. I mean, I'm just trying to give opinion on what I understand in what is happening in my environment compared.
Are you talking about this issue, or you're talking about?
We still talk about it. We still talk about this issue. Hold on now.
We're talking about an issue. I'm not going to allow somebody derail.
You can see the way you are. Let me tell you. You complain about our leaders. The way you are behaving. Are you going to? Can you be a good leader?
What you are doing here is that you are not focusing on the real issues. You are going to play around the bush when they are telling you are seeing real problem that people are reporting here. That these people are not allowing our oil refineries to function. Tomorrow you will be the one sending money to Nigeria every time. You will not be able to travel. Insecurity is going to be everywhere. This is how it happens, and you're not paying attention to it.
What exactly? Okay, what will you do? I suggested a solution that they should give Dangote more access to crude. Now, give me your solution.
You suggested a solution that they should give him more access to crude. Do you have any way of doing that? Do you know why those people are blocking it?
See, allocate more oil block to this guy and let this guy go and find partnership to be doing exploration for his own refinery.
Okay, that's a fair point. But in terms of the federal government right now, that he needs the oil to sell to Nigerians, what are we going to do to those IOCs that are charging him above international rate? We're talking about something that might kill his company.
They just got judgment against Nigeria. They are selling. They are taking over a foreign company that we broke contract with. We say government. They are selling Nigerian property. They are selling Nigerian property in the UK, and they are still looking for Nigerian property somewhere else that they will still take over, and they can get judgment
about the federal government.
Farabale. Now, these people we are talking about now, Buhari before Buhari left, he has sold our oil. All these organizations we are talking about, they've sold some of this oil for our contracts that they've not even fulfilled. Now,
but that is not the issue. They are willing. See, Dangote is willing to buy it at international rate, but these people are selling it at higher than international rate to him. Why is that the case? He's not saying that he should not buy it at international. Look at that. They're saying they're asking for ridiculous or humongous premium on the or they state that the crude oil is not available. They'll tell them the crude oil is not available. Then at some point, we paid $6 over and above the market price.
I'm not disputing what Dangote is talking about, but at the same time too, I know that Dangote too is not only fighting for this crude oil, he's fighting for his own backward integration, which I'm not against. But that one, we may not realize that also. Let him be putting that energy now. Let him be putting that energy now. That's what I'm saying. I'm not even saying these people are not doing. And what will you see? So
he's one man. He doesn't have enough energy. If the people don't support what he is doing, and the people don't call the government to account, who do you think is making all this is possible? Hold on. Let me finish my point. Who do you think is making all this is possible? It's our own leaders, our own people that are the ones giving these IOCs this power to do this in our own companies.
Who is saying they are not our people? Who is saying they are not? Okay, look.
But you have to know how to call them out, because if you don't call them out and you're busy talking about other things, that's how they Dangote is dead too.
Guy, wait. When Glo started its own projects, MTN and Neconet that even were mostly Nigerians, then they frustrated this guy, but over time he was able to overcome the challenges. Now, when Dangote Cement started too, it didn't start well, even though he had been selling cement for a very long time. When he was taking all those this guy, what's the name of this guy? This Eastern guy, this cement in Eastern, I forgot the name. He took the guy to court and still won the case. This battle you are seeing you see, this battle will linger for like 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It's not going to stop today. As I speak today, my region, Abata, my province, the kind of battle that my region is facing against those people that the Noy cartel. Look at this way. In this same Canada, we are the largest supplier of the US when it comes to crude oil. Do you know that we have a province A in Canada that doesn't want to buy even crude oil from Canada, and they are still sharing from the equalization fund that Abata contributes? Rather, they would rather go and bring crude oil from Saudi Arabia when they have more than enough supply, that they were even looking at where they sell it to within. And they are blocking almost every means for us to expand the pipeline from A to B, British Columbia. That they were even fighting the battle. You know, the province government was even fighting the battle. They never had power. They never had
because they want to protect the environment. That is the argument that they will make. That because they want to protect the environment, they would rather buy it from overseas because they have the money.
It took the court almost 8 years. You understand? Even the federal government, a lot of politics going on. It took, in fact, some people even went to jail because of this matter. You understand?
This one is saying that I drink kai. People don't understand. This is serious stuff. I don't understand how our people, whenever they hear this, if it was other nations, they would double down and say, who is that is trying to block their economy? Look at how our people are suffering, and people just keep allowing our big industries keep failing. If Dangote can fail, our local refinery doesn't have a chance. They will kill it again, and we don't have any economy.
Ola.
Someone is calling me. I don't know. Who is
calling? Yeah, it's me. Good morning, Ola.
Hi.
Yeah, you didn't even finish it well. Even to buy gas in Canada is more expensive than in the state, and we produce oil. That's what I just want to chime in. And even Trudeau himself doesn't really believe in Abata oil.
Right, no, because you know those people behind those oil. It's just like they don't dabble.
I know. I'm just trying to back your words up now. I know.
So
it's like
they have the luxury. They are a rich country. They have the luxury of saying they want to prioritize the environment.
It's a cartel in the industry we are even talking about. It's not even the luxury. Even the government itself. Do you understand what it means for cartel to even be fighting against the government? So now
I'm here in the UK too, where they wanted to do fracking in the UK. The people fought against it, that they don't want it in their country, even if it was oil. It's not some countries they can afford to say we don't want to use oil because they have nuclear. Canada has nuclear. They have all kinds of power sources.
To Nigeria, hear me out. Someone is fighting, say, because of environment. Oh, we want to protect our marine. We want to protect our road, all these things. You are using tanker to import gas, crude and gas from the United States of America. But you are fighting against the pipeline that has no history of spilling. you are fighting against from crossing from air to British Columbia. You know why they are fighting that? It's just because of their interest. It's just because of their interest. To them, it pays them to import fuel, crude oil from Saudi Arabia, and to use tanker to bring fuel from United States than for Abata to supply them. Now, let me tell you one thing. There was a time they were selling crude. They were selling OPEC was selling crude oil around $50-something per crude. That Abata was running at, in fact, was selling at around between $10 and $12. Its own crude oil to United States of America, because they have to empty all those things from the tank farm. It was that bad. So the thing is, when you look at the gang, around, you understand what I'm saying now. Okay.
It's not, you are conflating two countries. One is desperate, the other one has a luxury.
We are saying the cartel behind this thing, they are international in their operation, and you have to.
But it's not the reason why. Your issue is that you are not understanding that the people of that country, they are not facing the same situation Nigeria is facing in terms of whether they want to support the crude oil industry. Most people in the world, in the developed countries, they don't want to support oil production. They don't.
Do you know because of that oil? Do you know because of that oil, Abata said they wanted to secede from Canada, that they will prefer to join the United States of America so that they will solve the energy challenge in the United States of America.
Yeah. Some people will always say that. Some people will always say that due to
it was a serious issue. It was not even a joke. It was not even a joke.
Yeah,
it was a serious issue.
You have to understand, these people have the luxury. They have a good economy. They are doing very well for themselves. They can decide that, okay, Canada has at least 6 nuclear power plants. They are an advanced country. They are not like us, where we are trying to get one thing going, which is our refineries. And the only one we are literally buying petrol when we have crude oil coming out from the ground. And now we have a refinery that should be coming on stream. Nigeria should be actually looking to grow right now. Now, a refinery, Dangote refinery is there. Local refinery should be coming on stream. But instead, what did we get since this government coming to Dangote is having problems. Hold on.
I told you
what
Dangote refinery has come to stay. There's nothing.
Keep saying that. Keep saying that. That's how the Nigerian refinery came. 4 of them went down, or 3 of them went down.
See, anything you want to do in Nigeria today, let me tell you one thing. Even okay. Look at what this earpiece guy is facing now. You understand? Look at what he's facing. You understand? Now, some international, the cartel in the airline business, they are trying to frustrate the guy. The guy will eventually find his
way. If we are not careful, we will lose them. This is what people don't understand.
No, it's so to Nigeria. Just hold no. You are speaking to the same issue.
Yeah,
so you don't need to.
I think sometimes.
Okay, what do you want him to say? Okay, what is your own? Let us listen to you. What is your own?
That's a very good question. What I want to be hearing is that, you know what, we need to make sure our governments put pressure on them to make sure they support these companies for them to survive. Because if they fail, we all fail. Capitalist system, the way capitalist systems become powerful is through these private institutions. If you look at all the institutions in America, that's where their power is coming from. Apple, Nvidia, Lockheed Martins. This is how capitalist system functions.
Okay. So what do you think Nigeria can do? Nigeria government can do in this case? Because as it is now, we don't have the capacity to drill this oil. So if these oil companies say, okay, they are leaving Nigeria today, what can we do?
If they say they are leaving, other people will feel them. There are Chinese people that will be very happy to feel them, and maybe even Nigerians that might be happy to feel them. Because right now,
the one that have left, the Chinese, have they been able to feel it?
Of course, they are feeling them. I don't know what arrangements they've got. See, let me put it this way: you can't have an organization blackmail you. If they blackmail you that way, you tell them, okay, you want to go, you can go. We'll find some other people to get it. If Iran can get their own oil out of the ground,
from what I can read from what you posted, though, with this thing that you are displaying now, what they are trying to do is that they are trying to favor their countries, the so-called Western world. You understand? What they are trying to do is that they wanted us to just be exporting crude to create employment in their own place, so that they will be now be buying refined crude from them. That
See,
I
so,
think that's
so
just
they are instructed to favor themselves, but we are not doing anything to favor ourselves.
See, Simba, this is the way it is. You understand? Don't forget that Dangote is also a politician too. Like I said, if I were in his shoes, I would be doing exactly the same thing. It is not, this battle is not the battle for the IOC alone to supply him. Look at it this way. You have your business. Even as OPEC member, we have our own quota we are supposed to produce daily. As I speak today, Nigeria is not even before Dangote, Nigeria as a country is not even meeting its OPEC quota. Just to start with.
These are the problems we are facing, and we should be pushing the government to fix them.
Wait now. This one is telling you of something. Now, all this IOC we are talking about, some of them, they've operated in Nigeria for more than 60 decades. And they've already have their own customers. So the customer that they have, don't forget that they have a long-term agreement with them too. I won't just come and bring my oil exploration here now, and I will be signing contract of 1 year with you. Probably I have a contract like 5 years, or maybe after working with you for like 10 years. So I want to secure my vision. Maybe I have like a long-term deal of 10 years with you. Now, you as a country, you are now coming. You are saying, okay, the customer that I've secured for more than 20 years, and I don't want to lose that. And you are now forcing me that, okay, because a refinery is opening within my country, that, okay, you have to give a law that I should not supply them again. Two things can happen. Number one, that's why I say I'm telling you that, because I won't pretend to know that industry very well. But if I see the way Nigeria has been losing assets for breach of contract somewhere, I want to believe too that if care is not taken, if we not handle this situation very well too, there could be some kind of legal tussle. So what I think we should be visible, although it's not going to be immediately for Dangote to do for Dangote.
If they discover new well, Abi, and then they should give award and give him.
Talking about now, there will be no time for
no.
new well.
Can't you understand what Ola is saying now? You can't just stop these people like that.
So you are pretending, you are saying that because they are now charging us above international, we are not saying we shouldn't buy it. We should buy it from them international rate. They are charging us more than we charge anyone else.
You have your mindset of that's just the thing. Now,
it's not about mindset of you are saying that we should avoid battle with them.
It's not a battle, it's a contract. And so you want them to charge us for breach of contract? That's what Ola is talking about.
That. He's the one saying contract, and we don't know that it has anything to do with contract. These people might just be sabotaging our economy.
What he said, it sounds to Nigeria. You are talking as if this thing is just like a one-man thing that you have to use your power. But this has to do with what he said. It sounds reasonable.
No, this reasonableness that we keep following, where has it gotten us? These people, okay, the only thing I will say is that we haven't heard from the IOCs yet, but we better hear from them. And we better hear the excuse that they are giving. And this is kind of stuff our people need to be demanding. We are not demanding to hear from what is your excuse for treating Dangote like this.
Wait. You are IOC in Nigeria now. You supply. You have contract with the Ghanaian government. That okay, you have 10 years contract. That okay, this is your capacity, and based on your capacity, you market yourself to the Ghanaian government. You sign contract with the Ghanaian government that every day I will be supplying you 100,000 barrel of crude oil. That's your capacity. Now to secure your market, you sign like the 10 years contract. And for your government to even have funny thing to do with you, because your government need money now, they put pressure on you that you talk to the Ghana government. Okay, I'm selling this thing for contract 5 years, for example. Now, maybe after a year of your operation, another refinery lands your country. You've already have an agreement with Ghanaian government. I announced it, okay, you want to by the fiat, by decree, say, okay, stop supplying Ghana and stop supplying the local. So what happened to the contract that will back a particular company to sign with the Ghanaian government? So that's why I'm saying that.
So what you are saying now is that basically you are writing an IOC contract that they never claim themselves. You are saying because they have arrangement, maybe they are selling to whoever is the highest bidder.
I told you,
you
that
don't know that.
I will not claim that I know what is happening in the industry.
He's just talking that is a possibility.
Yeah, but if that was the case, they were able to sell to Dangote. They were able to sell, but later on they will increase it. They will say it's not available. They will increase it. They will say it's not available. So they are doing rigmarole so that he doesn't get a consistent listen. It's up to the federal government to say, you know what? Okay, fine. This is the money you are losing. This is the money in terms of international costs you are losing, because this gouging of a local company is not going to work. Because you're not spending money shipping the petrol overseas, but instead you are charging the local person higher.
See, if you do not peg the gasoline to 600, Dangote will talk less until he will find the situation. What you see, there are many reasons Dangote will be talking today. Number one of the reasons is that because somehow the gasoline price is pegged at a particular price. One. And secondly, probably it doesn't have its own enough oil well to supply him. Two things. So you can solve the problem that, okay, I'm no longer going to peg the gasoline price. I will allow the thing to free flow like this. Then secondly, I will give you enough oil well for your own person. Go and look for whosoever that will do your oil exploration. Because see, a person like Dangote is creditworthy, is credible. If you give him oil well today, I think it won't take him more than 6 months to get a very good oil exploration company.
Or even can even get a partner.
Hola.
He's not going to have enough time to survive. Then before you are going to see petrol in that refinery, it's going to be 2 years' time.
What happened when he hasn't been supplying for the past 3 years? You are saying he can stop the problem 3 years down the line, but we are now saying now.
Okay,
what happened when he has not started it?
You see, your problem is that you people, this is why your country never does well. You always think that your people's problem should be postponed to the future. Why those people come here to come and wreck your economy for you?
To Niger.
What? Go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask you one question, please. If Dangote refinery is producing and selling oil to Nigeria today, who do you think will be benefit more in that aspect? Who do you think will be more?
The shareholders will benefit the most, which includes Nigeria.
Okay, so why will you think Nigeria government will not want to sell crude oil to him when they know they are going to also benefit economic-wise on it? Why will you think?
Because it's the same Nigerian people that sabotage their country and gave it to foreigners.
Which Nigerian people? Is it Nigerian government?
A Nigerian will be in that office and say, you know what, they will tell the Igbo man, come do this, we'll show you how to do it. It's our own people that sabotage our own institutions.
That means they are not paying attention to what Allah is being explaining to you all this while. You know?
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about the contract.
Yeah, the contract and what Buhari did before.
But you don't know the contract. He did say that he doesn't know the contract.
Hold on. What do you know that Buhari sold oil like credit before even Tinubu government came in? Do you know that? And they have not.
We don't know that too. You're all just saying it. There's no evidence for this so far.
No. The government mentioned that one, so it's not as if.
When did they mention it? Do we have a link for it so that we can go through details? Because some of what people are just saying all these things. There's no clear evidence for it.
No, they said it now.
They said it now. Where is the link? I would like to see the link, please. Let me try to find a link where Nigeria said.
Hold on. Now one man have even done a section on that on this platform. Yeah, one man have done it before.
I'm trying to find this in Nigeria to compel them to sell crude oil to domestic market. Still, that makes no difference. It doesn't say anything about selling our crude oil into the future. Shell agrees to sell Nigerian offshore listed subsidiaries. Nothing about selling out. If you have a link for this, I would like to see it because I've heard of this stuff being said, insinuated that Nigeria sold its oil into the far future. I want to see it. Because I don't know how we are making money out of it then.
No, I think Buhari used it to borrow some funds. That's what happened.
You can say that they use it to leverage to borrow some funds, but how long? Is it 6 months? Is it 1 year? Is it 10 years? Nigeria gets about $30 billion a year from crude oil. So if that is the case, how much does it borrow with crude oil? I don't think he borrows up to $30 billion on crude oil, and that's just for 1 year.
Tonight, I believe we have done this on this program before, so I wouldn't remember. We know, yeah. I know that we did talk about it.
I'm just asking for evidence because we cannot just simply say stuff
don't worry
and
now,
using to defend IOCs for when there is no real evidence for what we are saying.
I will call in and tell one man to bring it out. I know we discussed about it on this platform before, but I don't think any responsible government that knows it's going to benefit on one thing or the other will not do it for his own people. I don't really think so.
Ask yourself why 4 refineries are not working in Nigeria.
Hold on now. If it is not working, is it Tinubu government that spoiled it? Are they the one that not
people? Is the people? I'm not even talking about. It's our people. We are the ones causing it. Including Tinubu, including myself, all of us. There's something wrong with us.
Tonight, hold on now. You are saying two things here. Well, first of all, you are saying it's the federal government. Now you are saying it's Nigerians. So which one do you want to?
Because you are saying it's not Tinubu. I'm saying it's general. All of us are part of it. Because even the way we talk about these things is completely all wrong.
Tonight, hold on now. Hold on, tonight. So you want Tinubu to come in 1 year to fix what has been decay for over 40 years.
Tinubu has been in power since 2016. His party has been in office. Let's not pretend.
Okay, now go ahead. Somebody else. I know. Go ahead.
Do we really want to discuss solution to a problem, or we just want to grandstand? Because two different things now.
I don't care about grandstanding. I'm not grandstanding. I'm basically saying we should be taking this quite seriously and putting pressure on our leaders to do the right thing by their people.
You are still saying the same thing, but without even we understanding the problem. We are just saying pressure. You want to put pressure, you put pressure on exactly
what. Let them explain to you. If you don't put pressure, you're not even going to get any explanation.
So is anybody coming in now to explain to you?
Maybe because you are not busy putting pressure now. It's not only one person. All of us have to, because if you don't make demands, how are you going to get anything?
Look, guy. This is what I'm saying. Okay, look at it this way now. You say our people are the ones sabotaging us. I'm even surprised when I hear that thing, because in every system in the world, the citizens are the ones sabotaging the effort within. We collaborate with people from the external. So as we talk now, America, Canada, Britain, they have saboteurs within the system.
Yes.
So it's not a new concept.
The difference is that our saboteurs are the ones in charge. In the Western countries, the saboteurs are not the one in full control.
Nigerians have interest in those IOC too. That's where because they are foreign, because they are foreign companies does not mean that there are no Nigerians that are part of those IOC.
So what does it matter? The poor Nigerians don't make any penny out of it. Those IOCs you are talking about, most of the wealth goes to their country. It doesn't stay in Nigeria. So that is damaging the Nigerian economy and our future.
Since when did you realize that Nigerians make money out of it when we are talking of food deregulation?
But isn't that what we are talking about? That we need to put pressure on this, not to be allowing this to carry on. We can't carry on like this. How can we have potentially?
So how do you want to put the pressure?
Okay, so do you know how recently they put pressure on the government? This thing, even if you look at this in Kenya, you look at even in the case of Nigeria, where the government realized that they don't like the cyber attacks, they pull back. There are certain things you do and you let the people understand. If the people understand it, you don't need to tell them whether to get across. Just leave them to make their own decision. Many of them will see it and say, no, this is not right. Dangote people are coming out openly. Our own local modular refineries are complaining that they can't even have access to their own crude oil. This can't be allowed to carry on.
Excuse me, Tunaja. If you are a businessman, I'm very sure that Dangote himself knows that he can't rely on one source of crude for his refinery. Right from inception, you should understand that if he's a good businessman,
he knows.
You understand?
He knows. He's a businessman as a politician.
So this one that you are talking, I'm very sure what Ola is saying is that this is the teaching period. You understand? I could remember in my state when when Aregbesola left and the new governor came, and they were saying that okay, there was no money because of the money that Aregbesola has borrowed. But the present governor cannot say the same thing because most of the money that they borrowed, they have already paid and they are free. Because you know what happens at federal level is that whenever you borrow money, they will be deducting it right from the source, from your monthly allocation, and you have little money left to manage your state. But presently, most of the money has been liquidated and the loan, and then they are having more money. The same thing will happen. Whatever agreement we have with any of these foreign company or any country based on our crude, with time, when we now say, okay, we now have a functioning private refinery in Nigeria, this thing will be free with time. That's what Ola is
What
saying.
makes you think your private refinery would ever work?
It will work. Let me tell you, if they don't get crude in Nigeria, they can source for crude outside Nigeria.
See, even if you see that even when your private refinery starts working, then they still hijack. And one of the things you have to ask yourself, which kind of government? Let me ask this question: which kind of government will have Dangote start building refinery, fixing their own refinery? You don't make any provision to actually take your own crude oil to refine in that refinery. What kind of people do that?
Let me. You know, our problem is peculiar. Let me give you, for example. First of all, we are not meeting our own quotas. Most oil producing countries. Okay, let me give, for example, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has
you just shifted.
No, I will answer your question. Saudi Arabia has the capacity to produce more than what they are producing today. And if you want them to, even today, to increase it by maybe 2 million, 3 million, 4 million barrels, they can do it. They have an installed capacity that can do that. Nigeria, we don't have that. You understand? So for Dangote to come in, where they maybe to start a refinery, and they cannot plan on what okay, it will finish also this, so we have to write our contract has to be terminated. No, that's not the way it works. Now, if it's functioning,
you can't plan for that. You can't plan for, say, if you know local refineries are going to be coming on stream within a certain year. Because if you look at it, they were all clustered around a certain period from last year, this year, maybe next year. A few refineries should be coming on stream in Nigeria. So in other words, by that time, you should be saying, okay, all these contracts that we were signing on to till this period, it should be going.
Do you know? Okay, now do you know how the length of those contracts? That's the question.
We are not aware of that. And
so if we are not telling you that with time, when all these contracts expired,
but you don't know. You don't know. You are just claiming that there's a contract. You don't even know whether there's any. You're just giving those companies the benefit of the doubt. Why are you doing that? You don't know.
See, tonight you are not allowing us to talk solution.
We have to be factual here. You can't come here to give me information that you don't have any clue about.
Okay. Let me give you this. Let me give you this.
You are giving foreign companies the benefit of the doubt before your own people.
Earlier on, when we are talking about crude for loan, just Google leadership. I think this is about 5 months ago. Even it was even an article that was talking about it, that $3.3 billion loan was got that we got from Afrimax, that African bank,
for emergency crude repayment.
Yes, and it is 12 for, and they are going, and it's crude.
That's not for subsidies. That's for subsidies, isn't it?
It's not for subsidy. This is, they got a loan, a cash. It was even cash, $3.3 billion. And that one is already taking a part of our oil, because it was oil that they are using to service this loan and paying the loan. You understand? So this thing that we are saying is not as if we are conjoining it. It's a fact.
And at 11.85% to 11.85%, and it's not going to be 1 year deal. It's several years. So
Afrexim Bank is very lenient. It's an African development bank. They tend to be very lenient in their
It's not about leniency, but you've already allocated your resources to repayment of debt.
See, that 3.3 billion is 1 year payment. It's not even that. See, Nigeria makes 30-something billion a year. 1 quarter we sell more than that.
That one is
man. I don't know I don't know this type of argument.
No, I'm just, if I give you answer, all for you to say is you are lying, or if it's true,
it's
maybe
not
we are not going to
about
spend more
you
than paying the
giving
debt.
answer. Look, to Niger, you are a producer. Okay, let me give you a producer, just like all those aircraft manufacturers. When you need the aircraft, you pre-order, you order it ahead. Even turbine, you order all those things ahead. You may order turbine today, and the delivery period will be 3 years time. So the fact that you now, because you belong, okay, if Nigeria are the manufacturers of that turbine now, and maybe America now place order for like 300 turbines, and they've not given America that, okay, they will deliver everything in the next 3, 4, 5 years. UK, everybody, they order their own now. The fact that you now have a power company in Nigeria today that want to rush, you cannot just go and do decree that, okay, they should stop the production of the contract they have for United States of America, because there are penalties for not fulfilling the contract within the time. Insurance, financial institution, everybody will be on you. And there are some kind of international business law. So you don't just do anyhow when you are dealing with international companies. That's what we're telling you. So the thing is this: when I told you, no, this is just my speculation, and I think I understand what I'm saying, is what Dangote is fighting for is more than the local IOC in Nigeria supplying crude. You understand? He can still get his crude from the United States. Don't forget, but he's saying it's expensive. Listen to that word carefully. It's expensive. Now, if the market, okay, why do we have PIB? We've been trying to pass this PIB as far back in 2006 or 2007. They fought, almost done under Jonathan. Even when Dangote himself was part of the economic team. You understand? They were unable to do it, and eventually passed. Just the act, just to liberate the industry. Now, we've liberated the industry now, but we are still finding a way to peg crude at $600, because I'm still trying to understand the type of intervention the government is having there. Because when you compare the price to the price of diesel, you start looking at what is happening within. So the question I want to ask yourself is that Dangote may be fighting for two things, because he fought that one in the cement. You understand? When he fought the petrol to stand still, he used the legal instrument, took him to court, that the guy was not following the term of the license, and he was able to prove it. Beyond that, he got a very good judgment against Ibeto. Beyond when people are saying, "Oh, what did he do to Ibeto?" People are not looking at that it was a court, not government. It was a court that pronounced Ibeto the status that we find Ibeto found himself. Why are Lafarge and other cement industry company, why are not like that? Why are they not like that? Why is it that Dangote was unable to get judgment against them? So the thing as it stands now is this: government can either go and implement that Petroleum Industry Act fully. Don't regulate, don't peg anything. Allow the market to determine the price. So
you people are crazy. Sometimes you don't. Which country do they? Sorry. Are you talking about just crude oil? They will allow the market to decide of foreign currency.
See, look. When you say you want to deregulate, you want to deregulate fully, and don't be holding the same petroleum industry.
There is no company that is fully deregulated. Don't you know that?
So our telecommunication industry is not fully deregulated. Our broadcasting industry is not fully deregulated. What are you talking about?
I'm saying there is no country that is fully deregulated. It's not like I didn't say that some industries are not in a country, but most countries have regulation in many areas. Even today's debate when Trump and Biden are debating.
Don't take the regulation. Okay, allow the market to say if that one is okay for you, because the word regulation is the problem that you have now. When you say deregulation, you have to apply it in the proper term. Don't think of because you say deregulation now that there won't be some agency that will be regulating. That is not what we're saying. The regulation is this: the government will not be fixing the price. You won't tamper with the price.
Yeah, this one is a 5-year facility, by the way. It's a 5-year facility for 3.something billion. I don't think it makes a dent in the Nigerian ability to do whatever it wants to do with its crude oil.
You are assuming. We are all there assuming what we don't know. That is exactly what you are doing.
No, I'm going by the numbers. The numbers is 2.something billion we got from them.
Okay,
and
let me tell
then
you,
the crude oil we make a year is 10 times more than 10 times that.
Let me tell you the business I've done before in IT equipment. You know, sometimes we place order for some IT equipment that will take a year to launch.
Yes.
And it's even worse when you are holding, like, say, maybe 1,000 quantities, especially because I discussed something with Simba like 2 or 3 days ago, where you are making when you were making like 1,000 units of that. You were not going to get it in 3 months. Sometimes it might take 2 years for us to fulfill everything, because it will compress a lot of things. Along the line, you cannot just jump and come and say, oh, we want this thing urgently, when we've not even been able to even supply those ones that we've already got before. That's just a simple IQ. Not as complex.
Let me respond to this. I think the thing many of us do. Sorry. Let me just respond to this guy. Ayo, Adeyo. You see, the thing many of us do is that when somebody sets a dish for us, we start eating from there. We don't say how was it cooked. We don't ask any question. Where did the ingredients were bought? And all that. We just start. You see the point he's making now, that you want to have a logical debate, that when I get emotional, that I wouldn't be able to think. I'm actually being emotional. This is logical. I'm just saying, go back and say the way you are talking about this is all wrong. You are conceding a ground already that the people that are in power have created. They are conceding a ground that they are saying, oh, let's think about the contract that they've got, because we have a history of losing contracts all over the place. This is not how all nations are run. Nations are not run like this. If you keep saying that other people have one leg over your own people constantly, you will not have a future. Every time they keep setting the table, we keep eating from it. They set the table, we keep making excuses for them. Look at our country. There's nothing there. We have three. Okay. We create crude oil, and we bring crude oil out of the ground. We can't refine it. We can't do anything with it. Now we want to. Now hold on. Do you know what I was picturing last year? Last year I was saying Dangote refinery coming on stream, Port Harcourt refinery coming on stream, Warri, Kaduna, Nigeria has a bright future if they don't find a way to torpedo it, and that's what's happening now. That's what is happening now, and we as a people don't pay attention when all these things are happening to us. We just leave it and just say, it's okay. Let's just keep going. Let us keep going. It's going to get better. How is it going to get better? I'm tired of this.
So to Nigeria, one of those things they can do now is you bring more oil exploration company to Nigeria, and you allocate them more oil exploration license to increase the output. As you say now, even up to April, Nigeria was struggling to meet OPEC quota of the oil exploration. You understand? Even though they were asking for more, but yeah, the one they have, they were unable to even meet the quota. So, but
even Ola, even that figure that he was quoting earlier on, that you are quoting to Nigeria, why did you get it that Nigeria made $30 billion from crude?
It's regularly available online. Let me see. Nigeria.
Hey, no, because let anybody can
that's
dangle.
On Punch now. That is on
just
Punch.
Hold on. It's something that, okay, how much do you think? Because you can't just multiply, even if you multiply the crude, what is our average production per day?
You want to do that math? You can do it now, but I'm looking at Punch now.
Well, I just did it. I put it at an average production of 1.5 million barrels per day, which we cannot even maintain daily. So average production.
Okay, let's do our number. 1.5 or 1.2, 1.5 million times what? You want to do the math? Let's do the math. That is 355.
No, just Ola, I know what I'm doing.
That's it. Times 365.
Let's say times 75.
Times 75. Okay, good. Let's see how
much
comes down to. 41 billion 62 million.
Now, just hold on. So how much do you think from if we say, okay, an average price per barrel is 75, how much do you think Nigeria will get from that 75?
Exactly. Because people are not even looking at cost of
repeat that again. Sorry. Repeat that again.
Simba gets it. Simba,
I said, how much do you think Nigeria can get from that $75 per barrel?
41 billion is what I'm talking about.
You are doing it as if it is free. There is a cost to production.
I'm not doing like as if it's free. I think that is what they discussed.
The question I'm asking you now, how much do you think Nigeria can gain?
Maybe I will answer now. Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that from what I gather, that the IOCs they get about 40.
No, just hold on. Let us face this. Let us face this one first. Because
that's what I'm saying. The IOCs
you are talking that
of the income.
wait, to Nigeria. When we were talking about this loan, he said it's insignificant because he said we are making times 10 or more than the loan. That's where I'm going now.
Yes.
Now, from that we just calculated raw that as an assumption which is not even going, it's not feasible. Okay, we are making 1.5 million regular every day for 365 days at the rate of $75 per barrel. We are going to make 41 billion.
At 41 billion US dollars.
Okay, so the question I'm asking you now that from that $75 per barrel, how much do you think Nigeria will make? Because it's not all everything.
Yes,
that
I just told you that subtract 40 something, let's say 45% from it, or maybe even more. Let's say 50-50. You still have 20 billion.
Okay, now hold on. Oh no, because you are the one that saying it's insignificant. So now this one, now how much are they going to be taking other loans? No, we are talking about only one loan, no, and nobody knows how many the other loans that are also attached to this crude.
Do
you know? So
this is just from crude oil. We are not talking about gas or anything else.
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain something to Nigeria what you don't know. There was an article that explained how the thing is in Nigeria when they were saying the cost of production of crude oil in Nigeria, surprisingly, is unnecessarily more than that.
It's one of the most expensive.
Exactly. Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but we've already given that. We've already taken that into account, and we've given them $20 billion from it. $20 billion we gave them.
Wait now to Nigeria, you will be shocked that they get more than 50. Now the cost, okay, when it was sold for $80, look at the cost of Nigeria now. The cost of exploration for Nigeria when it was $80 per barrel was $48 per barrel. That's the cost of exploration. Then now the remaining $32 is what the Nigerian government will share with the IOC. So the cost already is 48. Now $32 for them to $32 per barrel for Nigeria and those guys to share. So
if we use 80, it's going to even be more because right now it's 80. This thing.
I will give you an article on it. Don't just stretch yourself.
So the point is that even if it's 15 billion we are making, it's free 15 billion that we are making every year. What if you take $2 billion loan? It doesn't make too much of an impact. I hear your argument about the IOCs. My question
read what the House Committee on Finance.
So now, can I say something?
Is there a link for it? Okay, let me see.
House of Representatives.
Something.
Really?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So now, can I say something?
Please go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. On this issue of oil, I would just want, because I'm kind of confused. Are we saying that the nation has no plan for all the refineries that we've been building all this while?
Yeah, look at them now. Look at it.
Are we saying that there is no plan to supply them the raw material that for those refineries to work?
But are they working? When last did they work?
No. So that means that everything is just basically a joke in this nation. If that's the case, it's like they already know that nothing is going to work, and we should just continue to deceive ourselves. Is that because
let me even answer the person that's speaking. You see, all those people you see before these people destroy our refineries. Now the quota, some of the quota they are now selling overseas, they use those quotas to feed those local refineries before. Now, some of those local refineries, the last time they performed to their best was during the June 12th riot when some people took advantage to further destroy the refinery. Now, since that time, you understand, they find a way. You know, we were first selling to America, but during the sanction, so the China came in and we were selling to China under Abacha. So over time, all those quotas that were meant to feed the local refinery that they've already destroyed, maybe tactically they destroyed the refinery. You understand? They were supplying overseas. Now, Dangote was just the only person coming. Not only person, anyway, Boa and some others, they were coming as a private, not NNPC refinery this time around. So they've not actually increased because it's the same IOC on ground and still the same IOC on ground. You've not asked them to increase the capacity of what we're giving to them, even though we know that there's tendency they are producing more than that, but some are being reported stolen. Assuming, you understand, I don't want to assume that maybe those people even know something about that stealing. You understand? So the plan, you understand, the plan was not for all this Dangote and whatever refinery you are having now, because what you have for grant, they be sold already. So that's why I'm saying that there's nothing stopping the government from giving Dangote oil exploration because he already has refinery. It's a good case. He has a good case to fight. Now let him go and look for someone that will do that for him. He can do that. After all, if he can still be his assembly car, part of the car that he's even using to run his factory. He's assembling that in Nigeria. So give him oil to feed his refinery. That is as simple. You understand? Meanwhile, that time, if you want this problem to solve, because Nigeria, we have to choose one. Because now, I may be talking as a wicked person now, but that's the reality. If you really want that industry to liberate, because look at it this way. You take our Google, you go and refine overseas, you create like 3-4 million jobs for them there, and now dump the product for us here, and maybe we manage to create just 5,000 jobs instead of like 3-4-5 million jobs. I'm talking of direct and indirect too. Now, or we want the market to fully be deregulated. You sell at the real market price, no government intervention, nothing, and you create 5 million jobs. We have to decide, because we Nigerians, we don't know where we belong to. We want fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy that is not even benefiting us to start with, that is benefiting the elite. But we keep shouting.
What are you talking about? I think you see, your thing is you are speaking from only one point of view. You are not looking at it holistically.
Tonight, I don't try. We'll see tomorrow.
I hear your point. Every country has their own strategy for economic development. Some countries want to keep cost of living low, cost of business low. So you have to, if you want to do that, so you can attract investment to your country, you have to subsidize those things. You can't just allow or put tariff on other things so that the prices don't go up. If you say just deregulate everything so that the prices go up, and you are not doing a lot of exports at that time, you're going to damage your country heavily, because what is going to happen is that job you're saying you're going to create, you're not going to create it. All you're going to do is you're going to have that job created. That job is not going to create value-added products. They are just going to take the product, send it overseas, like the way they are doing right now. They will take the petrol, the crude oil from Nigeria. It's not because they are not creating job in Nigeria. They are creating job in Nigeria. But in reality, who is benefiting the most is them, because they will take it overseas, do the value-added manufacturing, and bring it back to us. Then we pay them for it. We are literally paying them to take our oil from us.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I support the submission of the man that spoke before you, forefathers, especially concerning the issue of no, you said of course. What do you mean by that?
Especially because none of you think like that. That's why we're where we are.
Listen. Just don't assume the whole thing now. Relax. This is not maybe what you have said is totally wrong. No, I'm only just saying what I think is kind of plausible in this regard. I support his thinking because truly we just have to deregulate, but that doesn't solve the whole problem. Because now the thing is, we don't have a government and a system that is greed free or that is trustworthy. in order for us to really say, okay, once we even deregulate, what are we going to benefit from this as a society? But the truth is that Dangote is running a private firm. The government might have a stake in it, yes, but it's still a private firm, and Dangote should source for its raw material wherever we can and market its product whatever amount it can. And if the government feels that, okay, it needs to reach an agreement with Dangote to subsidize, that's not going to make Dangote lose. It's going to just make the government lose its own funds, whatever in that agreement is. But the thing is that we can as well not subsidize fuel and spend that money well, such that the money benefits the people more than putting that money on subsidy that can, so that the fuel itself can fly away to other countries and you even we even benefit. You just be spending and won't benefit from it. So I think it is right to go that route. But the thing is just that, how do we make the people benefit? How do we put our government to test and to accountability all the time? That this month, okay, look at the first 6 months that Tinubu came and he just removed the subsidy. He claimed that for each month there's a certain amount of money that they were saving. What have they done with the money? What is the system? What is the, what have they used the money to do? What infrastructure? What, for example, the transport system, how has it influenced us in that regard? That,
are they not the regulating as you people want? You want the regulation now, you got it now. See,
no.
Let us be factual, because I think we have talked about this thing several times here. When you say they remove subsidy, you understand? Some people, why do you think some people think that, okay, there is one money kept somewhere that they are using for this subsidy?
Nobody's thinking that. We all know that.
No, that's what he's saying. That what have they done to transport? Where have they put the money? That is the question he asked. That where have they put the money?
That money technically is available, because if they are able to borrow it for subsidy, they can also borrow it for other things. That is the point.
Okay,
it's not
technically available. What do you mean by technically available? I don't understand.
Yeah, because if you can get money for subsidies, you can get money for other things too.
The money should be available for other things, isn't it?
That's how it works now.
If you are borrowing money, let me tell you, you are borrowing money for subsidy. Yes. And you say, okay, you cannot borrow money for subsidy again. Is that money available?
It's still available, except you decide not to borrow.
No, let him answer me. The question is not directed to you, because you and I, we've had conversation over this before.
What is the claim that Tinubu's government made?
That what?
What were their submissions to them removing subsidy?
The submission as out that we can no longer afford it. That's their submission.
That is one of it, that we can no longer afford it.
Yes.
And now when they continue, they said afterwards that those monies, that instead of it to go into subsidy, should go into something different. Is that not part of the argument?
Yes.
Exactly. That is the point. So
what is the point?
They themselves claimed that
the money we are saying that is not available. It was technically available.
I don't do that. Let me finish. Let me have this conversation with Emilio Con or whatever.
You're not going to have it by yourself now. I'm not in any mood.
I'm not. It's the two of us. Me and you and I, you can kick us out so that you can do it alone. If you like,
I can. You want me to kick you out? Are you asking to be kicked out? What are you talking about?
So I can continue on your own.
I can,
try understand me. You and I, just wait. You and I think we have had this conversation before.
You know what I picture, this in Simba? This is what I picture when I hear you talk about this issue. People that are complacent with our future. You are too complacent about things, and it has its positive for people to be talking like this sometimes. But in other issues, it's terrible.
There was a day I raised one question. It might sound weird. You understand? I asked this question. I said, why are we doing? Because nobody can deny that there is still subsidy on fuel in Nigeria now. Can anybody do it?
It's back.
It's back fully, more than before. You understand? So that is why I said, even in the first place, we should not even that subsidy of a thing is a bygone. It's not even something that we're supposed to be even be discussing it again, because it's back.
Who did it? Is it not these
Okay, now
people that say they are running an economy?
The question I'm asking, I said, why can't government even just liberalize this petrol thing the way they liberalize the diesel, and let Nigeria be buying it at the market price? The so-called money, 5 trillion or whatever trillion that they said there, let them give it to people, like increase the wages so that people can, if Beniners can afford it at a market price, the Ghanaians, the Cameroonians, the Nigerians, what stop us from it is because Nigerians don't pay high wages. Let them be using the money, pay Nigerians, let them get this money, and let them be, so that even the so-called people that are now stealing it and smuggling it to the neighboring country to go and be selling and be making billions of naira. To me, it's a waste. It might sound as if
the way this works is that I hear what you are saying. The way this works is that if you want to deregulate an economy, it's fine to deregulate if you want to deregulate, but it has to be done in a managed
I think what they had
and gradually.
No, I think what they had in mind that time.
Let me just finish the point. See, I'm not against deregulation. If you want to deregulate, you have to manage it in a way that your country remains stable. At the same time, you incrementally change this in the regulation, transition it to a new one. Not just say, okay,
successive government
again anyway.
To Nigeria, successive government in Nigeria has been trying that, but Nigerians refused. We all will be shouting at
Simba, please.
It's not gradual. They never do it gradually. You just switch it off.
Why every time you always blame the Nigerians all the time? I've always listened to you, and it's something that I just don't appreciate. Yes, Nigerians are greedy. It's just like every other person too in this world now. Everybody can be greedy, but when there's a system in place, you have to put system in place as government. That is why you are the government. That is why the power is vested on you to make sure that things work well. So we can't just blame the Nigerians.
If you want to deregulate the petrol, you can be increasing the price by 10% every year. 10% every year. Just keep doing that. And then anything else you want to deregulate, like if you want to devalue the currency or you want to float it, you can do what they call managed depreciation. You can depreciate it by 20% or 10% every 3 months.
Let me tell you,
leave it
the
so that
economy. Let me tell you, apart from the commuters, the rating that runs the economy, that they used to move goods and services in Nigeria is diesel, and it's already deregulated. You understand what I'm saying? This thing that we are fixated on. People, okay, the way I want to travel to Lagos, maybe you want to travel to Lagos once in a year or twice in a year, all those money that people pay for transport. But the rating that affected
you see how wicked our governments are now. You see how wicked our people are.
The rating that affected goods and services.
I hear you saying by diesel, but you see how wicked they are. They went and deregulated the area that is responsible for creating wealth. The industries, they deregulate. Instead of you to subsidize the industry to generate wealth, you make sure that the production is very hard for them to do. Our people, the kind of mumu we are, it's just unbelievable. Our mumu we are trousers.
This is why I am clamoring for a regional system of government or a separation. Because you see, these are the reasons why we always come to that conclusion that somehow it's not going to work. The good people that will make sure that things work, who can be fair enough not to make gains from Nigeria, that they will never let them get there. These are just the things that you continue to see, and you just ask yourself, okay, how do you solve this problem? Because you have to look at it that these things are not difficult to be solved. But why is that in
our
Nigeria?
Countries are being sabotaged. Our leaders are not listening.
Let me tell you, Emelokon, what I used to say, let me tell you, you might find it, I'll be repeating it and I cannot change it. Let me tell you, Nigerians, I cannot blame any leader. I will blame Nigerians. We are the one.
No, you see, I get I've always listened to you. I understand that Nigerians are at fault as well. I'm not going to deny it. But the thing is that
the issue, let me tell you, whether any way you look at it, even in the religious aspect, I am a Muslim. Let me say this. I am a Muslim. And even if you look at it logically, you can't have leaders that are better than the followers, because you choose among the followers. You understand? Let me tell you, why should somebody be elected and you see people, is tribal people, is church people, is mosque people jubilating? Happy.
Yeah, but that is what happens in every
That is
country.
why
Let's face it, other countries are tribal
You
too.
understand?
Our problem is that
Nigerians,
we are
let me
not
tell
taking
you,
care of
you
business. Stop
see,
going on about
they will give
tribalism.
him chieftaincy title. That is our value. You understand? All these things that we are clamoring for, that the leader as if they are special people created differently from the followers, it's just a mirage.
Simba, can I now say something? Look.
Okay.
I understand your point. I'm not denying that you are wrong in any way. No. Except for the fact that I just do agree that you place the blame 100% on the followership. That is just the only thing I have. But we are also everybody's guilty in this regard, yes. But the thing is just that this thing started from leaders not making people accountable, especially people in position. And now it has degenerated that now everybody now feels like you can just do anything and go scot-free. Who has been sanctioned, who has been punished, who has been jailed, who has been killed for this kind of corruption? Because when we begin to hold it that this is our dear life.
Emeloka, you remember when they started this issue of Emefiele? You can see the way we are rationalizing it. Hey, is he the only one? Hey, is it because it's Igbo? Is it because that is the way we are?
No, Simba, no, wait.
Yeah, but
Simba,
they haven't released him because of it, is it? It doesn't matter, really. I don't know why we're making it. It's not tribalism that is our problem. We are not taking care of business. That's our problem.
That's exactly what Nigeria said. And I'm also going to throw that part. The thing is that how long will it take before you conclude Emefiele's matter? Conclude it and let him go to jail. Let everybody know that he has gone to jail for what he has done.
Let me tell you, is he the only one? You understand what I'm saying? That is our judicial system.
Yeah. Let them arrest each other. You see, when the next government come in, they will arrest Tinubu side. And
exactly.
When the other one come in, let them arrest each other. Let them remove the useless people from circulation. The important thing is that while you are doing that,
you can't be exonerating people just because you say, okay, it's okay. When the another party come, let them arrest the other party also.
You know, they keep arresting each other
Who is
until they remove them from circulation.
People that is at fault for that?
Exactly. It's not the people don't have I think the people have a role to play. The people have to be sensitized to take their own responsibilities too. Because I think the leaders listen to them. When the people complain about cyber tax, you see how they pull back. Student loan, they pull back. And when people complain, they pull back. It's just that we don't understand. Look at the other day, House of Assembly member is complaining about Adiola. They are paying attention. It's just that people don't know that we have the power to convince our leaders to do the right thing.
Now, Tinubu has spent 1 year plus, and yet he can't still nail Emefiele with his. You get the point. Now it's like witch hunting. It's obvious.
They're just punishing him now. They don't care about whether he committed a crime.
The thing is that punish him legally. If you don't have anything against him that you can punish him and make sure that this thing is expedited. Because what message are you trying to pass to the people? The message is that if you do evil, you'll be punished. You won't go scot-free. That should be the message.
No conviction, nothing.
If you the nation, you'll be punished, and that should be the message every time. So, and you make sure that this thing should be done in haste. And if
the nation dysfunctional.
If Emefiele can defend himself, let him go ahead and do that. But it shouldn't be you're going today is because he doesn't come with the Bible. That's the reason. You let him go, and from the gate again, you grab him again. What's the meaning of that? Please. Does that even speak? Does that tell anybody in the society that we are serious?
Yeah,
and nobody's doing anything. You see, these are little things that leach into the system and into the mindset of people and make them feel like, there's no way this thing can work. Because how do you even expect somebody now who is trying to make sure that he works and labor to feed his family? How do you expect him to be fair? How do you expect him to be to not to cheat? How?
Let me show you this. Let me show you the tactics some of these people use to influence nations.
This is wrong.
See, I think a lot of our people need to be on, especially educated ones that are in diaspora. They need to be understanding how the true world works.
We should go above. We should go above legality into morality. We need a moral system in Nigeria now. If we want to.
Let me read this stuff. Let me just read this stuff for Simba to see. It says suppressing debate. This is about the topic of the gray zone. This is Sky News in the UK. They made a series, I think 2, 3, 4 years ago or so, regarding this topic about how nations are sabotaged from the outside without firing a shot, because they understand that fighting a war is very costly, so they use other methods to destroy nations from inside. And these are some of the things that they do. This is the general talking about this in the UK, talking about some of the things that are happening within the world. They even look at what they said. Nobody is too small to target. Look at that. What did they say? They said, without any shots being fired, and he says it means the front line is everywhere and no one is too unimportant to be a target. This stuff is not a joke business, and people don't understand the world they live in. They just think, and I hear some people ask us, do we have enemies? It's like, what kind of question is that? How can you not know that we have enemies?
My point is this: even if these Western civilizations want to have their own cake as well in this bounty, I don't think the bounty is too small that they can't have it and we can't have ours.
Look at what they said now: suppressing debates. He says agents of influence can be used to suppress debates at university think tanks and other forums. MPs have accused China of trying to stifle discussion in the UK campuses. So if they are accusing all these people of doing it in other places, guess how many things? I can see it even in the Nigerian space. Sometimes you want to talk about something, they will just tell you, they will find a way to just shut you up so you don't talk about it in the Nigerian space.
That it happens. There's a video of a guy that I saw. What they call them, the economic hitmen. And what do they just go to do? They are basically hitmen, but now they use economics to do the eating. Look, you see, this is part of life. No big deal. I don't have problem with the Western world wanting to have their own.
It's the whole world. It's not the only way the Western world. It's only all our people that are not aware of it. It's the whole world is at it. It's only us, the mumus.
And that is where it is painful, because when you have elites who understand this game, but they don't just hold regard for their own people, the way the Westerners hold regard for their own people, this is what we continue to have. We have the Westerners eating us out. Now we also have our own elites finishing the rest. You get the point, and then you just have to question yourself that, okay, so what are we going to do? For me as a person, that's why I still want, maybe we should go our ways. And so Nigeria, this is the reason. I understand that you also shout for security, everybody is coming together because there's safety numbers and things. Yes, there's safety numbers. But in this kind of
case, don't drive me mad today. Don't come here with that nonsense. I'm not in that mood.
Wait, but in this kind of
just sets us backward constantly.
How
that's all you don't know how to do. You see, what you are doing now, do you know what you represent? You represent even a threat to your own people.
Forget about what I represent. I'm trying to offer a solution. It might not work well.
It's not a solution. You know that.
Wait, I said I am trying to offer a solution. I'm also thinking I'm not perfect. Now, you think, okay, there's a solution. How do we solve this Nigerian problem? How? Because basically our problem is greed and corruption. This is it, and we can't.
Everybody's greedy and corrupt. Everybody's greedy and corrupt. Our problem is not that. Our problem is we are not banding together to defend ourselves. That's the only thing we've never truly done. We've never defended ourselves against other people.
How do we do that if we don't trust ourselves?
No, how you do that is by sensitizing your people to realize that there are challenges that that we have to face in this world, and your leaders are the ones compromising you because you are so quiet and because you are not aware of it. They are doing it and getting away with it. You need to let them know that you are picking up on what they are doing and demand better from them.
I have a question for you now. Do you think this hunger that is wiring everybody now is not sufficient to make people aware that our leaders are causing this problem?
No, it's sufficient for you to know you have a problem, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the people are aware that their leaders, there's a specific thing that their leaders need to do to stop it. All they can say is stop this suffering. Just like UK people, it's the same thing. UK people sometimes experience economic hardship. They'll tell their leaders stop it, but they don't say their leaders are being sabotaged.
The reason I asked you this last question is that eventually you realize that people, it's not that maybe they don't know that they are suffering. But one way or the other, we have a larger chunk of people who are still ethnocentric, who are
They are
believe
present
in health.
all over the world. They are present everywhere. It's not. It
Can
doesn't
you
stop them from
listen?
functioning. Stop. See, I'm not interested in this right now. I'm not in the mood right now for this
If you're
kind of
not
discussion.
interested,
To be talking
there's no
about
need to
ethno
there's no need
stuff.
for us to have
What
this
is the use
discussion.
of
You're not
ethno
convincing
stuff?
me. You're not convincing me, but you're not even trying to listen to
I'm not interested in it. Because we've already been there before.
Can you see why we can't even
He doesn't want to take us back to 200 years ago where we got colonized. It doesn't get us anywhere.
All fine.
We are busy forming NATO. You are talking about breaking up to pieces again. And you know full well that it's impossible even. Because no fool will accept a breakup of a nation when it locks them out of the sea. Who accepts that? Why are you worrying about arguments that is not going to get us anywhere?
Nations that are landlord today, are they dead? Is Rwanda dead? All these nations that are landlord.
What I said was, who is going to accept now in Nigeria to be locked into this thing, to be landlocked?
What do you mean who is going to accept? Those nations that will be locked up, do you think they don't have their own raw materials to sort themselves
when they
out?
were created was when the colonizers arrived. Most of those nations was when the colonizers arrived. Nobody agrees to be locked away when they used to have access to the sea. You wanna Ethiopia right now is fighting to have access to the sea. And they don't have access to the sea. They regretted how they managed to lose their access to the sea. And you are telling the northern part of Nigeria that, oh, don't worry, let's break up and you're not going to have access to the sea. The other side is the desert. And yeah, that's fine. You know that's not going to happen anytime soon. And there are many people in the south too that will never accept that. Why bother with that kind of argument? So as a matter of fact, let me put it this way. You can even make that argument if you want to make that argument.
But that doesn't
while
make
you are doing that, while you are doing that, focus on the more important thing. Hold on. While you are doing that, stop seeing that as a solution to the problem Nigeria is facing.
As a solution when there's no solution. How do you create it?
You see, you asked for a solution. I told you what we need to do. You refuse to listen to it because you believe in only one area.
How? Who are you?
I just told you that you need to stop your leaders from sabotaging you.
How do you sensitize the people? How?
By educating them, like the conversation we're having here.
Take that responsibility.
See, how do you think Nnamdi Kanu?
I'm
asking you now. You know this one. This one is close to home. How do you think Nnamdi Kanu was able to convince people so much? Did he do was it magic? So you replicate the same thing. The result is we already know how this is done. We do the same thing, and the result is far greater.
So you think Nnamdi Kanu is stupid and crazy for him to have come to that conclusion that we just need to go our way? Do you think he was a crazy man to have made that conclusion?
See,
do you think that he didn't think of do you think that he hadn't passed through this your level of thought and say, hey,
no. See,
we can't solve this problem?
You are the one thinking the way you think. See, let me tell you something. You are the one thinking the way you are thinking. I understand. Nnamdi Kanu grew up in a country where the country he grew up in,
nobody wants a broken Nigeria.
Hold on now. The country he grew up in was involved in a war.
You have not just come to that realization yet.
That causes people a lot of loss of life. Sorry, now the country Nnamdi Kanu grew up in causes own people a loss of life, loss of life. Even if the person that led that conflict said, "Don't do this anymore," he still went on to think that way. I can even understand why he's thinking about it. It doesn't mean it's the right way to think. You can think when progress is happening, when the world is in a different place, you don't hark back to the past. You have to deal with the problem into the future. Your people need that now. This world doesn't owe us a living. If you cannot solve the problem for your people now, and you're busy thinking about going to the past, that is going to even cost more lives unnecessarily. The whole world is uniting. NATO is forming bigger alliances. Russia is forming bigger alliances. They're thinking about breaking Africa into pieces. We don't get anywhere with that. We're just going to destroy us.
What do you mean you don't get any? Look, let me tell you something.
It will destroy us utterly.
If we continue to run this paradigm, this leadership paradigm that we are running at this moment, if we continue to run this paradigm, I'm telling you, it has not even gotten worse. That's just the meaning.
Oh yes,
we've
been through a war situation with the previous paradigm where people had their own different ethnic groups living together. Then they went on to have region. All of them led to a total disaster. From the regions, from the individual, there was a time Igbo people were free and
Southeast, not to this kind of narrative. What do you mean?
Hold on now. Let me finish my point. There are 2 times we've had this.
historically,
you see, you've had your say that your own is a solution. Let me show you what that solution looks like. Historically, the Southeast and in short, the entire Nigerian space, they were all operating in their own way. The Yorubas are operating their own by and large. The Edos, the South, the Igbos, everybody was doing their own thing. What did we end up in? Slavery and colonization. Okay, after we finished that one, everybody started doing their own thing again. They created different regions. Southern, Eastern region, Southwestern region, and Northern region. And guess what? That disaster again. And now you want to think, okay, the solution is let's go back there again. Come on. Something. What that is showing you is that it is trying to tell you that that direction is the wrong direction. If you cannot see the signs by the outcomes, what else is going to teach you a lesson?
Okay, are you done?
I'm done.
All right. Now this is my thinking. Anything can be right and anything can be wrong. It is part of life. It depends on how you handle it. And there's no system that doesn't have its own inherent challenge or limitation. There's no system. This current limitation we're experiencing this current system the style of leadership we're running has this limitation, and that's what we're experiencing at this moment. And the thing is that with these current limitations, I don't see us progressing with it. Why? Because this system is such that the worst of us will only come to power. There's no way the best of us can come to power with this level of what we are running. It doesn't look like it's going to happen.
See, we will never move forward if we cannot move forward with this one. Going backward would even be worse. And the example is everywhere. I don't know how this is a mystery for you to see. You can see Cameroon.
It's not a mystery.
Hold on.
You are making it look like it's special.
Let me explain this to you now.
Saying I want to be on my own.
Hold on now. Let me explain this to you now. Let me explain this to you now. The Southeast.
You've explained it now. What are you?
No. I want to give you another insight.
Yes.
You just finish talking now. Let's dialogue now. If you want to dialogue openly, let's dialogue openly. Look at Cameroon is right next door. Cameroon is probably technically the same population as the Southeast. Look at Benin Republic. Look at Togo. How many of them are doing exceptionally well just because they are small? It doesn't make any difference. As a matter of fact, they are all looking up to us because we are bigger. And one man was right the other day when he said, the only reason why people even listen to you is because they think that you are part of a great nation. And you're here saying, let me get smaller because that's going to be any better. Who listens to Benin Republic? Tell me who listens to Benin Republic.
So what has your leadership on Benin Republic done to them? Yeah, that your CFA is even their own currency is bigger than your currency. No,
if you think we are nothing now, your own thing is that if you think the thing I'm trying to let you understand is that if you think we are nothing now,
Nigerian from that,
you are not listening. I will let you talk. I will let you talk. I'm just asking the question.
Can I ask you the question? I want the answer.
Ask me the question.
What benefit do I benefit from that as a Nigerian?
The benefit you benefit from that is that because of the bigger nation that you have a bit more protection. One, you have a bit more resilience in terms of resources, because if if you suffer a shortfall, the other part of the nation gives you access to it, and you also have access to other parts of the nation that you would normally not have access to freely. Like we don't have access to Benin Republic just freely or Cameroon just freely, but we have access to Port Harcourt, River State, everywhere else. So it's short. So on so many levels, the advantage you are enjoying now, you don't even understand it. And that is another frustrating aspect of this. We don't even think openly, clearly to see the benefits you are getting. Every part of the world, there's a reason why every part of the world, they keep signing new agreements. Let's cooperate together. Let's work together. And you are busy saying, let's break up.
Pardon? Those are the benefits because of access.
Access to prosperity.
How has that affected the food? How has that made you more educated? How has that? What are you saying?
Let me say this to you. Access to prosperity and access to security is why tribes were even powerful in the first place. Why do you think you having a big tribe is a good thing, but being part of a bigger nation, a national tribe, it's not a good thing? You think being a big tribe, or would you prefer to be a small tribe?
Even having this kind of conversation to me is myopic. Because when you see nations
so many
coming
levels,
together,
all
how
wrong.
many nations have you seen that that because of by virtue that they broke down into pieces, they develop
How
or
many
they
nations
get
has come
better?
together now? How many nations has come together? Because you think it is my own pick. How many
No,
nations?
just give me example of any country that have separated and they do not say that by virtue of that they are better for it. Tell me.
There is a Yugoslavia that we can touch of today, isn't it?
So the components now they are better than when they were formerly in Yugoslavia. Is that what you want to tell us?
Yes, everybody is on their own and they are enjoying themselves. They might be some.
How do you know? It's
compared to
not
other
true.
European countries.
What do you mean? How do I know?
I say Yugoslavia is a backwater compared to other European countries now. It's not close. If it benefits, then it will be like Germany
Any of them, Slovakia, Czech, Slovenia, they are down the pecking order.
Yes, there used to be a USSR. Now we have Russia. We have all the
and USSR is worse, and the individual nations are worse off for it to an extent.
What are you talking about? Do you know?
But the USSR offered them a lot more power.
What power? What are you talking about?
That's what you don't understand.
What do you want to use the power to do that will solve your problem?
It's like he will not understand. You can't win this argument with him. USA today
what do you want to do with that power? Why are you bothered about power that you are not utilizing your gift? Even with this current power that you claim to have in Nigeria, you are not utilizing it. So
that's what I'm saying. And that's what you need to fix. Even when you create that small nation, that's exactly what you need to fix. If you don't fix it, your country will never emerge.
How long is it going to take you to fix this problem?
Better to start from where you are. Because
if your thinking is by maybe if you are small, you do well. Tell me one small country, even in West Africa, Gambia I think is the smallest country. Are they really doing well? Just because you are not hearing them crying because of maybe they have their homogeneous and they are not crying because of that, does that mean that they are better?
Okay, so who do you think, if you have a Gambian passport and a Nigerian passport, which one is better? Let's start from there.
I don't even understand your argument.
You guys think that you know how to listen.
I don't think you understand the concept.
No, just answer the question I asked you now. Answer that question. Who has a better passport between a Gambian and a Nigerian? Answer that question.
Who destroy your passport? Is your government that destroy your passport or your shenanigans as citizens?
Oh, so who made that happen?
You can see that you don't want to take responsibility.
I don't know why
I'm telling you the solution. You are telling me that you have to so that you can have power.
Power to think how you think.
What do you want to use power to
say? Amy, you are free to think how you think. But
then why are you making it look like Nnamdi Kanu or people who have taught that level, they were stupid? There was a time even this present president, Tinubu, thought that one Nigeria is nothing.
Nobody says they are stupid. It just means that they reached the wrong conclusion.
Yeah, not like a wrong conclusion. If somebody says that
is not the right conclusion.
You can't say it's a conclusion.
I just see, Amy, I know I'm not going to convince you, but I don't know. Because
we
for me, I'm trying to understand.
If I want to criticize an Igbo man or an Hausa man that he has done wrong, the ethnic people will come
let me ask you this. Which country is the largest? No, Emelukan. Which country is the biggest in Europe? Which country is the biggest in Europe in terms of size?
I don't know. Except if I want to Google that, and I don't think it's going to help.
It's Germany. It's Germany and France. And if you look at the economy, exactly. Go to America. It's just Brazil is the biggest in South America. So it's just it's not by virtue of size.
In Asia, which one is the biggest one, and which are the ones ahead? This in EME.
India
and China.
And China.
Are they not the ones ahead right now?
Per capital income.
Oh my goodness.
Answer now. At least when you say
I don't know. Let me check for China's per capital income.
You must consider the population, isn't it? You must consider their population as well, isn't it? Or will you just bracket that you expect the economy of
China per capita income is almost $10,000 or so.
12,700.
So what's the
Nigeria is 1,000
of a smaller country, a country with a smaller population, maybe in Europe?
Of course, there are countries with smaller population that have very, very advanced like Switzerland.
You accept that?
Switzerland is 92,000. Yes,
I think I rest my case on that one.
Switzerland is 92,000, but Switzerland is nothing like the way you are talking. Switzerland is multicultural.
USA is 110. USA is 110.
Simba, let me tell you, Switzerland is multicultural, multilingual, and they have a regional system whereby they have 7 presidents at the same time. Advanced level of democracy where they have direct democracy. They were not looking to break all those different multilingual people together. They speak multiple languages. You are arguing to go to only one language.
What is the definition of a nation, actually? Do you know that the Yoruba nation that you're talking of doesn't even have one single Yoruba language? Do you know there are several dialects?
Oh my goodness. Are you now trying to compare that with English, French, and this thing? Jesus Christ.
The Netherlands that you're talking about, they speak their own unique language. Every other language is acquired. They speak their own, they have their own unique language.
Either way, they have different groups that are from different
what are you talking about? What am I saying?
Together.
You're just trying to twist things around. Look, to Nigeria, you don't have the whole solution. If some people
I don't have the whole solution. I'm just asking you to
why I'm saying
think about it rationally.
Whenever people talk like this, sometimes you just go angry unnecessarily. If you can't hold it, then you keep it to yourself. You have no right to make.
I don't go angry unnecessarily. Actually,
I get tired of. You have no right to be tired of that.
If I come here every day,
hold on. The system down.
Calm down. If I come here every day,
you can't tell me to calm down. If you are not calming down,
then let me just say something. Then, if I come here every day, can you just try to hear from my point of view? If I come here every day and start coming, hold on now. If I come here every day, I can't tell you, I keep coming to tell you that Nnamdi Kanu is rubbish. All these Biafrans are rubbish. You are not going to like it. You're not going to like it. Every time you come here, anything you say always ends up in, oh, let's find a way to break up the country. When it's completely illogical.
I am not saying that is the best solution. I'm only telling you
not even a solution. It doesn't lead to health anywhere. It just weakens us even further. Okay, now let me share this to you now. This is something that ECOWAS, this our Mumu people again, they should have done a long time ago. ECOWAS should have had a defense pact among themselves. That would have made sure we are no longer as vulnerable as we are right now. Those 3 nations, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso, within how many months they signed it amongst themselves. ECOWAS couldn't do that for how many years? Now they have started this year. Another nonsense again. They are looking for 2.6 billion for 5,000 soldiers. What do you need 2.6 billion for 5,000 soldiers for regional district? I would be thinking that you're thinking about 50,000, not 5,000. You're looking for $2 billion for ECOWAS force. So that ECOWAS force, that doesn't mean that we have a security pact. No, these Mumu people, man, our people are such mumus. I can't understand. It's like, what is wrong with our people? Because if you have a security pact within ECOWAS, that means no coups will ever work. If you overthrow any regime, that the ECOWAS force will go in there and remove that regime. If anybody threatens any of our nation, ECOWAS will respond to it. Not only one nation will respond. They will have to take on almost 500 million people. That gives us power. That gives us protection. The larger group you have, the larger protection you have. But our people don't understand this. They want to break it down to tribes. They want to break down to smaller and smaller groups. So that's why the European Union created the EU and created NATO.
Wait, why are you talking like that the breaking down means that the land mass is going to be spread across the earth? Why are you talking like that? Look, if you break down, you can have dialogue. Then you now have the terms of coming together properly. There will be a memorandum of understanding. There will be a bilateral relationship laws. This is the way we want to relate with ourselves, and there will be respect there. But right now in the Nigerian system that we have, it is basically a broken down system that we are just patching with plaster and cement just to make sure it looks old. But the truth is that it's broken down because.
But you have asked yourself, all the nations within Africa right now, how many relationships do they have with each other already? Even all this stuff you're talking about, they don't even have good relationship now.
We can start with ourselves. It doesn't matter.
No, the one you separated from is going to be special.
What do you mean? Do you think it can't work?
See, what you are asking for, if it works, it's going to work in a world where all the other powers have disappeared. It will never work in a world. Because if I'm the man on the other side, See, I'm telling you now, if I'm the man, if I'm a Weibo man, I'm a Chinese man, I watch you people doing this, I'll be like, hey, these people, they're mumu, wear trousers. And what I'm just going to do is, whenever I want, I will just come to your country. What are you going to do to stop me? You have your whole entire budget. It's just the budget that I spend for
right now,
buying
what are we
food
doing to
for
stop them?
people over the weekend.
Right now, what are we doing to stop them right now that we are one?
Okay, you see, now that's the question. Can you say that just because you are using one leg to run a race, then you should say, okay, because I'm not running very fast, let me cut the remaining leg off? That's what you want to do. You should be saying, let me get prosthetic,
that's the wrong
and so that
analogy.
let's find a solution to this one leg race I'm running, so that we'll get 2 legs.
Let me give you my own analogy to that same circumstance that you just said. Now, it's just like you are running a race with 250 kg of cement, and you know that you can simply drop it and run lighter. Which one is better?
If you, of course, the one that we are running lighter is better, but your problem is that you are thinking that you are seeing the hold on. Your interpretation of the load is the way you are wrong. The load you are carrying.
No interpretation. You don't have the
your true load is weakness. Interpretation as well. But that's the thing. That's why I've told you that if I'm the one sitting on the other side, your true load is weakness. It's not strength. Not because you are sitting next to an announcer man or an email.
It's because you think the small group that you think are small can't fight for themselves. Why are you bothered about that?
You can't.
Let them have their own.
None of them have been able to.
What do you mean they can't? Let them decide. Let them
see. If I was in your country now, your entire let's say
you are just.
Let me give you an example now. You gave me your load example. Let me give another example. If you have a country that, let's say, you are generating $20 billion GDP, or let's say $20 billion budget, which technically is what Nigeria has, and I have an economy that is 3 trillion. And I come to you and I want to ask for something. What odds do you have of stopping me, given that I have $2 trillion at my disposal and you only have 20? You can't compete. But if you have, let's say, 50, 100, at least you have a better chance.
So that
is what you're arguing for. You're arguing to be smaller.
You are just deceiving yourself. The better chance that doesn't still go, it doesn't amount to anything. What better chance?
Better chance. You see, you don't understand. In this world,
what do you mean I don't understand?
If you can capitalize on the little advantages you have, you stand a chance at least.
What little advantage? Is it the advantage that the northerners, they are excavating their gold and whatever resources on their own and driving it and go sell and keep the money to themselves? That the southerners are using money on the Nigerian system? Is that an advantage? My brother, we are low to ourselves. Let us just say the facts.
If you think that is a problem, then watch out what happens when it becomes smaller.
For me, it doesn't make any sense at all.
You guys should let people in a little bit into the conversation.
If you think that is a problem, you are going to have even a bigger problem when you find yourself being smaller. When you are smaller, nobody listens to you. Everybody takes you for granted. They will tear your country up as they see fit.
Okay,
who listens to you right now?
That point you're making, it's not true. I mean,
okay.
MLO Corn has been making the points that needs to be made as far as our situation. Every country is unique. There is nothing to say if a country is small, right? They may have a handsome GDP per capita. That's the rule, not exception, right? Now, when you're talking about, let's say, a bigger country can then fight you and defeat you, first of all, that's still not true. But we don't have that situation. I was asking you in the comment section.
What do you mean we don't have that situation?
We don't have a situation where the big fish takes the little fish in our neighborhood or in Africa.
They're taking it all the time.
No.
You just don't see it.
They're not taking anything. Just hold on 1 minute. Whatever is applicable to big African countries obtains in the small ones, which is people from outside doing all kinds of neo-colonialistic stuff with Africa, because people like you, for example, we have to understand that if things that Oyibo has gone through, a lot of things were going through a long time ago. So they have doctrines, they have laws that govern those kind of things. But just hold on 1 minute, because I don't want to expand the debate. What I'm saying to you is that the examples you've been citing have been improper. You said to him,
one of the guys that left was asking him, look, give me an example of a country that did better after they divided. And of course, India is one of the ones you're citing that is doing good in the Asian, with including China. India divided into 3 or 4 times now. Pakistan was a part of India, and they weren't going. They're not going to get anywhere if Pakistan and India were the same up to now, even though they look alike. And they share a lot of things.
They still have Muslims in India. I hope you know that.
Yeah, they do now. We're not looking at exclusivity here. We're looking at the threshold and the projection of success.
There's no real metrics to any threshold to make any.
No. What I'm saying is
on that.
Yeah, I'm telling you because it's not unique to India. I'm saying that if the China you cite, right? They rounded up all their Muslims and put in a camp for re-education. I know you've heard about the controversial move they made, right? So they did that over there. Japan doesn't allow Muslims into their country. You can't practice or do it. As a matter of fact, you may not even be able to go there, period. So now there's so many countries because the problem we have is the same problem. Now it's not.
Now you're making the Muslims the problem.
It is a problem, right? Just hold on. Listen to what
it's not the Muslim that is the problem. It's the weakness that is the problem.
Listen to me. You are drawing the conclusion. I'm just going by premises for right now. You agree with me that India and Pakistan broke up, and they're not even good neighbors.
They broke up from the period of ending of the colonization.
Hold on. Don't tell me. Period. That has nothing. If it broke up yesterday, if they broke up 20,000 years
because
ago,
it matters when they broke up.
It doesn't matter. Listen to what I'm saying, though. It's a matter of
like they've been together for 10 years and decided to break up, and they were doing better. And besides, 2 of them are actually doing better than us right now.
Yeah. But I can
agree.
I mean, even Pakistan, it's a nuclear-powered country, right? But you don't see it in their standard of living. You don't see it in any.
Yeah,
but will you stop employing that technique of talking like a girl when I'm talking?
No. I'm trying to short because see,
hold on now.
Don't take it personal.
No. I'm just saying.
I've been here for a long time. Yeah. I'm trying to short circuit the argument so we don't go too long.
Okay, no, you don't have to because I'm not gonna be talking for a long time. I'm saying between the debate you already have with Emiloko, who's making this sense, but he's not spirited about it. He's doing it reluctantly, which is the problem we have in our country. Those who are right, they could take or leave it. You're trying to correct somebody who's right. Do you know what it does when you are operating with falsehood, especially if it's wittingly, if you're doing it on purpose? Because you all over the internet, you got your own AI there. The argument you're making is trying to ignore the facts. Now, it's not politically correct to talk about what our problems are. I'm the rare person who comes and I'll tell you. Because we need to know. Our country is at the intersection of the 2 traditions. Period. That's all it is. There's nothing else.
What traditions now?
Now, if I tell you, don't have any problem with it. It's the Western tradition and the Islamic tradition, right? Muslim tradition. Let's call it where people understand.
Other people have them.
So, give me an example now. Give me one where the population, because the math has already been done. Google it. You're gonna see the calculation. Once you have 27% Islamic population, Islamic population in a country, forget it, right? Just forget it. You're not gonna be able to do anything with it. It's the way it works.
So okay. Let's say hold on. Let's say you have 27% of this thing. Even all the nations, even North African.
Please just go to the point I made.
Hold on now.
Hold on. Give me the answer to what I just said.
Now. You see, your problem is that you are thinking that this world is based on religion, but in
reality, it is. When they're not developed,
because evidence suggests something else.
Well, look, don't expand. Answer what I'm saying, then I'll conclude.
No, we have to be
when I gave you a percentage.
Things. We can't just be speculating constantly just because of our feelings.
No, hold on.
Or because of our biases.
Look, just bust my poke holes in my stuff. This is a theory.
In your that theory, I'm not interested in it because.
But hold on now.
It still doesn't go to the overarching point I am making.
That's the whole point. Hold on now.
No, I don't care about. See, why should you care about religion? You are worshiping Christian religion, and you're worrying about Muslims.
No, but listen. I have never actually seen you gone this mad.
I'm not interested in religion right now. I'm interested in people's ability to survive. Because you have to survive. Hold on. Because you have to survive. Let me finish my point. You have to survive to be able to worry about religion. Okay. We don't even have that ability.
Okay, I've heard you, but listen to what I'm saying. You see, one of the biggest problems you have.
You're worrying about religion when you should be worrying about survival.
Hold on. We're not talking about tenets of a religion here. Use your head. We're not talking about religion. We're talking about tradition. I said tradition. You have two traditions. You're looking at it as a benign religion. No, I'm not talking about the tenets of the religion. I don't know anything about their religion, if it's good or bad, if you're going to heaven or hell. That's not the point. If they mean well, fine. What I'm talking about is a cultural thing. It's a traditional thing. It's a way of life. So what does that mean? So here's what it means. I am giving you scientific. I've said, let me toss it over to you.
What does it mean?
Will you stop it? Stop.
Because I need you to tell me, stop waffling all over the place.
No. You give me an example. That's where you started. That's why you started interrupting me and being, by the way, disrespectful. Give me an example of a country that is at least minimum, let's say 21% to 27% Muslim, and they're getting along with not just their neighbors, but inside that country, and it's progressing. And they're.
You mean Turkey?
Give me one.
You mean Turkey?
Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
What is the religion? What is the religious makeup of Turkey?
Yeah, they are Muslims.
Okay, then. Yeah, no, I said about between 21 and 27%. When Muslims are 90-something%, right, overwhelming majority, it's okay. Then they could be Islamic, could be an Islamic republic, and they do their thing. Of course, they're going to almost wipe out their Christian population, the minority. They're not going to have any mercy on them. But that's not our discussion right now. I'm talking about when you have a situation like we have in our country.
You just want to talk about religion and badmouth religion.
It's not religion, it's tradition.
While your people are facing survival issues, you have time to be talking about religion.
Look,
you have time for that.
I've explained to you, I'm not talking about religion, I'm talking about tradition. Google what that means.
That's why you're asking for so many countries. Many countries don't have the same tradition, so why are you bringing? There has to be something continuous about them. That's why you talk about the proportion. It's religion.
Look, there are only two traditions. You have the Western tradition that goes with the jurisprudence, and then you have the Islamic tradition. There's no other one. So
that's not religion. Now.
Are you drunk or something?
So that is not religion.
It's not religion. It's tradition.
If it is Islamic,
it's not me coming up.
Islamic religious tradition.
Listen to me. I wish I could take credit for it. This is a known
thing. Islamic religious tradition you are referring to?
No. Let me explain to you because I didn't come up with
waffling. This is waffling. This is what I call serious
I know, but wait a minute. You don't know this and you're talking about security. What you should do, first of all, Google it while we're here. I didn't come up with it.
What is there to Google? Even if I believe it makes no difference.
It does make a big difference because now I have asked you, just think, or you have time, think about it. Tell me a country in the whole world since the war began where you have a Muslim population of between 21 and 27%, or I would even add the Nigerian one. I don't think they're more than 27% in Nigeria, but so we'll fall within that bracket, right? And it doesn't work. It's science.
But we don't have 27%. We have 50-51%.
No, we don't.
Your argument?
No, we don't. Don't listen. That's part of
the. So now the Muslims in Nigeria is 27%. That's what we should believe.
I think it's probably like 21.
Oh my God!
21. But listen to me. But listen to me. That's not the debate. But listen to it. Here's another thing, right? I'm willing to go even 50.
I feel bad for you.
But listen to this. I'm willing to go even 50-50, right? I'm willing to go up to 60. Some people try to do. I'm doing you a favor. If you're truly a patriot, what you need to first of all find out is what is our problem and how do we resolve it, no matter whose ox is God, right?
I know what our problem is. I've been shouting at it from the roof.
Okay, I'll listen. Go ahead. Tell me what is our problem. I have never heard you tell me what our problem is.
First of all, if you truly want to know the nature of the world, it has nothing to do with religion, because all religions.
You're going to another topic. Tell me what is our problem.
I'm telling you, I'm coming to the core of the problem, so you understand the true world you live in. The greater predictor of whether you are going to do well in this world or whether you are not is race. Race is a bigger influencer of people than religion, even. If religion was the case, you will find many African countries that are religious that are doing very well, and the same thing the other way around. But religion is not a great predictor. You will see black countries that are religious, they are Muslim, they are poor, they are Christian, they are poor. It doesn't matter. But if they are color, it seems to define who is going to be poor and who is going to be rich. If you understand that race is at the top of the agenda of the way people decide in terms of power structures, then you go. The second layer is your ability to defend yourself. Now, that is the one that we have to pay attention to mostly, because we've never really done that until after we lost the colonization war. We've never, no African country has actually fixed their security. Not one. Not one has ever matched the level that you have in any of the developed nations or even just standard nations. We've never even met it. So if you don't fix that, and the reason why this is a core issue is because it's fundamental to life itself. If you cannot secure your people, it means the people that have it will control everything you have. And I wonder why we can't even recognize this, that this happens all the time in our country. How do you think bandits kidnap people? You think they kidnap people by giving them roses? Because they exert force. They take it from you. And we as a nation have kept ourselves so weak that anybody can come and take whatever they like. And you think you're going to ever solve any problem. You will never solve any problem. Because whoever has got it, if I'm the one on the other side, why should I let you? Is it my job to let you enjoy yourself? It's my job to take everything you have. And God has ordained it that way too. You like it or not, that is the gift of the Most High. He has put it that way. Even in the Bible, the people that believe in the Bible, when the children of Israel came out of this, God just handed them the city, the promised land. He didn't hand them the promised land. As a matter of fact, when they went there in the first place, they were scared. They're like, oh my God, those people are giants. We can't take them on. It's too much. They were condemned to the desert for 40 years. Then when they were ready, they had to do what needed to be done. And what was that? What was that? Was it flower throwing ceremony? They had to fight for whatever they've got. That is the true nature of the world. And if we don't open our eyes to this, nothing we do will ever work. That is my case. You can worry about religion later on after you fix your ability to survive. You can worry about tribes later on after you fix your ability to survive. Because if you cannot survive, there's no room for anything else. There's no use.
You think we are not surviving right now?
From your point of view, you think we are surviving. But from my point of view, if I'm looking from the other side, I'm thinking these people are getting weaker and weaker. And in time, my children are going to come and take whatever else they've got, whatever they need from them. If my children don't need anything from you, they will leave you. But if my children need something from you, they'll come and take whatever they like.
You know what I mean? Tunaja, let me interrupt you on a very important point, because you just actually made the point on wittingly that we need to. You cite an example such as Turkey, right? Because it's a more advanced Islamic country. Turkey, remember, in 1915, kind of thing, they had 1914. They had a population of 19.1% that are non-Muslims in Turkey, right? By 1927, because you keep talking about survival, I want to show you what religion does, especially traditions. By 1927, it dropped to 2.1%. Why? The drop was the result of Ottoman genocides, right? When it comes to Greece, Turkey, the exchange in their population, immigration of Christians who had to run for their lives, right? Now let me post on the private section so you could put it on the screen. because I'm trying to, I want to use your best example, and I posted it on the screen right now, but from Wikipedia, the demographics of Turkey, for example. So you have to go and look anthropologically. People who came to Nigeria, what did they come there for, right? Let's say the Fulanese and Muslims, they came there conquering, slaughtering our fellow Nigerians, fellow Africans. And it's going on right now, ethnic cleansing.
What are you talking about?
Hold on,
You're
please.
just making stuff up now.
No, hold on. I posted on, put it on the screen. You gave an example of Turkey and accepted as one of the more advanced. It's in the EU, right?
Yeah, and you said that they fought a civil war. Is that what you're arguing for now? That they fought a civil war, so?
No, I'm saying the Ottoman, when the Ottoman Empire came about in 1914, 1915, thereabout, right? I was telling you what the population, you had Muslims, non-Muslims, close to 20%.
Yes.
Right? So now the Ottoman Empire went to work within a span of 7 years, 8 years. That thing dwindled back to 2.5%.
Yes.
You know what it is? Don't look. Put the thing on the screen. Don't take my word for it.
Hold on.
Yeah. Put it on the screen.
What has that got to do with anything?
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to make my point. But first, I want to put it.
There's no use. I'm not interested in putting stuff. I'm just asking a straight question.
No,
what
hold on.
Got to do with anything?
No, I'm going to tell you what it does. You are in a mood to disparage my remarks. You want to make it.
I asked you a question. I'm not disparaging it. I just told you. What has it got to do with anything? If somebody asks you a question, don't sit always asking bad things.
Hold on.
Maybe you might educate me for all you know.
I'm going to educate. Every time I talk to you, I'm educating you, right? But what I'm saying to you is that I've never seen you like this before. Now, I've had a lot of conversation with. So if this is not a good time to talk to you about this topic, that's fine. I want to put it in an academic
setting. I just get fed up.
No, but if you don't put it,
people doing this over and over silly dance, and we can never learn.
Put it on the screen and shut up. Put it on the screen.
I get fed up.
Forget about
I'm
me.
not interested in that today. I'm not in the mood for that today. I'm sorry.
But it's everything you're talking about. What am I trying to show you?
You're talking about religion when it has nothing to do with religion. I just told you that this world is controlled based on race, and you're here worried about religion.
No, it's not, right? It used to be. But as far as we're concerned, we have to deal with the low-hanging fruit. There's no way you're going to be able to deal with the wickedness of the Oyibos, for example, right? If you're not united, it's like, for example, today, let's just say I'm back home as a Biafran, and let's say the United States or Britain, anybody has problem with Nigeria, and they come, I'm going to fight Nigeria, right?
No, so let me ask you a straight question.
But hold on. So if you're not united, this, first of all, even if you're united, these people are way more advanced than we are. You are going to fight something, an elephant, when you're just a little ant.
Who is it?
Right?
Is it Osman and Fodio you are talking about?
I'm talking about in the case of the Turks, they were the aggressors, right?
Okay, let me ask you. I want to ask a straight question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, if the entire Nigeria converts to Islam,
yeah,
what is the worst that can come? No, hold on. You see now, that's the problem. That's why I want to understand from you, because whether you are fighting for your people or whether you are fighting for a religion that is not your forefathers.
Yes.
So if Nigeria converts to Islam, what are the downsides that you fear that is worse than what we have now?
Look at this guy. Individual liberty, for one. That's huge. That's the biggest thing any human being has. Your liberty, your individual, your freedom.
So right? The Northerners are not free, eh?
Excuse me?
The Northerners are not free.
Of course not. You cannot be free. You cannot be free if there's any dictation, even if it's religious. Right? You have the right to determine who you're going to worship. First of all, Christians are not free because of Muslims in Nigeria. How much more Muslims themselves? You don't see when you go to Kano, they're grabbing youngsters. If let's say you grow an afro or you cut your hair funny, you have a cornrow, they grab you and they cut your hair.
Yeah, and that is because you're not Muslim.
Excuse me,
even in the South, they have their own ways too.
I know, but the question you asked me, if we all converted to
Islam, so what is the worst? The freedom is the one you are worried about. Okay.
That's everything.
I don't even think we have freedom now, but go ahead. What else?
That's everything.
Is that everything? Is that all? Just freedom, that's all.
There are a lot more things, but freedom to you are in the UK, so you don't know what it is. I'm not gonna go here. I'm not gonna go here reeling stuff out to you. If freedom doesn't mean anything to you, liberty, right? You ever heard Americans in
we used to have a system in the South that have an USU system, slavery system, all kinds of systems we used to have, and you are worrying about freedom in terms of that's what you're worried at. So the Turkish people don't have freedom too. Okay, Turkish don't have freedom.
No, they don't. But let me say to you, right? You don't know how ridiculous you sound because you're in Britain. You're looking at freedom and liberty. Do you know how the America became a country of its own? First of all,
America is not free.
With that silly attitude
don't
you
be
have,
under any illusion. America is not free too.
No, let me just land that. America is free. We're free enough, right? There are shenanigans by governments and administrations, yes, but in our constitution, which you don't know anything about, you don't know what the hell it is. You don't have they say we don't have a written constitution. If you don't have a written constitution,
just because you are brainwashed to believe something that is not real.
No, we're going too fast.
It doesn't make it true.
We're going too fast. If you don't value freedom and liberty, you ought to keep your mouth shut when it comes about our country.
Do you know?
Hold on. Any of you allow other thought voice?
Adewale, with that chicken backside that you're wearing right there.
And I hope, Adewale, you're going to.
All I can see is that chicken backside. I forgot that you're a human being.
That's a human being there. That's nothing to do with
I forgot that you're a human being. I thought it was the chicken backside I'm looking at.
I hope you're going to school this British chap about why we have an America. It's that attitude he has about liberty, right? Did you hear what he said? I mean, he should, from today henceforth, you should just speak for you and your family.
You see, your don't talk for Nigeria. You don't even know what you are fighting.
Okay. I'll give it to Adewale. I'm here and I'm gonna come back in. So, and Emeloko, I'm sorry I interrupted you. Now they've taken away your chance.
You mean that's as far as you go? Okay. I can't believe Pastor, you completely fall the hand of Amy here. So the stuff you got out to say is just unbelievable, really. But it's all right. Adewale, if you want to say something, please go ahead. I'm in a bad mood today, man. I just get tired of Nigeria talking mediocrity and not focusing on the real issues that we are facing here. And our people are dying and suffering for it. And personally, I'm tired, man. I want to be able to go back to Nigeria and enjoy my own country. Oh, come on, man. Nigerians haven't even enjoyed their country.
I'm talking a point of the cognia and be fine instead of you being in foul mode.
Which one?
I said maybe taking a cognac or brandy or something.
That one's just going to give me a headache after. It doesn't get me anywhere. It makes it even worse. I'm in a foul mood right now. They are attacking Dangote. Our refineries are not coming on stream. Do you know how frustrating that is? We might go the next 20 years, we don't have a refinery. I will keep buying oil.
We'll be all right.
How are we going to be
Dangote is already refining crude for the aviation. It's just the petrol that is remaining. We'll be fine.
Didn't you hear what he's saying? They want to kill his company. A fire just happened yesterday.
You should have put that into consideration when he minted.
He did not build anything. I've made that case for 2 years around here. He didn't build any refinery. Do you really think Dangote is somebody you could kick around like that? This man is supported by.
He didn't build refineries.
Listen, I said it 2 years ago. Right, I'm not stupid. Now, you guys can be fooled if you want to, but we in the Southeast, you already know us. We don't really.
What is the Southeast never accepted anything if it is not built by Southeast?
I don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying it in the nefarious sense. I'm saying that minorities, for example, like Niger, right? What they do is try to pit the major. Hold on now. He comes to one man show and he's behaving this way, right? So he knows how to do it. It's a minority mentality. If he's not pitting Yorubas against Igbos, he'll be relevant, right? The point is that this guy's got our $5.5 billion since 2021. He knows he has the intelligence that oil is going to be totally irrelevant, right? There are going to be some refineries, small modular refineries, but you have to be the dumbest idiot to get 5.5 billion from a government, and you're going to go sinking it in a refinery. In the next 2 or 3 or 4 years, you know how big California market is for oil, gasoline, and fossil fuels and cars. In this state, you cannot make or bring in or drive a fossil fuel car.
Are you saying the refinery is never going to function?
Hold on. I just said there'll be exceptions because there still be some pockets. Listen to what I'm saying. California, by the way, when I say California, I know you over there smoking in Britain, right? Just one of our cities is bigger than you, economic wise, cars wise, and all that is bigger than your entire country, the United Kingdom. Let's just say San Francisco, right? Do you know what brought down South Africa? Is the Los Angeles School District, because Reagan was on their side. By Los Angeles School District divested from South Africa, they fell. Without us, our second window and first tier window, you will be done in your country with $30 trillion economy. So when California has already mandated by law that you cannot bring in or drive any fossil fuel car, it's a big deal. The Germans aren't going to build anything. Because if you don't have California,
what does that do with anything? As long as Nigeria can drive their own car.
No, but listen now, that's what I'm saying. Nigerians, you know what, that Nigerians are copycats anyway. Once they know that everybody's driving electric cars, and the price is gonna go down. It's gonna be better with one charge, you could drive 1,000 miles probably by then. So what I'm saying to you is that Dangote has this intelligence. He knows. So if you go there where he built his stuff, right? He overdid it. It's a lot of pipes, right? The other day I came here, you were arguing with me. He had received crude, and says, look, I'm going to open next month. And they asked him, why aren't you opening? He says, because I have to let it settle. Do you know what crude is? Do you know what a refinery is? A refinery is supposed to refine crude, right? And separate those things. It's not supposed to be done by gravity. He's a liar. and he's never had any value added product. He's always competing with market women. Look, going to school is very important too, Nigeria. Let me tell you. This guy is not an innovator. Building a refinery is nothing but.
Oh my God.
Will you be
what is your problem?
No,
I can hear you when you say he's not doing well.
My case against him.
But you are going on too long.
No, okay. Let me round it up. Let me round it up by saying this. After this, I did all this time that I took from him. What I'm saying is that when we are criticizing Dangote, it's not because it's a tribal thing or religious thing. No, he's what do you call that when somebody, his colleagues, not a colleague, but people in his class are like Bill Gates, Elon Musk, billionaires. They're supposed to innovate, supposed to value added stuff. You're not supposed to go and take, as poor as Nigeria is, you go and take $5.5 billion. Do you know how much $1 billion is? And then we go through all that COVID. We go through this.
Okay. Let me ask questions.
He didn't not a liter of questions.
Let me ask you a pop question. Just very brief answers, yes or no.
Yeah.
Are you for the Lagos Calabar Highway?
No, I'm not.
Are you in support of this thing? Are you in support of Dangote building a refinery?
No, I'm not.
Are you in support of?
It's an anti-investment.
Hold on.
No,
are you in support of Onyema? This thing doing flight
he's
to
an
this
Igbo
thing?
guy.
Hold on. I don't do that now. You can't answer for him. Are you in support of Onyema?
I know Pansa very well.
You don't know him. How Pansa gave his answer now? Are you in support of Onyema? Are you in support of Onyema? This is
I hope you don't ask me why.
Lagos, London. Okay, you are in support of that.
Yes, I am.
Are you in support of the second Niger bridge?
No, I'm not.
You are not in support of the second Niger bridge. Are you in support of the train lines from Port Harcourt to this in
southeast?
Southeast.
No, I'm not.
So you're not in support of all those things. Okay, now good. So you see what he has done.
I'd like to give you why, because it's interesting.
Okay,
why.
Give the whys then.
Okay, on the refinery one, I believe that we have some refineries that could be fixed, because we're not really going to be on it for a very long time. You have about 4 or 5 fine refineries. Now, what Dangote has been doing is try to cripple those assets, like he did, by the way, in the cement one Yahaya Bello, right? You could see that very clearly what he did there. He that's why he didn't go to school. He's so dumb. He goes to Yahaya Bello to take Yahaya Bello's their state's cement factory. Yahaya Bello goes to court with him, challenges him, unlike you who's worshiping everybody. Goes to court, defeats him in court, win that thing back. So now he's trying to appeal, and he's trying to have this guy arrested and to harass the new governor and stuff like that. So that's what he's doing in order.
So monopoly, you're against him because of monopoly.
The monopolistic things that he's doing and the way he's doing it, but he's trumping our country. That you have to understand that with the money Dangote and his grandfather and his father has taken from Nigeria, if we have that money, he doesn't have a penny more than what he's taking from Nigeria. Is a funny thing.
Okay,
now, I'm not
so
saying,
how about Lagos Calabar one then?
The priority is completely misplaced. That we have a 30-something% inflation, right? People are starving. You don't have schools. Kids out of school. They don't have health care. Right?
They have created a lot of jobs.
No, but where now? You have to trace what they're doing to Shagori, right? Shagori Group, high tech. Go and look at his history. That guy's convicted here in the United States. That guy was Abacha. Yeah, he was convicted. He pled guilty. It's a conviction. But anyway, so he was Abacha's bag man, whereby he paid 300 million naira to Nigeria so that he won't get prosecuted, right? He's a bag man for the money. He's bad. So once Tinubu was winning the election, he ran to France. That was at his house. The priority is out of touch, right?
Okay, so the second Nigerian bid, why are you against that one?
I'm against it because the federal government should let states, all those things they have, about 60-something items in the exclusive list, leave it to the state. You see, here where we are, counties build roads, not even states. You may have a state highway here and there, but the actual thing is done by cities, by counties, right? They ought to be able to have and train people who can maintain the roads. Road maintenance.
So you are saying that if the federal government wants to build a seaport in the southeast, you will be against it?
I will be against it for some reason, for a good reason though. But with the way we're going though, the federal government has a role to play. Everything should be done with a reason. If they do a study, not based on tribe or religion, if you do a study and find that, number one, you're going to have more revenue. Number two, you're going to decongest a major city like Lagos. You're going to create more jobs. You're going to just decongest the roads and all our infrastructure. And you're going to improve even the development. It's like here in the United States, if we just have New York developed and the rest of them don't have anything, what kind of
everything you just say just now applies to all the other projects that they are working on?
No, it does not. It does not. Listen to me. To Nigeria, there's something you have to know about me. I'm a whale that's coming down here to a pond. Let me be nice, right? It's a pond. I'm not clannish and I'm not tribal. I'm not even nationalistic. I'm a Pan-Africanist. Let me land now. I'm a Pan-Africanist, right? This tribal bullshit, right? I'm doing it to make my larger point. Yeah, okay, whatever, right? But like I said to you, I'm not even like nationalistic. You see me on platforms where I am trying to bring Black Americans into our fold, bring South Africans into our fold. Every other platform aside from this one, that's my role. What I try to do is to let them know, because if we're an educated population, these politicians that are playing little childish games with you, well, they won't be able to do it. It's impossible. But the clannishness, I mean, it's so silly.
But you are not addressing the point. All the matrices you said that if they find out that this stuff is going to profit, it's going to do this, they do their calculations, then it's okay for the southeast for them to build a shipping port, a seaport there. So if the same analysis was done for this Lagos Calabar highway, which I actually believe is true, that is going to benefit a lot of people. Maybe you don't know them. There's a lot of South people out there that don't have any link. The only link that they have is through Southeast and all the upper land roads. Right. So there are a lot of people that are going to benefit from it that you are not seeing. So if the same thing applies to them, why don't you support the project too?
Because you are, it's a you're talking about two things simultaneously. People who are in the rural areas deserve roads. Do they deserve a useless road to nowhere, going from Lagos, going through the coast? That's very hard to maintain, right? At the cost of $11 billion going to a Lebanese Nigerian who lives in France, who has a history of defrauding our country? That says, of course, no. So the point is that those people, you have to.
Are you an American?
No.
It's in Britain.
Are you an American?
Me? You mean me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So you're an American, right?
Yes.
So you have every right that I can accord you as a Nigerian.
Yes.
As an American, right?
Yes. Both.
So what stops Ogori from being a Nigerian and also doing businesses in Nigeria?
I'm going to tell you why. Number one, America is not Nigeria. The way you get your citizenship and your status is totally different. Here in the United States, let me land now. You ask a question, I have to answer you. But it's not even technical. He describes himself as a Lebanese Nigerian. He's been 4 or 5 times ambassador to other countries. In essence, he's a citizen of, let's say, Honduras or some especially African Caribbean countries. He's like their ambassador to United Nations, for example, right? So he doesn't really have an allegiance to our country.
Who told you that?
Read it, pull it up on see. If you don't know this, is no wonder you talk the way you do. Pull it up on his Wikipedia account or whatever.
Do you know the generations of their forefathers that have been?
No, I do, but I'm just talking about him for right now. What I'm saying is,
there's nothing that says you cannot be a citizen of other countries.
I know. Did you hear what I just said? And you said, "Am I sure about that?" So why are you answering over that? If you cannot be a diplomat from another country unless you're a citizen of that country. So
who told you that? We've had Nigerians, Nigerian-born Nigerians, who are also a diplomat to other countries.
Because they're citizens of those other countries.
Yes,
right?
they represented the interests of those countries.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He was like ambassador, not just like attaché.
But we've had Nigerians.
Hold on.
If you don't know something, let us tell you. It's not a matter of age now.
I just told you something you don't know. You didn't even know this guy used to be ambassador for other countries, right?
It's not an ambassador. You see, there's a special envoy.
Okay, could you cross-check that?
No, there's the Shaguri has never been an ambassador.
Okay, then hold on. Let's settle that first. Let's settle that. Could you?
Man, I don't have time for this. You can keep
let him cross-check that to show that you are full of propaganda and lies.
And I'm telling you the fact, Rapansa, that Shaguri has never been an ambassador. He has represented the interests of some Caribbean country, but never an ambassador. Remember, this guy also deal with arms and ammunition. They deal with other things, other businesses. So people like that do not become an ambassador. And I can give you a good example of Nigerians that have been an ambassador, a special envoy of another country, especially those Caribbean countries.
We're talking about Gilbert Chaguri.
Yeah.
He serves as an ambassador and advisor to the government in Africa and the Americas. He has also served as ambassador to the Vatican for St. Lucia, economic advisor to the President Matthew Kereko of Benin, and ambassador to UNESCO. That is a little bit scary. How is this guy traveling all over the place? And the Chaguri was a close associate of Nigerian dictator General Sani Abacha, who helped his business interests in the country. After Abacha died in 1998, Chaguri returned an estimated $300 million to the Nigerian government to secure his indemnity from possible criminal charges. Chaguri is a major donor to the Clinton Foundation. In 2010, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security apologized to Chaguri after detaining him at Teterboro Airport for over 4 hours because of inclusion in a no-fly list. In 2018, the Lebanese Nigerian billionaire and 2 of his associates agreed.
Are you reading Wikipedia?
Yeah, I'm reading Wikipedia.
Okay, never, ever cite Wikipedia as your source.
Look at this guy. So when I cite you, when I cite you,
see, you can't lie about somebody like this on Wikipedia. You're going to get into serious trouble.
Nigeria. And I'm telling you, as an academic, you and as well an academic, never cite Wikipedia.
They cite reference. No, they use reference too. See,
I'm telling you.
When I cite one,
there is barely anything I've read on Wikipedia. Big stuff that I read on Wikipedia that I found out to be wrong. There are very few big stuff.
Okay, I will repeat it again.
I'm gonna post something. African magazine.
Okay, if that is true, give me one thing that is on Wikipedia that is very wrong.
You know, when they said he was a contributor,
I posted something on the private session for you.
You said it was a contributor to the Clinton election. That was wrong. That was not true. There's never a time. Foreign money will not be allowed. In fact, every campaign.
First of all, I never stay in the same platform with Adewale because number one, he's annoying, right?
Of course, I'm going to annoy you to death.
People lie.
Because I have to debunk some of
them. Right? When you catch them,
it's not emotional and personal. Let him just land, please.
No, but what I'm saying,
you won't let me land.
When you listen to somebody in a lie, they're supposed to say, "You know what? I'm sorry." Right? You're not supposed to keep
about
lying.
what? Sorry about what?
Lying in front of intelligent people, or say, don't take Wikipedia. It depends on what.
Hold on. Let me just get this straight. This is a little bit interesting because if Wikipedia is in any way correct, with the man with such a history, the current president and his family, it says the president's son, Shehu Tinubu, was recently appointed director of a subsidiary of Shaguri Group, marking another step in the return to favor of its Lebanese Nigerian owner. So now you can see that some of the things our people are doing. He's a Nigerian. He says he's a Nigerian, so he's allowed to be.
It's unfortunate that people like you, who have been in the forward of school, actually believe in some of these.
Okay, so they're gonna believe you.
But Adewale, I'm not just believing stuff. We all know that the president's son has got a stake in that company. Is it not true?
Please let him land. Let him get down to his.
I don't know why we're arguing over things that are already settled facts.
No, it is not. Why are you seeing everything as argument? He has right to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. You know, we are so used to this idea of my opinion is the right one. Others are just not right. Look, except you were born yesterday, Shagori has been an household name in Nigeria, right from as far back as 93. He has been involved in every government that has been in Nigeria. It's not just a Nigerian, it's an international man. It's what you can call a middleman, who number one specialized in when it comes to international relationship. He facilitates that. Secondly, arms provocations and all that is into that as well. So I would not be surprised if America is trying to indict him. As a matter of fact, he was indicted. Now, concerning his donation to a campaign in America, America did not entertain when it comes to foreign money coming into any campaign. As a matter of fact, every campaign in America, no matter how small it is, whether you are contesting for local government election, which is called county comptroller, they will scrutinize you to the highest level. So foreign money must not come. But we've seen cases where people trying to wash foreign money to be injected into campaign. Now, as far as Shagori is concerned to Nigeria, look, people like him, I don't know if you studied very well, we've had the likes of Nigerians that have represented the interests of other African countries, if not just African countries, but Caribbean as well, because it's easier to represent those Caribbean countries. It's all about money, okay? The likes of Dendi Fernandez has represented the interests of certain countries in Africa, and we also seen others. Now, the one that the title of ambassador, look, anybody can be appointed a special envoy. What you see on Wikipedia, and the reason why I will tell you that, never cite Wikipedia as your source is that anybody can influence any changes on Wikipedia. It was authored by an individual and subject to public edit, and is subject to anybody who decided to put their own information. Yes, other information might be cited there, but those who do not know who the Shagoris has been in Nigeria, they've been involved in every government, starting as far back as I remember, 93, up to this moment. Is it Jonathan administration? Is it Buhari administration? They have always been involved because their generations have been in
that is the
Nigeria.
thing, though. So we are not arguing that they've not been around so many different cycles. The point is that they have they fly within a world that seems to border between legal and non-legal. But personally, I don't have too much of.
But I've told you, I've said it earlier, that they help facilitate the relationship between, what they call back channel in diplomacy, right?
I understand. That's what I'm trying to
highlight. That is what they are known for.
And that's what I'm trying to say.
That is the area of expertise.
That's what I'm trying to say. That
so,
I don't have too much of an issue.
And that is the reason why their relevance in Nigeria is so solid and strong.
But hold on now. My problem is whenever people are involved in Nigeria, and I look at Nigeria today, I have to be able to ask the question that, you know what, your involvement in Nigeria, what good has it done us? You have to convince me that whatever you're doing there is for the good of Nigeria. And that is how all Nigerians should be. You should be questioning all of them. Let them convince you that their contribution in Nigeria made a positive change. Because look at our country, nothing is good. And this man is not exactly that clean. So how am I supposed to?
Nigeria need them much as they need Nigeria as well. Nigeria needs Shagori much as they need Nigeria.
Maybe we need something better than Shagori.
Now,
that can lead to serious.
There are so many routes. There are so many routes to back channel. But when you have a solid route that has been helping different administration, this time around, I'm not.
You just use the term helping.
Mm-hmm.
Does Nigeria look like they are getting help with anything? They are helping us.
That is subjective.
Actually, it's not subjective, it's actually objective. In every level, from power generation, from power generation, GDP per capita, just name it.
To Nigeria. It seems that most of the time when you look at...
Hold on, is it behind our progress in Afrobeats? Is it behind our progress in Nollywood? To show me that, maybe I will say, oh, good. Everything else it seems to be involved in is the part that is killing us. Am I wrong?
Should I well, that's not everything being discussed.
You have to score people highly. You have to score people highly on something that they actually.
But you know the funniest thing, when you've had a family.
Can you speak up a little bit? Speak up a little bit so I could really. So
you can't hear me.
I can't hear you.
You've always having. We might need to go check there with the doctor and see if you have a hearing issue.
I don't have. You see, Fort is saying that every country has people. You have
was that a no bid contract for $11 billion? There's no country in the world that would do anything like that.
$11 billion
no contract would take somebody.
When you have
$11 billion.
When you have
do that money
to Nigeria.
Okay, so you give that one 11 billion, and you give
all these people are the kind of people that are destroying Haiti, There are so many. If you look at the certain people that are destroying Haiti, they don't look like the Haitians.
Okay, so
they just come to their country and destroy them, and we are just here saying, "Oh yeah, they're helping us. They're helping us." What kind of help is helping us to be great?
One Nigeria, two Nigeria, not one Nigeria. Two Nigeria.
Conversation is totally useless because at the base of it,
I might need to.
You have to get the basic things right first. You cannot give somebody.
Let's hear Adewale finish what he said.
Hold on, he will continue. Conversational. Well, it's conversational. Hold on. I'm only going to chime in for a minute on what he just said already. We have a no bid contract of $11 billion when we don't have any money to eat, right? In the country, we don't have any money. You once you give somebody like that 11 billion, you mean that we're animals, basically. I mean, how could you even argue with somebody who is defending something like that? Not only did he pay $300 million back to us so that he doesn't get prosecuted, he should never, ever in his life again participate in any civil thing in our country. He paid 300 billion in this country. If you're convicted of something like that, right? Because to take that money from you means that you have put it in writing that you did it. Therefore, you're gonna pay this money for.
Let me ask Adewale now. Adewale, is there anything that he has been involved in that is big in Nigeria that is actually good?
You know, some of those things that you are trying to pinpoint probably will not will ever make a public discussion. You know why? Because people like Chagoris and the likes they are used for certain purpose, and they don't get involved in domestic issues. But they're like the reaction or should I say the reactions of government. Most of what they get themselves involved are much higher than what is in.
But you don't know of any positive thing that he's done.
Number one, I don't have to gauge him on what is positive or what is not positive. If the federal government has not engaged him, it probably would not have been relevant, right? So, and let me give you an example. And I will use this local example so that when the FBI is trying to do investigation, they will have their source, right? So their source might be a drug dealer who is also heavily involved in drug dealing. But this source is the one giving them information about how to do raids and all that. So you have a source that is also a culprit and also giving information on the other hand, being positively impacting the investigators as well. So when the FBI now trying to
Raymond Editing on Nigeria.
Sorry?
I said Chaguri is pulling like a Raymond Editing on Nigeria now.
No. So when you now have somebody like that who is like the middleman between the government and the crime world, then it's now left for you to make the judgment whether what they're doing is actually making impact with the investigator, or they're actually one that is should be picked up for their involvement in crime.
I don't know. Fort is arguing.
They never help you to make domestic decision.
It's not about decision. I'm just saying that if we don't have any concrete positive input of these people to the state of Nigeria itself,
then you tell the government to stop patronizing them. You know what is when you had your hands soiled.
It could be negative for all we know.
Yeah,
these people are the ones sabotaging our country.
When you have your hands for you on the larger you see this debate we're having right now is cultural. We the Southeasterners don't belong together with the Yoruba.
Give me 15 seconds to answer. Give me 15 seconds to answer Fort. The issue is not about whether it's capitalism or not. It's about whether the capitalism that they are doing is working for your people. Nigeria is not working right now, and I want to know whether he has done anything positive for Nigeria.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Listen, Fort is a Yoruba guy like Adewale. Remember, Adewale never lets anybody speak, right? So I'm just going to
because you guys have been talking and dominating.
He's the Yoruba guy. We in the Southeast, we don't belong together in the same country.
Yeah, see, Pastor, let's be
fair. No, let me land now. Let me land, please.
No, Adewale was talking before he took over.
No, what I want to respond to.
Thank you.
The overarching debate is that he may be right as well, and I'm right as well. We don't belong in the same country, right? Let him and his people go with their Dangotes and their Chagoris. We don't want any part of it. That's what I'm trying to say. He's right and I'm right. We don't belong in the same country.
Adewale, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Tunaja, for rescuing me from Pansat. Now, like I was saying about Shagori, there are so many people like them, like that family dynasty, that are being used for one thing or the other. I've never seen any government that has never dealt with them since the year that I mentioned, 1993. Now, it is some of the what they do for the country are not actually in the open in some way that directly impact the Nigerians. It is the government that are making the decision based on whatever they are doing for the federal government. Now, it is left for the government to decide whether they will continue to patronize them or not. But I'll tell you this, if somebody knows your secret very well to Nigeria and knows you in and out, would you keep that person close or you rather chase that person away? knowing fully well that person knows your secret in and out.
If the person is not contributing positively to your country, then there is no use keeping them close by. Whether they are away or close by, they are going to do damage.
And they know your secret very well.
Either you do away with them, you get rid of them one way or the other, or you do away from, because either they are on your side or they are far away, they are doing damage. As a matter of fact, when they are closer to you, that's more dangerous they are, because they are already doing damage. And if you leave them, it's like saying you have a parasite on your back. You say, oh, because the parasite is close to me, let me leave the parasite to be eating me.
Hey, but
no,
have you heard the saying? Have you heard the saying that you keep your enemy close?
Yes, but that's when you have control over the damage the enemy can do to you.
Hey, but
when the enemy is already doing damage to you, that would be stupid.
People like this have no direct involvement with the domestic discourse. That's what I'm trying to establish.
But now you are saying that just because they have secrets, if somebody has secrets, they know what you are doing. For you, you are thinking that how can you say somebody with that kind of power doesn't have any ability to wield it?
To Nigeria, when you are dealing with the state affair, there are some things that are not open to the public, and I want you to put that on your left hand. Even politics apart.
That includes you, though, right?
No, I'm not being.
You're not privy to anything that we're not, right? There's nothing you know. That if it's secret, then keep your mouth shut. Let somebody else talk. I don't believe in any of those things that you're talking about, and it's a shame because you're here in the United States. I could see if somebody's in Britain or whatever. We know how it's done. We copied our constitution from that of the United States. Ipsissima verba.
To Nigeria,
there's no place for that kind of talk. You come here to make some time. Go ahead, leave, because you're making a fool out of yourself, Adewale. So tonight, what I'm gonna say to you is that you talk about Nigeria progressing, trying to be like civilized countries, right? And then you're gonna tolerate elementary, basic stuff that these people found out centuries ago. There is no way any country is going to give away $11 billion in no-bid contract to a known corporate like this. Where is this? Where is the security? Where is the security when your president is hobnobbing with somebody like this? How? Building a road that you're supporting.
That company has been known to build projects like this.
But still,
it's not even the fact that the company is known to build a road or something like that. It's look at the process by which that contract was even awarded. Look at the way it was done. Look at the spontaneity. Look at it was just done quickly, as if it should have been interrogated. As if it was vetoed. And you have to, for such an amount that is quick. If I should understand, I think that should $11 billion, isn't it? That is basically like half of Nigeria's year's budget. And
but is that all though? It can't even be all. These people are so greedy and so selfish and so wicked that they wouldn't just take $11 billion. That thing is gonna grow.
It was just vetoed like that. No bidding process. No.
But that is fine. I'm sure there must have been a form of not a lot of people
you see, I just wanted to
quid pro quo, right? It's quid pro quo. And let me tell you something. Why I'm sorry, let me just tell you, even having this conversation with two Nigerians is totally useless. He's never lived in a democracy before, ever in his life. He's in Britain, right? So when you have separation of powers, like we have a three-tiered government here. We have the executive. No president will survive anything like that. What they pulled off here, the son is in the board, and the first thing he does, because they didn't even know how long this man is gonna last. So the first thing they did in January was to go for this fraud, right? So and it's such a humongous fraud.
But not a lot of money has been released. When they say 11 billion, you are making it sound as if the money is in anybody's bank.
The money it's like Dangote. They released that 5.5 billion to him. Do you know we have finite resources? Think about 5 billion over there in 2021, 11 billion here. No matter how much money we have, how wealthy we are, it's a finite amount of money.
I don't have my own issue is whether they can build it or not. If they cannot build it, then they should not give it to them. But if they can build it,
so
all good. I don't have any problem
as
with
far as you're concerned, due process means nothing.
If Shaguri can build that thing, I will consider Shaguri one of the heroes in Nigeria.
Okay, let me tell you something.
That price, right?
Yeah.
Pardon?
For that, does that price bother you?
The price? Because it's a long road now. It's not a short road. It's all the way to cuts across Nigeria.
The question is, do we even know how much it's going to cost for another company to do that exact same thing? Does that bother you?
Okay, what is the total length of the road? Do we know? What's the total length of the road? Do we know?
No,
it doesn't matter. $11 billion.
I can get a comparison to find out whether it's within range.
Look, that is the point. If it is a public thing, then it should be subjected to bidding. It should be subjected to
but Emiloko, let me ask you a question. So what Tuna just says right now doesn't bother you at all. Did you hear what he said?
700 kilometers.
No, that's why I'm asking him a question. That how does he even?
But you should be jumping out of a window from what he said. One saying that he doesn't care how much it costs or the process, but no bid contract, whatever. He doesn't care. There'll be a hero if he builds the road.
So now corruption is not an issue with Nigeria.
Okay, so I would believe in, because I have nothing to do with this to Nigeria.
It doesn't mean it is corrupt if somebody awards a project to somebody without a lot of people bidding on it.
What is the definition of corruption?
Corruption is when you take funds, when you take public funds to benefit your individual this itself.
It's not only funds that is corruption to Nigeria. It is not only
but him taking 300 and returning 300 million naira from almost two decades ago. It took our 300 million naira. That's why he voluntarily returned. That's not corruption. You are that alone. I have to. I'm gonna leave. I'm not gonna have a base level discussion. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. You're gonna have a base level discussion with somebody.
But you always do base level discussion all the time.
No, I do not do base. What I mean by base level is that if we're already arguing that 2 + 2, I say 2 + 2 is 4, you say 2 + 2 is not 4, but you want us to solve calculus. There's no
you always
way.
do that.
No, I don't do that. You don't know anything about me. Number one, you're in Nigeria and you're not exposed. You don't know anything. You need a visa to talk to me. That is my rule. If you're in Nigeria, you haven't gone outside the country, you should go get a visa. Go outside the country.
You go care about it. You worry about it. Provide value.
You always brag with that.
Because I was in Nigeria, I was very smart when I was in Nigeria. When I came to the United States, I noticed how stupid I was. Right? I know that you don't know that. When you come to the US, right, the first 2 years, nobody's gonna understand what you're saying. You're not gonna understand what they're saying. You're gonna dress like a crazy person. Whenever you open your mouth, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's where it works. And everybody will tell you that. So social media make you come here and be talking to me anyhow, because it's somebody like you, I would tell you get on the ground and you do it. Right? You come here. I don't blame this. I don't blame you, because people in Nigeria, they come on the platform and they're lying, and all
you are the one lying.
They look at every Nigerian as the same.
Go ahead, Abby.
What an idiot.
On this issue, this Chagu issue, what's your stand? What's your take on it?
You said?
On this Chagu's issue, what's your take on it?
If they can deliver the job, I don't care. You understand me? Fine, they should deliver it. Except maybe if they they try to sideline the resources, and they should be put in jail. That's just my idea. I don't care whoever.
Jail. They should be shot. If they steal $11 billion, they should be killed.
I agree with you
100%. Not kill them. Capital
I agree with you.
Facebook.
Where are you? Where are you?
You will not see me against that. I agree with you.
Where are you looking?
If they can deliver the job, I think they should go ahead and do it.
Are you back home? Emiloko, are you back home in Nigeria?
Yes.
Okay, because that's the thing that when we're here.
Okay, hold on, Pastor. I think I just found out some information. Hold on. So I'm just using rough numbers here. From the calculations that was provided to me, 1 kilometer of road should cost 1.something million. So then I went on to ask, what would 700 kilometer cost if that is the case? I've not spiked the number yet. It says the total should be around 3.something billion, this thing to 4.something billion US dollars. So now, if one decides to include the number of lanes, assuming okay, in summary, some of them assume as high as $9.8 billion. You see what I mean? So it's not totally out of range.
Okay, just hold on, to Nigel. Let me say something, and I'm gonna be leaving in a minute, right? And it's pathetic. It's pathetic, especially you. There is no way you're gonna come on this platform and you're saying that you don't care about process, no bid contract, that somebody's gonna be your hero if they build a road. And then when these people back home hear you talk like that, to them diaspora is diaspora, right? And then you want them to respect you, where they're smarter than you are. How could you say you want security, you want this, you want our people to be like Oyibos or better than the Oyibos, you want to fight them, where you are pathetic. Do you think going to school is a waste of time? Have you seen any society where idiots, for example, Hamas, goes over there and defeats Israel?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything like that? You have to base things on true or false. Science, laws.
Although they did say that the price is a lot lower if it's in rural areas, even if it's 6 lanes that are included. They are giving a quotation of about $3 billion.
As a matter of fact, I'm never.
Hold on now, I'm trying to give you information that might help you.
I don't want to talk about those kind of things because it doesn't matter. That is, the corporates who are in charge of this contract, they're not going to deliver anything. Roads here, for example.
If they cannot deliver anything for $11 billion, when the average, the people, some of them are saying it could be as low as $5 billion, then that would be crazy. Those people, they deserve to be lined up and shot.
No, because that's a distraction. What I'm saying,
I should be careful what I'm saying. This is not the view of one man went to move. I must say it's not my view. My view is that they should face the law. I'm
about to go. Let me round up.
Nigeria, right as we speak now, I am on in their website. They actually have proof of what they have done before, the works they have done across Nigeria, Togo, Benin Republic, and the rest. So I don't understand
why. Share links so that we can have a look at it.
Let me just say this to you, Nigeria first. That's not the way things are judged. Their ability to do the job is not the issue. Do you know, maybe in your life, you never actually driven on the road where you have exits, entrances, telling you if there's a bump on the road, having the lanes separated, have street lights, street signs.
Okay,
right?
let me ask you, sir.
Let me land.
Which company? Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Hold on. Let me land. You don't even have knowledge.
Hold on, sir. Let's settle this.
Because you're Nigeria, you don't even have knowledge to ask a question. That's how dumb you are because you're back home.
What company do you think the government should have awarded the project to? Can you please tell me the company?
No, just listen to me.
No. See,
you're not smart enough to ask the question.
What company do you think the federal government should have awarded the contract to? Nigeria company? Can you tell me?
Ask a question. That question is a dumb question. What I'm saying?
No, it's not dumb because you are complaining. Because I don't get why you are complaining. Can you give us the company that you have,
an
ethical acceptable to you.
Okay, let me shed more light to this. I also added that what if the areas were swampy and have water? Then the price just went close to the amount that they provided, because those riverine areas, we all know they are quite they have a lot of water on them, isn't it? So that is that.
I just said earlier that the problem we have in the country are minorities such as yourself.
High-tech company. This is the Shaguri people.
It's the minority looking at things.
Oh my God! Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, Pastor, hold on, please. Now let me deal with this guy. One Nigeria. This is the Shagori people that are building our road. Are we serious?
That's him right there. That's him there.
This is the Shagori people that are building our roads.
So what do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean these are Shagori people? What does that mean?
What does that mean? I'm really feeling sorry for Nigeria right now, though. To an extent, I don't know. Maybe it's because of their website. I don't just like it. Or
look,
I don't know. Maybe I don't know, man. I just hope they do a good job. That's all I can say. But
yeah, but listen, to Nigeria, that distraction is not. It's not that dog doesn't hunt anymore, right?
It appears they worked on. They worked on these areas in the beach, Bar Beach. And
yes, they own it. They own it. They own Lekki. They own it, right? So the point I'm making to you though is that today
they don't own Lekki at all. What makes you think they own Lekki?
They do. And check it out, including that bridge. Lekki is complete. It's a totally different city, right? They say they recovered it from the sea. That's why when our kids went over there to protest on that Lekki toll gate, they were shot, not by our soldiers. Now that might go into conspiracy, but anyway, I'm not interested in that. Everybody knows it's a fraud. So what I'm saying to you is that you people need to go away from us. We need a separate country. Go ahead, take your Shagori with you, take your Dangote with you. We want due process. We want openness. We want rule of law. We want a constitution that guarantees all kinds of things. We don't believe in worshiping one individual because they're a king or they have money. All citizens to us are equal. That's a problem we're having with a lot of you. We don't want to be a part of that country anymore.
No, we believe.
We want to get rid of you as nuisances because it's our country. We got independence, but we're ready to let you guys go. Get the hell out.
We believe that
there's
everyone should be equal in the country now.
Let me say there's no correlation, right? There's no parallel between.
Is anybody here disputing that we shouldn't be equal?
Hold on. There's no homology, relation, resemblance, similitude, nothing. We have nothing in common with you people. So it irks us when you talk the way you do. When you say,
I don't think I have.
Pastor, can you just stop trying to divide constantly?
You divide.
Thank you all for coming in. I'm going to end it before it goes too far. Thank you all for coming in, and I have to say thank you to Fort for spending some time with us here. Pansat is on the chat. Tope O, as always, thank you for joining us, Tope O. Israel Sukuru, I see you there. Joseph K, thank you for joining us. Eyo Adeyu, thank you for joining us there. Adesina John, I see you there. And all the people that donated. Till next time, good day, and you all have a good day. All right.